Synopsis. After a devastating tragedy leaves his island in ruins, a young survivor is forced to grow up in a world where the line between heroes and villains is blurred. Fueled by a quiet but intense resolve to protect others from the darkness he witnessed, he rises through the ranks of a global maritime force. Amidst corruption and ancient secrets, he seeks to redefine what it means to bring true order to the seas, carrying only a sun-shaped memento of his past and the hope of a peaceful future. Chapter 1, Warning. Chapter 2, Gallon. -1472, Sacrifilla's Island, South Blue. Painful cries and whimpers rang in the ears of a blood-soaked child of 8 years old. The boy held his mouth and cried from under a bed as he watched a disheveled man lean over a battered and bruised woman, having his way with her as she struggled under his grip. Her body covered in the blood of her own husband, now a headless corpse next to her. The boy shivered, but the woman turned to him with a godless emotion in her eyes as though warning him to stay hidden. The boy knew he should have done something. He knew he should have stopped the evil man, but he couldn't do anything. He was powerless to stop the people who raided his home and village from the seas. As a result of his powerlessness, his father was murdered, and his mother would follow him shortly after being disgraced in the most vile of ways. The boy continued covering his mouth, but he never closed his eyes. He watched and watched, taking in every detail. The bright red blood splattered across the walls, the smell of iron from the blood he was lying in, the blood of his entire family. The hopeless look of his mother as the evil of this world took everything from her. He studied every single detail of the man who was lost in the pleasure of violating a woman as he had presumably done many times before. For the man, it was just another lucky day. Raiding villages, raping women, killing husbands, looting houses, everything was normal for him. It was his way of life, a life of pure indulgence. They were above the law. The island Marines were shredded to paper by criminals much more determined than them. Determined to reflect the evil within themselves onto the world. Determined to watch their darkest desires come true without repercussions. This is what they loved doing, and they did it to who knows how many people. It was routine for them. Just another day. But for the boy who was always playing in the warmth of the sun. That boy came to know what darkness was as he was thrown headfirst into the deepest abyss in this life. The darkness surrounded him, coated every fiber of his being, but the boy wouldn't succumb to such darkness. No. The boy's eyes were not the eyes of someone who was consumed by darkness, they were bright. Extremely so. He could have given in, let the darkness consume him, and follow a path similar to the evil man was on, but no. The boy's blue eyes blazed with fury, an indescribable fury, a rage so immense it burned away the darkness and evil around him. The boy would never give in to such pathetic darkness, he abhorred the idea. He watched the evil devour his mother before slicing into her naked body as though she was a doll. Her mind was so broken by this point that she couldn't even react, even the god of the sun, his mother so desperately prayed to every night couldn't save her anymore. She wasn't even a shell of her former self. The sunny and kind woman she once was had been violated by absolute sin. Body and soul corrupted, so far gone that even if Marines were to save her life, she would already be a walking corpse. The boy watched as the evil wildly chopped the fallen angel to pieces, not even stopping at defiling her, it had to disgrace her corpse. Perhaps the evil just loved the idea of tainting something so holy and pure. Maybe it thought it could purify itself that way, the boy didn't know. And at this point, the boy didn't care anymore. Not even when the evil chopped the fallen angel's thighs and waist off, keeping her hip for itself. Probably for the long journey towards the next unfortunate group of souls abandoned by the gods they worship. The evil picked up a finger and cackled in an inhumane way before eating it, licking its lips as though satisfied with the taste of a tainted angel. The boy gripped his mouth tightly, staring at the evil as the flames around them lit up its face. The boy studied the evil thoroughly, engraving every minuscule detail into his brain. Never again would he forget this thing. This force of nature that clawed and scraped at him, trying so desperately to drag him into the abyss. It wanted the boy to fill the bottomless hole that was itself, Maybe it figured the more people it dragged into itself, the more full it would feel. The evil stood up as shouts were heard, "Cap, we found gold and diamonds. Ha ha ha, Hatilda." The evil grinned and turned to the door, shouting back, "Good eye, lads, any precious cargo." The boy saw a man bringing a girl by her hair, laughing, "A nice young one. She was the best of this trash heap." The evil held his prize, curling his lips into the most sinister grin ever to be witnessed. "I got my own, lads. Collect the loot, we due for a celebration this time round." The man dragged the girl with him, her eyes unfocused and dull. The boy knew her, a kind girl from school. He figured she wouldn't last long. She was already dead inside. It was only a matter of time now. The consolation was that she probably wouldn't feel anything anymore, no matter how many of the evil's crew had their way with her. Maybe she was already playing with the other kids in her mind, closed off to the entire outside world. The boy hoped her mind was fantasizing happy moments. The evil looked around the house before chuckling disgustingly as he picked up a sword and rifle, walking out of the house as it burned with the flames of sin. The boy waited and waited as the flames surrounded him. The only saving grace was the blood-soaked area he was laying in, stopping the flames. The voices got more and more distant as the boy slowly crawled out from under the bed. He was covered in blood from head to toe, staining everything he ever cared for. He stepped over the meat that was his angel of a mother and stood in the doorway. Everywhere in his vision were flames. Nothing else, just fire. Houses collapsed all around him, just flaming debris at this point. Ashes blowing in the wind, surely the remains of his friends and neighbors. The boy looked off into the distance as houses crumbled, granting him a view of a ship he would never forget, far off in the distance, sailing away from the island. The moonlight illuminated the ship, vaguely revealing a Jolly Roger. A skull and crossbones, simple and effective. The boy stood in the midst of flames and ash, not another living being in sight for miles. And he stood there even as the house behind him collapsed, destroying what was his original life. Whoever this boy was before, he died along with his family in that fire, the boy that was born on this day. His name is Galen. Chapter 3, Town of Ash. Galen turned around as the sun rose, shining down on him, bringing back a familiar warmth. He looked at the ashes that was his house, walking through the ash heap, coming to a little mound. He pushed the ashes away, uncovering bits of bone and a few scattered teeth along with a charred skull. He got on his knees and held the skull, the lower mandible crumbling to dust as the rest of the skull struggled to stay together. Galen trembled and tears escaped his eyes, falling onto the skull in his hands. Little divots sinking in the skull and coming apart as the wet tears destroyed what integrity there was left. He held the skull as it slowly turned to dust and teeth, slipping through his fingers and scattering on the ground, making a crisp pinging noise. He wiped his tears with his arm as he dusted the ground, revealing a metal pendant the size of a coin. The iron wasn't valuable enough to be taken by the evil, and Galen guessed that he wasn't paying attention to many other things at the time. The little string was no doubt somewhere around him, a part of the ash heap. Only the pendant remained. Galen held the pendant, the last thing that was connected to his mother. A sacred totem to the sun god. He remembered his mother would hold the sun-shaped pendant and pray every night. She would bring Galen to pray with her, her beautiful smile infinitely magnified in his memories as she stroked his cheek, saying gently, "Galen, the sun god is always protecting us, no matter what happens. The warmth of the sun is proof of his love for all of us." Galen clutched the pendant, looking up at the sky, the sun beating down on his blood-stained skin. He could feel the heat of the sun, but it was no longer as warm as he believed. Where was God when his mother was getting defiled? Where was this so-called love right now? Shining on this ash heap of his believers, showing them love and mercy after allowing the darkness to wash over them all. Galen kept the pendant in his blood-crusted hands as he stood up, walking away from the house that was once a happy place. He walked in the streets of a town that once was. A religious town full of kind and loving people who spread their kindness to others. He came to a shrine and looked at it. The evil clearly wasn't very religious. The fruits and flowers that were usually laying at the feet of a statue were smashed or gone. The statue was shattered and strewn across the ground. a pathetic display of what was once the holy faith of the island and all its inhabitants. Galen looked at the blindfolded head of the statue before turning away and carrying on. He came to the marine outpost on the island and looked at its charred bricks, broken doors, and shattered windows before entering. Inside the outpost wasn't much different than everywhere else. Burnt wood, ashes, and corpses all around. Blood-drenched floorboards, burnt papers, shattered shells with their transponder snails crushed into paste on the floor. Galen remembered visiting here before. How happy those days were when he was just an innocent soul. He ran around in the outpost, drawing laughs from the Marines posted here as his father admonished him for misbehaving. He swept his fingers on the desk where a secretary usually sat. A cute girl who would always tease him, passing the time along. Sarah was her name. Galen remembered declaring that he would marry her in the future when he was old enough, making the Marines and Sarah laugh. After that day, she would always say, "Grow up faster, kid, otherwise I'll be married already." Those happy times. The Marines were friendly with all the townspeople, helping out with the odd job every now and then, donating offerings to the sun god shrine, and becoming a part of the town. Whether they believed in the sun god or not, it didn't matter. Because God didn't save them either. From the captain of the outpost, who would always tell him to become a Marine one day, to Sarah, who would indulge his childish whims and tease him joyfully. None of them were shown love and mercy when evil landed on the island. Galen could only hope that they had a swift and painless end, but he had a feeling that it was nothing like that. He moved through the outpost, passing the once familiar rooms until he stopped. His eyes taking in the desecrated corpse of the person he once declared to marry in the future. Blood and the seed of evil escaped her most precious place as her corpse laid there, covered in blood and discharge. Bruises and cuts all over her body, noticeably hand-shaped bruises around her neck. Galen stood over her, looking down at the tragedy. He might have been 8 years old, but even the captain of the outpost had to admit that he was a bright boy. The smartest boy the captain had ever met. By no means the smartest person, just the smartest child. And with reason, at his age, Galen was easily the most intelligent. The captain reckoned that he would climb to an extremely high rank one day if he were to join the Marines, which was the reason for his persistence. He would buy Galen ice cream and talk about how great the Marines were, telling him that they were the heroes, the ones who brought justice to the bad guys. Galen would listen and tease the captain, accusing him of bribery and propaganda, to which the captain would always awkwardly deny it, while laughing good-naturedly. And now, Galen looked at the naked corpse that had been used by who knows how many people, thinking about justice. Where was the justice here? He wondered what his life would have been if he had really grown up. Maybe he would have married Sarah and had children in peace and safety on the island. Well, it didn't matter anymore. There was no future like this, and there wouldn't be. Galen reached down and closed Sarah's dull and unfocused eyes. Those eyes that Galen had once thought were so pretty, the only thing they reflected now was pain, confusion, and begging. Why did something like this happen to her? Why didn't these animals just kill her? He assumed the only thing she wanted before death was a quicker end. He let out a breath, and his own blue eyes cast away fear. There was no room for fear in his life. His father had his head blown off, his mother was used like a toy before being dismembered in front of his eyes, and everyone he knew and loved were treated the same way. Galen forgot about fear. The only thing in his eyes was rage and anger. He was angry at himself for being weak, angry at God for doing nothing, angry at the men who did this, and angry that evil existed in the world. The young Galen nurtured a severe disgust and hatred for evil in the course of 24 hours. He stood up from the corpse and continued walking along, coming to the captain's office. When he stepped inside, he stopped at the slight sound of breathing. It was very weak and abrupt, but he had heard it. Galen's slightly tender voice sounded, "Hello?" There was a creak from the old wooden floorboards behind an oak desk that was burned to hell, but not ash yet, as a weak voice responded from behind it, "Galen." Chapter 4, The Captain of the Outpost. Galen ran over. The crunching of burnt papers and charcoal sounded under his feet as he came behind the desk to see the captain, or what was left of him. The captain was burned to hell with half his face missing completely. His left forearm was gone from the elbow, and his intestines were sitting in his lap like flesh snakes, constantly twitching with charred portions. The captain looked at Galen, coughing "Ga Galen." The pirates, they before he coughed again, blood escaping from his lips. Galen held the captain's shoulder, nodding, "Yeah, I know." The captain must have been in such extreme pain that he couldn't feel it anymore. Galen knew that there was no saving this man. It was a miracle he was still alive, not to mention Galen knew nothing about medicine or emergency care. He was smart but too young, once again failing to do anything for anyone. The captain didn't seem to care at all, mustering up what life he had left as he smiled, speaking out loud, "Boy, remember when you told me you wanted to be a pirate? Ha ha." He laughed before coughing as Galen nodded. Captain chuckled, "Now you've seen the worst of them. The godless scum of this world, those pathetic fucks who do what they want to whoever they want, ha ha ha. He coughed again, continuing as he looked at Galen's face, grinning, "Yeah, that's the look, kid. I remember when I had that look." The pure hate and rage, but let me tell you something, take it as a dead man's last words. Galen held him as the captain coughed up blood, smiling in reminiscence. "You think the world is black and white right now. Good and evil, but that's not true. I used to be a rear admiral in the Marines. I came here to retire God knows how many fucking years ago. The reason was the corruption I saw and did, what happened on that sea. Heh, you've thought the Marines were the bad guys." Galen clenched his fist and the captain laughed. "Actually, I became a Marine because of pirates, but not because they hurt me. There was a pirate group who used to visit my town when I was a kid, just like you. Nice guys, a real bunch of stand-up men. Just adventurers looking for fun and treasure. Helped our town out a lot, getting rid of the bandits." The captain turned his eyes to the air in front of him, not looking at Galen anymore, probably fantasizing that he was still in that time. "I wanted to be a pirate when I was a kid. They were so nice. I wasn't like you. A smart kid. I was as dumb as the bucket I was born in. Figured I'd be a walkin', talkin' hero like that captain. Well, some dreamin' I did. One day another pirate group comes to town." The captain burst out laughing, tears bubbling up in his eyes. Turns out, they weren't interested in Bane nice guys, all they wanted was pussy. Wanted to kill every man in the town and take every woman for themselves. But you see, the captain I knew, he wouldn't let that slide. He took his men to war, killin' the other pirate group to protect the townspeople. The captain chuckled and grinned, almost killed every single of those dickless fucks, but the cost was lethal. Captain Kurt collapsed after they escaped. I ran over to help, but me Bane, dumb as bricks, didn't know nothin' to help. Captain Kurt was the only one left of his group. He was dyin', but he still smiled and told me, "Kid, play it safe and become a Marine. Do something with your life instead of wastin' it like me." Then he kicked the bucket. He turned to Galen as the tears escaped his eyes. "So I did. Listen to me carefully, kid. You're smarter than me, you can probably get some kinda meanin' from my words. Something I can't understand, all I know is this world. Ain't no black and white, just a whole bunch of gray. Those pirates I knew, they exist and they're the best bunch of boys you'll ever meet." He raised his hand, slowly waving at Galen, who grabbed it, making the captain look relieved, adding, "Galen, I don't care what you do. Just make your life meaningful, don't end up like me. Sittin' in an outpost dyin' like an asshole. You're a smart kid, don't waste it." He chuckled, like Cap'n Kurt says, "Do something with your life instead of wastin' it like me. And don't think even for a second that Marines or pirates are all good guys and bad guys. Promise me, Galen." Galen gripped the captain's hand and nodded, "I promise, Captain." The captain looked at Galen's firm and immature face, in contrast with his slightly sad but mature eyes raging with anger in their depths, before smiling, "Good boy, here," as his hand slipped out of Galen's hand, leaving him a key. The captain coughed and smiled. "They took a lot of things, but not everything. Under my desk, take all of it," Galen said quickly. "Captain, Captain." But the captain only smiled, turning to the air as he muttered, "Hey, Cap'n Kurt," before his eyes dimmed. Galen bit his lips and closed his eyes, gripping the key in one hand and the pendant in the other. He opened his eyes and let out a breath, reaching his hand out and closing the captain's eyes before laying him on the ground. He turned to a cracked floorboard covered in blood and carefully moved the boards, revealing a long box with a lock on it. Galen took the key to the box and unlocked it, opening the box to reveal a book with tons of wanted posters in it. Another book with training information the captain used to do a long time ago. Another book labeled Captain's Log, some cash, a whole lot of bullets, and a double-barreled flintlock shotgun. Galen picked up the shotgun and looked around before seeing a burlap sack stained with blood in the corner. He grabbed the sack and put everything inside of it before tying a string around the shotgun, slinging it around his body to his back. He carried the burlap sack with him and searched around the outpost one more time, taking in everything, making sure he would never forget before burning the place to the ground. Galen stood outside the outpost as the fires reflected in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see the state the people he once knew were in. He clenched the sun pendant and muttered, "Rest in peace," before turning around as the building collapsed in on itself. As he was leaving, a paper escaped the collapse and flew with the wind, passing by Galen's legs and landing on the ground in front of him. He looked down and slowly picked up the paper that was drenched in blood and burnt to hell. Galen read the paper. It was an advertisement for the Marines to recruit. He had seen these before. These were papers Sarah used to give out. She gave them to everyone, joking that they could be heroes too. Galen stared at the Marine recruitment poster for a solid minute before carefully folding it and putting it in his pocket. He clenched the sun pendant before carrying on, looking around town for anything and anyone. Maybe there was just one more survivor like him, just one. But there wasn't. Not even a single sign of life, never mind survivor. He searched ash heaps, burnt houses, any surviving structures at all. Nothing. Only some knives, a few billy lying around here and there, some gold nuggets that must have fallen out of sight from the pirates, around a dozen books on various topics, and a handful of edible scraps. Other than that, a whole lot of corpses, not a single one of them complete. They were always missing something. Galen took whatever he could use and walked to the beach, leaving a burning town behind him. Chapter 5: Escape. His hands and feet were covered in blood and ash. The rest of him was smeared in blood, and he sat down, taking out the books he got from the captain. He started reading the captain's log as the time passed. Then it was the bounty binder, then finally the training routine. Sacrifrillas was a small island, barely even enough space for a town, let alone a jungle to hunt. There was only a small forest with some animals in it, but who knows if they were still alive. The pirates took all the food and supplies with them, so Galen had to go out and get food himself eventually. But for now, he rationed the scraps as he studied the books and trained according to the captain's training book. There weren't any fancy moves, just pure strength training. The captain was a rear admiral at any rate, maybe a rear admiral that retired a long time ago, but he should still know how to train. Galen did find specific techniques, something called haki and mentions of 6 powers that he was too stupid to learn. There were little excerpts on how to train them, but nothing substantial, all the captain could remember. For haki it was simple. Armament haki: imagine you have invisible armor on your fist and punch real hard. Observation haki: find someone to beat you with a stick when you're blindfolded until you dodge. As for 6 powers: kick hard, kick fast, clench your muscles. That's it, that's all. Galen didn't know what the 6 powers one meant, so he ignored it and focused on the rest, practicing with the shotgun in his downtime. Time passed by. Days turned to weeks, and Galen had to hunt in the forest for food when his rations were out. The first week he didn't catch anything, forcing him to eat tree roots and drink from the rain. The second week, he caught a squirrel and rationed it out to stretch over a week. The weeks slowly turned to months, and Galen had read every book on the island. Wasn't difficult, there were only a dozen or so. Half of them were stories, some were diaries, the rest were trades. Unluckily for him, nothing on boats or navigation. However, there was one book about guns and another on basic anatomy. Although these were of no use to him now, if he got off this island, they might be. During the months Galen was on the island alone, he searched the whole thing, finding a few fruit trees, some edible plants, and more animals to hunt. How did he know the plants were edible? He tested them himself. He was poisoned 3 times and nearly died before finding out which ones he could eat. Luckily for him, the poison wasn't enough to kill him. Eventually, a year passed quietly. Galen packed up his things and stepped on a raft he made, sailing out into the sea for the 5th time. The last 4 times, he got capsized by the waves and swam back to the island with the current. He was nearly devoured by a shark once, but he managed to send it away by smashing the butt of his shotgun on its nose. Today was expected to be no different. Galen sat on the raft and started reading his books for the 100th time. It was to keep his mind sharp, constantly thinking. He would even do voice exercises to make sure he never forgot how to talk. Every book he read, he would try to put his mind in the place of the person writing. What were they thinking? Why did they think that way? How did they come to this conclusion? What was life like for them? After looking at everything from so many angles, he developed a skill for it. There was one book that he was particularly fond of. It was a book on war that one of the townsfolk must have picked up from outside. There were infinite possibilities as to what the author was thinking and why he made the decisions he had made after displaying all the options clearly in the book. It was the only thing keeping Galen sane, the constant brain training. Just as he crossed the threshold he hadn't before, he expected a wave to send him back, but there was nothing. The sea was calm, too calm. Just as he thought, a giant serpentine-looking thing rose from the sea, staring down at Galen. He looked up at the purple snake with white lines and a bright lure on its head, wondering if it was all going to end today. Then he frowned and refused. No, he wasn't going to die like this, not by some snake monster who wasn't as hungry as he was. Galen glared at the snake, refusing to die. The snake looked at him and froze before drilling into the sea and disappearing. Galen blinked and looked at the rippling water in confusion. Did he really send the sea snake packing just with a look? Well, maybe his luck was starting to turn around. He raised his head, and before he could get any further, he saw a huge ship. Galen grabbed his sack and tied it to his back before lighting a fire on his raft and jumping into the sea, holding his shotgun. Thing about this shotgun was it protected the gunpowder from getting wet no matter what, so even if he dove into the water, it would still work. The huge ship turned to the burning raft to check it out, and Galen swam underwater towards the ship, looking at the hull. He surfaced and looked up, staying close to the ship itself, so that nobody could see him. He held the shotgun in his mouth as he dug his fingers into the ship, slowly scaling the hull, coming to the deck and hearing, "Nothing here, Commodore, just a burning raft." Galen held the edge of the ship, just under the railing. He grabbed his shotgun and let out a breath, flipping over the railing and leaning on the deck. The Marines were stunned, and Galen kicked one of them, before grabbing another and choking him while pointing the shotgun at the rest, as the guy he was holding was gasping for breath. This was all before the Marines even had time to react. Everyone froze and Galen looked around, frowning as the guy he sent flying smashed into a barrel, waking everyone up. The Marines scrambled to get their rifles and pointed at Galen, shouting, "Let him go." Galen frowned and pulled on the Marine he was holding, his arm turning pitch black. The Marine he was holding pulled a pistol and fired it at Galen's face, but Galen leaned his head back before he even fired, dodging the bullet by a millimeter. He grabbed the pistol and kneed the Marine in the back, stepping on his neck and pointing the pistol at the back of his head as he continued staring at the Marines, not even looking away for a second. The Marines were scared silly. What kind of monster was this? Galen was not joking and cocked the pistol, saying, "Where is your leader?" The Marines looked around before pointing at a very large man who had his arms crossed. Galen looked at him and tossed the pistol to the side. He put the shotgun on his back and took out the Marine recruitment poster, holding his hands up in an "I surrender" gesture. Chapter 6, Proving Your Capability. The Marines were stunned and the man raised his brows, asking, "Who are you, brat?" Galen replied simply, "Galen." The man walked over and took the poster that was burned and stained with blood. He read it and looked down at Galen, who was looking up at him without any fear at all. The man said, "You want to be a Marine?" Galen had a straight face full of seriousness as he nodded. "Yes, sir." The man frowned and asked, "Why?" Galen looked at the man in silence before pointing in the direction of Sacrifrilla's island. The man furrowed his brows and said, "Stay here," before he disappeared on the spot. The Marines surrounded Galen, pointing their rifles at him as he looked at them with a frown, asking what. The Marines grinned, "You know what, kid? You hurt one of ours, nobody's gonna say anything if you just disappear, right? Galen looked at the Marine who said that last part, asking, have you done this before? Killing kids. The Marine chuckled as some others laughed along. Course, ha ha ha, some snot-nosed brat like you, all you gotta say is their parents were pirates. Some of the other Marines laughed and Galen smiled, I get it. As he kept his hands up, not moving at all. The Marine pointed the rifle at Galen, pressing it against his lips as he added, the last boy I had was so scared he did an extra good job. Galen smiled wordlessly, not saying anything as the beast chuckled, I got a feelin' you'll do even better. Heth, we're gonna have a good night tonight, boys. Galen watched each and every single one of the people who laughed along with him and kept his smile as the big guy came back, frowning deeply. He looked at the Marines and said, back off, you bunch of dickless faggots. Before turning to Galen, asking pirates, Galen smiled and nodded, I'm the only one left, sir. I want to punish evil and kill the bad guys. The man frowned and asked, how old are you, kid? Galen replied, 9. The man shook his head and said, that won't do, you're too young. Galen pulled out his shotgun and lunged forward, rolling on the ground and unloading a shot at the beast that threatened to rape him. He blew the Marine's head clean off before pulling the corpse over him and blasting a hole in one of its friends as the other shot at him, hitting the corpse. Galen reloaded quickly and rolled to the side, swinging the shotgun and taking out one of the group's legs, sending him to the deck as he stomped on his neck, snapping his throat and blasting another one's kneecap out, swinging the butt of the shotgun and breaking his neck on the way down. Galen held the shotgun in reverse and blew another one's head off, without looking before standing up and saluting at the big guy, saying, I am more than capable, sir. The big guy looked at the bodies before saying, and now you killed Marines. You think I'll let you join? Galen didn't even blink, replying, they weren't human, sir. I punished evil, sir. The big guy looked around at the handful of Marines left on the deck as the rest flooded out of the lower decks quickly, looking around to see Galen saluting, covered in blood. The big guy looked at the Marines that were there, asking what's he talking about. The Marines looked troubled and Galen reloaded his shotgun. One of them panicked and said, Sir, Lieutenant Jones threatened to rape the boy, we all saw it. He had done it before many times. The superior officer looked the other way because of the money they were paid. The big guy clenched his fists and they turned pitch black with electrical arcs on them as he bellowed, what? The Marines pissed themselves and Galen raised his shotgun again, but the big guy held out his hand, saying, hold on, kid. Galen paused and lowered his shotgun. The big guy stepped towards the Marines and said slowly, who else knows about this? The Marine collapsed and sold everyone out. All the Marines on the deck, except for 3 of them and a handful who just arrived now, were guilty of not only knowing but participating in this. Those Marines went on to give out a list of commanding officers that looked the other way or directly participated themselves. The big guy nodded and said, for your service, I'll say you died. All of you get on an emergency boat. The Marines were stunned and the big man sighed, you're all Marines, I'll let you go for old time's sake. The Marines teared up and thanked the big man, rushing to the boats. Galen was dumbfounded and stared at the big guy in shock, gripping his shotgun tightly as his teeth grinded together, his hands turning black with rage. Even a little bit of momentum was coming from Galen's body due to sheer rage. The big guy frowned and turned to the kid, raising an eyebrow before saying, Kid, come here, I want to show you something. Galen glared at him and refused, retorting, you're just like them. Rotten to the core. The big man furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment before replying, all right, if you want to kill me, I'll be sending those Marines off. As he walked away. Galen ran at the man and pointed his shotgun at the man's head before blasting. The man didn't even blink as the bullets bounced off. The big guy looked at the Marines around him, making a gesture to leave it alone as he said, that's not gonna work. Galen slung his shotgun onto his back and took out a knife, stabbing at the big guy, but the knife bent out of shape. The big guy kicked Galen, sending him flying into a railing, coughing up blood. The big guy walked over to him and said, turn around, you asshole. Galen held his stomach and turned his head to see the emergency boat sailing away with all the men on it. The big guy whistled, and some Marine brought him a cannonball. He tossed it in his hand before whipping it forward. The cannonball shot through the air and smashed the emergency boat to pieces, killing 3 Marines instantly, crippling several others, and staining the water red. Galen watched as a sea snake rolled up, devouring the Marines as they screamed for help. He grabbed the railings of the ship, watching the men get eaten alive. The big man grabbed Galen's collar, bringing him up to eye level as he said, "You're working your way up from a cockless chore boy. You understand me, asshole?" Galen was amazed and nodded. "Yes, sir." The big guy nodded. "The name's Kong, Vice Admiral Kong." Galen nodded again, and Kong added, "If any of these faggots try what those ones did, you can kill them too. You got that?" Galen nodded. "I got it, sir." Kong dropped him and said, "Go shower and get dressed. Take one of those dead assholes' rooms. You can start cleaning up the shark shit from my deck when you're cleaned up," before walking away. Galen flattened out his shirt and looked at a Marine, who sighed, "You all right, kid?" Galen nodded, and the Marine smiled. "First day and you got rid of those assholes. I guess you ain't got no family, right?" Galen nodded again, and the Marine smiled gently. "Name's Jonathan." "Nice to meet ya, Galen." Galen smiled slightly, stretching out his hand. Jonathan shook his hand and smiled. "Never seen such a polite boy before. Do you know how to play chess?" Galen nodded and replied, "Yeah, my dad taught me. Do you believe in the sun god?" Jonathan led Galen to his room, shaking his head as he replied, "You learn real fast that God don't exist on these waters, Galen." Galen nodded and agreed. "My mother prayed every night, but when she needed God, he didn't show up." Jonathan sighed and pushed open a door, saying, "Tough kid, sorry to hear it. This is your room. When we get some free time, we can play some chess, yeah?" Galen smiled and nodded. "Okay," as he stepped inside, closing the door. Jonathan sighed and shook his head. "Just a 9-year-old, what the hell is Vice Admiral thinkin'?" Before walking away to go find out. Galen sat on the bed of one of the pedophiles. He removed all the sheets and blankets before scooping up all the clothes, pictures, and everything he didn't need, tying the blanket ends to make a bag full of stuff. What he kept were the guns and books. He didn't need the pictures of naked little boys and girls, nor did he need the clothes of a pedophile, or the sheets that were surely coated in discharge. So now he was sitting on a bare mattress, looking at a bag wondering if he should just throw it in the sea. He decided to wait. He took off his burlap sack and unloaded his things, placing his books in the little bookshelf he had. There wasn't much room in the rooms, just a bunk, a single closet with a small bookshelf connecting it to the wall, and a desk under the bookshelf in between the closet and the wall. Everything was made of oak, and it was very nice. Galen didn't complain. He probably wouldn't get anything better anyway. He kept his money in his back along with the sparse valuables, but held the sun pendant, staring at it. His lower lip trembled and his eyes watered. He swallowed and hugged the pendant, laying on the mattress, bawling an eyes out behind a closed door. Finally, after a year, he left the island as well as his family. Galen curled up and whimpered through the crying, "Mommy, I miss you." Kong and Jonathan were at the door about to knock when they heard Galen's crying. Kong froze and frowned. "Damn kid, maybe you are too young." Jonathan looked at him, saying, "Vice Admiral, he's only 9 years old. How can you allow this?" Kong frowned and revealed, "Using armament and observation hacky at 9 years old, plus I think I might have even felt conquers from him." Jonathan was stunned and said, "What?" Kong nodded and said, "Jonathan, you protect this kid. I'll try and drill him with training exercises, but you gotta support him. If any asshole tries to even touch him, I want a sea king shitting him out the next day. Teach him a little bit too." Jonathan was dumbfounded and asked, "Teach him? Teach him what? I don't even know observation hacky myself." Kong waved his hand, shushing him as he replied, "His hacky is very basic. He doesn't know how to use it. I think he got his hands on a training manual from an officer and trained according to it. Plus, he really loves that gun. I know a former rear admiral who used a gun like that. Dumb son of a bitch, but strong like a bull." Makes me wonder, did he get rusty and surprise attacked, or was the pirate just that strong? Before turning to Jonathan, adding, "I want you to teach him smarts, not fighting. You're the smartest guy in the force." Jonathan was touched and said, "Aw, Vice Admiral, thank you." Kong waved him off, saying, "All right, now shut up. Let the kid sleep and then I'll punish him for not cleaning up his mess tomorrow." As he walked away, leaving Jonathan there, stunned. Chapter 7, Brutal Training. A while later. Kong came out to the deck to see Galen in a white marine shirt, tied at his waist to fit, with the pants he came in with and no shoes. The boy was scrubbing the blood and brains off the deck with a sponge, picking up the pieces and putting them in a bucket. Kong crossed his arms and turned his head to see Jonathan watching on the side, holding a mop. Kong said, "Lieutenant." Jonathan looked over and smiled, "Vice Admiral." Kong pointed at Galen wordlessly, and Jonathan turned back to the boy, sighing, "He cleaned himself up 10 minutes after you left, and he hasn't dropped the smile on his face since. I offered to help, but he refused." Kong raised a brow and muttered, did he? Before raising his voice, "Corbe." Galen turned around and stood up, saluting, "Sir." Kong looked at him. His messy black hair, bright blue eyes, and cute little face might tell a story of an innocent little boy to the untrained eye. But Kong saw a fire raging behind those pupils, a thirst for the blood of evil men. His observation hacky was no joke. Just looking at Galen, he could feel the surging righteous fury underneath his fake expression. Kong snorted and looked at Galen, saying, "You won't get far like that, kid." Galen blinked in confusion as Kong added, "I can feel your real emotions underneath that fake smile." Before turning to Jonathan, ordering, "Collect all the books you can find and force him to read 'em. Then I want you to teach him how to control himself. He's gonna get himself killed like this." Jonathan saluted and Kong snorted, looking at Galen, saying, "Tomorrow, back of the ship, crack of dawn. If you're late, you can swim back to that shithole you call home. Are we clear?" Galen saluted and replied, "Crystal, sir." Kong nodded and returned to his quarters. Jonathan snorted gently and rested his chin on the mop as Galen returned to cleaning, his shotgun on his back. When he was finished, he tossed the bodies and guts off the ship before Jonathan brought him along, playing chess and teaching him. During the night, Kong walked out of his cabin to see Galen sitting in front of a burning sack. He could see burnt pictures of children and snorted in annoyance as he watched the fire burn along with Galen, who was hiding his knees in front of the fire that had been placed on damp wood. Smoke rose up and Galen clutched the sun pendant, muttering, "Rest in peace, friends I didn't know." He rubbed the pendant with his thumb, not praying exactly. His faith was already destroyed. He was more so hoping that if this God really did exist, he could take care of the innocent children and his mother. It was only a hope in the end. Galen paused and turned his head to see Kong standing behind him with his arms crossed. He looked up and said, "Sir?" Kong sighed and said, "I heard you believe in the sun god." Galen smiled slightly and turned back to the fire, replying, "Not anymore." Kong was silent for a few seconds. "When I was a kid, we used to pray for rain every day." Galen stayed silent and Kong snorted in amusement, walking away as he added, "Let's get started." Galen turned his head and asked, "Did the rain ever come?" Kong paused before replying, "My sister starved to death just to prove to me that God was an asshole. Come on." Galen stood up and walked away from the fire, just as a light drizzle settled in, dousing the fire as Galen followed Kong to the back of the ship. Neither commented on the weather at all as Galen put his shotgun down with his sun pendant, just off to the side. Kong stood across from him and said, "I took a look at your training manual. It's a wonder you even got a hold of any sort of hacky at all. That cement-head Jensen was always dumber than a pile of shit after all. Good Marine, rocks in his head. I think you need some re-educatin'." Galen nodded and took a stance. Kong shook his head and said, "We have a long way to go, you little asshole." As he punched Galen in the face just as Galen ran at him, sending him flying across the deck. Kong held out an all-black fist saying, "Your hacky is weak like paper. This is hacky. Remember this feeling, pain will be your friend for a long time." Galen got up slowly, already seeing stars as Kong added, "You'll be tough as nails when I'm done with you, boy. Have every dickless faggot runnin' at the mention of your name." Galen nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." As he ran at Kong again, throwing a punch, but breaking his hand entirely just on Kong's leg. Kong kicked him, smashing him into a barrel as he said, "You're lucky a group of pirates didn't pick you up, boy. Your weak ass would have been a glorified toy for every faggot on the sea." Again. Galen grit his teeth and roared, punching Kong with all he had, but Kong caught the fist, slamming Galen into the deck as he shouted, "I killed your pathetic mother, boy. Kill me." Galen groaned like an animal, jumping up and waving his arms wildly, to no avail as Kong elbowed him in the back, smashing him back into the deck as he said, "Pathetic. Get up." Galen got up before being smashed face first into the deck again. And again, and over long after the sun rose. The Marines were already watching from all over the ship, muttering, "Vice Admiral is going too far, right? He's just a kid. What happened to his parents? Tragedy." There were whispers and sighs all around. Jonathan had his arms crossed with a frown as he watched Galen get his teeth knocked out by Kong's knee. He gripped his arms and flinched, almost unable to bear it. Finally, Galen was knocked unconscious and Kong said, "Get the medic. We're done for today." But Galen grabbed his pant leg, lying on the ground face first. Kong looked down and said, "Speak up, kid." Galen whispered something and Kong lifted him up by his collar, shouting, "What was that?" Galen spit blood in his face and said, "Fuck you." The Marines were silent and Kong wiped his face, saying, "Got good spirit, kid. I'll give you that. Tomorrow, same time," before tossing Galen to Jonathan and walking away. Jonathan caught him and ran off to the medics. When Galen woke up, Jonathan told him that Kong wasn't giving him any rest time. They started their teaching session at once, though Jonathan gave him a little bit of rest, some leeway in between beatings. Day after day, the weeks turned to months, and months turned to a year. A year of being beat and taught every day without rest. The only reason they stopped was because they came to Marineford. Chapter 8, Lieutenant rank at 10 years old. The ship docked and the Marines came down, getting greeted by other Marines. Suddenly, everyone fell silent as they watched a boy covered in blood, holding a sack with a shotgun on one shoulder and a severed head in the other hand. He followed Kong and Jonathan followed him as they passed through the crowd of Marines. Galen looked around at the Marines, making them back up as he snorted, turning back to the front as Kong said, "Stop scarin' 'em, kid, they're not like you." Galen replied, "Dickless pusses, sir." Kong nodded, "Exactly." Jonathan chuckled and added, "Scared 'em shitless too." Galen replied, "I just want to know the ones on the list." Kong snorted smoke, thinking about the list as he said, "I'll handle the list. You stay out of trouble. Last thing I need is a brainless asshole ventilating Marine skulls in base. Clear." Galen nodded and replied simply, "Crystal," as he looked up at the large Marineford building, smiling slightly. Jonathan patted his head and said, "I'll be waiting for you when you're done, Galen." Galen smiled at him and nodded as Kong said, "Hurry up, you little puke. We're going to see the fleet admiral." Galen nodded and Jonathan took the head from him, smiling, "I'll get your merits," as he walked away. Galen followed Kong and looked around at all the buildings and barracks, the training grounds, shops, housing, even restaurants. It was like a big city. A few young people got into a scuffle, smashing into the pathway right in front of Kong, shouting, "Damn it, Garp, you ate my senbei again." The young man named Garp just laughed. It was Zephyr Sengoku, biwahaha. Sengoku turned to the purple-haired man laughing on the side. He abruptly stopped and said, "Hey, don't look at me like that," while a blue-haired woman saluted, "Vice Admiral Kong." The three others froze and turned their heads to see Kong looking down at them with Galen, holding a shotgun behind him. They scrambled to their feet and saluted, "Vice Admiral Kong," while looking at Galen curiously. Kong snorted, "You troublemaking pricks are always in the way." Galen rested the shotgun on his shoulder and looked at the group quietly, blinking with a straight face. Kong smacked Galen in the back of the head, smashing him face first into the ground as he said, "Salute, you little bastard." Galen stood up and saluted, "Hello, troublemaking pricks." The group's lips twitched and Kong nodded, "Good boy, let's go." As he walked away, Galen following him in silence. Garp scratched his head, muttering, "Who's the kid? You think it's the old prick's son?" Sengoku frowned, "I don't think so. How old is he?" 40. Garp slapped his back and laughed, "You're already 30, old man, bahahaha." The woman giggled and Sengoku shouted, "I'm 29, you stupid bastard. What are you laughing at, Tsuru? You're gonna be 30 real soon." Tsuru froze and Zephyr held his head, muttering, "Oh no, not again." Garp started running while laughing, biwahaha. "Sengoku, you fucked up this time. Bahhhhh. Zephyr chased after him as Sengoku snorted, "I said what I said." Tsuru smiled widely, "I heard you, Sen," before kicking him in the face. Galen and Kong were walking away. Galen turned back and watched the group they just passed fool around while laughing. He stayed silent, and Kong suddenly said, "Galen." Galen turned back, looking at Kong's back as he continued, You don't have to be so miserable all the time. It's okay to laugh and cry. You're not an animal like the people who did this to you. How many times have I kicked your teeth in and how many times have you gotten back up? He turned his head slightly, side-eyeing Galen as he went on. You're stronger than those scumbag pirates. Stop acting like an asshole or you'll become one. Before turning back as they entered the huge headquarter building. Galen fell silent and looked at the ground as he followed Kong upstairs, going to see the fleet admiral. Galen didn't speak and Kong sighed to himself, figuring that the kid was still neck-deep in shit. It would take some time for him to lighten up a little and mature. Kong thought about Galen's emotional recovery. He wasn't the emotional type. Smart people like Jonathan were good with that sort of thing. Maybe even Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr could help too. As for Garp, that guy was dumber than a box of rocks in Kong's opinion. Unfortunately, there were no kids the same age as Galen at the base, but Kong had heard that Garp's kid was 5 years old. Maybe in a few years he could make Galen interact with kids close to his age instead of adults. The kid was only 10 for God's sake. Kong frowned, feeling a headache coming. There was a reason he never got married and had kids. The duo arrived at the fleet admiral's office and walked inside. Galen saw a big man with a brown beard and a bald head, a real mean and tough look to him. Kong saluted, Fleet Admiral Bear. Bear looked up and replied, Vice Admiral Dickless. Before noticing the bloody kid in the room, adding you brought your own little prick. Kong wasn't fazed at all, replying, Found I am on an island full of ash heaps. Kid boarded my ship and took a petty officer hostage by himself, been a year now. Called you about it a while ago. Bear put down his pen, scratching his beard as he eyed up Galen, saying, Oh, right, the boy who ventilates brains. Nice to meet you, jerk-off. Quite a service you did, killing those rat faggots. Galen saluted and replied, I see evil, I kill it, sir. Bear laughed, even if it's me. Galen didn't even hesitate, replying, No matter who it is, sir. If you're evil, I will kill you, as he grabbed his shotgun. Kong grabbed his hand and Bear laughed, slapping the desk and splitting it in half as he said, Good. Good kid, I like you already. You got the balls to draw your weapon on me. I can only imagine the scum out there. Jehahaha. Kong let Galen go and said, I want his starting rank to be lieutenant. Bear grinned and looked at Kong, saying, You do ya? How do you figure? Kong replied simply, He killed 5 pissants in 10 seconds, 2 of them were lieutenants already. Not to mention, he has a rough understanding of armament and observation already, able to display both. Bear raised his brows and looked at Galen, saying, That true? Galen saluted again, and his hand turned pitch black as he replied, Yes, sir. Bear hummed and looked at Kong, saying, I don't mind the rank, but he doesn't see combat until 16. Kong nodded and said, Not a problem, Fleet Admiral. Bear chuckled and his grin turned sinister as he asked, Now about that list. Kong clenched his fist and crackling pops sounded as he replied, I got a bunch of 'em just waiting to taste their own shit. Bear grinned and said, Good. All of 'em dead, you hear me? Kong nodded, replying, No problem, Bear-sensei. Before dragging Galen out of the office with him as Bear went back to work, sneering as he thought of those rats. Kong brought Galen down as he said, You'll stay with Jonathan tonight, I have to do something. Galen looked up at him and asked, Can I come with you? Kong frowned and shook his head, replying, No, this needs to be done quickly and cleanly, otherwise if we alert the other rats, they'll just run away. I'm gonna clean them all up in one night with a small team. I don't need you fucking things up. Got it. Galen sighed and nodded, muttering, Yeah. Kong looked at him for a moment before patting his head as he added, Next time. Galen smiled slightly and nodded. Kong nodded and continued, If you sneak out to bust skulls, I will kill you myself, how about it? Galen nodded again and Kong ruffled his hair, going on to say, Jonathan will take care of you tonight, then I'll have some new things for you to do. He paused for a moment before adding, We train tomorrow in the morning, I'll bring a few people you already met and you'll all train together. In the meantime, Jonathan is getting more books for you, okay? Be a good bastard and read 'em. Galen nodded and smiled a little, feeling the warmth from Kong's palm on his head. When they reached the exit, Jonathan was waiting with a crate on his shoulder. He smiled and took Galen from Kong, who walked away as Jonathan brought Galen to his house, putting down the crate and smiling, Chess. Galen smiled happily and nodded as he sat down. Jonathan took out the board, saying, You know, Galen, you need to work on your emotional control. Vice Admiral thinks you're like an open book, And after getting my observation hacky, I can see it too. Galen snorted and replied, I don't know how. Jonathan smiled gently and rubbed his head, saying, I'll teach you. It's kinda like playing chess. As they started, Jonathan went on to say, if you reveal all your cards, look how easy it is for me to win. I can anticipate your every move, even with a corner of your hand showing. You understand what I'm trying to say. Galen nodded and reset the chessboard, not fazed by his loss, replying, never reveal your true intentions, not even a little bit. Jonathan nodded and smiled good. Of course, for allies you can show a bit of your hand, but for people you don't trust, it's very dangerous to leave your heart out in the open. Just like those motherless fucks on the deck that day, it's quite easy for them to stab you in the back. Galen played a move and asked, how can I trust someone? Jonathan laughed and stroked his chin, replying, how can you trust anyone? By learning about them, studying them, understanding them, engaging with them. Just because someone plays the fool doesn't mean they're retarded. Just like this. Galen froze as he stared at the chessboard. Jonathan only had a queen, king, and rook left, but he checkmated Galen, who had nearly all his pieces still. Galen muttered, I see. Jonathan reset the board and smiled good. Now we were learning about strategy last time, right? The night came and went. Before they knew it, it was the morning. Galen was standing in a training ground with Jonathan as Kong walked over, his arms covered in blood along with Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Tsuru. They were more or less the same, but Tsuru was cleaning the butt of her rifle with a bloody rag, and the others cleaned their hands. Kong looked at Galen and Jonathan, saying, everyone's here, we'll begin. Garp stood in front of Galen and laughed, you brat, you're pretty good. I heard you pulled your gun on that old fuck, Bear. Bahhaha. Kong punched Garp in the head, smashing him into the ground as Galen stepped out of the way. Kong snorted, we're training, not spouting bullshit like women. Tsuru looked at Kong, who added, shut the fuck up and fall in line, pissants. The 6 of them fell in line and Kong snorted smoke from his nose, saying, let's get started. Chapter 9, Disbanded. The training was grueling and brutal. Every day the 6 of them were beaten to a pulp. Fighting Kong, fighting each other, hunting in the jungles, getting hunted by each other, shooting practice, hacky practice, 6 powers practice, etc. The 6 of them went through what could only be described as hell on earth. Every moment they were in pain, but they were getting stronger quickly, and slowly 8 years went by. Minus 1482, Rocksteam Island, North Blue. A young man was sitting in a bar with sunglasses on, black hair slicked back, wearing a black wife-beater with dark green combat pants and black combat boots. His body bulged with streamlined muscles. He wasn't bulging like a square but more agile and compact. His hands were covered in various tattoos. Noticeably on his hands there were 2 words, reap and burn, along with a bunch of smaller tattoos. There was even a flame pattern on his right forearm, extending from his wrist, and a knife tattoo on the inside of his left forearm. The young man lifted the chin of a girl clad in skimpy attire, saying, hello, beautiful. The girl giggled and shifted on his lap, pressing her bulging chest on his as she replied sweetly, you're so sweet, sugar tilde, tracing his jawline with her fingers. The young man lowered his sunglasses and pulled her waist to him as he kissed her neck, whispering, how's about me and you catch a room before they close? The girl hummed sensually, saying teasingly, it'll cost ya, big boy tilde, as she ran her hands down to his crotch. The young man flashed a roll of bills, grinning in her ear, I ain't broke, sweetheart. The girl's eyes lit up and she got off him, leading him up the stairs, swaying her hips. The young man pushed his sunglasses up, grinning as he followed her. But his eyes were scanning the room, looking at the men and women sitting around, connecting them with wanted posters just before he walked up the stairs, going into a room. The girl pushed him on a bed and licked her lips. You got 5 hours with that stack, sugar. The young man smiled and said, sounds great, as he chopped the back of her neck, knocking her out. He rolled her to the side and covered her body with the sheets. He took off his sunglasses and revealed his bright blue eyes, tossing them to the side as he sat on the bed, taking out a snail from his pocket, Raven in position. Tsuru's voice came through, so fast, would have pinned you for a slow finisher, Raven. Galen took off his black wife-beater and pulled out his shotgun that was folded in half in his waistband, replying, you're funny, Crane, I can take it slow with you if you want. Tsuru was on another rooftop, aiming at the bar Galen was just in, snorting, "You got balls, I'll give you that." Sengoku's voice sounded, "Crane, Raven, we got hits on all the bounties. Traffickers, dealers, rapists." Galen cracked his neck and pulled over a black shirt with Marines written in white on the chest, replying, "Is it New Year's?" Garp laughed. "Might as well be." Galen checked his barrels and said, "Leave the whores, burn the scum." Sengoku said quickly, "Wait, dog isn't in position. What the fuck are you doing, shithead?" Garp replied, "They have good senbei here." Galen let out a breath and leaned his back on the door, holding the shotgun, saying, "Crane, cover me when I get down there," before turning off his snail. He closed his eyes and sucked in before grunting like a wild animal. He kicked the door off the hinges behind him and turned around, walking out with his shotgun up as pirates ran out of the rooms on the same floor holding pistols, nearly naked. Galen charged at them and blasted a pirate's head open, grabbing the corpse and using it as a shield as he ran through the hall, smashing another pirate into the wall. He stuffed the shotgun in the pirate's mouth before blowing a new hole out the other end, splattering his face with blood. He snapped his shotgun open and reloaded while pulling a pistol from one of the corpses, firing at the rest of the pirates on the floor, dropping them to the ground. He tossed the pistol away, grabbing another one from behind him as he held up the corpse, double tapping the pirates on the ground, making his way to the stairs going down. He leaned against the wall and peeked around it to see pirates coming up the stairs before leaning back and snapping the shotgun back into place. He tossed out the pistol into the staircase and heard shots go off before stepping out and unloading 2 shots, blowing holes in 2 of the pirates' chests. Galen jumped over the railing and landed on another one, stepping on his neck as he smashed another with the butt of his shotgun in the nose, grabbing another's pistol and jerking his hand to his friend, blasting his brains across the wall. Galen pulled the pirate to him and held him up like a shield, crushing his hand and dropping his pistol. He stomped on the pirate under him, shattering his neck instantly before charging off the stairs, slamming into the ground at the bottom, pulling up a pistol, and unloading the entire thing into them before rolling to the side and flipping up a table as he reloaded his shotgun. Bullets flew around everywhere as Galen sucked in, uttering a shout-like grunt as he heard clicks. He flipped over the table and fired 2 rounds, dropping another 2 bodies to the ground before picking up a knife and tackling another pirate, stabbing him in the chest several times. The other pirates screamed and pulled out their swords, slashing down, but Galen threw up their deceased buddy. They chopped him up, and Galen charged at them, roaring like a feral animal as he punched one in the face, stabbed the other in the neck, then tackled the last one, hammering the pirate's head to mush with blackened fists. He uttered roar-like grunts as he smashed the floorboards through the pirate's head. The last pirate ran away in fear, but he didn't make it past the door frame before dropping to the ground with a hole in his skull. Marines ran into the building and pointed their rifles at the prostitutes, shouting, "Freeze!" Sengoku walked through them and said, "All right, clean up here. I want top-to-bottom checks, leave the girls alone." The Marines saluted and ran up the stairs, checking everywhere. Sengoku came to Galen and held his hand out, saying, "You should have waited for Garp." Galen clasped his hand and pulled himself up, replying, "I would have been waiting forever. I can get the job done myself." Sengoku looked at his bloodied hand and pulled out a rag, wiping it as he said, "I can see that." Tsuru walked in, holding a longer rifle as she said, "I thought it was fascinating watching him work." Garp walked in, eating senbei as he laughed, "Me too. A genuine force o' fucking nature. BWHHHA. Tsuru waved a rag in front of Galen's face and he let out a breath, smiling, "Thank you, Tsuru." As he wiped his face, adding, "I heard you were all getting reassigned." Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru frowned and sighed, sitting down at a table. Galen joined them and wiped his hands with the rag, pulling out a box of cigarettes and offering the 3. Garp refused, but Sengoku and Tsuru took one. Garp munched on his senbei, sighing, "Bear wants me on these rocks, guys. I barely have enough time with these Roger pirates. I heard Sen was supposed to be sent back to HQ." Sengoku wiped his glasses as he smoked, snorting, "A bunch of bullshit if you ask me. They already transferred Zephyr back to HQ to train some rookies on a downtime vacation." Tsuru rolled her eyes and exhaled a cloud of smoke, commenting, "I'm due for the New World on a bodyguard job with those rat fucks. Lucky for you guys. Galen sighed and exhaled smoke through his nose, saying, pleasure working with you. Jonathan is still with Kong, apparently something about coming up with a G8 base in a couple decades. Should be due for promotions, though, all of you. They fell silent and Sengoku frowned. I'm more worried about you. You shouldn't be in the blues, it's overkill. Garp added, rather have you on this rocks thing, heard they're a bunch of godless scum. Galen leaned back and smiled. It's not that bad, taking out the trash one blue at a time. Tsuru frowned and pointed at him with the cigarette between her fingers. No, Sen is right. It's overkill to have you stationed in any blue. Not to mention you got bigger pieces of shit in the new world. I never liked Zephyr leaving the Delta team. Now we got 3 more gone, only you left. Who's gonna watch your back when you got rookies shitting themselves over a bastard's brains splattered across a wall? Galen chuckled and grinned. Yeah, I'll miss you too, Tsuru. Shishishishishi tilde. Tsuru gave him the finger and said, fuck you, asshole. Garp chuckled and turned to Sengoku, saying, I could use Galen with me, you should tell him. Sengoku rolled his eyes and retorted, yeah, and my opinion matters, right? Most that happens is I tell Kong and Kong tells me I'm a worthless, motherless, dickless asshole. Garp laughed, and that would be hilarious. BWHHHHA. Sengoku flared up, pointing at Garp's nose and shouting, fuck you, Garp. Galen laughed and tilted his head, smoking as he said, I'm gonna miss you guys. Don't go dying on me. The 3 all settled down and smiled slightly, falling silent. Galen exhaled a cloud of smoke from his mouth and waved over a Marine, pointing at the liquor on the shelves behind the bar. The Marine brought the liquor and Galen opened it, pouring into glasses that another Marine brought over as he said, congrats on your new jobs. I'm happy for you, truly. The 3 flashed a brief smile and drank the glasses before talking again. A while later, Galen was standing in front of a ship as Garp and Sengoku sailed off, going back to HQ. Tsuru checked the time and said, my ships arrive in around 5 hours. Before turning to Galen, looking up at him, asking, can you do it yourself? Galen looked down at her, smiling gently, I work better alone, be better if I had more bullets. You know that. Tsuru pressed her lips together and sighed, asking, won't you be lonely? Galen snorted, smiling nope. She smiled and asked, wanna jump my bones anyway? He looked at her and replied, sure. Chapter 10, Tsuru and Galen. Galen was laying in a bed, naked as he stared at the ceiling. Tsuru was sitting on the edge of the bed, tying her hair up, exposing her slender and smooth back, also naked. She fixed her hair and gripped the mattress in silence for a moment before saying, I'm going. Galen closed his eyes and replied, are you getting sentimental on me, Tsuru? Tsuru chuckled with a snort, bringing her hand up to her face, replying, wasn't expecting much. He snorted and opened his eyes, say what you have to say then. She turned her head and smiled gently, I'm worried about you. Doing this alone? Who knows when some asshole is going to get lucky? He looked at the planks of the ceiling in silence and she turned back, laughing, I thought, before falling silent. Galen looked at her back before saying, Tsuru, you. He stopped before turning back, asking, did you really fall in love with me? Tsuru stayed silent for a moment before replying, love, who knows? Galen closed his eyes and let out a breath from his nose as she went on. We've been on almost 100 missions in 2 years, recon and termination, but you're always the only one who gets his hands dirty. You even got tattoos to blend in with the scum fucks that you hate so much. Sometimes I think, maybe there's a reason. He opened his eyes and they were blank, just icy blue pools of calm, nothing more, nothing less. She turned around and crawled to him on the bed, her sizable bust hanging from her toned chest as she pulled the sheets and sat on his crotch, pressing her hands on his chest. She ran her hands along his muscles and smiled, her voice barely above a whisper, all these scars from training. The bullet holes from getting hunted by Kong, the stab wound from our first mission. He looked at her and her hands moved to his face, stroking his cheeks as she looked into his eyes, leaning over. But these eyes, these scars are from the day you were born. Maybe the others can't tell, but I can. She stroked her thumb right under his eye, smiling gently, so, love, maybe one day. She kissed him before leaning back, adding, when you figure out what that means. She looked at his eyes for a moment before snorting in amusement at herself and getting off him. He watched her sway her hips naturally, walking to her clothes and picking them up, getting dressed in marine attire without a word. Tsuru finished up and opened the door before turning her head and saying, "Don't get yourself killed, Galen." He looked at her and asked, "That coming from you or the Marine?" Tsuru snorted and didn't reply, leaving the room, closing the door behind her. He turned back to the ceiling before getting up and sitting on the bed. He cracked his neck and let out a breath as he got up, coming to the mirror and looking at himself. He wasn't overly muscular like the rest of the Marines for one reason and one reason only. He was in a constant state of life return, compacting his muscles to appear more slender. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr didn't care because the natural way gave them more power, but Galen wanted more speed. He sacrificed a bit of strength to be a bit more nimble. That didn't mean he wasn't strong. He was extremely strong, but he was faster than the others. Plus, he always remembered what Jonathan taught him. He would never show his hand to anyone, so as far as anyone knew, he was the skinny lieutenant commander that couldn't hunt in the Grand Line because he wasn't strong enough. Of course, he could have used the 6 powers and Haki to destroy pirates today, but there was less control and more destruction if he used them. Just a shotgun in his hands were more than enough to get the job done with no casualties or excessive damage. Galen snorted from his nose and turned around, getting dressed. His usual attire was combat boots with fitted black pants, a black long-sleeved shirt and vest with Marines on the chest, and a justice coat on his shoulders. Though, he simply held the coat folded over his forearm as he slid black leather gloves over his hands, hiding the tattoos. He picked up his shotgun, slinging it over his shoulder as he fitted his pants with a knife and a few pistols before looking at himself again. He tilted his head slightly, nothing in his eyes. Not even a flicker of emotion, just a normal day. He thought to what Tsuru said before his expression softened, and he smiled gently, muttering, "Love. I can play that part too, Tsuru." His expression changed into a sunny and gentle smile with caring eyes before returning to nothing as he cracked his neck, saying, "That's not right." A gentle look appeared in his eyes, and his smile turned subtle, hints of warmth at the tips. Just enough for a bit of care, but not enough for everyone, seemingly only one person. He returned to nothing again and nodded. "That'll do." As he put the white justice coat over his shoulders, grabbing a Marine cap and settling it on his head as he walked to the door, holding the cord of his shotgun as he walked out the door. The Marines outside saluted Lieutenant Commander. Galen was smiling gently as he said, "At ease. Come on, let's go see Tsuru leave. Then we're off to the next mission," before walking away, going down the stairs. The Marines looked at each other and smiled knowingly, whispering amongst each other as they followed him. Galen heard many things and smiled to himself. "Lieutenant Commander is such a nice guy. Yeah, I'd probably be torn up if my girl left me for God knows how long. That's our captain, a real man's man." Galen pulled down the cap and cracked his neck slightly as he walked out of the building, feeling the air getting colder as the sun set in the distance. He turned his head and walked to the docks just in time to catch Tsuru leaving on a ship. The Marines behind Galen saluted and shouted, "Farewell, Commodore Tsuru." Tsuru looked back as the ship set sail, seeing Galen looking at her with a loving smile. She choked up and covered her mouth, tearing up as she turned around. The Marines sighed, whispering, "That's Commodore Tsuru for you. What a caring woman." Galen was silent, probably. They were right, but he was pretty sure she was crying because she was going to miss him. Sure enough, Tsuru went to her cabin and laid on her bed, staring outside the window as tears spilled from her eyes, muttering, "That's your answer." She pulled the pillow into her embrace and curled up. "I really hate you." Galen snorted from his nose and his expression morphed slightly, showing a bit of sadness before turning around, saying, "All right, men. On the ship, we leave for the West Blue in 5 minutes." The Marines looked at his slightly sad expression and saluted before getting the ship ready in silence. Galen looked at the setting sun and let out a breath. Maybe in the next life he could love, but there were too many pieces of living shit in this world. He had a job to exterminate them. There was no time to feel what love was. There was only the next mission, the next burning town, the next war. Nothing more, nothing less. A year passed quietly. Chapter 11, Mercy. Galen was standing over a pirate, who was tied to a chair, not a single part of him untouched by blood. corpses strewn across the ground as Galen held a pair of hand-held shears. He clicked them and put one of the pirate's remaining fingers in between the blades as he said, "Where is Captain Pilston?" The pirate trembled and shouted, "I told you." "I don't know." Galen nodded. "All right." As he slowly cut the pirate's finger off, the pirate screeching in extreme pain, rattling the chair and chains he was tied up in. Galen didn't care at all, reaching out and grabbing the pirate's dick, putting it in between the shears as he repeated, "Where is he?" The pirate panicked and shouted quickly, "You're crazy. You're the devil. Please don't." Galen squeezed and said without emotion, "Tell me where he is." The pirate shouted, "He'll kill me." Galen replied slowly, "You die now or later. It doesn't matter. You're not getting out of this room alive. The difference is I torture you until you die or kill you quickly. You can choose." As the shears tightened slightly, the pirate shouted, "Wait, okay. He runs drugs through this town to the other islands in the West Blue. I only receive a shipment every 2 months. The ship comes and we unload it before they leave. The next shipment is in a week. That's all I know." Galen tightened the shears and the pirate shouted at the top of his lungs, "I swear, I'm telling you the truth, please God." Galen paused and asked, "You don't have the manpower to move all that cargo. Who do you sell it to?" The pirate swallowed and replied quickly, "I always keep a cut of the cargo and redistribute through my underground channels. You know, the traffickers and dealers. My ships only go through 3 islands." Galen asked again, "Which ones?" As the shears moved slowly, the pirate shouted, "Oh God, please stop, I'm telling you, please don't." Galen looked at him flatly and he let out a breath, saying, "Ruin Island, Topstop Island, and Disco Island. That's all I know, I swear." Galen asked the traffickers, "Where do they hunt?" The pirate shook his head and Galen tightened the shears, saying, "Speak." The pirate shouted in pain, saying, "I don't know, I only sell to them. They only buy the heavy shit. Probably to kidnap the girls. I don't know where they go, I'm only a distributor. The cargo comes to me and I spread it out. If I knew where they were I would have went to buy more girls." Galen frowned and the pirate shouted quickly, Wait, I mean they put the drugs in the girls and sell them as a special package for an extremely high price. You get a slave and drugs at the same time. I saw him do it once. Terrible thing." Galen frowned and asked, "Where?" The pirate sweat heavily and said, I. Galen narrowed his eyes and the pirate shouted, "Okay, I remember. It was. What was the place called? Fuck, Crowned Island. The one with all the mountains. We went there for a new deal because the Marines intercepted a shipment. But it wasn't a base. They were just meeting there to arrange a new shipping plan. We traded goods as a gesture of goodwill. That's all I know, I swear. Please let me go." Galen snorted and thought about it, asking, "That girl you were with, how old was she?" The pirate froze and cried, screaming, "Help me, someone please." Galen snorted and snapped the shears shut as the pig screeched, ringing outside of the room and echoing in the empty hallways. A few minutes later, Galen walked out of the room, wiping his hands as he said, "Clean-up crew requested. Sector 16 Area R." The snail on his shoulder nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Galen walked out of the building and came to a group of Marines taking care of the girls. Galen frowned and looked around. There was a girl and a few Marines missing. He closed his eyes and walked away, raising his hand, saying, "Stay here." Galen came to a back alley to see the Marines having their way with one of the girls. But this girl was part of the pirate's crew, willingly or not. Galen hadn't figured it out yet. But she was struggling and looked like a tough girl as she was being raped. She grit her teeth and was being held down. Galen walked over and the Marines looked at him, saluting Lieutenant Commander. Galen didn't say anything, his face flat and unchanging. He looked down at the girl before pulling out a pistol and scattering her brains all over the ground. The Marine on top of her froze and looked up to see Galen staring at him. The Marine said, "Sir, she was just another scum." Galen said nothing, his face emotionless as he looked at the other 2 Marines before shooting them both in the face. He stepped on the Marine on the ground, pressing his face into the brains of the woman before executing him as well. Galen wiped the brain splatter from his gun and looked at the executed woman on the ground before walking away. He figured he was doing her a favor before the other 2 could get to her. Galen returned to the group and a Marine ran over, holding a box with a bunch of snails connected together inside. He held up a snail, saying, "Sir, a call for you from Admiral Kong." Galen picked up the snail as someone asked, "Where's Ben, Tonto, and Gara?" Galen pointed his thumb to the alley, saying some piece of shit got to them before we could. The Marines were aghast, running over with their rifles as Galen said, "Yeah," to the snail. The snail woke up and said, "You dickless fuck, get your ass back to base, I got a new job for you." Galen replied slowly, "I'm not done. I got a lead on Pilston's crew with slave and drug rings." Kong shouted, "I don't give a fuck about those small-time faggots, soldier. You're needed for a big-time war." Galen frowned and asked, "What happened?" Kong fell silent before saying, "Bear's dead." Galen raised his brows, replying, "Really?" Kong snorted, "You can show a bit more emotion for the death of my mentor, you motherless asshole. He died fighting the captain of the Rock's pirates. Looked more like an execution, if you ask me. Poor son of a bitch was barely human when we found him." Galen lit a cigarette as the Marine holding the snail trembled, tearing up. Galen sighed and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, sighing, "A real shame. I kinda liked that asshole. What happens now?" Kong laughed in anger. "What happens now? What happens is every one of those rat fucks get hunted down to the ends of the earth. I want them shivering in their rat holes eating their own shit to survive." Galen blinked flatly, and then? The snail grinned, and then, "I let you off your fucking leash, you dog. You're free to go buck wild on these motherless fucks. Every single one of them." Other two admirals dropped out of the race and the higher-ups are pushing pencils, moving documents. "You're due back at base for the funeral in 3 months, finish what you gotta do by then otherwise you'll be sucking dick for food when I find you." Clear. Galen exhaled smoke from his nose as he replied, "Crystal, Fleet Admiral." Kong snorted, "Time to stop hunting rabbits, Rear Admiral. We're fishing for sharks now," before he hung up. The Marine put away the snail, wiping his eyes as he said, "Congratulations, Rear Admiral," while sobbing. Galen looked at him and smiled gently. "Don't cry, Drew. Fleet Admiral Bear was a hero, just like the rest of us." He wiped Drew's tears away, rubbing his head as he added, "We still got a job to do." Drew nodded and ran off as the Marines came back from the alley with low spirits. Galen smiled sadly at them. "Fleet Admiral Bear has passed away. We're due for a funeral in 3 months. We need to finish up here quickly." The Marines tightened the grips on their guns and nodded, "Yes, sir." Galen sighed, "Thanks, boys. Get on the ship, we're going to Ruin Island first." The Marines passed him and went to the ship, bringing along the drugged sex slaves. Galen's smile faded and he exhaled smoke, muttering, "Sharks, eh?" as he walked towards the ship, boarding it and sailing away. Chapter 12, War Plans. 3 months later. Kong was frowning and tapping his foot on the ground as he waited for Galen to show up for the funeral. The rest of the Marines were here as well. Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were here dressed in black along with everyone else, waiting for Galen and his troops. Kong grinded his teeth and muttered, "I'm gonna." Garp looked out and said, "Oh, he's here." Everyone turned to see a group walking towards them, having just arrived. The recruits gagged and threw up on the ground as Galen and his group appeared in viewing distance. Every single one of them was covered in blood, dragging along a corpse. Galen stopped in front of Kong and tossed a headless corpse at his feet, saying, "Some big fish they are." Kong looked down with his arms crossed, looking at the Rock's pirates' Jolly Roger on the clothes of the corpse. The rest of Galen's troop threw out the corpses and heads in their hands before saluting and shouting, paying respects to former Fleet Admiral Bear. Galen looked at Kong, who turned back to him, snorting, "This time you're off the hook. Next time you'll be a toothless faggot in the gutters," before he turned around and walked away. Galen stood there, looking at the rest of the Marines, a blood-soaked black cloak fluttering on his shoulders as they swallowed. Zephyr sighed and shook his head, Garp chuckled, Sengoku was silent, and Tsuru looked at Galen before looking away. Galen nodded at them and continued along, saying, "Get someone to feed the dogs." The Marines saluted tremblingly as Garp wrapped his arm around Galen's shoulders, laughing, "You're back. You know, I was starting to wonder if you were dead." "BWHHHA?" Zephyr sighed. "He might as well be." Sengoku looked at Zephyr, saying, "You know these are scum, right?" Zephyr frowned. "Yeah, I know." Galen said, "Leave Zephyr alone, he doesn't have to be like me." Zephyr looked at Sengoku, who rolled his eyes and turned to Tsuru, asking, "Nothing? You said he was dead." The other 3 looked at her and she said, "Dead to me, I said." Galen looked at her before smiling and turning around. Tsuru looked at the back of his head and sighed, frowning to herself as she rubbed her finger, very fidgety. The rest could sense something happened, and Galen felt like she was hiding something, but it wasn't none of his business. Maybe she found someone else. It would be for the best. The funeral came and went. All the Marines held a salute, as Kong said a few words, and rang the ox bell 6 times. Galen watched as they lowered a closed coffin with a Marine flag tied to it into a grave. He shed a few tears and paid his respects before Kong brought him into a high-level meeting room, announcing that they were going to war. Garp, Zephyr, and Galen were going to the New World to find the Rocks pirates, while Sengoku and Tsuru hovered around Paradise to catch anyone who escaped. Not even a week later. They all set sail and left Marineford as Kong stayed back, doing fleet admiral duties. During this time, all pirates heard about the Marines hunting down anyone with a Rocks flag. Every single one of them that hung a flag of rocks were slaughtered like pigs. Slowly 9 months passed. Minus 1484, New World, somewhere near God Valley. Garp, Zephyr, and Galen were standing around a table. Galen pushed a piece on a map, saying, "We have intel on Rock's flagship heading to God Valley for a deal." Zephyr frowned. "You have civilians and bubbleheads on that island." Garp snorted, "Who cares about the bubbleheads?" Galen nodded and pushed a bubble piece, continuing, "According to the sorry sack of shit I got my intel from, the cargo is a whole lot of weapons, some special devil fruit, and a gaggle of bubbleheads, slaves, and civies. My guess is they're gonna use the bubbleheads as leverage for more weapons and territory from the world government." Zephyr held his chin and said, "And the rest?" Garp stayed silent this time, and Galen replied indifferently, "Half of them are slaves already. It's only a word away from all of them." Zephyr closed his eyes and clenched his fists in anger. Galen moved pieces around, going on, "My plan is, we have Zephyr take a brigade to intercept the bubbleheads. Keep them away from the civilians while protecting them from any Rocks members who may be on the capture squad. Garp, you go intercept Rocks himself with a battalion and stop him from entering anywhere within 10 kilometers of the cargo behind Zephyr. I'll take a platoon with me and pincer Rocks from the sea, double team his mainline crew front and back." Zephyr and Garp looked at each other before nodding. "Sounds good." Garp asked, "What about Roger?" Galen frowned and held a mustache piece in his fingers, thinking silently. Zephyr held the table and looked at Galen, saying Garp testified to the Roger pirates not committing any evil as far as he was aware. "I checked up on the claims and islands he had a history of going to, and they all spoke well of the entire crew." Garp nodded and said, "A real son of a bitch, but a good man. Only fatalities are with other pirates, and even then, minimal damage caused." Galen crossed his arms, tapping the mustache piece on his chin as he looked at the map on the table, adding, "I saw the reports. I also read the ones on this Edward Newgate in Rock's crew. My source tells me he always cleans up wherever they go, preventing innocents from being harmed as much as he can." He frowned and continued, "Roger is a wild card. If he sides with Rocks, eliminate him. As for Newgate, use non-lethal force when engaging. If he's what he's said to be, he'll understand the message and will reply with non-lethal force." Zephyr nodded and Garp asked, "And if they don't?" Galen pointed at the map, separating the Newgate piece from Rocks and putting Roger's piece next to Garp, replying, "If Roger sides with us, we work with him this time. If Newgate doesn't get the message my intel was wrong, and we eliminate him along with the rest. Key factors are Rocks himself, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. The rest are riffraff." He paused for a moment before putting his own piece on the map, adding, "Scratch that, I'll engage Newgate myself. If he's a friendly..." He pulled Newgate's piece to his piece's side, finishing, "We have 2 extra temporary allies." Zephyr pointed at the pieces, asking, "And after?" Galen looked at him, asking, "You would have them arrested?" Zephyr frowned and shook his head, "Can't." Galen nodded and moved the pieces, saying, "Exactly. We can use them afterwards to control the New World. A lot of scum, not enough Marines. We make a deal hush-hush and let them go after a show, make it look like an accident. But we have to end the rest here and now. After what happened, we need a show of strength. If everything ends well, we get fresh blood in the Marines." Garp chuckled, "And if it doesn't, we get buried here." Galen nodded, "Precisely. Any questions?" Zephyr asked, "Need support?" Galen shook his head and pointed at the map, saying, "Rocks doesn't trust his supplier. He's moving his fleet behind the island for a surprise attack. You're the only line of defense for these people, Zephyr. That's why you have most of our force with you. If Roger is who Garp says he is, we will have support in his crew and maybe a heavy hitter in Newgate. He tapped on the table and looked up at Zephyr, saying, "You're the highest-ranking officer here. Most likely everyone will get promoted one level after this." Garp picked his nose and scoffed, "HMPH, don't want it." Zephyr let out a breath and nodded with a smile. "Not bad, kid. You're all grown up." Galen's lips seemed to genuinely smile for a moment before he shook his head, returning to normal, replying, "That's all I got. I'm open to suggestions." Zephyr and Garp shook their heads, saying nothing. Galen nodded and took off his coat, saying, "We have precisely 2 days to prepare. Remove the marine flags and fly Rock's flags instead. We'll land on the island as pirates this time, infiltrate and wait for Rocks to show." Garp was confused, asking, "Won't he know?" Zephyr rolled his eyes and retorted, "He has so many ships in his fleet, you think he'll know each and every single one of them?" Galen nodded, adding, "Not to mention, from what I've heard, his crew is a war zone already. Whoever is the strongest has the right to speak. Most likely he views his fleet as slaves. Plus, why do you think we intercepted these ships?" All around the three were pirate corpses. Chapter 13, War. 2 days later. Galen was sitting on a small ship, looking around the sea with binoculars as one of his men shouted, "I see 'em. 15 clicks out." Galen climbed the mast, looking out in the distance, seeing a small ship with a noticeable flag on it. He said, "Burn the ship and get in the water, get your head in an air coral bubble and wait for my signal." As he started preparing, he jumped down as the Marines started getting dressed and armed. Galen put on his tight, long sleeve with a black vest, wearing all black before diving in the water with his weapons. The rest of the Marines followed him, the last one burning the ship as he left. Galen signaled to his platoon, and they followed him deep into the water under the docks, waiting for Galen's signal as he paid attention to everything happening above him. The Rock's flagship landed at the dock and there was uproarious laughter. Galen couldn't hear them, but he could feel a whole bunch of them. Much more than he thought. There were maybe a couple hundred on this ship alone. However, it was the only one. He assumed Zephyr must already be engaged in battle. Above them, Rox walked down from the ship and cackled, "Oh good, there's the bastard." A woman giggled like he'd double-cross us. A giant man with horns snorted, "Shut up, old bitch. Acting like you're the captain around here. It's obviously me." The woman shouted, "You want me to visit your cabin tonight or not, Kaido?" Kaido sneered, "What happened last time you tried, Linlin?" Linlin clicked her tongue and snorted, "Probably a faggot too." Kaido shouted angrily, "What the fuck did you say to me, whore? How many of these cucks have you fucked on this ship?" A man with a white mustache frowned, "Don't include me." Kaido snorted, "Who would fuck you? Honestly. Buckins would have probably made her pop." Linlin winked at the mustached man, saying, "I would Tilda how about it, Newgate." Newgate showed severe disgust, replying, "Even Kaido won't fuck you, don't come crawling to me." A small guy burst out laughing, "Nice one, Newgate, bahahaha." Kaido snapped, "Shut your mouth, Silver Axe, before I shut it for you." Linlin commented, "With your dick, faggot?" Kaido exploded and smashed his spiked mace at her head, roaring, "I really will kill you." Linlin laughed happily and blocked it with a sword, replying, "I love it rough, Kaido Tilda." Rox barked, "Shut the fuck you, P." The rest of the crew looked at him and frowned. "What's up?" Rox was a man of slightly above average height with long spiked hair falling down his back. He had a sharp nose and purple eyes full of mania and treachery, but currently they were full of suspicion. Just one look at him, and you could tell he was one bad piece of Sea King shit. Linlin licked her lips and remarked, "Don't tell me you want to take me in front of the crew again, Tilda." Rox barked, "Shut your mouth, whore. We got a problem." Everyone stopped joking around and frowned. Newgate looked around, muttering, "No kidding." Supplier shows up alone with a few chests way out in the distance. Rox had a sinister set of veins throb on his forehead as he said, "I'm gonna butcher this cockless fuck." Before walking off the docks, heading for the supplier who was sweating so much, he was about to dehydrate. Rox's entire flagship crew stopped in front of the supplier as Rox barked, "Hey asshole, remember me? Where's my cargo?" The supplier swallowed and replied, "T that W-E, well it's R, right here." Rox barked out an enraged laugh and said, "Oh, 3 chests and a dickhead. Before chopping the supplier in two, I'll get it myself." Before he could move, Garp appeared with his battalion of Marines, grinning, "Hello, motherless fucks." Rox frowned grimly, "Marines." Then everyone heard a happy laugh as Roger showed up with his crew, laughing, "Not only Marines, asshole. Ha 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 ha." A man with a head full of golden hair shouted, "Roger." Roger grinned, "Shiki, how you been?" Shiki laughed in anger, "Dreaming of kicking your skull around." Roger chuckled and touched his neck, saying to his crew behind him, "You hear that, guys? Shiki plays sports too." Roger's crew burst out laughing, and Garp chuckled as Shiki blew his top. Rox looked at Garp, sneering, ironic. "Marines working with pirates. What do you want?" Garp replied, "Not that ironic, part of the plan. Our very own master tactician came up with it. The mission is to turn your head into a fuckable toy." Rox looked grim and turned behind him to see Galen and his platoon coming out of the water, rushing from the docks. He cackled and licked his lips. "I love a bloodbath. You motherfuckers are gonna have a hard time skullfucking me." Galen didn't say a word and ran up from behind them, blasting one of Rock's crew's brains to mush. Garp laughed, "Come on, you piece of shit." As he charged at Rox, his arms covered in haki as he punched at Rock's head. Linlin turned around and said, "Hello, Mr. Black Raven Tilda wanna be in my personal collection?" Galen jumped and stepped on a face, saying, "Begin," before blowing a hole in another pirate as his platoon unloaded on the pirates. Garp's battalion charged into the fray, along with Roger's crew. Galen dodged a sword from Linlin and reloaded his shotgun, looking at her with a flat face. He snapped it back in place, and his arms turned black as he slapped her fist away, punching her in the chin, sending her spiraling through the crew. He jumped backwards as Kaido smashed his mace down on him, causing tremors on the ground. A man with blonde hair stepped on the mace and grinned. "Hey, asshole, remember me?" Kaido sneered. "The asshole I scratched up." The man chuckled and said, "Not this time." As he engaged Kaido, Galen ducked under a sword swipe and blasted a hole in another pirate before running towards Newgate, blowing away another pirate as he jumped off the corpse, shooting at Newgate and punching at him. Newgate looked at Galen and punched back, but the both of them didn't use haki at all. Newgate forced Galen back and he flipped in the air, landing on his feet. He looked up at Newgate, saying, "I heard you're different." Newgate frowned and replied, "What's it to you?" Galen grabbed a sword and punched a hole through another pirate with haki, not even looking at him as he said to Newgate, "I have a deal for you. You help, you walk. No questions asked." Newgate frowned deeper, retorting, "And you think I'll agree?" Galen swung his shotgun, smashing a skull as he put it on his back and took a stance, his hands turning black with a goopy aura on them, subtle hints of a crackling aura as he replied, "Depends. If you want to be like them, I will hunt you down even if you escape here. I heard you were different from them, so I'm giving you a chance to prove it." Newgate narrowed his eyes and swung his arm, sending a few Marines flying back without killing them. Galen stared at him, and he stared back for a few moments before saying, "You owe me." Galen replied, "Once." As Newgate held his bicento, a white aura coating the blade as he cleaved out, cutting a gully of Rock's pirates to pieces, saying, "Fine by me." Chapter 14, hereby known as the God Valley Incident. Rox hissed, "Newgate, you traitor." Linlin and Kaido were enraged, shouting his name while Shiki was tangled up with Roger, forgetting about everyone else. He even killed his own crew that got close by accident. Galen turned his haki to normal and started killing Rock's pirates alongside Newgate. He reloaded and tackled a pirate, grunting like a wild animal, grabbing the pirate by the neck and using him as a battering ram, unloading shots into other pirates before tearing the pirate's head out of his body along with his spine. The spine turned black and Galen threw it like a spear, pinning another pirate to the ground through the head before jumping in the air, raising his fists together and smashing down as bullets hit his vest. He smashed a pirate to paste, grabbing his knife as he rolled on the ground, pulling a corpse up as a shield, shout grunting before jumping out and clinging to a 10 feet tall pirate, stabbing him in the neck over and over with gritted teeth, flames reflecting in his pupils. Newgate was startled and sighed, "This guy has a serious problem." As he punched the air, cracks appearing as the pirates in the way were eviscerated. Galen rode the giant down, continuously stabbing him and grunting loudly as the pirates around him started shaking. Galen crouched on the giant and held a marine dagger coated in haki, goopy aura wisping off it. They backed away slowly, and Galen snapped his head to them before charging at them, shooting off the air and appearing in front of them in an instant. Rocks blocked Garp and cackled as a thunderstorm rolled in. Tornadoes and hurricanes blew in, along with volcanoes and magma rising from the earth as he laughed, clashing with Garp. Roger kicked Shiki flying and laughed as he charged at Rocks, slashing down Divine Departure. Shihahaha! Rocks slashed his sword up, roaring, "Come on, rats!" Garp and Rogers engaged Rocks as Galen decimated pirates one by one in the most brutal ways, seemingly getting stronger the more blood was spilled on himself. This wasn't really true. The pirates were just getting more and more scared. Galen leapt at a pirate that was running away, digging into his neck with his knife, sawing it off and ripping it at the end. He kicked the head at another pirate while coating it in haki, resulting in it exploding both heads. He grunted and turned to Kaido and Linlin, shout-grunting as he charged at them, holding his knife in a reverse grip as he jumped off the ground and flashed in front of Linlin. She held up her sword and grit her teeth in anger, electrical crackles appearing in between the both of them. Linlin grinned, life or death. Everything turned black and Galen didn't even flinch as everything shattered, stunning Linlin for a moment. Galen glared at Linlin and knocked off the sword, punching her in the face, burying her head into the ground. He stabbed down at her neck, but was sent flying by Kaido's mace, digging up a trench. He stood back up, coughing out blood as he took a breath, shout-grunting as he exploded off the ground, shooting at Kaido, who kicked Linlin back up to her feet, shouting, "Wake up, bitch. Focus on this batshit marine," as he swung his mace, covered in black electrical arcs and a goopy aura. Galen swung out his knife in a reverse grip, blocking the mace as he grunted. Kaido had war in his eyes as he roared back, both of them bouncing back and taking a few steps back. Galen uttered a series of loud grunts before flickering at Kaido, who roared with a crazy look in his eyes, shooting at Galen as they clashed over and over again, blowing away pirates and marines around them, sending them flying. Linlin got up to help, but Newgate blocked her, saying, "I've always been disgusted with you, whore." Linlin glared at him, shouting, "I will keep you as a pet when I'm done, Newgate," as they clashed as well. Everyone was busy with their own battles. As the battle progressed, more and more of Rock's crew were dying, and Linlin was starting to look for a retreat option. Galen's gloves were gone, and his shirt and vest were in tatters. He ripped them off and held the knife in his hand, charging at Kaido again. Kaido's shirt was gone, and he was covered in blood, little scars all over his body with a big scar over his right eye. He was still able to see through it, but it was covered in blood. His skin was so tough that his eyeball was protected by his eyelid. Kaido's mace was a relic of what it once was, almost completely shattered, but now it had a pointed edge as he swung it like a madman, roaring as though he had completely lost his mind. Galen jumped on the air, changing directions before shooting at Kaido and stabbing him in the chest. He gripped his flesh and stabbed Kaido's chest dozens of times, white wind stabs coming out of Kaido's back and stabbing into the ground as Kaido roared at the sky, grabbing Galen and slamming him on the ground, smashing down on him with his mace. Galen took the whole force and coughed up blood, a large gash appearing on his shoulder from the serrated, broken mace. Kaido raised his mace and roared, "Die!" As he smashed down again, Galen raised his combat knife and stopped it, his eyes already only seeing flames and a shadowy figure. There was nothing else in his vision as he jumped up, punching Kaido in the head as Kaido headbutted him, cracks spreading from their contact. Galen and Kaido were blown away and stunned the battlefield. Linlin pushed Newgate off and ran after Kaido, grabbing him as she threw Rock's pirates behind her, rushing to a ship and throwing Kaido on it. She even stole all the treasure too, leaving only one box as the man from before tried to cut her down with his sword. She slashed out and dropped a box before fleeing God Valley, leaving the rest to fend for themselves. The man picked up the treasure chest and froze before running to Roger's ship and disappearing. Meanwhile, Newgate looked at Galen on the ground and picked him up, muttering, "What a pain in the ass," as he took Galen out of the battlefield, smashing pirates in his way. Newgate from the battlefield, not finding a reason to stay anymore. He figured it would be better to get out of here while he could, but Galen grabbed his arm, saying, "Back, need to go back." Newgate refused, saying, "You're half dead. How is my deal gonna stand with you in a hole? Where's your ship?" Galen was buzzing in and out of consciousness, muttering, "Kill him, kill the bastard, kill them all, Mom, I'm gonna kill them all." Newgate let out a breath and muttered, "Shesh. This poor bastard is fucking nuts," before seeing a brigade of Marines in the distance, demolishing the rocks pirates that were supposed to secure the cargo. Newgate snorted with a smirk, not a bad strategy, sending most of their forces behind the enemy to keep the civilians safe and ready to provide reinforcements at any time. He glanced at Galen, who was still muttering something, Conqueror's hacky bubbling around him. Newgate shook his head, muttering, "Maniac, the lot of 'em," as he saw a Marine run away to a purple-haired man. The purple-haired man looked over and ran towards the duo, stopping a ways away, shouting, "Halt, Newgate." Newgate held up Galen, saying, "Take care of him, he owes me." Zephyr frowned and his fists were still coated in hacky as he replied, "What happened over there?" Newgate snorted. "A bunch of scumbag assholes were put in the ground. Linlin and Kaido escaped. Shiki was nowhere to be found. The Marines and Roger were still fighting rocks and the rest of the riffraff." Zephyr walked over, saying, "Put him down, nice and easy." Newgate laid Galen on the ground, saying, "He promised me I could leave, no questions asked." Zephyr slowly took Galen, backing off while watching Newgate, who held his bicento up, showing his other empty hand. Zephyr backed away, asking, "Who are you?" Newgate snorted and smirked, just like a Marine. As he ran off to a ship, slamming his bicento out, creating a pathway through the army of Rock's pirates, not touching a single Marine. Zephyr shouted, "Hold your fire on that man. He only looks like Newgate." The Marines ignored Newgate as he rampaged through the army, killing dozens at a time, making his way to a Rock's ship. Zephyr shouted, "Medic," while holding Galen in his arms as a medic ran over. Zephyr let out a breath as Newgate got on a ship and sailed away from the island. Zephyr joined the fray again, severely wounding the pirates, but not killing them. Galen was moved to a medic tent and the nurses held him down, shouting, "We need help, please." Several Marines came over and held Galen down as he shouted, "Kill him." A doctor gave him a shot, saying, "It's all right, he's unconscious but his mind is still on the battlefield. Happens." The nurses let out a breath and started getting to work treating him as the Marines went back to patrolling the medic tent, just in case any pirate got through. The war ended for Galen just like that. This would later be known as the God Valley Incident. Chapter 15, Promotions. Galen woke up on a ship with Zephyr and Garp sitting at a table next to him, talking. He turned his head and they looked at him, grinning, "Alive?" Galen turned back and replied, "Unfortunately." Garp laughed and grabbed his head, shaking it as he said, "You had him running. Biwahahaha, those shitbirds were scared out of their minds." Zephyr smiled and let out a breath, saying, "Heard you couldn't be stopped." Galen stared at the ceiling and replied slowly, "Is he dead?" Garp scratched his head and grinned, "Rocks, yep, along with almost every single bastard on his crew." Galen closed his eyes, replying, "Almost." Zephyr pulled out a snail, replying, "Shiki, Linlin, and Kaido all escaped wounded. Newgate left after relieving the pressure on our end, and Roger left after Rocks was killed. The rest of 'em that were there," Galen finished for him, "in the dirt, right?" Zephyr frowned and retorted, "Dead or captured, yeah." Galen let out a breath and looked at him, saying, "Impel down." Zephyr stayed silent and Galen sighed, "Prison? Might as well let me send them to hell." Garp chuckled and sat down, munching on senbei as Zephyr replied, "Forget it, I'm not arguing with you." They all heard Kong's voice from the snail, shouting, "Damn bastards, you worthless cum stains. Good job." The three let out a breath and Kong continued, report back to base, "You and your two dumbfuck asshole friends are due for a promotion in rank. You too, Garp." Garp picked his nose and replied, "Fuck you, I don't want it." Kong exploded, "You toothless fuck. Back your cement-head rat self back to base and say that to my face. See if I don't toss you to the faggots as a cripple. Other than that, good job. Rocks and his band of merry fagsticks are done. A couple rats fled the ship, but it's only a matter of time before we hunt 'em down. Vice admirals for the rears and admirals for the vices." Zephyr said, "So me and Sengoku are admirals? What about the two?" Kong snorted, "Those old bastards. They can barely walk, let alone fight, just placeholders to keep the rat fucks scared. If Garp would stop being a little asshole for once in his goddamn life, I'd have 3 with 2 spares. Now I have to settle for 2 assholes in the front and 2 in the back with 1 off in the distance. Worry about rank another time, get back to base. That's all. Before he hung up. The three of them were silent, and Galen said flatly, looks like Garp's getting fucked. Zephyr laughed and Garp shouted, by that old bastard. He's too late, biwahahaha. Galen snorted and closed his eyes, going back to rest. A few weeks later. The trio were standing in line, with a bunch of Marines behind them and Sengoku and Tsuru next to them. Zephyr and Sengoku stepped forward as Kong announced to the entirety of Marineford and press, Black Arm Zephyr and Golden Buddha Sengoku are hereby promoted as admirals. The entirety of Marineford saluted, shouting Admiral. Kong nodded and continued, Black Raven Galen, Crane Tsuru, and Fist Garp are promoted to Vice Admiral. The rest of you involved will be promoted by 1 rank. Galen was smiling gently, giving off a sunny feeling as he wore an entirely black suit with a white justice coat, black epaulets on the shoulders. Tsuru was calm as usual, not seeming to mind, while Garp was basically not paying attention at all. A thunderous cry of Vice Admiral sounded across Marineford, and Kong gave a bit of propaganda for the press before calling it a day and ending everything. A few minutes later. The 5 were in Kong's office. Galen tossed his coat to the side, frowning at the suit, muttering tight. Kong snapped a pen and said, listen, retard, you don't have to wear it. Stop acting like a pussy. Tsuru looked at him and he said, shut the fuck up and get to work. You think you can fuck off because you're admirals and vice admirals now? You bunch of dickheads have shit for brains, but you're stronger than the average asshole, so you're gonna go out and make those pissants terrified. Clear. Galen struggled to take off the suit. Garp laid on the couch asleep. Sengoku was cleaning his glasses. Zephyr was flashing haki on his arms, and Tsuru was watching Galen with her arms crossed. Kong had a vein throb on his forehead, and he roared, get the fuck out of my office. A while later. Galen walked away without a shirt on at all, just pants and shoes. The rest of his clothes and coat folded over his arm as he held a stack of bounties. Tsuru followed him saying, Galen. Galen stopped and looked at her. Him? She looked at him and paused before smiling congratulations. Galen smiled slightly, thanks, Tsuru, you too, before turning back. Tsuru opened her mouth but frowned, snorting lightly. Galen didn't move as he asked, what do you want to say? Tsuru pursed her lips and asked, are you going out again? Galen held up the bounty posters and Tsuru offered, maybe I can come help. He tilted his head and stayed silent for a few moments before saying, maybe that's not such a good idea. Tsuru held her hands in silence as Galen added, didn't you find someone else? She blinked and shook her head, no. Actually before pausing and changing the subject, it doesn't matter. Do you need help? Galen turned around and walked over to Tsuru. He wasn't as tall as Garp, who was 95, but he was taller than Tsuru, who was only 511. Galen himself was only 66. He looked at her. She still kept her looks even at 36, not a gray hair or wrinkle in sight. He had to admit, she was really beautiful and he suspected it wouldn't change for a long time. Every piece of her was beautiful, the only problem was. Galen held her cheek and stroked it with his thumb, saying, I don't need help. Tsuru looked at him gently and he took away his hand, turning around and leaving her there. She teared up before sighing, leaving the building in a different direction. Galen changed his outfit, discarding the suit and coat entirely, putting on a combat vest with leather gloves, combat pants, and boots. He looked at the combat vest and decided to order a new one along with new clothes, at least to keep up the Vice Admiral look. Tsuru left the building and took a vacation, sailing away from Marineford. Galen left a week after, getting all his new uniforms. He took a small crew with him and set sail in the opposite direction. Just as he left Marineford, Tsuru arrived at an island. She smiled at the villagers, who greeted her warmly, Tsuru-chan. How do you look so young, Tilda? She smiled helplessly. You look younger than me, Mrs. Maria. Mrs. Maria waved happily. Oh, you Tilda. Didn't bring your man today. Tsuru smiled in amusement. Next time. Mrs. Maria huffed. What a guy. Doesn't even come to visit. I'd say find someone else. If Jonah were to HMPH, he knows better. Tsuru giggled and nodded as Mrs. Maria went back to her home. Tsuru lost her smile and walked through the village, coming to a house. She walked inside and an older woman looked at her, saying, Tsuru, so nice to have you back, sweetheart. I heard about your promotion. Congratulations. Tsuru flashed a smile, looking around, asking anxiously, "Doll?" The woman smiled in amusement, answering, "She's sleeping." "That's what they do. Are you hungry?" Tsuru nodded absent-mindedly and went to a room as her mother rolled her eyes, going to cook something as she shouted, "Frank, get off your ass and come help." An older man woke up from his nap and barked, "You old bat. Can you shut up for once? Damn, I'm common," as he got up and walked to the kitchen with a cane. Tsuru opened a room and looked at the 1-year-old baby sleeping in her crib. She rocked the crib gently, touching the baby's cheeks, smiling gently. "Did you miss mommy, doll?" The baby opened her eyes. They were just like Tsuru's, and the baby giggled seeing her. Tsuru smiled lovingly, slowly rocking the crib as she played with the baby. Chapter 16, Force of Nature. A year later. Galen was standing on a roof, holding a long rifle as he looked at a bounty poster next to him. He turned to the target and fired a shot, seeing a person's head explode with his observation hacky. Galen turned the gun and fired 3 more shots, dropping 3 more bodies, leaving only one as he picked up the bounty and jumped off the building. Digging his hands into the building he just shot in, sliding down to the bottom as the last target ran out, looking around while holding a pistol and a saber. Galen dropped from the building and landed on the pirate's legs, snapping them in 2. The pirate screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. Galen turned around and pulled his shotgun from his back, pointing inside the building behind him, firing twice and blasting 2 more pirates before taking the pistol from the pirate he was standing on. He dragged him by the hair and walked into the building, unloading the pistol into the rest of the pirates on the scene. One of them grabbed a girl and held a gun to her head, shouting, "Stop or I'll shoot. I swear to God." Galen stopped and held his hand up, saying, "Put her down." The pirate pointed the gun at him, saying, "Don't move." Galen's eyes sharpened, and the people in the building collapsed unconscious. He walked to the pirate and picked up the pistol, blowing out the guy's brains before finishing off the rest of the pirates in the building, calling in for cleanup. His troops ran in and were used to it by now, cleaning up the mess right away without any questions. Galen brought the pirate to a room and closed the door, stripping him naked before tossing him onto a bed and chaining him up. A Marine walked in and handed Galen a bag before standing outside the door as a guard. Galen pulled a table to the bed and pulled out various devices as the pirate woke up, looking around in confusion. Galen looked at him and said, "Where is this man?" as he held up a bounty poster. The pirate looked at the poster and shivered from head to toe, shaking his head like a rattle. Galen frowned and took out the handheld snipping shears, putting a toe in between the shears, saying, "Speak." The man shook his head, and Galen snipped his toe right off. The Marines at the door held their rifles, not even flinching as pig butchering screams sounded from the room behind them. A few minutes later, Galen walked out, tossing a bag to a Marine as he wiped his hands with a rag, saying, "Let's go." A Marine went into the room and cleaned up as another asked with a salute, "Where to, Vice Admiral?" Galen took a book of bounties from him, flipping the pages as he replied, "Rockstar Island, find all the bounties with last known location on Rockstar. Also look for a name around their Denzu Ritagata." The Marine nodded and asked, "ETD?" Galen looked around and replied, 30 minutes. As he walked away, the Marine walked away, sending out orders. A while later, Galen was sitting in his quarters, staring at a bounty with a knife in it, sticking it to the wall. He leaned his elbows on his desk, resting his chin on his intertwined fingers as he stared at the bounty. He would catch this rat fuck no matter where he ran to. It had been 13 years, and Galen was not going to let this asshole run free. Didn't matter if he had a family or who the fuck he was. This bastard was going to suffer. But he wasn't so easy to find. 5 years passed just like that. Galen was training on Marineford, coming back from dismantling an entire slave organization in the West Blue. He had a lead on the man responsible for the death of his family, but Kong called him back a year ago, telling him to take a break before he became an animal. Today he was allowed to leave again, but he had to take a kid with him. Well, kid, he was 21 years old while Galen was 26. The kid was also training with Galen at the moment. His name was Dragon, Garp's son. Galen had been training Dragon for a year now and was slightly surprised that the kid was so strong already. but not too surprised as Garp probably trained him since he was a kid. A cement head, but he knew how to train. Galen told Dragon to take a break as they were leaving tomorrow. Dragon didn't talk much, not even after a year of knowing Galen, he just nodded and walked away. Galen didn't really care, he liked that Dragon was all business. During the year Galen was on Marineford, he sought Suru a few times, but she always seemed busy with something. He didn't know what, but she seemed worked up about it, and as always, not a flaw on her face from time. The next day, Galen took Dragon with him, heading for the Grand Line to look for a certain man. During the 5 years of searching, Galen had seen so many pathetic assholes and ended even more of them, but he never found the poor bastard that murdered his family. There were probably thousands of lives ended in Galen's hands alone. And probably thousands more to come. Marine work usually worked like this. Galen would find the target, they would spill their guts about the others, and Galen would spill their brains before going on to the next piece of shit that happened to be in his crosshairs. Dragon witnessed everything firsthand, acting as Galen's right-hand man during the entire time. Garp had always told him that Galen was the meanest son of a bitch he had ever seen, and now Dragon got a face full of it. Galen didn't shy away from showing Dragon a bit of his cards. He figured that Garp's son was a trustworthy guy. Plus, everything they were doing was justice, at least in Galen's eyes. He didn't see anything wrong with eliminating the scumbags and assholes of the world. Every single one of them in the dirt is one less in the world, and Galen was happy with that. Dragon went from shocked and nauseous, to uncomfortable and dismissive, to completely indifferent within a matter of 3 years. It wasn't even worth his time to care for these pieces of shit. The things he had seen, he figured they deserved it. Galen had shown him the dark side of pirates while teaching him that not all pirates were like this. For example, Roger and Newgate weren't. Galen told Dragon this because he didn't want him to go around killing every pirate he saw. Some of them were innocent, only guilty of a little piracy like unsupervised sailing or flying a skull and crossbones. All the dirtiest parts of the world were revealed to Dragon's eyes: the child predators, drug dealers, sex traffickers, slavers, etc. Dragon deeply remembered one instance a few years ago when they walked in on their target having his way with a little girl. She barely looked 10 years old. Dragon was so angry he almost killed the target on the spot. Galen held him back and kicked the guy off the little girl. Dragon remembered the dull and dead look in her eyes. She might have been alive, but she was far from living. Galen turned to him and said, "Times like these, saving them is called mercy," as he grabbed the little girl's neck and snapped it quickly. Dragon covered his mouth and remembered that these times were the only times Galen showed anything resembling a genuine emotion. He looked at the corpse in his hand and held her gently, pulling a sun god pendant on a thin chain out from his pocket. He held the girl in one hand and the pendant in the other, closing his eyes as he whispered, "May you rest in peace," before closing her eyes and laying her on the bed. Then Dragon watched a scene he would never forget. They needed the guy for information to their next target, but Galen didn't get anything from him. The man struggled as Galen grabbed his leg, dragging him close before snapping both his knees. Dragon still remembered the screams as Galen rolled up his sleeves and took off his leather gloves, revealing an abundance of tattoos. Flames, knives, guns, scales, skulls. There was even a tattoo of a series of 4 lines crossed out with a diagonal one. He remembered asking about it, and Galen had told him every line was a year that he hadn't caught the person he was hunting. Dragon remembered the sound and smell as Galen sat on the man's stomach, kneeling over him as he beat the man to death with his fists. His face didn't flinch or change a shade. Dragon wasn't even sure if Galen blinked at all or not. His eyes stared at the man as he punched over and over until there was nothing left. Even the floorboards were shattered when Galen was done. Each punch had little power but a tremendous amount of pain, over and over, for hours. After the first hour, the twitching stopped. After the second hour, blood was already pooling under the corpse. And after the third hour, there was nothing left. Nothing resembling a human anymore. That was the day Dragon understood how broken his vice admiral was. This guy, whatever he went through, it broke something inside of him. something that everyone else had, something that shouldn't have been able to break. Dragon didn't know what that was, but he knew that his vice admiral was a man who was suffering on the inside. Maybe every moment he was still alive was torture. Dragon didn't know, but what he did know was that whoever broke his vice admiral wasn't going to be as lucky as the mangled corpse on the ground. That was also the day Dragon began to revere Galen from the bottom of his heart. This man who had seen evil and bathed in it, to destroy it just might have become his hero. Chapter 17, Pain. -1493, Phoenix Island, South Blue. A marine ship docked on the island, and Galen got off with Dragon, a troop of marines exiting behind them. The townspeople blinked and looked over at them, whispering amongst themselves. Galen walked in the streets, a little boy laughing as he ran out in front of him, chasing a soccer ball. The little boy bumped into Galen's leg and fell to the ground, saying, "Ouchie Tilda." Dragon looked at Galen, who was trembling with clenched fists. The marines behind him frowned at the boy, who looked up and giggled, "Sorry, mister." Galen looked down at the child, who was smiling and giggling with closed eyes. The boy's body overlapped with himself when he was a child. Galen cracked his neck and leaned over, helping the boy up gently, handing him the soccer ball. The boy smiled happily and took the soccer ball, saying, "Gee, thanks. Are you a marine, mister?" Galen snorted and smiled gently, nodding wordlessly. The boy had stars in his eyes and said, "Cool, I want to be a marine when I grow up too. Mommy said that marines are heroes," as he swung his fists, slipping on the ground. Galen caught him and smiled, saying softly, "I'm sure you'll be a great marine one day." The boy grinned happily and waved at Galen, saying, "Bye, mister," as he ran off to play with his friends. Galen straightened out and clenched his fists that were covered by leather gloves. Dragon whispered, "Are you all right, Vice Admiral?" Galen let out a breath, replying, "Fine, let's go," as they continued down the street. He looked behind him at the boy playing with his friends before saying lightly, "That boy, find out his name." The Marines looked at each other in confusion, and Galen turned back, his expression returning to straight as he added, "Blacklist him from enlisting." The Marines were stunned, and Dragon asked with a troubled tone, "Vice Admiral?" Galen wasn't hearing it, saying, "Such an innocent boy doesn't need to become a Marine drenched in blood and guts. We're not heroes. We're the assholes who clean up shit. Remember that," as he continued walking. The Marines and Dragon fell silent, following along as one Marine asked Dragon, "Sir?" Dragon waved and frowned, "Do it. It's fine. Go find the mayor of this town and run protocol on the island. If they don't have a Marine outpost, they'll get one. I want this island protected in the future, understand?" The Marines saluted, and half of them branched off, marching to find the mayor and carry out orders. The rest stayed behind Galen and Dragon as Galen said, "What was that?" Dragon smiled and replied, "Standard Marine procedure, Vice Admiral." Galen side-eyed him before turning back to the front, not saying anything. They walked to the edge of town and stopped in front of a little house with smoke coming out of the chimney. It had a porch with wood posts holding up the awning with a triangular tiled roof. The roof was a dark blue, and the house itself was painted white. The fence of the porch was dark brown along with the porch itself and the stairs leading up to it. The last thing was a dark blue door. There was a rocking chair on the porch with a window behind it, the curtains drawn, but a soft light came through them, showing that there was somebody home. Galen cracked his fists, and Dragon waved the Marines behind them. The Marines surrounded the house with their rifles at the ready, not pointing at the house, but just about ready to fire at any moment. Galen walked to the door and his eyes were spiraling. He didn't even see a door in front of him. All he saw was a doorway with a kid drenched in blood standing in it, staring at him. Dragon watched Galen freeze for the first time in his life, as he slowly knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman opened the door and smiled, "Hello, is there something you need, officer?" Galen froze and stared at the man behind the woman, sitting in a chair. That familiar face, he saw it every night in his dreams and nightmares. He would never forget it in his life. He moved the woman out of the way and walked into the house slowly as the woman was stunned. Dragon grabbed her, frowning, "Ma'am, you are?" The woman snorted angrily, "This is my parents' house. What is the meaning of this?" Galen stared at the man, who turned to him with an unfriendly face, saying, "Who the hell are you? Marines, Galen muttered, you don't know me? The man snorted, should I know you? I know a lot of people. Tears dripped from Galen's eyes as he stared at the man with wide eyes and an open mouth, unable to say a word. The man frowned and shouted, are you a bastard? Get out of here. Galen slowly took off his gloves and muttered, you don't know, you don't know, you don't remember. Dragon's eyes widened and he got a chill down his spine, tossing the woman to the side, shouting, wait, Vice Admiral? He ran to Galen, who backhanded him through the house, smashing through the wall and landing on the grass outside. Galen stared at the man and muttered, you don't remember. Over and over again as he raised a fist, it turned pitch black, a goopy aura covered it, along with thrill electrical arcs as the house started rumbling. The weather outside changed and a storm rolled in, thunder rumbling and rain falling as Galen said, you don't remember anything. The man swallowed and said, now hold on a second. We can talk. Maybe I'll remember then. Are you my boy? Galen froze and laughed, maybe the first time in his life he had uttered such a sound. A little laugh that was not even a second long. The woman ran over and said, you bad Marine, get off my dad. Galen didn't even think, swinging his arm behind him. Just before obliterating the woman, Dragon hugged the girl, raising his own arm covered in haki, but how could he compare? Not to mention Dragon, the entire upper part of the house was blasted away. Dragon landed on the grass and shouted at the Marines, protect this girl. Sanction off the area, now. The Marines had never seen something like this. They quickly scrambled and grabbed the woman, holding her for her own safety as she kicked and screamed, crying, what are you doing? Daddy. An older lady, a man, and the little boy from before were walking towards the house, when the Marines stopped them, saying, please return, this is an active crime scene. The old lady snorted, don't play funny with me, young man, that's my house over there. The young man heard his wife crying and frowned, what's going on over there? The Marine looked at the little boy and started to sweat as he muttered, oh no. The little boy held a soccer ball, asking, mister, what's going on? The Marine didn't know what to say, he was just a lieutenant. Plus, what was he supposed to say? This had never happened before. Usually the Vice Admiral would be in and out, cleaning up scumbags. Why was this scumbag so special? Chapter 18, Sadness. Galen stared at the man trembling as Dragon shouted, he has a family, Vice Admiral, not in front of them. The man grasped any straw he could, saying, yeah, I have a family, show some compassion. Galen trembled and Dragon roared, shut up. As he marched over, coming to Galen saying quickly, listen, Galen, we can take him to the ship and never come back. We'll have more time that way. You've been searching for 21 years now, a few more hours can't be that hard. Please. The man muttered, 21 years? Galen, why is that so familiar? Dragon saw Galen shake and slapped the man, shouting, I said shut your fucking mouth, asshole. Before turning to Galen, adding quickly, come on, Galen. We'll go back to the ship, take him to an uninhabited island and finish him off there. You can take all the time you need. I'll help you, just calm down. Galen seemed to be deaf, muttering remember. Remember. Family, Sacrifrillas. The man stared at Galen and said in shock, you're from Sacrifrillas. Dragon wanted to strangle this stupid bastard, pressing against Galen's chest as he said quickly, forget about it right now, Vice Admiral Galen. Galan, calm down, please. Suddenly, there was a small and familiar voice, Grandpa. Dragon looked over to see the little boy from before and he shouted, get this kid out of here. Are you all fucking retarded or what? A Marine picked up the boy and held him back as the boy cried, Grandpa. Mr. Marine, what's going on? I'm scared. Galen calmed down instantly, looking at the man through Dragon's head, muttering, you have a family. Dragon's pupils shrank and he thought quickly, grabbing the man and shooting off into the distance instantly, shouting, I'm the bad guy. It was me all along. The boy froze and shouted, Mr. Marine, that bad guy took my grandpa. You gotta help. Galen stared at the sky, his eyes wide and blank as he moved slightly. Galen disappeared, and the house where he was standing froze for a moment before exploding with a loud boom. A giant circular crater was left from Galen blasting off the ground. The Marines looked at each other with dismay and ran after the duo, disappearing in an instant as well. The boy ran to his mother and pointed, saying with wonder and awe, Mommy, did you see that? Mr. Marine is going to save Grandpa. The woman hugged the boy and cried, thank goodness you're okay. Galen caught up to Dragon in an instant and Dragon shot towards the ship, shouting, "Vice Admiral, you can have him when we get to another island. It's not safe in front of all these civilians." Galen chased after him, muttering, "He has a family. How dare he have a family?" Dragon looked at his eyes and felt every cell in his body telling him to run away as far as he could. But he couldn't, he needed to get far enough away. He turned to the front and burst off the air, a gust of wind appearing under his feet and allowing him to move faster. But Galen was catching up and fast, extremely fast. Even with his devil fruit, Dragon couldn't run away. Not to mention, Galen was the one who found it for him. Every step under Galen's feet filled the sky with a booming sound as he flickered closer and closer to Dragon before being right on top of him. Galen raised a fist and Dragon rolled out of the way, flying over the sea before seeing a little island in the distance. His eyes lit up and he forced himself to move faster, flickering through the sky as Galen shot through the air like a lightning bolt. Dragon landed on the island and tossed the man to the side before jumping out of the way as Galen crashed down, punching a hole in the island itself. Dragon started sweating and sat down as Galen slowly rose. He looked at Dragon before turning to the man and walking towards him. The man held out his hands and backed away on the ground, saying, "Stop, please, I didn't know. It wasn't my fault." Galen didn't listen at all, and Dragon ran over, kicking the man to Galen's feet. Galen stopped and looked at the man, who looked up at him while trembling in fear. Galen looked at the man, but all he could see was the evil violating his mother. The man held his hands up, saying, "I'll do anything. You want my daughter and wife? Yeah, you can have him, just leave me alone, please." Galen felt a cold feeling wash over his body as Dragon froze, an incredible rage bubbling up inside of him. Galen looked at the man, muttering, "You." The man talked quickly, "You want my grandson too? Take them all, I don't care, just let me go." Dragon's eyes turned red and he went to kick the man in the head out of rage. But Galen stopped him with a foot, looking at the man as he said, "You have a family, but you'll throw them away." The man nodded with hope in his eyes. "Yeah, right away, you can take them all. Oh God, please let me live, you like 'em young? I can get you all kinds of young ones, any race you want." Galen blinked and smiled, laughing softly. His laughter grew and grew until he was staring at the sky, tears falling from his eyes as he laughed miserably. Dragon looked at Galen with a heartbroken expression as the man continued speaking. "That's good, right? You'll let me live. I used to work for the world government. They can even get you premium slaves from Mariewa. Maybe I can even bring you a celestial dragon chick. They love fucking normal people for fun. You can use her as a toy. Old, young, you name it." Galen stared at the sky and smiled miserably. "This is your doing, isn't it? It wasn't enough for my entire village to be raped and slaughtered. It wasn't enough for my mother to be defiled in front of my eyes with her hips kept as a prized toy. It wasn't enough to make me take 21 years to find the man responsible." He laughed and cried. "It wasn't enough to make my life a joke, was it? You have to have the last laugh, don't you? You pathetic excuse for a god." Chapter 19, Suffering. Dragon approached Galen and said softly with a sad tone, "Galen." Galen laughed one last time before turning to the man, asking, "Did you have fun fucking my mother in a pool of my father's blood?" The man froze and Galen stepped on his ankle, snapping it as he shouted, "I asked you a question." The man screeched and shouted, "No, it wasn't." Galen laughed and shouted, "The truth, you rat fuck." The man shouted, "I don't remember." Galen laughed and tears streamed from his eyes as he stepped on the other ankle, shattering it, asking, "Did you use the hips you took from my mother?" The man squealed like a pig getting butchered. "Yes, I did, it was great." Dragon winced as Galen cried, snapping bones inch by inch, shouting, "Did it feel good starting a family? Does it feel nice having someone who loves you? A mother, a wife. I gave up everything to hunt you. I don't have a life because of you. You took everything from me." The man uttered inhuman screeches as he managed to squeeze out, "That's not my fault." Galen's expression was savage as he roared, "Everything is your fault," while grabbing a finger and squeezing it with all his haki on his hands. The man's eyes widened and he didn't even make a noise as his finger bones turned to dust. He shook like he was having a seizure before laying on the ground. Galen wiped his eyes and laughed, "Lay there like the pathetic old fuck you are. This is what you deserve." As he shattered another finger to dust, the old man seizing on the ground, foam coming from his mouth as he muttered, "Not my fault, Carmel, supposed to be there." Dragon slapped him and shouted, "WHO." The old man shook and replied with difficulty, "Sister Carmel, slave trader, for, world, government, I pretended, pirates, black market, trafficker, collected, cargo instead." Dragon grabbed his throat and roared, "WHY?" The old man choked and his eyes were starting to become bloodshot as he replied, "Because she didn't show, disappeared, world, government, responsible." Dragon dropped him and his face was pale with shock. Galen didn't care, saying, "You took everything from me." As he turned another finger to powder, leaning in as he whispered, "But I'm not you." His face returning to normal, adding, "Your family will only find out what you really are." He crushed another finger and continued, "And when they find out, I'll know just how much of a worthless fuck you are. How you begged for your life with theirs." As the man started foaming at the mouth from the pain, Galen grit his teeth and cried, unable to control himself anymore, shouting, "They'll know what it feels like to have your life ruined." Dragon let out a breath and watched as Galen turned every one of the old man's finger bones to dust before breaking every single bone in his body. Galen turned around and walked to the shore of the island, sitting on the sand and hugging his knees as he rubbed the sun pendant in his fingers. Dragon looked at the helpless cripple on the ground and it squeezed out, "Help, me." Dragon's face became severely disgusted and he grabbed the old man's collar, dragging him to the shore, passing Galen. Dragon cut the old man's palms and threw him into the ocean, saying, "Good riddance." Galen stared at the endless ocean, feeling empty and alone for the second time in his life. The ocean in front of him overlapped with the view from Sacrifrilla's, and he could remember the smell of the town there. Now he found the man responsible, but it turns out everything was a big joke in the end. He was a huge joke this whole time, just a little joke meant to make the gods above them laugh. Maybe he should just throw himself into the ocean and sink to the bottom. Dragon stood behind him, patting his shoulder, saying, "Just another day, Vice Admiral." Galen said softly, "Kill me, Dragon." Dragon froze and looked at Galen in shock, saying, "What?" Galen added, "My life is just one big joke. I just want to see my mother again. I have nothing, never have. 21 years of my life wasted looking for the asshole, expecting to feel better about myself when I ended things, but I don't feel better. I never will. My family is gone, my home is an ash heap. Hell, someone probably already took over and built something new." Dragon didn't know what to say as Galen continued, "I'm a ghost looking for a graveyard, Dragon. I have nowhere to go, no one to see, nothing. Every day I hope some lucky son of a bitch puts a bullet in my head. So please, just do it. I'm asking you as a friend." Dragon snapped out of his shock and said, "Are you nuts? I'm not doing that. What about everyone in the Marines? What about the people we're saving?" Galen stared at the crashing waves, replying, "It's all bullshit. The Marines are just dogs for the world government, and the world government is the capital of slavery. Every celestial dragon goes through dozens of slaves a week, who knows how many a month. People get picked up from massacres done by Marines, then sold to the celestial dragons as slaves." Dragon turned pale as Galen continued, "I found out a long time ago. The Marines are just as bad as the pirates, if not worse. As we speak, there are more Marines than pirates kidnapping children and sending them to slavery. Nothing ever gets better. No matter how many thousand assholes I kill, it will never make a difference. I'm just a small cog in a machine of evil. Even if I kill every pirate alive, they will just make more for their goals. The world in my eyes is a very dark place. No light at all, just an asshole like me trying to navigate through the shit and find a nice spot to die." Dragon looked out to the sea and muttered, "What if we solved the root of the problem?" Galen didn't say a word, just sitting there, staring at the waves as Dragon went on, "What if we overthrew the world government?" Lightning crashed and thunder clapped in the sky, as though responding to Dragon's declaration. Galen looked at the sea and said, "I always thought the sea was nice. The waves come in before running away after just barely touching you. My mother would always say that the waves ebb and flow because they were shy to meet new people. But the sand changes and the sea remains the same, people die and they don't come back. How many people will die before you replace the government? Who will take over after? How long until they become just like the government we have now? There's no solution to this evil, Dragon." Just stop talking and kill me. Dragon clenched his fist, and a firm look appeared on his face as a bout of conqueror's haki exploded from his body, blasting the sand and waves away as he declared, "No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to save this world. I swear it on my life. All you see is darkness, Galen, but I see a beautiful and bright future. One where you don't have to look out the window every 5 seconds to make sure your kids is still there. One where nobody has to go through the pain and suffering you did." He turned to Galen and stretched out his hand, saying, "A world where we can all live in the light. Don't you want to see such a scene before you die?" Galen looked at his hand before turning back, staying silent for a few moments before replying, "Would be a nice dream." Dragon grinned and said, "It doesn't have to be a dream, Galen. We can do it together." Galen closed his eyes before saying, "I wish you would have killed me before starting this speech," as he clasped Dragon's hand, pulling himself up. Dragon laughed excitedly, saying, "What a great day." Galen looked up at the sky and then back down, saying depressingly, "It's not sunny at all." Dragon ignored him, laughing, "I can't wait. All right, what do we do now?" Galen looked at him and sighed, "I wish you would have killed me." To which Dragon's lips twitched. A marine ship was in the distance, and the duo heard shouts of "Vice Admiral, Vice Admiral." Galen let out a breath, smiling gently, "These idiots." Dragon frowned and said, "We can't go back." Galen grabbed him and said softly, "We have to go back, you need to escape the Marines, and you have to make it look like you beat me real bad," as he jumped into the sky. He turned to Dragon in the air and tapped on his body, saying, "Here, here, and here are critical points, but not fatal. You have to make it look like we had a hard battle before you escaped." Dragon was confused but quickly understood, nodding right. "But how do I contact you after?" Galen replied in a soft tone, "I'll find you. In the meantime, start making some connections and spreading your ideals. I bet there's a lot of people who will understand you." Dragon nodded and they landed on the deck. Galen dragged Dragon, saying, "We have a traitor on our hands. The boy wants to start a revolution." The Marines were stunned silly and shouted in shock, "What?" Dragon made a move and Galen grunted in pain, looking at Dragon with a blank face, "You traitorous rat fuck," before punching him into the deck face first. Dragon coughed up some blood and attacked Galen, starting a world-shaking brawl on the deck of Galen's ship. The Marines around held out their rifles, not knowing what to do. A while later, Galen fell onto the deck, and Dragon was breathing heavily, not quite understanding the meaning of acting. Galen felt like he was really trying to bash his skull in. He looked around him and flew into the sky, disappearing with the wind. The Marines shouted Vice Admiral Galen. As they rushed over, calling medic, "Change course to HQ, hurry." The Marines started scrambling as a medic rushed out, tending to Galen's wounds, shouting with a pale face, "Severe." Before jumping up, waving his hands, screaming, "NURSES, get HIM into the medical bay this instant." The Marines helped the nurses bring Galen into the medical bay as the medic quack started tending to Galen's wounds, shouting like a mental patient, "Get your sweet asses out of here BOYA." Everyone left in fear of this quack as the doctor twitched a little, fixing Galen up. Galen found this guy screaming for a job after he saved him from a gang of drug distributors. He claimed to have been a professional doctor his entire life for 17,392 years exactly, which was why the drug distributors grabbed him, forcing him to surgically insert bags of drugs into people at gunpoint. He was the best of the best. Galen found out that you could stuff drugs into every part of the body with this guy. So he took the doctor as his personal ship doctor, and the man had been grateful ever since. Turns out it was the right choice too, because Galen almost let himself go. One of those points was a fatally wounding one. Unfortunately for him, the doctor pulled him back from the dead. Galen woke up in the sick bay and was instantly greeted with nurses and Marines, hugging him, shouting, "Vice Admiral, OH God, I thought you were dead." One of the nurses even kissed him before fainting from excitement. Galen frowned, "What are you all doing?" They all froze and he looked at them, adding, "Get back to work." The sick bay was empty in a flash, even the fainted nurse was dragged along out of the doors. Galen looked at his chest and sighed, "Damn it," before walking out of the sick bay, returning to his quarters and sitting in his chair. He glanced at the wanted poster before gripping his son pendant from his pocket, rubbing it with his thumb as he laid his head on his desk, slowly falling asleep again. Chapter 20, Redemption. A few weeks later, Galen returned to Marineford, a black coat fluttering behind him as his troops walked from the dock. He wasn't wearing a shirt this time around, new fresh scars on him from Dragon. Garp wasn't at the base, or he surely would have blown his top. The only ones here were Zephyr, who had just gotten married, and Sengoku, who adopted a kid. Galen didn't talk to anyone, passing the Marines who saluted him. There were also 2 recruits who were watching on the side. One of them wore a skull cap with a sarcastic face and tinted sunglasses, chewing gum, and the other looked like a serious guy with a serious face, saluting seriously. Galen turned his head and looked at them, making their hairs stand on end, before he looked away, walking into the Marineford HQ building. One of them said to the other, "Man, he's scary." The serious one frowned, "Shut up, Borsellino." Galen walked all the way up to Kong's office and opened the door to see Zephyr and Sengoku in there already. Kong looked up and frowned, "Dickhead." Galen blinked slowly, saying gently, "Vice Admiral Dickhead." Sengoku and Zephyr froze as Kong frowned. "Did you just make a joke?" Galen looked at them flatly. "I want to be Fleet Admiral." Kong nodded and turned to Sengoku, saying, "A comedian, you hire a clown to perform today, dickless." Sengoku replied seriously, No." Kong nodded and turned to Galen, shouting, "I didn't hire one either. Get your sorry excuse for a clown out of my face before I scalp you, pissant." Galen walked to the desk and smashed it in half, repeating, "I want to be Fleet Admiral." Zephyr and Sengoku sucked in a cold breath, and Kong looked at the desk before turning to Galen, muttering, "It's been a long time since you showed some balls, kid. Maybe you want to taste 'em too?" Galen looked at him dead in the eyes and said, "Fuck you." Kong looked at him, and Galen spat a tooth on the ground without breaking eye contact. Kong crossed his arms and said, "So you found IM, eh? The shit-stained faggot who turned your life upside down. Was he everything you expected him to be?" Galen stayed silent, and Kong stared at him for a moment before saying, "Sengoku, Zephyr, get the fuck out of here." The duo got up and left, clasping Galen's shoulders before they disappeared. Kong stood up and towered over Galen, who didn't even look up. Kong looked down at him, saying, "I remember when you were a dickless little asshole who boarded my ship 21 years ago. Then you killed my men and spit in my face." He grabbed Galen by the hair, raising him to eye level as he continued, "Now look at ya. Mere mention of the name sends shivers down the spines of each and every asshole on the sea. Last I heard, a pirate turned himself into a marine outpost because he heard you were on the island." Galen stared Kong in the eyes as he snorted. Suppose he figured spreading his fag hole in prison is better than having his brain aired out. "What do you think?" Galen crossed his arms and replied, "Must have missed one." Kong grinned and slammed Galen into the floor face first, laughing, "Damn right. Bahahahaha." Galen got up from the ground, spitting out another tooth as he looked up at Kong, who crouched down, pulling Galen to a sitting position. He clapped his shoulders, saying, "From the day I met you, kid, I knew there was something broken in ya. Something ain't right with that head of yours. I was worried you'd try and sink to the bottom of the ocean when you finally found that sorry asshole. Part of me wanted to find him first and annihilate him off the face of the planet to protect ya." Galen froze and his eyes watered. Kong snorted and palmed his head. "Then I figured, the kid I raised myself. He's not a dickless pussy, he'll pull through, find a new target. I guess I was right. But if I think it's who I think it is, then maybe I should have buried that bastard so deep in the earth even the sea kings'll never find IM." Galen sat on the ground and crossed his legs and arms, snorting, "You knew where he was." Kong sat cross-legged on the ground, holding his knees as he closed his eyes, replying, "No. I had a clue where he was but no evidence. I didn't want to send you on a wild goose chase. Where'd you find IM?" Galen frowned and replied, "Are you gonna go there?" Kong snorted, "For you? I have better things to do. I want to hear how this son of a motherless fuck turned out." Galen let out a breath from his nose and said, "Phoenix Island, South Blue. Turns out he had a wife, kids, and a grandkid. The grandkid wanted to be a Marine." Kong was stunned and shouted, "He what?" Galen nodded and continued, "Then when I had him in my hands, he offered to give me his daughter, wife, and even grandkid in exchange for his life." Kong almost exploded, veins throbbing on his forehead. Galen snorted and went on, "Then I turned all his bones to dust and tossed him into the sea after cutting his palms." Kong slapped his knee and laughed, "Good, Baheha, that rat fuck, got what he deserved. Good job, you asshole, you're really something special, I love ya. As he pulled Galen into his chest, rubbing his head as he laughed, you stupid fuck. Baheha, I bet you even wanted to jump in and watch him get ripped to bits. Baheha. Galen teared up and smiled, hugging Kong's arms as tears spilled from his eyes. Kong sighed and smiled, rubbing his back, saying, all right, kid. It's over now. You're stronger than this, stop dirtying my suit. Galen gripped him tighter and sobbed, my mommy she. Kong sighed and hugged him in silence. A few minutes later, Galen left the office and wiped his eyes as Kong shouted, get that retard fuck an admiral coat. Galen froze and smiled slightly, leaving the building as the Marines around started scrambling. Chapter 21, Wishful Thinking. Galen stood outside of the building and looked at the sky. He inhaled the fresh air from the sea breeze, sighing to himself as he turned from the sky, surveying the Marines walking around. His face was flat, but his mind was all over the place. If he truly wanted things to change, he would have to change. Use less of his muscles and more of his brains. He sighed again and walked away, but he happened to pass by a flower shop. He stopped and looked at the flowers before picking some up, smiling gently at the clerk. The little lady smiled sweetly, and Galen paid for the flowers before walking in a certain direction. Galen passed various paths before coming to a house. He looked around and felt Tsuru in the back. He walked by the side to see Tsuru in her backyard, but he froze as he looked at the little girl Tsuru was teaching. Galen pressed his lips together and tossed the flowers into the trash before disappearing from the spot. There was only one reason such a young girl was here at the Marine base. Tsuru brought her daughter along with her. Galen flickered to a different part of Marineford and forced a smile on his face. He was being naive. It had been 10 years since he turned her down. Why would she wait for him? Who was he? He looked at the house in front of him and laughed at himself before walking inside. A while later, Tsuru brought Doll into the house and happened to notice a bouquet of flowers in the garbage as she walked by. She was confused as there was nobody within her observation range the whole time she was out with Doll. Actually, this wasn't Tsuru's fault. If someone's conqueror's haki was strong enough, they could negate the observation haki of people near them. Galen didn't want anyone to know that he was going to visit Tsuru, plus if she was busy, he wasn't going to bother her. Obviously, it was the right choice. He didn't want to complicate Tsuru's life, and he vaguely felt that people like him shouldn't be allowed to have a happy life. He was broken the moment he was born. There was no reason to complicate things. Tsuru came to the flowers and froze before grabbing them and shooting off, leaving Doll in the house for a second. She came to Kong's office in an instant and asked, "Where's Galen?" Kong looked up and frowned, "Left." Tsuru asked quickly, "Where did he go?" Kong narrowed his eyes and said, "Who the fuck do I look like? A slave that answers questions all day? You rat fuck, get back to work." He left Marineford. Tsuru froze and teared up, leaving the office. Kong snorted, "Fucking kids." It was true. Galen was currently sailing away from Marineford by himself. He put on a black suit and threw on an admiral coat before leaving, and his destination was Mariewa. He forced himself to forget about Tsuru. He figured that he was better off alone. Nobody would be dragged into the shit he caused now. The reason he was going to Mariewa was very simple. He applied for a celestial dragon bodyguard job. The reason for why was even more simple. Galen, first of all, wasn't an idiot. He was actually extremely intelligent. He only forced his way through fighting situations instead of planning them out because he didn't care too much. However, now he didn't have a choice, he had to care. So here was the situation. The goal is to become Fleet Admiral. The process is complicated to say the least. The way Galen understood things was, the 5 elders need good dogs that don't question orders. Dogs that bark when they say bark and hold and piss until they allow you to release it. So that's what he would do, become a puppy dog that the 5 elders loved the most. That way, it would be a very simple choice for the next Fleet Admiral. This not only gave him more leverage in the future, but he could manipulate things behind the scenes and have more control around the things that went on. Becoming Fleet Admiral wasn't a goal, it was a necessity. Essentially, Galen had to play the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hence the reason he took a job to escort celestial dragons, and he would smile the entire time. Plus, this way, he could manage the celestial dragons themselves. Galen looked in a mirror and smiled before muttering wrong. And again, over and over until he arrived a few days later. Galen stepped on the holy soil of Mariewa, smiling gently as he approached a group. He bowed deeply, Saint Corythus. The man in the bubble suit shouted angrily, "I've been waiting here for 10 minutes, you damn slave." Galen kept his bow, smiling all the same, "My apologies, Saint." Corythus snorted and shot Galen in the shoulder, saying with disgust, "Next time it's your head, you filthy creature." Galen didn't even flinch, nodding, "Yes, Saint. Shall we depart?" Corythus scoffed, "Not yet, I have to wait for my daughter." Galen straightened out as blood dropped from his hand. He didn't do anything about it. Another hour passed slowly. A woman in a bubble suit slowly showed up, riding a naked man covered in scars and shackled with chains. He was crawling on the ground like an animal as the woman, smiling happily, "Daddy." Corythus smiled sweetly, "You're early. How was your party, my little angel?" The woman smiled sweetly, saying, "Great as always, but Daddy, Rothos has a better slave than mine. He beat one of mine to death." Corythus smiled gently, replying, "We're going to buy new slaves today. Happy birthday." The woman's eyes lit up and she said, "Really?" Before glancing at Galen, who didn't drop a smile, however he wasn't bleeding anymore. He looked at the girl, she was much shorter than him. She was also probably not even 14 yet. She looked up and asked, "Did you buy this one for me, Daddy?" Corythus waved his finger and said, "No, Angel. This dog is here to protect us from those disgusting creatures under us. What if one of them loses their mind and tries to attack us? That's what he's here for." The girl pouted and said, "But I want him." Corythus sighed and replied, "You'll find a better one." Before turning around and saying angrily, "Hurry up, filth," Galen smiled gently, "Of course, Saint," as he walked away, as though they weren't talking about him just now but someone else. The celestial dragons followed him to a ship, as Cypher Paul got on as well, saying, "Admiral." Galen smiled and nodded, "CP." The leading agent nodded and explained, "This is your first escort mission. We're required to inform you of the process and rules. Firstly, you are, under no circumstances, allowed to interfere with the actions of celestial dragons. Secondly, other than becoming a slave yourself, you are required to follow the orders of all celestial dragons to the letter. Naturally, you are protected from slavery being an admiral." Galen nodded with a smile, asking, "Is that all?" The CP leader nodded and Galen smiled gently, "I understand." Before sitting down on the ship, waiting in silence, the CP agents walked away, surveying the ship and watching the waters, but nothing came up. The entire ride was smooth. A few days later, they arrived at Sabyati. Chapter 22, Complications. Galen got off first, looking out as he smiled, "Saints, please." Corythus walked ahead of him with his daughter, and Galen followed behind them, CP agents surrounding the entire group. Galen kept his smile and followed behind the celestial dragons, keeping a lookout for anyone anywhere. He had seen these people operate before. The key was to keep civilians out of their sights. As long as the dragons couldn't see anyone, they wouldn't show any sort of random cruelty for no reason. Galen spread out his observation haki, covering an extremely large area. He looked around and let out short bursts of Conqueror's haki, knocking the people out before they crossed into the street the dragons were walking on. The reason this worked, and Galen wasn't noticed, was because the celestial dragons were so weak, they couldn't even tell, plus the CP agents were right next to him. Galen was using an advanced form of Conqueror's haki that was similar to coding his attacks in it. He would isolate certain people and apply his pressure to others. It was basically targeted bursts of Conqueror's haki, so there was nothing to actually feel. The CP agents couldn't feel anything, neither could the celestial dragons. The only thing was that the journey was strangely smooth. No people, no interruptions, nothing. The celestial dragons were pleased and the CP agents were confused. Galen maintained his smile the whole time, not saying a word or stepping out of line. They slowly arrived at the human auction house. Galen held the door open for the celestial dragons before walking inside himself. Here was the problem. Galen stood at the back of the auction house, looking down the rows of seats. The celestial dragons were at the front, and there were pirates, underground figures, and general shit-stain bastards. Galen's trigger finger started twitching as he calculated the number of heads in the place. So many bastards all in one place. He was having a hard time not jumping at the opportunity. He closed his eyes and licked his lips, flashing a hint of bloodlust before concealing it right away. Corythus shouted, "Close the damn windows. I'm freezing, you filthy pigs." The pirates and underground figures frowned before turning around. They knew that feeling. That was the feeling of a killer, not a cold breeze. They all froze and stared at Galen, who opened his eyes and licked his lips again, staring at them as a grin slowly sprawled across his face. They scrambled and ran out of the auction house by the dozens, fighting to be the first out, terrified to the core. Corythus shouted, "What is all that noise?" Before turning around seeing everyone scrambling for the door, he shouted once more, "Damn filth. Ruining my mood. Kill them." Galen smiled and disappeared. The pirates started freezing as they collapsed to the ground, their heads exploding. Galen punched through a pirate's chest, licking his lips as the blood splattered all over his face. In the blink of an eye, there were no more people, just corpses. Galen stood on the little mound of corpses, holding one by the throat as he smiled gently as he had always done. He clenched his fist, and there was a loud shattering sound that sent chills down the spines of the celestial dragons and Cypher Paul agents alike. Galen dropped the corpse and walked back to his spot, holding his wrist in front of him and smiling as he stood still. There was blood dripping from his leather gloves and blood on the sleeves of his black suit, as well as blood all over his white and handsome face, but he didn't seem to care at all. He just stood there and smiled wordlessly. Corythus nodded and muttered, "Good dog," before looking around and smiling as there was nobody else to compete with him on slaves. Galen looked at the back with his observation hacky and frowned inwardly. There were a lot of slaves back there. He couldn't free them from here. A lot of them were innocent people freshly picked up from various places. There were normal people, merfolk, minks, long arms, etc. He never liked this place. His armament emission didn't reach that far silently, and the most he could do was knock out the cellar and guards. But then he couldn't explain anything. It was strange enough that the trip to the auction house was smooth, but now the cellar and guards for the slaves were knocked out, and the slaves escaped. This was the first and only time they were with Galen. It would be extremely obvious if this happened to only him. Just as he was thinking about, there was an explosion. Galen was stunned, and the CP agents watching him were also confused. They turned to the back, and everyone moved at the same time, going to the back of the auction house. Galen and the CP agents saw all the slaves gone in an instant, their collars and chains on the ground with the cellar and guards gone. Galen was in utter confusion and looked around, asking what the hell happened. The CP leader frowned. "Check the island. Whoever stole the slaves couldn't have gotten far," before turning to Galen and saying, "Come with me." Galen followed him, and they went across the island groves to see every auction house was basically robbed of their slaves. Even the audience was slaughtered like sheep. Galen and the CP leader were both stunned. They heard screaming and ran over to see all the sellers and guards floating in the water, inside a bubble, chained and covered in shackles from head to toe. Exploding collars, wrought iron shackles, etc. Galen was stunned and said, "The Celestials." As he shot off, the CP leader following after him quickly. The duo came to see the dragons causing a fuss because they didn't get any slaves. Galen let out a breath and said, "Saints, we need to leave. There's been a complication, and we have reason to believe that you are both in danger. Please follow me." Corythus frowned and shouted, "And who the fuck are you?" "A dog. I will not leave here unless I get my slaves." Galen suddenly smiled gently and nodded, "Very well," before standing behind the duo like a statue and not moving. The CP leader frowned and said, "We should go, Saint Corythus." Corythus blew up, "Not without my slaves." The CP leader explained gently, "There are no slaves. You'll be sitting here for weeks." Corythus grinded his teeth in rage and shouted angrily, "We'll see." The CP leader closed his eyes and let out a deep breath silently, unclenching his fists as he stood nearby, keeping a lookout. The time passed, and finally after a few hours, Corythus shouted in absolute rage, "That's it. I'm going home." Galen followed him out and leaned over, whispering to the CP leader, Bring him back. I'm gonna see if I can find out what's going on here. The CP leader had no reason to suspect Galen at all. He nodded and replied, report back to me if you find anything. I've never seen anything like this before. Galen nodded and disappeared like a ghost. Galen flickered around before coming to Grove 13. He looked up at a bar sign and frowned, Shacky's Ripoff Bar, before walking inside. Chapter 23, Plans for the Future. He saw a practically empty bar with one extremely beautiful bartender and one hooded figure. Galen slowly walked to the bar and smiled, "One whiskey, please." The woman chuckled and said, "Whoa, you smile at everyone like that? Talk about creepy," as she got him a drink. Galen snorted and turned his head, saying, "Quite the stunt you pulled. Why aren't you gone yet?" The man in the hood turned to him and grinned. It was Dragon. He replied, "I didn't expect you here. Would have rolled out the red carpet." Galen got his drink and sipped it, saying, "I had a feeling it was you. Nobody else could have done something like this in such a small window of time. Plus, I'm the one who taught you to kill scumbags. I can recognize it. Quick, efficient, simple." Before drinking the entire thing. He took out money from his suit jacket as Dragon remarked, "I remember you not liking those." Galen snorted and his expression was blank as usual. Plans change. The act isn't complete without it, so I have no choice. I also have to protect and cater to those bubbleheads. It's fine, keeps my mind sharp. You pulled a favor for me today, didn't have to overthink anything. Dragon raised his glass and said, "Look at that. I got a favor from the big bad Marine. I heard a bedtime story on an island where the monster that would come for the kid if he did something bad was you." Galen snorted and ordered another drink, replying, "At least I did something useful." Dragon looked at him for a moment before sighing and drinking in silence. The woman handed Galen another drink and he drained the glass. Dragon changed the subject, asking, "Did you figure out a plan yet?" Galen tapped the bar, ordering another drink as he replied with a blank face, "I'll just become Fleet Admiral and control everything behind the scenes. All you need to do is grow your revolution into a strong army. I estimate within a few decades we can wash Mariewa in blood, shouldn't be too hard." He turned the empty glass in his hand as the woman brought him another drink, adding, "I figure I'll have you shadow my movements as an uncontrollable variable. Until I find another few chess pieces, the main issue is dealing with my conscience. Allowing evil isn't my strong suit." Dragon scoffed, "You can say that." As he sipped his drink, turning to the woman, who smiled, "Maybe I shouldn't be here." Galen sipped the drink this time, saying flatly, "Former captain of the Kuja pirates, Shakyaku. Age 33, most egregious act, slaughtering an entire village of slave traders and pirates, 61, X-type blood single." Shakyaku froze and Galen drank his drink, adding, "Works as an intelligence broker for specially chosen clients. Analysis non-elimination level threat." Before turning to Dragon and going on, "At any rate, the main goal at the moment is becoming Fleet Admiral. I can work around the suspicion of the world government. It's not an issue." Shakyaku stopped pretending and held the bar, her expression becoming extremely indifferent and cold as ice as she said, "Turns out the Black Raven isn't a mindless killing machine." Galen swallowed the whiskey, replying, "There's a reason I'm called the Raven instead of Vulture." Dragon looked at Shakyaku and smiled, "He's mostly harmless. That's just his personality." Shakyaku looked at him indifferently as Dragon tapped on his head with his finger, twirling it a bit. She blinked, unamused, turning to Galen, asking, "What are the conditions?" Galen put the glass down and licked his lips, tracing the rim as he replied, "Supply us with untraceable snails, and provide several Amazonians without a record to both the Revolutionary Army and Marines. I will groom them into a special force to get work done that I can't." Dragon's eyes glimmered and he nodded, "Would be an excellent addition to the army." Shakyaku frowned and Dragon turned to her, smiling in a friendly manner, "Your warriors and companions will not be harmed in any way, I can assure you. The main goal for our revolutionaries is the destruction of the world government. Nothing more, nothing less." Galen stayed silent, there was nothing to say. Shakyaku was smart enough to understand his words. The chess pieces in Galen's hands weren't things he could waste at will, considering he had so little of them. Shakyaku countered, "You would have to raise them as your own. Most of the Kuja don't mix well with men." Galen raised a finger, retorting over 10, under 15, at least 7 of them. Shakaku stared at him in silence for a few moments, thinking quickly before adding, "And Amazon Lily is protected." Galen rebuffed instantly, within reason. Shakaku stretched out her hand and Galen shook it. She noticed that he wasn't even looking at her. Normally men would drool over her and she would put them down. For example, Dragon was very soft and friendly with her. However, Galen didn't care at all. All she could feel was a blazing flame behind his blank pupils. She wasn't a person, more like a tool. It was very unnerving. Dragon smiled happily and Galen stood up, saying, "Send the snails to me at a later date or I can come pick them up." Shakaku waved, "I can send 'em." He nodded and turned to Dragon, "Amass your forces." Before reaching into his pockets and pulling out a folded paper, adding, "Here are several routes used by Celestial Dragon for tributes. There are times and dates listed. If you can, kill as many nobles as you see." Dragon and Shukaku froze. Galen handed the paper to Dragon, going on emotionlessly, "Once God bleeds, people will cease to believe in him. The people of your cause need to know that you specifically aren't afraid of nobles and are willing to kill them. Of course, you'll have to erase your tracks and hide extremely well." He suddenly smiled and then frowned wrong. Before trying a few more times, settling on a gentle and soft smile with submissive eyes as he turned to the two, saying, "Godspeed." Galen turned around and left the bar before disappearing instantly when he got outside. Dragon was silent as he held the folded paper. Shakaku swallowed and wiped the sweat from the back of her neck, remarking, "Your friend is really terrifying." Dragon sighed and muttered, "Yeah, you get used to it." Shakaku shook her head and replied, "I don't think I ever will. It's almost like he's." She hesitated and Dragon finished for her, looking at the door, "Not human." Galen reappeared on the ship and was shot in the leg, blood splattering as he stood there and smiled gently, "Terribly sorry, Saint Corythus. I couldn't locate the man responsible." Corythus stomped on the deck and shouted angrily, "Dog, you useless dog, I can't believe this. My day is ruined because of animals like you." Galen stood there, smiling gently as he took a knife to his neck, asking, "Shall I kill myself?" Blood spilled down his neck as the CP leader jumped in shock, never seeing such loyalty before. St. Corythus sneered, "Not quite, dog. Get on your knees and let my daughter ride you like a horse." Galen put the knife away and did as he was told like a good dog. The ship slowly sailed away as Galen moved around with the little girl on his back, slapping him and yelling, "Faster." The CP leader watched with the rest of the agents, completely silent. This was within Galen's calculations as well. He needed to establish a submissive connection with the Celestials and wipe current suspicions on his loyalties at the moment. If he was to be trusted with the position of Fleet Admiral, this was absolutely imperative. His speculation was that Kong was more of a rough and tough option, since there was quite literally nobody else after Bear was unfortunately killed. However, the next Fleet Admiral was between an array of young candidates. Most likely, the most malleable and controllable in the eyes of the 5 elders would be chosen. Merit was just a guise. Countless strings could be pulled to make excuses as to why the choice was made. So Galen chose this option out of a few others. Perhaps in another era, the qualifications would be different, however these times were relatively peaceful. Some common piracy across the world, but nothing that was a threat to the world government itself. They could manipulate the Fleet Admiral to take the actions they saw fit for the current situation. They needed a dog and Galen would become a dog. It was very simple. And in this moment, he was just that, a dog. Chapter 24, Machinations. The ship returned to Mariewa, and Galen escorted Saint Corythus back to the Holy Land, before bowing outside the home as he maintained his smile. The CP leader stayed with him until Galen straightened out, asking anything. Galen turned to him and waved as he walked away. The CP leader followed him as Galen offered him a cigarette, saying, "I searched the entire archipelago, but there was nothing. No slaves at all. The only thing was a sloppy escape route." The CP leader frowned and took the cigarette, lighting it as he took a drag, asking, "No clues, any suspects. This kind of operation requires skill." Galen exhaled a mouthful of smoke, frowning worriedly, "I don't know exactly, but I have a suspicion." He pulled on his suit and showed the agent his scars, adding, "I think it may have been the marine trader, Monkey D. Dragon." The CP leader frowned deeply as Galen explained, "His goals are to overthrow the world government. What I heard was he was starting a group called the Revolutionary Army. I assume he's amassing his forces by recruiting slaves." The CP leader was grim, replying, "Recruiting like-minded people. This isn't good news." Galen sighed and nodded, exhaling smoke through his nose. "I think further precautions are necessary. Maybe a few more agents stationed around Sabyati or something like that." The CP leader hummed and nodded. "I'll report this to the higher-ups. Thanks for your work, Admiral." Galen smiled slightly. "No problem. Anything to help get these scum out of the world." The CP leader snorted in amusement, nodding as he patted Galen's shoulder, walking away. Galen smiled and walked back to the docks, taking the elevator. The doors closed and he returned to a flat expression, throwing his cigarette out the window as he dusted off his shoulder, muttering, "Disgusting dog." He smiled again and walked to his ship, sailing away after exchanging farewells with the guards surrounding the docks. The ship sailed away as Galen sat on the ship, looking at the shrinking city above him. He snorted and turned to a book, writing down as he took out his sun pendant, rubbing it with his thumb, muttering, "Hopefully the suspicion on me lessened. Maybe a few more escort missions will do." He tilted his head and wrote down his thoughts in the little black book. Galen hummed to himself, flipping the sun pendant in between his fingers. This was a hurdle to cross. Galen needed to cross it flawlessly. He also figured he should hide more of his intelligence from now on, proposing general solutions to problems without substance, echoing decisions by the 5 elders and anyone from the world government. The idea was to be the dog the 5 elders needed, but was he really? Galen curled his lips in something that could be considered a smile. No. He was no dog, he was a wolf knocking on the door asking to be let in. When he was let in, there was nothing left to do. He would be like a disease, slowly crumbling the inner workings of the world government. He would silently sabotage each and every action they made, like a specter born only for their destruction, the ghosts of all the people wronged. Galen snorted in amusement as he rested his cheek on his fist, dangling the sun pendant, listening to the sweet chimes of the chain clinging together. The ship slowly rocked back and forth as it rode the waves, returning to Marineford. A festering evil to the world government it would never expect to come. A reckoning perhaps sent to them by God. A low chuckle escaped the cabin on the ship, alerting no one but the fish in the sea who were helpless to do anything with the information. A few weeks later, Galen was sitting at Marineford when Suru walked into his office with a box. Galen looked up from his desk and Suru smiled, "Hey." Galen nodded and replied gently, "Hey." Suru put the box down on the desk and said softly, "Saw you brought me flowers." Galen paused and looked at Suru before turning back to the desk as he muttered, "I saw you brought your daughter." Suru froze and said, "Yeah? Well, she's really smart and kind." Galen looked up at her and smiled gently, listening quietly as Suru went on softly, "An amazing little girl just like her father." While staring at Galen, who forced a smile, "I'm sure he is, Suru. I'm happy for you, truly." He held his fist and rested his chin on top of his hands, smiling perhaps the only sincere smile he ever could, for the only person he ever could. "I hope he treats you well, he's lucky to have you." Suru laughed in disbelief, staring at Galen with watery eyes before wiping them as she smiled, "Yeah, he does. I have to." She turned around and walked out of the room, leaving quickly. Galen sighed and watched her go, turning to the box and opening it to reveal an array of snails with a ton of wires along with a note. He read the note and fixed the array, going back to work as Tsuru ran down the hall. She couldn't believe he didn't know, or maybe he didn't care. She left the building and returned to her house, seeing Doll eating pancakes happily. Tsuru smiled, gently looking at her daughter. It didn't matter if he knew or not. She knew that Galen was deeply troubled. She knew from day one. She didn't know why she thought something would come of it. Maybe things would be different if Galen's history was normal. Maybe something could have been anything resembling a happy life. But Tsuru knew it was never going to happen. He might never even know his own daughter existed. Tsuru didn't know what the future held for them, but she knew that one day Doll would look for answers. She dreads that moment every single day. The following year, Galen took notice of a young man with the ice logia fruit. He enlisted this year. Dragon attacked several tribute ships and spread his revolutionary ideology around the world, forcing Kong to put a bounty on his head. Galen took a few more escort missions and acted just as he did before, communicating with Dragon. He clashed with Dragon on Sabyati the next time he went on a mission, just short of catching him as he ran away after they destroyed an entire grove. The time continued passing as Galen fortified his position as a Marine admiral extremely loyal to the world government, blindly following orders without question. Years passed just like this. 1497, the Sea War occurred. Galen was on Marineford at this time and missed it. 1499, the world government labeled Roger as Gold Roger and named him King of the Pirates. Finally, late in the year 1500. Chapter 25, one man executed, dozens of scum follow him. Galen was standing on a building in Logtown, looking down at Roger on the execution stand. He turned to the crowd and saw many people looking at him. There was a young man with blonde hair and a fluffy pink sweater, another young man with stitches on his forehead, Dragon, a young man with a giant cross sword, a few little brats, and finally a man smoking a cigar with grayish skin. Galen looked at them emotionlessly before turning to the execution stand as Roger sat down and grinned. "All right, let's get this over with." The executioners swung their swords in a ceremony before holding it in a cross shape. Suddenly, a person in the crowd shouted, "Hey, King of the Pirates, where did you hide all the treasure that you found? You got it, didn't you? That legendary treasure, that great treasure, the One Piece." Galen turned to the man and frowned as Roger laughed happily, looking down at the crowd of people, declaring, "My treasure? If you want it, you can have it. Go out and find it. I left everything this world has to offer there." He glanced up at Galen and chuckled with a big grin before the executioners stabbed through his body, killing him instantly. Galen clenched his fist as he looked down on the plaza. A good man died today. A pirate, but a good man nonetheless. He looked up as rain started falling from the sky, as though mourning the loss as well. And everything was because of those bastards sitting in their marble chairs. Galen grew more and more angry before turning to leave. This was what he signed up for. Instead of rushing Mariewa, guns blazing and making them martyrs, he chose to crumble them from within. He had no choice to keep his cool, but at this point, Galen was becoming a powder keg. When he exploded, more than likely he would take many things with him. When he returned to Marineford, he received a call from the 5 elders themselves: "Find the spawn of Gold Roger on Batarilla." Galen asked submissively, "How am I supposed to know?" The 5 elders replied simply, "Kill every pregnant woman," before hanging up. Galen held the phone in his hand and wondered about something. Since this call was made, how many were coming after? He cracked his neck and wondered if anyone would remember Batarilla after this. Probably not. He sat at his desk and opened a safe, pulling out the array of snails and making a call. The line was silent and Galen said, "Batarilla, South Blue, collect all the pregnant women on the island. Kill squad is on its way." Dragon replied, "How much time do I have?" Galen replied, 10-15 days, most likely less. "I only received a call just now, but they sent a Cypher Paul squad to the island prior. I'd say 80%. Dragon was silent for a moment before asking, "And the babies?" Galen replied icily, "Soldiers to the cause. Sacrifices must be made for change. The island of Batarilla will be wiped off the map after this. I'm 95% sure of it. It's either this or death, Dragon. Make a choice." Dragon let out a breath and said, "I understand," before hanging up. Galen made another call and said, "You have connections to Morgan's." Shakyaku hummed and Galen continued, "I'll send you a survivor of an island wipe. I want you to pin everything on me." Shakyaku didn't speak for a moment before humming, "Okay." Galen hung up and put the snails back, letting out a breath as his trigger finger twitched. He finally got up and walked out of the office, leaving Marineford. A few weeks later, Galen was walking through a town on Batarilla, looking at the flames and corpses around him. He had his hands behind his back, and he stopped in front of a house, setting it ablaze and blowing the house to rubble with a witness nearby. The person was shocked and ran off. Galen chased after him and forced him on a certain path to a small ship, sending him on his way. The ship was on a set path to Sabyati, of course. Shakyaku would pick him up and then send him straight to Morgan's, along with the information she gathered. Galen looked at the small ship being obscured by smoke from the fire. He made sure it left before turning back and destroying the rest of the island. However, he was only ever destroying buildings that had no people in it. The CP agents were the ones slaughtering everyone they saw. After a while, Galen stood on rubble, looking at the ash heaps as he sighed to himself. How many more islands would succumb to this? How many more innocent lives would be taken before they slaughtered the shit-eating nobles? Galen didn't know, or maybe he didn't want to know. From what he heard, the order was erasure and elimination. Easy and simple, no witnesses or anything. The agents were very thorough. However, they didn't find any pregnant women on the island. There were only a very sparse amount of people. They were a bit confused, but their leader assumed that the people fled after hearing that Roger was on the island. This was the only possible solution he could think of. Nobody doubted that there was a traitor in their midst. After all, who would go against the world government? Galen didn't find the woman he was looking for. He didn't even hear her name mentioned once. He frowned inwardly, worrying slightly, as he started surveying the rubble and checking corpses. Luckily, she wasn't amongst the rubble or deceased. Naturally, Galen knew about Roger's wife. He wanted to find her first and send her to a safe place secretly. However, she was nowhere to be found. Thus his first mistake. A Cypherpol agent ran over and shouted, "I found something." The rest of the agents came to a small ship and boarded it, looking everywhere and finding various baby items. They were in a rush to report it, but mistakes require swift solutions after all. The ship bobbed from the weight and pulled on the rope that was attaching it to the island. The rope pulled on a pistol trigger and it fired a bullet, sparks coming out of the flintlock. The sparks lit up a barrel of gunpowder, and the entire ship exploded in a massive orchestra of flames, taking every Cypherpol agent on it along to the bottom of the sea. The agents on the shore were stunned and looked at the explosion, a bunch of flags floating down from the sky, clearly inside the ship before. The agents saw the flag and were enraged. It was the Revolutionary Army flag. Galen watched from the town as the flames were reflected in his pupils. The ship was, of course, rigged. He made it like that on purpose. The theory was that only Rouge was supposed to be on it, sailing to a safe location. The weight of only one person wouldn't trip the pistol hidden in the inner lining of the hull. This would allow for Rouge to deactivate the trap and sail away safely. But if more than a handful of people got on, the ship would explode and frame the revolutionaries. This was a fail-safe in case Galen couldn't get Rouge to the boat before the agents found it. Fortunately for him, Rouge wasn't here and the ship blew up anyway, taking a group of agents along with it. This had the effect of not only letting the world government know that the revolutionaries were here, but also that they were incredibly thorough planners and extremely dangerous. Galen figured it would buy Dragon some time and space to breathe from the world government hunting them. The downside was that the government would no doubt be more cautious in the future when dealing with the revolutionaries. However, the downside was minimal because it was all Galen in the end, and they weren't guarded against him at the moment. This fact was proven when they called him to annihilate Batarilla. He followed orders and did so. Unfortunately, the revolutionaries blew up a ship full of agents and got to the island first. That was now a fact, even if it wasn't the truth. As for how the ships got there, it's amazing what a small coating from Sabyati can do. All you had to do was pop the coating, and the ship was where you wanted it to be. After that, a simple Conqueror hacky barrier to mask his movements, and a simple trap. Suddenly, you have a fearsome revolutionary army. The agents ran to the docks and Galen walked over, frowning. What happened here? The agents pointed at the ship, saying with hatred, "Those damn revolutionary rats. They booby-trapped the ship as a ruse." Galen picked up a flag from the ground and frowned deeply. This isn't good. The leader for this mission frowned. Indeed. No wonder there were no pregnant women on this island. Retreat. We need to notify the higher-ups. The agents nodded and left the island, Galen following them and going back to Marineford, his job complete. Chapter 26, Meeting with the Enemy. He never got to Marineford. Galen was standing in front of 5 old men, holding a salute with a submissive smile as they looked at him, discussing amongst themselves. An old man with a bald head, holding a sword, suddenly said, "Admiral Galen, the Black Raven, what do you have to say about these recent events?" Galen replied firmly, "Filth being cleansed, sir." The elders looked at each other before another elder with a goatee asked, "You were responsible for the tactics used against rocks, correct?" Galen nodded. "That is correct, sir." The man nodded and questioned, "Therefore you chose to ally yourself with the Roger pirates. What was the reasoning for this decision?" Galen replied simply, "The reasoning was based on taking advantage of the terrain, sir. I found it difficult for our force to take Roger and rocks at the same time, therefore I chose to allow Roger to work with us in tandem. For the safety and success of the mission, I felt that there was no other option at the time. Unfortunately, Roger escaped and continued to commit crimes before we could eliminate him." The elders nodded and muttered to each other before the one with the sword spoke again, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's sound logic, Admiral. However, you failed to capitalize on the opportunity to eliminate them all." Galen said slowly, "I was out of commission during a clash with Kaido, therefore I had no opportunity, sir." The old man with a hat and cane nodded. "We know of this. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, and Shiki had escaped during the chaos, as well as Roger after the fact. However, we have intel that you were brought to the medic team by Edward Newgate." Galen shook his head and replied, "I have no knowledge of this, sir. If I was, I wasn't told." The elders looked at him before the one with the goatee changed the topic, explain what happened on Batarilla. Galen let out a frustrated breath, replying, "When we arrived at Batarilla, there were scattered citizens. As instructed, we purged the island and forced evidence of a pirate invasion. However, unfortunately, a troop of Cypher Paul agents were caught in a trap set by the Revolutionary Army." The elders frowned and spoke amongst themselves. "This is becoming a problem. We need to strangle this threat." "I too find this issue becoming a problem. The problem is we don't know where they are. They are also growing at an alarming rate. If we don't find them now, it will only become harder in the future." They fell silent at that and frowned, turning to Galen, who was still saluting. They looked at Galen and said, "Admiral, can we trust you with this?" Galen blinked and asked, "This, sir?" The elder with the cane explained, "As we recall, Dragon is the man responsible for the Revolutionary Army, and you were also nearly killed by him as he escaped. We want you to find him and bring him to us." Galen gave them a firm look and declared, "Understood. I will." A few weeks later, Galen was sitting in his office and coated the walls with his Conqueror's haki. He had used it enough by this point to make it nigh invisible, scattering any observation haki of any kind. He spoke into a snail, "They want me to find you, Dragon." Dragon snorted in amusement, "Ironic." Galen frowned, "Problematic. Prepare to move your base and I'll report it in." Dragon sighed and asked, "Is this really necessary?" Galen tilted his head and replied, "Most likely. It comes down to a test. This is them testing me. If I don't find anything, then they'll get suspicious. If I find it too fast, they'll think that it may be collusion. It has to be a bit long, but not too long, and there has to be something of value in it." Galen paused and turned to his book, asking, "What can you give up at the moment?" Dragon frowned and muttered, "We were going to take Tequila Wolf in a year or so. I guess it can be postponed. But if you bring them to an empty base, then it would be suspicious." Galen wrote in his book, replying, "That's why you're going to brainwash a group of pirates and leave them there with plans of going to Tequila Wolf. When I bust the place, Cypher Paul will bring them for torture and information. Get the worst of the worst and turn them into revolutionaries." Dragon frowned and retorted, "But they would break eventually." Galen tapped on the book with his pen for a moment before replying, "That's fine. It will show them that you don't have a specific base. You left decoys to fool the Marines and the world government. This gives you an edge. Plus, they'll figure that you drift around from base to base, not something that one admiral can find." He frowned and added, "As for the pirates, this is even better. When they break, it calls into question all the information they gathered from them so far, which would allow you to abandon the Tequila Wolf project." Dragon muttered, "Then every revolutionary they catch from here on out is called into question. Plus they don't have a grasp on who can and cannot be revolutionaries. They'll feel cornered on all sides." "Excellent. All right, how long do I have?" Galen looked through a calendar, replying simply, 7-9 months. Dragon confirmed, "All right." Galen looked at his notebook, flipping a few pages, adding also, I would start moving on Ohara. Dragon paused and muttered, Ohara? Galen read his notes and explained, the archaeologists are digging into poneglyphs according to Shakyaku's sources. It's only a matter of time before they stumble upon something they aren't supposed to see, and the world government erases Ohara off the map. Dragon fell silent and Galen added, I would make moves on them, start keeping tabs. They can prove useful later, give them a new place to live. I estimate within 1-2 years Ohara will be gone. Whether there's people there or not, this isn't something I can stop, Dragon. These people's lives are in your hands. Dragon's face was ugly as he replied, I'll see what I can do, I've been there before. They aren't the type of people to move. Galen frowned and muttered, their tree of knowledge is sacred to them. It's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. Get to them, see if you can recruit a few. Manipulate them, blackmail them, threaten them, it doesn't matter, as long as they're not on the island anymore. Dragon sighed and replied, I understand. Galen nodded and said, that's all, Godspeed. Dragon chuckled, for a man who doesn't believe in God, it's ironic. Before hanging up, Galen snorted and put away the snails before wiping his face with his leather gloves. He got up and left the office, leaving the building. He walked on the streets, going home, but he bumped into a young woman. She looked up and shook a fist, shouting, damn bastard. Watch where you're going. Damn, everyone's so rude here. Galen looked down at the girl. She had a nearly entirely shaved head, only a few spots that weren't along with a ponytail, notably her hair was maroon. Galen looked at her and smiled, and who the fuck are you? The girl pointed at Galen's nose, saying Belmir, and don't you forget it, bub. Galen gave her an amused look and grabbed her wrist, moving her pointer finger to his epaulets. Belmir said angrily, you, before freezing and patting Galen's chest, dusting him off with a flattering smile, a cigarette hanging at the corner of her lips. Hee tilde Admiral. Ha, just playin' around. Hee tilde don't mind little all me tilde aha. Before running off quickly. Galen watched her go and shook his head, going to his house. Chapter 27, A Futile Effort. 8 months later. Galen was sitting in a cabin when the door was kicked open. He let out a breath and leaned back, resting his cheek on his leather glove as they looked at the person who barged in. Who else would possibly do this in the entire Marine force, other than a strange girl called Belmir? Belmir shouted, Admiral Bastard, we're here. As smoke wafted from the cigarette at the corner of her lips. Galen looked at her silently. She grinned and ran off quickly. For some reason, Belmir was assigned to his ship, along with a bunch of other Marines, as they were joined by Cypherpaul to check out a tip from an anonymous source. Of course, it was the Revolutionaries' base that Galen had Dragon abandoned for this whole spectacle. As for Belmir, Galen didn't know what to do with her. She was like this. She was just a rude person by nature, not that she meant to be rude, it was just the way she was. Very carefree. Sometimes when Galen looked at her, an emotion resembling envy would bubble up inside of him. He wondered what it was like to be so carefree. Thus resulting in this sort of connection, they had where Galen wouldn't beat her for barging in, and she would tell Galen stories about why she joined the Marines. Apparently, she saw Roger's execution, and decided to stop crime by becoming a Marine herself. Galen actually didn't mind her outbursts, though he didn't feel much of anything nowadays. He quite liked how outrageous she was. At any rate, Galen got up and walked out of the cabin, making a smile for the agents as he entered the sunlight once again to continue his life's mission. The CP agents stormed the island and found the base as the Marines followed behind them as reinforcements. The island was abandoned as planned with only a couple dozen brainwashed pirates. Galen didn't know how Dragon managed to brainwash them, but it didn't matter in the end, as long as they spilled the beans about Tequila Wolf before revealing that they were in fact brainwashed, then everything would go according to plan. Unsurprisingly, it was a success, without even a ripple of complication. The CP agents found the base, took the pirates hostage, and confiscated everything in the base before returning to the ship. Galen watched silently as Belmir stood next to him, smoking and muttering, damn suits. Actin' so cocky. Before turning to Galen and looking up, asking, am I getting paid for this? Galen didn't even look at her, replying, 15 pounds of pure gold just for you. Belmir's eyes lit up before freezing. Ah, wait a minute, did you just tease me? She grabbed his suit, and Galen had a helpless expression on his face as Belmere exploded. "Don't go teasing me, bub. I don't care who you are. I better be get paid. Damn." The CP agents looked over and saw Galen's helpless look before shaking their heads and taking the prisoners to the brig. Galen said, "All right, 100 bully." Belmere nearly fainted and Galen sighed, adding, "I don't get paid either." The agents walking by sighed at this. "Neither do they." Belmere let him go and held her heart. I think I'm having a heart attack." The Marines chuckled and returned to the ship, not caring at all. After all these years, they were no longer the Delta team. Galen got a new crew as the Delta team was delegated to other tasks, becoming a legend in the Marines. Some of them even retired and never spoke of what they did. As a result, most Marines forgot how Galen even got his epithet in the first place. This was a man that didn't even blink after scalping a drug lord, didn't lose sleep over torturing rapists until they were subhuman meat, and barely lost his appetite after being covered in human flesh. Now he was just Admiral Galen, or Admiral Bastard, or Admiral Asshole, or the lazy Admiral or mysterious Admiral. Nothing more, nothing less. Only the old guys remembered what Galen did, and those guys wouldn't tell the recruits. Times were changing, and Galen wasn't sure if it was for the better. He felt that the Marines were slowly becoming less of a feared organization and more of a nuisance for pirates. He sighed to himself at this, as they returned to drop off the Cypher Paul members at Mariewa. However, Galen couldn't even rest in his cabin as he was called down to the brig by Belmere. Something about those damn suits and Ian, her sweet ass. Galen didn't pay attention to her nonsense and walked down to the brig. The leader of this group of CP agents was waiting for him. When he finally arrived, the CP leader said with a strange tone of respect, "Admiral Black Raven, there are legends of your information gathering skills. We were wondering if you could help." Galen raised a brow and Belmere frowned. "Huh, you damn suits can't even get prisoners to talk. All you guys do is stare at my hot body all day, huh?" The CP leader ignored her and stared at Galen with a glimmer of hope and excitement. Galen looked at him and smiled gently. "Sure." The CP agents all around got excited and whispered amongst themselves as Galen muttered inwardly, "Bunch of freaks," before saying softly, "Belly, in my cabin there's a black bag in the cabinet. Go and get it for me." Belmere grumbled and walked off, swaying her hips without realizing it. Galen took off his coat and suit jacket, letting out a breath as he rolled up his sleeves. Blotches of tattoos breathing air for the first time in years. Belmere came back within 2 minutes, dragging a heavy bag, complaining, "Whata got in here? Rocks? Admiral Rockhead." Galen took the bag from her with one hand, making her freeze and touch her own arms with a pout. He paused and looked at her, palming her head as he said, "Go back to the deck." Belmere frowned, "But I wanna come." Galen pointed to the deck silently, and she snorted, stomping away and grumbling again. Galen loosened his tie and walked into the room as the agents all ran inside, slamming the door behind them. The Marines were chatting on the deck happily, while Belmere was sitting on the steps to the upper deck when they all heard a faint, inhuman screeching. They froze and the blood-curdling screams continued for a while before stopping abruptly at the sound of a gunshot. They panicked and the screams started again, over and over, plaguing the Marines until nightfall. They were all still up, sitting on the deck and shaking with bloodshot eyes. They heard footsteps and turned to see Galen coming out from the brig, blood covering his arms and face. He stopped and looked at them all. They would never forget the look. The blood in their bodies froze over in fear, and their brains couldn't react in time to even comprehend what sort of creature was looking at them. Galen never showed Conqueror's haki to anyone other than the dead, but it was as though he used it. The Marines fell to the ground, staring at the deck in a cold sweat, fainting with their eyes widened in horror. Galen tilted his head and was confused, but his eyes were blank, empty. Nothing inside of them, his face blank and flat, forgetting to revert back to his acting. He turned to Belmere to see she was holding up quite well, just pale and shivering, staring at him in horror. He frowned and suddenly remembered, cracking his neck and sighing, returning to his act, sighing as he said gently, "Sorry for scaring you, kid." As he carried his suit jacket, coat, and bag of tools to his cabin, closing the door. The CP agents were sitting in the room, leaning against the wall, unable to comprehend how the things they were looking at were once people. They got all the information they could ever want. From revolutionary secrets to brainwashing to piracy to birth dates, girlfriends, island they were born on, and everything in between. The rest of the ride was silent. Nobody said a word at all. The CP agents left the ship at Mariewa, and a few weeks later, the Marines got off at Marineford in a daze. Galen stood on his ship and looked at them as they turned back, seeing him looking down at them. They turned pale and ran away. Belmere stared at Galen in a daze before waking away as well. Galen watched them go, and a slight smile graced his lips, full of sadness. Chapter 28, Small Vacation. He came down the ship and returned to his home. He heard from the 5 elders on the way back to Marineford. They applauded him on his job, but as Galen expected, they didn't want him to continue looking for Dragon and the army. It was a futile effort, as anyone could see. The pirates were brainwashed and left to be devout believers. They said that they would be taking over the operation on the Revolutionary Army for the moment, putting their cipher pawls on the job. However, they did tell him they were satisfied with his work this time. Galen thanked them gratefully, full of submissive intentions, as they told him to be on standby until further notice. Now he had pretty much nothing to do. However, he was thinking of leaving Marineford for a bit. He didn't have a place to go, but there was never a place for him in the first place. He reckoned that nobody would miss him anyway. As he was thinking about where to go, Kong visited his house. Galen was stunned, and Kong sat down, slamming a bottle of liquor on the table, cursing that toothless fuck Zephyr didn't want to come, said something about visiting his family's grave. The poor bastard. They didn't even catch the faggot that did it either. He slammed the table and shouted, "Cuss of one rat fuck, I lost an admiral." Galen sat down with a t-shirt and shorts, replying slowly, "Zephyr is a strong guy, I can't imagine what I would do." Kong laughed and poured out the liquor into glasses. "You'd have probably killed every pirate you saw for the rest of your miserable life. Ghhha. Galen smiled slightly and sipped his drink. Kong took a big gulp and let out a satisfied breath, looking at the bottle. No wonder Zephyr, that little asshole, likes this shit. Anyway. He put the bottle back down and looked at Galen, continuing, "I just got transfer requests." Galen stared at him blankly, and Kong pointed at Galen's nose, saying, "Don't look at me like a retard. You know it's your ship. What happened?" Galen replied simply, "I helped get information from prisoners." Kong rolled his eyes and scoffed, "I fucking knew it. These poor worms can't stomach anything nowadays. I remember when you were a kid, gahaha." He laughed and slapped his knee. One of my men had brain splatter on his face, and he was fine. Stupid bastard even laughed about it afterwards. Gahahaha. Galen smiled slightly, and Kong sighed, drinking from his glass different times. "I was told to watch my language today, by some octoashal faggot recruit, so I threw him into the sea and watched him swim from the excited dolphins." Kong grumbled and Galen chuckled, holding his glass with both hands. Kong reached over the table and patted Galen's head, saying, "Listen, kid, don't get all hung up on these recruits. They transfer, who cares? We have more than enough Marines for you to run through." Then he laughed, "Even if you want those Delta boys back, I can do it, gehahaha." Galen scrunched his nose as Kong palmed his head, ruffling his hair just like he used to. Then he pulled Galen's head to look at himself as Kong changed completely, saying grimly, "Another thing, whatever you're doing. Acting like a faggot dog that pisses when it's okay. Pretending to be softer than baby shit." Kong leaned in and stared into Galen's eyes, saying slowly, "I don't care who you go for, what target you have, who you want to bring to justice, but if you get caught..." Kong's eyes exploded with Conqueror's haki. "There won't be anybody else, only me, and I'll be the last person you ever see. You got that?" Galen teared up and smiled slightly. "You?" Kong pulled Galen into his shoulder, hugging his head with one arm as he said, "Of course, kid. I raised you and I will put you in the ground. Only me, nobody else." Galen nodded softly and hugged Kong, who smiled slightly, shaking him. "Do me a favor and don't get caught, you rat fuck." In the end, all the Marines on Galen's ship were replaced. Even Belmere left. She returned to the East Blue from Marineford and was promoted to captain on Galen's recommendation. He didn't go to see her off. He was currently on a paid vacation at Marineford, which meant he was sitting in his house and training. The year was 1501 at the moment. Galen was 37, he was born early in 1464. Today, Galen decided to walk around Marineford and make a stop at the bookstore. He passed by laughing Marines off duty and quite a few couples. Seeing as how he wasn't in admiral uniform, nobody really paid attention to him. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt with black shorts and one-strap wooden sandals. However, as he continued working out, his build got bigger and bigger, so he looked extremely strong. His arms seemed to be sculpted from stones along with his legs. Coupled with his height of 68, he was quite the monster. Although, he wore oversized t-shirts for this reason, as well as a black undershirt and leather gloves to cover up his tattoos. His black hair was messy, and bangs hung in front of his face, parting around his bright blue eyes that always seemed to shine no matter what. The difference between him and Garp was he was in a constant state of life return, compacting his muscles and slimming himself down to appear smaller. It was not even a conscious effort anymore, it was more permanent now out of habit. He liked having more agility, otherwise he would look like a square much like Garp did, which would be bad since Galen liked to get close and personal. At any rate, he was quite handsome, but unassuming. He didn't stand out because he didn't want nor care to. As he passed by the couples and off-duty Marines, he happened to catch Zephyr training a group. He stopped for a moment before continuing on his walk. Zephyr looked at his back and smiled slightly before resuming his instructor life. Galen carried on, going to the main street bookstore and purchasing a few books as well as a new chess set. After paying the clerk, he left the store and looked at the sun, thinking that he should go buy sunglasses sometime soon. Just as he had this thought, he turned to see a young girl trying on spiked chokers from a stall. She seemed to find one she liked and paid the shop owner before going to sit down at a stone table, seemingly waiting for someone. The girl blew the long hair in front of her face and tapped on the table, an array of bracelets on her wrists. Just as she was waiting, a big man sat across from her. She snorted and looked at him, saying, "Not interested, old man." Galen tapped on the table in silence and the girl looked at it, seeing a chess layout. She looked up and said, "I wasn't." Galen ignored her and started setting up the pieces that were in a stone drawer under the table. The girl frowned and Galen asked, "What's your name?" The girl looked at the chess pieces and said, "Doll." Chapter 29, Exoneration of Absolute Sin. Galen nodded and smiled gently. White starts. Doll said angrily, "I told you." I was. Galen added, "Admiral Galen." Doll froze and sat in the chair obediently, looking at the chessboard, wondering why she was so unlucky. Galen leaned his cheek on his palm, looking at Doll. She looked a lot like Tsuru. Same beautiful face and all black eyes, her nose was just like Tsuru's as well. However, her eyebrows and hair were different, he felt they were quite familiar. Doll made a move on the chessboard and looked up at Galen, who was staring at her. She frowned and said, "Your turn." Galen came back to his senses and looked at the chessboard, making a move in an instant. Doll looked at the move and made a move on her own as Galen asked, "How old are you, Doll?" Doll frowned and replied, 17. Galen thought to himself and moved his knight in silence. 17. So she was born in 1484. He thought to himself, during the time of 1484, he was still with the Delta Squad. That was around a year after the legendary group of him, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru disbanded. He smiled inwardly, those were good days. He remembered the tearful goodbyes and... Galen froze as Doll snapped her fingers in his face. "Hello?" He looked at her and blinked, turning to the chessboard, making a move as he asked, "You're Tsuru's daughter, right?" Doll nodded and thought about her move in silence as Galen was confused. He looked at her hair and eyebrows as well as her ears before asking while suppressing his shock, "Where's your father?" Doll snorted and frowned, "I don't know." Never met I am. Galen was horrified and Doll looked at him, saying angrily, "Can you hurry up?" He swallowed to himself and returned to normal, making a move on the chessboard without thinking. Doll took his piece and smirked, "Hee." Galen blinked and calmed himself, looking at the chessboard in silence, not speaking anymore as he made another move. Doll smiled triumphantly, "Not so talkative anymore, eh? Hee tilde." Galen didn't say a word, staying silent with his normal blank face as he continued playing. Doll went from happy to confused to shock as she lost within 5 moves. She stared at the chessboard and looked up to see Galen was gone. She looked around quickly and saw him walking away, carrying his things as he lumbered off. Doll shouted, "Hey, wait!" But Galen's figure seemed to become a mirage as he disappeared entirely. Doll stomped her foot and sighed, "Runnin' away after beating me once. What a jerk-off." Galen returned home and put his stuff down on the kitchen table, throwing his glove to the side and rubbing his face. He was breathing erratically and took off his shirts, splashing his face with cold water. He paced in his kitchen before walking out of the house and standing in his training area. His home was far outside the town of Marineford, way on the outskirts, just on the edge of the base, basically on a man-made beach. It was a small house. One person was more than enough. 2 people crowded it. Galen stared at the crashing waves and held his hips, taking in deep breaths before leaving his sandals behind and diving into the water, going for a swim. A while later, he was sitting in a chair settled in the sand, staring at the waves in a daze with half a dozen bottles of whiskey at his feet, all empty. He was holding one in his hand, taking swigs from it as he watched the waves crash on the man-made beach before reeling back. A strange chuckle escaped his lips. He fell off the chair, and his knees sank into the sand as he held his face, the whiskey bottle submerging in the cold sand under the moonlight as he laughed, tears streaming down his face. He used the bottle as a crutch as he leaned over holding his face and laughing extremely loud, his tears wetting the sand beneath him. His laughter echoed to no one in particular, as he was so far away from everyone else. A mix of happiness and sadness in his voice, as he continued to laugh and cry for a long time. All this time, a beautiful little girl was living so close to him. His own little girl. A girl who didn't know who her father was at all, a person connected to him without any of the tragedy he knew. A completely innocent life, a beautiful life without any of his problems. A beautiful, innocent life that wasn't broken like him. He laughed and cried for a long time before leaning back and staring at the bright moon in the sky. His mouth open and tears gliding off the sides of his face as he couldn't believe it. He couldn't even fathom such a thing coming true. He wondered if it was just a dream. Maybe he would wake up tomorrow and find himself sleeping in an ash heap surrounded by charred corpses. He was sad because he knew he couldn't be with her. He wouldn't allow his fucked-up life to destroy hers. Never. Just his presence near her would taint her soul. Galen believed this to his very core. But despite that, he just couldn't help but be happy. So happy. The next morning, Galen woke up on the beach and looked at the whiskey bottles around him before laying back down in the sand, smiling to himself and starting to cry again. It wasn't a dream. Time continued to pass, and Doll never crossed paths with Galen again. Even when she went looking, she couldn't find him. Eventually, she gave up and returned to her daily life, unaware that a new set of eyes were almost constantly watching over her wherever she went. -1502, Marineford, Paradise. Galen was sitting in his office when he received a call. He picked up the phone, his expression a subtle smile from the blank it usually was. Then it returned to blank as he heard, "O'Hara has been found out to have been studying the poneglyphs." Galen asked, "Elimination." The elders replied simply, "Buster call." Galen said simply, "Understood," before hanging up. He frowned and pulled out the snail array before getting another call. "Admiral, I have Nico Alvia in custody." Galen thought quickly and said, "Saul, you've been chosen as one of the 5 vice admirals participating in a buster call on O'Hara." Saul was stunned and said, What? Why?" Galen narrowed his eyes and pulled on his book, writing Jaguar D. Saul as he replied, "Because they studied ancient forbidden history banned by the world government. That is all." Before circling the name and writing down a question mark next to the name. He stayed on the line, but Saul didn't reply, just hung up instead. Galen crossed out the question mark and put a check mark next to Saul's name. He made a few other calls and sent Sakazuki, Aokiji, Doberman, and Kamil. He would have sent Garp, but the guy wasn't here and wouldn't answer. He also skipped over Tsuru. She had to take care of Doll. What was she going to a buster call for? He shook his head and sent these 4 immediately, planning on also going himself. He called Dragon and said buster call. Dragon frowned on his end and said frustratingly, "I can't convince them to leave. You have to stop this." Galen paused for a moment before saying, I can't. Dragon shouted, What do you mean you can't? Galen let out a breath and replied, Exactly what I said. This is the last step, I can feel it. With the Fleet Admiral position, the moves I can make are unimaginable. Something like this will never happen again, I can assure you. Plus, I can organize my own groups as splinter ops. Trust me, this cannot be stopped. On the contrary, I will be going to make sure it goes according to plan. Dragon grit his teeth and said, I'm nearby. I'll see what I can do. Galen said, You have precisely 10 days before a buster call arrives at O'Hara with several cipher pawls, before hanging up and hiding his snails. He stood up and took his black book with him before pausing as he looked at the wall. He grabbed the shotgun and vest before heading out. Chapter 30, A Girl Born from the Ashes. 10 days later. Galen was standing on the bow of a marine warship with its cannons aimed at an island. This island had a towering tree in the middle of it. O'Hara, West Blue. Galen was cloaked with his admiral coat, but he was wearing his vest with leather gloves, his arms crossed in front of his chest with his shotgun slinged around him on his back. A old snail with a beard started screaming with siren noises as the Marines started scrambling. The vice-admirals looked at Galen, who looked at the island, his observation hacky covering it nearly completely. He saw Saul running in a direction, and a little girl crying along with a bunch of scholars putting out fires and Alvia breaking down. Galen saw the people getting on an evacuation ship and said with a tone as cold as ice, Begin. As soon as the words were uttered, the marine warships started firing at the island, explosions going off all over the place. Massive flames erupted around the island, and Galen could hear the screams as the ships drew closer. ISEKAI was standing being Galen looking at the carnage in silence before leaving the ship and disappearing on the island. Galen stood still for a few moments before disappearing as well, leaving behind the words, until O'Hara no longer exists. Galen appeared in front of the scholars of O'Hara and looked at the 3 cipher Paul members. Everyone looked at him, and the leader this time saying, Admiral Galen, Chief Spanding, we aren't off the island. Galen spread his conqueror's haki around the group, blocking interference as he took out his shotgun, walking to Spanding and taking the snail from his hands. He made sure it was off before asking, the Gorosei have hung up, where's the rest of CP9? Spanding saluted and said, they're heading for the ships. I only have my 2 assistants with me. We only need to bring Nico Alvia with us now. Galen nodded and pointed at the snail, Spanding confirming the Gorosei are satisfied with this operation. Galen let out a breath and said, that's good. Before turning to Nico Alvia on the ground, his smile fading to a blank expression as he said, You know, I knew I couldn't let this happen. The scholars, Alvia, the little girl, and CP9 agents were confused. Suddenly, Galen raised his shotgun, saying it's Admiral Black Raven, and blew Spanding's head clean off, stunning everyone. He looked up at the Tree of Knowledge, sighing, Why couldn't you all just go with Dragon? Why must you force me? The CP9 agents turned and ran, but they didn't get far as Galen pounced on one of them, smashing his skull into the ground, blowing it up like a watermelon. He flashed and grabbed the other agent's leg, dragging him back and tossing him on the ground. He stepped on his chest and stuffed the shotgun in his mouth, saying, Now you're all dead, and the world government gets what they want. He pulled the trigger, and blood splashed on Nico Alvia's face, petrifying the little girl and the rest of the scholars. He reloaded his shotgun and kicked the 3 corpses together before digging his fingers into the ground and tossing out the chunk of land they were on, throwing them into the air. A cannonball flew into the path and obliterated the evidence, raining blood on everyone. Galen closed his eyes and turned to them, holding the barrel of the shotgun to Alvia's temple. She closed her eyes, and the little girl ran at Galen, smashing on his leg and crying, Stop! Don't hurt my mommy. Galen turned to her and stared at her. The little girl looked up at him and trembled in fear at his emotionlessly blank gaze. The scholars ran into the Tree of Knowledge, leaving only a man with a clover haircut, Alvia, and the little girl. Galen stared at the little girl and said, Remember this, little girl. This is the monster in your life, the world government. The Marines, hate me, hate the government, hate the world. There is no black and white, only good and evil. He moved the shotgun to her face and asked, What's your name? The little girl froze and Alvia's eyes widened. Robin? No, stop. It's me you want, isn't it? Galen ignored her and stepped on her head, repeating what's your name. The little girl cried and said Robin, Nico Robin. Galen cracked his neck and held up his hand, the sun pendant dangling from his leather glove. I am the evil of the world, Robin, and I won't stop. I'll never stop. Do you understand me? The government created you and me. I was born in an ash heap and you will be too. Robin sniffled in fear and Galen pressed the barrel on her chest, looking into her eyes as he added softly, as long as there's light and justice in your heart, it doesn't matter if you're a pirate or a marine. Remember that always. As he flipped the shotgun in his hand, grabbing the barrel as it turned pitch black, a goopy aura covering it. He swung it to the side, staring at Robin as a giant black fist smashed towards him. The fist was stopped by the butt of the shotgun and Saul roared angrily, How could you? She's just a child. We're supposed to be the good guys. Galen looked at Robin and said gently, We're not. There are good Marines, I'm not one of them. As he threw Alvia into Robin's arms, allowing them to hug. Robin burst into tears and Alvia smiled gently, hugging Robin as the man sat there in the background, stone-faced with his arms crossed. Galen flicked Saul's fist away and grabbed Robin's collar, throwing her to Saul as she screamed, Mommy. Galen flipped the shotgun back and pressed on the back of Alvia's head, saying, Remember this day, Robin, the day you were born again. As Saul started running, Robin reached out behind him and shrieked, M-O-M-M-Y. Until a gunshot rang in her ears and she burst out crying, Saul taking her away and looking back as he disappeared. Chapter 31, Absolute Justice. Alvia opened her eyes to find a hole in front of her. She turned back to see Galen looking off into the distance with the shotgun resting on his shoulder. She simply asked, Why? Galen frowned and said, She's 8 years old, right? Alvia nodded and Galen snorted gently. When I was 8, my entire island was pillaged and slaughtered, slaves taken for the world government. I watched as my own family was defiled and butchered in front of me. I wasted my entire life chasing revenge, and when I got it, I was a broken shell of a human being. Alvia frowned and asked, then why the man in front of her explained the situation clearly. What he's saying is that he is not going to let you die. Alvia was stunned and looked at the man. Clover. Clover looked at Galen, smiling slightly, am I right? Galen looked at him and nodded, correct. She is a beautiful chess piece for my collection. This world made me a monster, so I will play the part of a monster until the end. He turned to the distance and added also, I don't wish to see another person like me in this world. Clover snorted and smiled, I see. Quite the marine. Galen ignored his comment and said, You're jumping in the fire, I assume? Clover chuckled and replied, I have no choice. Knowledge must be kept alive, no matter the cost. Galen nodded and grabbed Alvia's wrists, putting them behind her back with one hand as he held her on his shoulder, saying to Clover, I warned you all. Why didn't you listen? Clover simply pointed at the tree, and Galen looked at it, snorting, a bafflingly idiotic reason. A simple religion of knowledge creates such devout believers. Gods are nothing but evil that can't be cleansed. Nothing more, nothing less. He was done talking with Clover and walked away with Alvia on his shoulder as she struggled, saying, Let me go. Galen ignored her and Clover said, Don't you want to know? About why? Galen stopped and turned his head slightly, looking at him as he stated, A simple bit of text will not bring down the world government. My fists, plans, and bullets will. Your text will wound them. I will tear them off their thrones and devour every single inch of their flesh with my teeth. He turned back and finished, until there's nothing left to call the world government anymore. Just a sad, empty, worthless city on a piece of rock, exactly what it always was. Clover stared at him and asked, and then? Galen looked at the sky as fire rained down, blowing things to hell as he muttered, and then? I'll look down from the highest tower in that city and join the evil in hell. Before walking away. Alvia was silent and Clover sighed, sounds like a sad life. Galen chuckled suddenly, replying, I've been dead for a long time, before he disappeared on the spot. Galen came back to see the evacuation ship explode with everyone on it. Alvia and Galen froze, their eyes widening beyond belief. Galen covered Alvia in his coat and jumped in the air, shooting towards the evacuation ship only to see corpses everywhere. He jumped in the air, hovering over the water. Not a single soul was spared, Even the Marines on the ship were but mere pieces now. Fragments of a forgotten island. Alvia stared at the disaster through the coat with dazed eyes. Galen muttered, "Do you see it, Alvia? This is what the world government does. This is what justice has become. This is the evil that must be eradicated." Alvia teared up as the tree of knowledge collapsed on the island. Galen turned around and left, going back to his ship and walking to the cabin. He put Alvia down and handcuffed her under his desk, stabbing his shotgun, covered in haki, into the planks, locking her in place as he said, "Stay here. Don't move." As he left the office, arriving on the deck, he looked at the Marines and asked who fired the shot. The Marines looked at each other before slowly pointing at another ship. Galen turned his head, seeing Sakazuki standing on the deck with a serious face, full of coldness. Sakazuki felt something and looked up to see Galen staring at him. He frowned and turned his back to him, walking away. The only thing Galen saw when he left was absolute justice on his back. Galen stood there with his arms crossed, watching him go, not doing anything. When Sakazuki disappeared, Galen turned to the island, noticing that Kyuzin was watching Robin sail away in a path he created, letting her escape. Robin was hugging her knees and forcing herself to laugh like Saul while crying. Galen focused on her as she cried, muttering to himself in a barely audible voice, "Cry, little one. Get everything out now. It will ease the pain." He turned around and walked into the cabin before coming back out a few seconds later. He rolled up a bundle of books and tied them with a string before covering the books in haki. He looked out on the horizon before swinging his arm out, a whistling sound whooshed by the Marines, shooting across the sky. Robin's hair back as a roll of books stabbed into the seat next to her. The books reverted from their blackened state and stayed upright, stuck in the seat. She pulled on them hard, nearly falling over as she pulled them out. The string snapped and the books unrolled, revealing word 6 powers: Haki, Life Return, Art of Deception, Chess Playbook, and one unmarked book that looked extremely old. Robin sniffled and opened the old book to see sketchy handwriting. Hell log, followed by an array of words filling each page top to bottom, starting with a boy crawling out of an ash pile. However, there was never a name mentioned. The Marines looked at Galen, who frowned. "I thought I saw an escaping boat." The Marines looked with binoculars and reported, "Nothing, sir, only fragments of wood." Galen nodded and turned around, adding, "Then I didn't miss." As he returned to his cabin, leaving, "Tell Kyuzin to return. We're leaving this place," before disappearing into the cabin. The Marines saluted and ran off. Ara Island. Population 0. Status, erased. Chapter 32, Inhuman Monster. Galen sat at the desk and Alvia was in a corner of the cabin, staring at the window as the ship slowly sailed to Marineford. She suddenly asked, "What now?" Galen ignored her, but she went on, "You take me to a Marine base and lock me up, feed me like a dog. Are you gonna use me too?" Galen walked over and squatted down as she turned to him. He held her chin before slapping her in the mouth. Alvia coughed and spat out a few teeth, glaring at Galen, who grabbed her lower jaw, turning her back to him as he said slowly, "Ask me if I'm going to rape you again, and you'll be a toothless whore begging in the alleys of Marineford, understand?" Alvia spat blood in his face and retorted, "I'm not scared of you. Unfortunately." Galen tore off a part of her dress, wiping the blood off his face as he said, "You should be," before throwing the cloth back to her and going to sit down, writing in his book. Around 10 days later, they finally arrived back at Marineford. Galen held his coat and suit jacket over his arm with Alvia hiding inside of it as he walked off the ship, going to his office. He entered the building and Kong called him up. He didn't even blink, walking into Kong's office with Alvia on his arm, saying, "What?" Kong looked at him and said, "I heard what happened." Galen blinked slowly, replying, "Just a hiccup." Kong held his temples and pointed at him, saying angrily, "I swear to fuck, Galen. If that rat bastard, son of a whore, faggot shitstain goes missing, it's on your fucking head. You hear me, asshole?" Galen nodded and said, "I got it." Kong sighed and smashed his table in half, shouting, "I'm serious." Galen nodded and repeated, "I got it." Kong glared at him, his hands crackling with black arcs, veins throbbing on his forehead. Galen looked at his hands, then his forehead, then his face, saying slowly, "You need to relax. I'm not gonna do anything." Kong grit his teeth and said, "Not just on Marineford." Galen looked at him before walking out of the room as Kong roared, "I'm telling you, Galen." Galen's voice replied to him, "I don't know what you're talking about," as he left. Kong was trembling in anger as he knew that face Galen made. When Galen gave that blank look and repeated words, he wasn't listening at all. Kong shouted, "ISEKAI, get the fuck in my office. Now!" His voice smashed through the walls of the Marine HQ building and spread across the entirety of Marineford as all the Marines froze. Fleet Admiral only did that when he was really, really angry. What did Vice Admiral Sakazuki do? Galen returned to his office and threw Alvia to the side behind his desk as he sat down, receiving a call almost instantly. He answered him. The elders sounded from the snail, "Excellent work as usual, Admiral." Galen smiled submissively, replying, "Of course, anything for justice." Alvia looked at Galen with disgust as the elders agreed. Recently, Fleet Admiral Kong has been doing excellent work as well. Perhaps it's time for a promotion. This would empty a position. Galen said fawningly, "Fleet Admiral Kong works very hard, sir. I thank you on his behalf." The elders replied, "Of course. We've received nothing less than excellence from Kong. We hope to receive that very same from you, Admiral. That'll be all for now." Galen replied gratefully, "Thank you, sir. I'll wait for further instructions." The elders hung up and Alvia sneered, "Look a good dog. Are you gonna bark?" Galen ignored her and took out the snail array, his expression returning to blank as he dialed, saying, "Dragon, the promotion is secured. Casualties are nearly the entire island." Alvia froze and Dragon sighed, "I should have taken the residence." Galen frowned and replied, "Unfortunate, however hindsight is 20/20. I made a mistake in this operation by sending Sakazuki to the scene. The deaths of these innocents are on me. I will deal with Sakazuki in a bit, however, I couldn't save the scholars." Dragon got down to business, asking, "What's the play?" Galen wrote down in his book, "Jaguar D. Sol is currently thawing on Ohara, being spared by Kyuzin. The books and pieces of knowledge are sitting in a lake next to the fallen tree of knowledge. There is also a poneglyph under the tree in a secret room. By my calculations, it's estimated that Sol can not only be trusted, but may even provide a channel for giants to join the cause." He looked at a calendar before continuing, however, depending on the temperature of Kyuzin's ice, he may have thawed already and left, or is thawing at the moment. I'd wager to say you have a 2-3 day window where your chances of bumping into him are the highest. Dragon hummed and flipped open a book on his side, writing all this down, muttering, "If we can secure a channel into Elbaf, we might not only have a powerful ally but a fortress. The territory of the giants is nearly forbidden to Marines and world government alike. Do you have intel for me to work with?" Galen flipped the pages of his book, replying, "I'll notify Shakyaku to prepare it for you. If you have an opportunity, get it to Sol and tell him to bring it back to Elbaf, the sheep's house debacle." Dragon flipped his pages and nodded, "The Sister Carmel incident? That could work." Galen asked, "What's your status on the army?" Dragon looked around him at the people coming and going outside his office, replying, "Excellent. We're recruiting talents everywhere we spread the word. People don't want to be living under tyranny anymore." He looked at a guy with a massive head and another with bare ears before adding, "Found some reliable guys too." Galen nodded and said, "I have Nico Alvia." Dragon froze and shouted, "What? Where?" Galen replied, "Right next to me at Marineford. We will reconvene at Ohara in 3 months exactly. I will bring her to you." He looked at Alvia, adding, "The only survivor of Ohara." Dragon let out a breath and said, "All right, see you then," before hanging up. Galen called Shakyaku and informed her to hand Dragon the sheep's house files before hanging up and putting away the snail array. Alvia looked at him and said, "I can't understand you." Galen ignored her, writing in his book, booking at the calendar intermittently. Alvia continued, "Regardless, you're becoming the fleet admiral, you're a dog for the world government, but seem to also be the leader of the revolutionary army." She stared at him in utter confusion and asked, "Who are you really?" Galen paused for a moment before continuing as he replied softly, "I'm whoever I need to be, for whomever needs me to be it." Alvia retorted, "But you lie to everyone. You didn't tell the Marines about me, you didn't tell the Gorosei about the CP9 agents, and you didn't tell the Revolutionary Army about Robin. Whose side are you on anyway?" Galen closed his eyes and let out a soft breath from his nose, saying gently, "The only person you can trust in this life is yourself." For the Marines, I'm the ruthless Admiral Black Raven. For the government, I'm the loyal dog. For the revolutionaries, I'm the secret weapon behind the scenes. Who am I? I'm nobody. I am not. I'm on the side of justice. I don't have a name, I don't have a life, I don't have a reason. He looked at the book and paused for a moment before adding, I just am. I am a machine of pure justice. No matter who, no matter when, no matter how, I will come for those who commit evil. It's only a matter of time. He turned to Alvia and continued, I'm the scum under your fingernails, you get it? There is no ME. I see, I breathe, I feel, but I am not like you. Don't get familiar with something that isn't human. It never ends well. He turned back to his book as Alvia stared at him with glassy eyes. She laid her head on the ground and looked at him with a complicated look in her eyes, saying softly, Then I truly pity you. Galen frowned slightly but ignored her, continuing his work. A while later, Galen carried her out of the HQ building and back to his house. He took her handcuffs off and let her go, saying, You'd be smart to not leave this house. There's food in the fridge and books in the living room. Keep yourself occupied, and you'll find your time here shorter than expected. Alvia rubbed her wrists and looked at him as he pointed at the stairs, saying, There's a bedroom upstairs with a bathroom. I will get you clothes tomorrow. Clean yourself up. After he was done, he took off his shirt and threw it in a basket before grabbing 6 bottles of whiskey and walking outside. Alvia watched him go and asked, Where are you going? Galen ignored her and closed the door behind him, grabbing a chair by the door and walking to the beach. She walked to the window and saw Galen put the wooden chair in the sand on the man-made beach before sitting down and drinking as he watched the sunset. She sighed and muttered, What a miserable man, before turning around and walking upstairs. Another while passed. Alvia was sitting on a bed wearing a big shirt and boxers, feeling strange. This guy, did he give her his room? She checked the whole house and there were no other rooms besides this one. So unless he was hiding a room, then this was most definitely his own room. Alvia felt extremely uncomfortable. This had been the first time she's been in the room of a man since her husband died, and a Marine no less. She felt a tingling all over her body and left the room to go find Galen. When she came down the stairs, she heard muffled sounds from outside and walked over to see Galen hunched over on the chair, leaning on the bottle of whiskey, holding his face and crying by himself. Alvia froze and stood there, staring at the hunched figure in silence. She watched as the so-called inhuman machine wasn't as inhuman as it had claimed. Then she shook her head and forgot about it. It wasn't her problem, and as it had said today, they weren't friends, there was no need to get familiar. She turned around and hesitated a moment before returning to the room and laying down on the bed in silence. The next day, Chapter 33, 3 months. Alvia came down the stairs to see breakfast on the table along with a bag of women's clothing, but no Galen. She pursed her lips and sat down, staring to eat. Galen was in his office looking at reports and frowning as Sakazuki was placed on base-locked vacation until further notice. Galen ignored it and continued his work, putting his attention elsewhere. Sakazuki would have to leave Marineford eventually. It was only a matter of time. However, Galen was more interested in Kyuzan, the one who spared Saul on Ohara. Perhaps he could become a useful chess piece in the future. Other than this, there was nothing else to do besides paperwork. He wasn't going to leave Marineford at this time, not with Alvia at his house, so there was only paperwork to do. The day passed and the sunset rolled in. Galen returned home and hung up his coat at the door as he passed by. He paused, seeing Alvia laying on his couch with her legs propped up on the armrest. He grabbed her slender legs and put them on the ground. She was wearing a tank top with MARINES written on the chest and short shorts with the Marine logo at the corner. Her white hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she frowned at him, looking up from a book, asking what? Galen said, "Keep your feet off the couch," before walking away. Alvia watched him head upstairs before snorting and adjusting herself, hanging her feet off the edge of the couch instead. Galen changed from his suit to just shorts before heading outside. Alvia peeked from the couch and watched as Galen brought the chair to the same spot before jumping into the ocean, going for a swim. She turned back to her book and flipped the page, forgetting about him again. That night, she looked out the window of Galen's room to see him crying again. She frowned and closed the window, going back to sleep. The next night, he just sat there and watched the waves. The night after that, he drank himself to sleep. The night after that, he floated in the water, letting the waves rock him back and forth as he stared at the moon. And again, over and over. Alvia was having trouble sleeping. So, after the second week of her stay, she stormed out at night and pointed at his nose, shouting angrily, "Can you please stop this madness?" Galen looked at her silently and frowned. Alvia waved her hands, saying, "You come out here every night and barely sleep at all, leaving yourself with your thoughts or whatever it is. I can't take it. I can't sleep with you doing this nonsense. It's driving me insane." Galen replied, "So? What I do is my business." Alvia poked his chest and spat through gritted teeth. "Not when it affects me. Damn it. Stop sitting here with the weight of the world on your shoulders, acting like you're the so-called big bad monster, when you don't have to. You're clearly forcing it on yourself. I'm not gonna sit here and watch someone destroy themselves." Before crossing her arms and frowning, "Not in my character." Galen looked at her for a moment before saying, "Fuck off," as he turned around and continued drinking, watching the waves in silence. Alvia froze and a vein throbbed on her forehead as she replied, "Fine," before sitting down in the sand next to him. He ignored her and she sat there in silence, staring at the waves for a few moments before walking into the house and coming back with a book. She sat down and read the book without speaking, crossing her legs and resting her elbow on her knee, propping up her head with her palm as she laid the book in her lap, slowly flipping pages every now and then. Many pages later. Galen said, "That's annoying." Alvia retorted, "What I do is my business." Galen stayed silent and didn't speak again after that. When the sun rose, he got up and left. Alvia's head was leaning on Galen's chair, but without the support, her head slammed into the sand and startled her awake. She looked around and remembered the night before, frowning as she dusted herself off, taking her book with her back into the house and getting some rest. That night, Alvia sat outside with Galen again, staying silent this time. This continued for a few more weeks, the time counting to a month that she had been here. This night was different. Alvia carried out a small table and put the chessboard on it. However, Galen didn't indulge her, so she simply played against herself. This phenomena continued for half a month before Galen finally moved a piece. She smiled to herself and played against him. However, she lost within 8 moves. She frowned and set up the board again, but Galen didn't play again. Not until the following night, where Alvia lost in 3 moves. She scratched her head in frustration and reset the board, but Galen didn't play again for the second night in a row. It wasn't until the end of the month that Alvia lost in 12 moves that Galen played twice. Her eyes lit up and she continued to play against him, getting better every night. During this month, neither of them spoke a word to each other. The third month rolled in and they played 2 games a night before Alvia went back to reading. During this month, the chairs and table stayed outside the entire time. Until the final night of the third month, the day before they were going to meet Dragon at O'Hara. Galen set up the chessboard for a third game and Alvia was surprised, but played against him and lost after 20 moves. She hadn't won a single game since they started. When they were done, Galen turned back to the waves and Alvia returned to her book, but unexpectedly, Galen asked, "Why did you stay out here this whole time?" Alvia paused and looked up from her book, watching the waves as she replied, "My husband. He used to do something similar before he died." She smiled slightly and went on after a brief moment of reminiscence. He would, sit outside and smoke a cigar in secret. There was this pressing weight on his shoulders that he felt the burden of carrying for whatever reason. He didn't tell me until I pressed him for an answer when I was pregnant. She smiled and gestured gently. He said that he felt that he had to use his talents of archaeology to pass on the past to the future. He said that she laughed softly, he felt it was his duty to keep the past alive on his own, as if he was a lone soldier standing up against the world for the truth. He was a proud man to say the least. Dedicated his life to digging up the truth, and ironically the past caught up with him. He was killed for his efforts. His big great duty. She snapped her fingers and continued, "Gone, just like that. He was the man I loved and She swallowed and snorted in amusement, curling her toes over each other. "His death hit me pretty hard, I guess. I spent the rest of my pregnancy and 2 years after that studying with Clover. After that, I I went to continue his legacy. It was the only way for me to deal with his death, and She sniffed and wiped her eyes, adding, I didn't want Robin to see the state I was in. She was just a little girl. What did she know, you know? So I ran. I probably would have ran into the fire along with Clover if it wasn't for you. Her feet were on the chair, toes curled over each other, holding a book in her hand, a finger in between pages, making sure she doesn't lose place. Her other hand holding her wrist, arms wrapped around her shins as she leaned on her thighs, resting her head on her knees, looking at Galen, saying, the last person who had the weight of the world on his shoulders with no one to share it with, died miserably, leaving behind a broken woman. Galen looked forward to the sparkling sea under the moonlight, saying slowly, I'm not a replacement for your husband. Alvia snorted and replied, you're a real fucking asshole, you know that? Galen stayed silent as she got up and walked back into the house, leaving him outside alone. He picked up a whiskey bottle from the ground and drank from it, staring out into the endless sea. Alone. Again. Chapter 34, Meeting Vegapunk. Galen stood on a small ship in a t-shirt and shorts with his wooden sandals, his shotgun slinging around his shoulder. He looked at a bounty poster in his hands and snorted gently. Devil Child Nico, Robin 79 million Billy. His sun pendant was wrapped around his wrist a few times, handing from his hand as he folded the poster, keeping it in his pocket. Alvia was sitting on the edge of the ship, leaning her elbow on the taffrail and holding her chin as she watched the waves on the seas, the sea breeze fluttering her hair behind her. Galen looked at her before turning to the front. She hadn't spoken a word since last night. Not that it was unusual, they hadn't talked for months at a time. He didn't care much, only taking notice of her habits. If he was speaking objectively, Alvia was an extremely beautiful woman. However, Galen didn't seem to care at all. He was on a single-man warpath. He didn't feel like he deserved to be happy. He shelved the thought into the back of his mind and forgot about it, looking at the island getting bigger in the distance. The reason why they were at the island already was because Galen simply picked up Alvia and the small ship and moonwalked from dawn till noon. They had only been sailing for a few hours now. The island came into focus, getting bigger and bigger before the ship touched the shore. Galen picked up the anchor and stabbed it into the island itself before stepping off the ship, walking away. Alvia looked at him for a moment before following after him. She was wearing a black top with spaghetti straps, a big MARINES written in blood red on her chest, along with white short shorts and a little black Marines logo at the corner with wooden sandals. She was also carrying a rifle on her back, holding the strap in her hand. The duo passed the charred areas that were free of ashes. Galen was familiar with this. The wind from the sea would blow the ashes away and scatter them into the sea within a few months. The sea always had a way of burying the past that Galen admired. Alvia looked at the missing town and sighed to herself. Galen stayed silent, and they came to where the tree of knowledge once was. The duo saw many giants working to move and salvage books that were submerged in the lake next to the burnt tree of knowledge. Galen saw Saul covered in bandages helping out before turning to Dragon, who was standing next to a man with an excessively large head. Alvia looked over and muttered, Saul. Saul looked over and waved, Alvia, before seeing Galen and quieting down. Galen ignored him and walked to the makeshift grave, standing next to the small man with a big head. Dragon looked at him and said, Galen. Galen was blank and emotionless as usual. Dragon, Vegapunk. Vegapunk looked up at Galen and said, Oh my, the Black Raven. What a coincidence. Galen ignored him and said, I brought her. Dragon looked over at Alvia, who was standing behind Galen and looking at the grave sadly. He smiled, Ms. Nico Alvia, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Alvia smiled slightly, nodding. Dragon, I've heard about you. Dragon smiled and turned to Galen, saying, Only survivor, eh? Galen didn't even blink, replying, Must have missed her. Dragon's lips twitched and Alvia suddenly said, I told him not to. He looked at her and said with a soft tone, Is that so? Dragon looked at Galen, then back at Alvia, then to Galen before turning to the grave. Vegapunk felt like the odd man out and said, That's an old shotgun you have there, friend. Galen ignored him, and Dragon turned his head with his hands in his pockets, saying, Maybe you should make him a new one, Vegapunk. He's a Marine admiral after all. Vegapunk scratched his large head and said, Well, I could. It would even be extremely simple. It could even have various types of ammo. He started getting excited, adding, there could be one type with a bunch of steel balls in it that explode out and another that's a single bullet, and one that had sea stone bullets in it. Galen looked down at him, asking what sea stone. Alvia looked out at Vegapunk from around Galen's body as Vegapunk smirked. Heck, this is something I discovered on my own. You see, sea stone is a substance that can be collected in the sea, keeping the properties of the sea itself. The power of this sea stone is that it nullifies devil fruit abilities. Alvia covered her mouth, Galen didn't change expression, and Dragon seemed to have already known. Vegapunk stared at Galen for a few seconds before repeating, it nullifies devil fruit abilities. Hello? This is cutting-edge technology. Imagine the possibilities this could provide, not only in catching criminals but also in research. If sea stone can nullify the powers of a devil fruit, perhaps it could also contain it. Maybe even incorporate inanimate objects. Galen looked at him blankly, saying slowly, make me the shotgun. Vegapunk hopped up and down in rage. Why are you unimpressed with my achievements? Damn it all, Quasar. Galen turned to Dragon and ignored the hopping scientist as Alvia chuckled at Vegapunk, letting out a fufu tilde. Galen said the progress with Elbaf. Dragon smirked and replied, who do you think I am? We have a ranging army ready to rip apart the world government for lying to them. Galen tilted his head and replied, it's a bit soon to be antsy. Have you come into contact with any fishmen? Dragon shook his head and said, no, but I have talked to a few minks who left their home. They all agreed to join the cause, mostly because minks are nearly the most expensive on the slave trade. However, they stated that they couldn't lead me to their home because they abandoned it, and it was impossible to find without a Vivre card. Galen nodded and touched his pocket before Alvia held out his notebook for him. He took it and wrote what Dragon said down, asking any details on their home. Dragon shook his head, saying, I already have it, look. As he showed Galen his own book. Zoo giant moving elephant. There were even 3 question marks. Galen copied it down and nodded. The fishmen are a bust. Did they simply reject you from entering? Dragon frowned and said, it's complicated. When I arrived at Fishman Island, Whitebeard happened to be there. So I simply left, haven't been back since, but Fishman Island itself is a territory of Whitebeard now. Galen wrote it down and nodded. I see. Then we're playing a waiting game now. As he put the book back in his pocket, looking at Dragon, adding, you need weapons and time as well a heavy increase of troops. I assume you have a person who you trust to copy these, while hanging Dragon a roll of books for Haki and 6 powers. Dragon took the books and nodded. Yeah, I have one. Although I'm not too sure on the loyalties of my army as of yet. Even the heavenly tributes are getting more and more heavily guarded. We're burning money fast. Galen waved and replied, simple solution. Start opening taverns, use the connections with Elbaf for alcohol, and open up bars in all the blues. You can use the revenues from them to fund your operations. Dragon replied, I thought of that too, but it's harder than you think. Our forces aren't anywhere big enough for that yet. I've already opened a tavern on 5 islands with trusted officers stationed at them. We're collecting information through rumors and collecting funds. That's the main reason why we're hurting on cash at the moment. Galen frowned and muttered, an issue. Dragon nodded, but Vegapunk said simply, you can just offer your services as an acting mercenary group to war-torn areas. This way you train your troops and make money on the side to support your tavern business before disbanding the mercenary group once your profits become positive. Dragon and Galen looked at him and he blinked. What? Dragon grinned. Are you sure you don't want to join the revolutionaries, Vegapunk? Put that cement head of yours to good use. Vegapunk waved his hands, saying with a jump, you're kidding, you're poor. How can you fund my research if you can't fund a single army? Alvia was on the side, just listening quietly. Galen shook his head and said, it's too flashy. The world government isn't stupid. They'll realize you're running low on funds as the tribute thefts drop drastically. If a mercenary group shows up suddenly, it will be a simple trap away from complete collapse. However, you could form a bounty hunter association of sorts. This achieves the same effect. Vegapunk nodded, adding also this way, only your members would know of the organization. All the bounties would funnel back into the funds for the army. Before turning to Galen, asking, I say, boy, would you like to become my assistant? Learn about the wonder of science. Galen commented lightly, I know 17 anatomical spots that would kill you in an instant. Vegapunk pulled on his collar and replied, I meant technological science, not medical science. Galen ignored him as Alvia giggled, liking this strange little man. He said to Dragon, a bounty hunter organization is a good cover, countless groups like this form and collapse every day. You would simply be another grain of sand on the beach. Dragon held his chin and nodded, I'll give it a go. Before grinning at Vegapunk, asking any sea stone weapons for me. Vegapunk nearly collapsed and asked speechlessly, Am I a warehouse for you? Dragon nodded with a smile, Yes. Vegapunk was dumbfounded and Galen cut in, saying, Stop fooling around. Supplying you with weapons will compromise Vegapunk's position in the world government at this juncture. When sea stone is more mainstream and introduced into the underground circles, then we can talk about weapon supply. However, now they will be very rare and come from Vegapunk exclusively. Even a single one of them ending up in your hands without the blood of the previous owner on it will blow our entire operation. Dragon raised his hands and said, I know, I was just asking. Vegapunk stared at Galen with shining eyes. Come work for me. Galen said no. Before continuing, however, I need around a baker's dozen of bulletproof vests, several long-range rifles, optimized pistols, and finally my shotgun. Vegapunk froze and Galen nodded. I will expect a shipment to my office in Marineford before the end of the year. He turned to Dragon and nodded, Godspeed. Before nodding at Vegapunk and walking away, returning to the small ship he came in on. Alvia watched him go as Vegapunk turned to Dragon saying speechlessly, Who's the boss here, Quasar? Dragon rolled his eyes and replied, That's just the way he is. Before looking at Alvia, asking, having second thoughts. Alvia frowned and muttered, Not really, but I'd rather not become a bounty hunter. Dragon's lips twitched. Galen stepped on the ship and grabbed the anchor when Alvia came running down the hill, shouting, Wait! Wait! He looked up at her and ignored her, pulling out the anchor and fixing it to the ship, getting ready to sail off. Alvia felt a vain throb on her forehead as she jumped from the shore, landing on the taffrail of the ship, swaying back and forth before falling backwards. Galen grabbed her hand just before she fell into the water. She let out a breath and smiled, I want to stay with you instead. Galen blinked at her before letting go as she dropped into the water and he walked into the cabin. The ship sailed away. Alvia climbed onto the deck, dripping wet as she said hatefully, asshole. Galen opened the door and threw a towel and fresh clothes at her, saying, Don't get familiar, I'm not your friend or dead husband. Before closing the door. Alvia held the towel and let out a breath, muttering, Thanks, jerk-off. As she dried herself off and changed, she heard the door open and close again as a clanging sound rang at her feet. She looked down and saw a crude wooden mask of a strange-looking cat. Alvia picked it up and blushed slightly. So cute. Chapter 35, Kong. Around a dozen days later. Galen and Alvia returned back to Marineford. The small ship docked on the man-made beach next to Galen's home. The ship was more akin to a fishing boat than an actual ship, except it was a bit bigger in size. Alvia got off and Galen pulled on the bow, dragging the small ship off to the side and onto the sand. He picked off his things and started cleaning the boat slowly. Alvia watched him for a moment before asking, Do you need help? Galen ignored her and continued cleaning the boat. Everything was made of wood, so he had an array of tools and sandpaper to smooth out any rough edges. She snorted and walked into the house. Galen turned his head, glancing at her back for a moment before turning back to the boat. A while later, Alvia was sitting outside on the beach, having bought a beach chair. Galen sat in his chair, watching the waves once again. Suddenly, Kong appeared on the beach in front of the two. He stood there and Galen looked at him. Alvia froze and Kong glanced at her before turning back to Galen, saying, Incredible. You're something else as fuck. Galen stood up from his chair and his hands turned black. Kong looked at him before smirking, finally grew some balls. Want to protect your little outlaw girlfriend? Galen just looked at him, electrical arcs jumping on his fists as his hair fluttered suddenly. Alvia tensed up and hugged the book in her hands, looking over worriedly. However, Kong sat down on the beach, shouting suddenly, ATEs. Galen froze and relaxed instantly out of habit. Kong grinned and chuckled, You little pissant. If I wanted to turn you in for treason, I would have done it a long time ago. Alvia was dumbfounded, and Galen walked to Kong before sitting down in front of him and handing him the bottle of whiskey in his hand. Kong looked at the whiskey with one eye before drinking it. He smacked his lips and commented, "You still drink this piss. Unbelievable." As he tossed the whiskey back to Galen, looking down at him, saying, "Anyway, I came here for a different reason. You cannot kill Sakazuki." Galen looked at him and Kong frowned. First of all, he's a powerful asset. Logia devil fruits are hard to come by. Secondly, do you think just anyone can kill him? I bet you were gonna follow him on a mission and silently drown him, right? Galen frowned slightly and Kong sneered. Jonathan may have taught you how to use your brain, but who do you think he learned from? Kong slapped Galen in the head and laughed, "You dickless retard. It was me. You think a brainless faggot can get to feet, Admiral?" Alvia curled up on the beach chair, watching in silence as Kong shook his head, frowning. "Another thing, you can't just keep this woman around like a pet. If she's going to stay here, you'll have to train her and keep her around you." Galen finally replied slowly, "I was going to start training tomorrow." Kong grinned. "Nothing gets by you, Poindexter? Your sudden leave was too suspicious. While you're an admiral and can do what you want within reason, you suddenly left and came back 10 days later while Dragon was reported sailing during this time." Galen frowned and looked at Kong, who rolled his eyes, smacking Galen in the mouth. "You toothless cocksucker. Who taught you to fight? How long have I been doing so? Do you really think I'm fucking dumb enough to believe that a recruit who was trained by Garp since he was a kid can beat you? You're lucky you didn't succeed in killing your pathetic self, otherwise I would have pissed on your fucking corpse." Galen tightened the bottle and Kong sneered. "Yes, you realize now? I know everything. All the little moves you make when you think nobody is watching." Galen said softly, "I showed you her before." Kong snorted in anger, "And I almost beat you to death. You pathetic maggot. You're lucky you're like a son to me, otherwise I would have tied you like a suckling pig and thrown you to the faggots. Believe me, those faggots will stop at nothing to get a piece of ass, even animals. Impel down is heaven compared to where I can send you." He stood up and walked over to Alvia, grabbing her lower jaw and looking her over, tilting her head from side to side as she shivered in fear. Kong snorted and said, "At least she's beautiful." Before grabbing her arms and legs, adding, "Not the strongest bones on the whore, though. You'll have a hard time training her." He let her go and she kicked him, glaring angrily, "Don't touch me, you fucking creep." Kong raised his brows and looked at her, saying, "Hey, she's just like you. That's a positive," before glaring at her, making her terrified in an instant, adding, "What the fuck are you gonna do about it, slut? I can have you spreading your legs for every man and child on this fucking island in 5 minutes." Alvia looked to Galen, who glanced at her in the corner of his eye before turning back to the front and ignoring her. She grit her teeth and clenched her fists, spitting out, "Fuck. You." Kong's eyes lit up and he laughed, palming her head and rubbing it as he said, "Good. You should know, the kid was 9 years old. I beat the shit out of him for a year straight. The first day he spat a mouthful of blood and teeth in my face telling me to fuck myself too." He tossed her back onto the beach chair before walking back, palming Galen's head as he smiled, "I approve. 'Bout time you tried to be happy, asshole. Gahaha." Galen muttered, "It's not like that. She won't leave." Kong looked at him for a moment before laughing, "Sure, gahahaha." Galen had a blank expression on his face, replying with silence. Kong picked him up and pulled his head close, saying, "I know I can't stop you, kid. I already heard the news about getting a promotion floating around. Your time and effort paid off. Promise me one thing. Be absolutely sure before you make moves again, if you get caught now, it's not just you in the hole but every asshole on this island, whether they are dirty or not." Galen thought for a few seconds before nodding. Kong grinned and threw him back on the ground, turning around as he said, "Cut her hair at least. I'll need an official Marine by tomorrow for the Admiral recruitment." Galen looked at his back before nodding again. Kong snorted and disappeared from the spot, leaving. Galen got up and walked back to his chair, sitting down to watch the waves again. Alvia glared at him and said, "Why didn't you do anything?" Galen replied slowly, "I told you, we're not friends." Alvia fell silent before walking away with her book. Galen muttered, "Plus he wouldn't have done anything anyway." Alvia paused, hearing his voice in the wind, before snorting gently and walking in the house. The next day. Chapter 36, Time. Alvia had her picture taken for the marine records. Her hair was much shorter, and she wore colored contacts, instead of the recognizable Nico eyes. They were completely white as though she was blind. After the photo, Olvia received a marine ID, and Galen took her home after doing some work. It was time for her to train. She took off the contacts and complained, "These fucking things hurt my eyes." Galen ignored her and picked up a metal pipe, saying, "Go to the training ground." Olvia let out a breath and frowned before walking outside. Galen followed her and held out a black blindfold. Olvia looked at it for a moment before squinting. "Is that?" Galen explained simply, "I used this blindfold when I was learning observation hacki." Olvia pointed at it, looking up and asking, "No, what I meant was, is this stained by blood?" Galen nodded and replied, "It was white originally. Put it on." Olvia was stunned and picked up the pitch-black blindfold, looking at Galen silently. He looked at her blankly and she sighed, tying the blindfold around her eyes. It was very tough. She could feel the rigidity of the blindfold with her skin. How much blood needed to be spilled for it to be like this? Needless to say, it was impossible to see. That was the tricky part. Kong gave Galen a white blindfold that he could barely see out of before beating him with a pipe. The more blood splashed, the more visibility would decrease. It was like you were being beaten blind and needed to see to survive. Obviously, Galen wasn't taking this approach. It wasn't that desperate, and Olvia wasn't like him. She claimed that she was broken, but she didn't even know the beginning of what that meant. She couldn't handle how he had to claw and scrape for every inch of strength he gained. Galen said softly, "Calm yourself and focus on everything around you. Observation hacki is learned easiest when you focus. As you get stronger, we can simulate extreme stress and traumatic experiences, forcing you to muster your observation hacki during such times. However, to learn you must focus. I'm going to swing a pipe at your head and you're going to try and dodge." Olvia said in shock, "A metal pipe? Why don't you use a stick?" Galen replied gently, "Feel the threat of death, stimulate your talent potential. That feeling when you told Kong to fuck himself, put yourself in that state again." As he swung the pipe soundlessly. Olvia was stunned and Galen hit her in the head with the pipe, knocking her to the ground as he said, "Get up." She pressed on the ground and her head was dripping blood. Galen looked down at her and said callously, "Nobody will feel sorry for you because you're a woman, Olvia. Think of Robin. She's wanted right now. Her life will be plagued by tragedy until she dies or finds herself in front of me again." Olvia grit her teeth and said, "It's your fault." Galen took out a cigarette and lit it, replying, "Yes, it is. I forced her to live a life worse than me." Olvia got up and swung her fist at Galen, who stepped to the side, swinging the pipe and knocking her to the ground as he said again, "Who knows what she'll have to do to survive on her own? Unspeakable things that children should never even know about." Olvia got up again, her rage building as she was knocked down. Over and over again, blood splattering on the training ground. Every time another taunt. She might never make it out of the darkness. Maybe she'll succumb to evil and enjoy what she does to survive. Maybe she'll be scooped up and never seen again. Olvia was like a feral animal, attacking Galen and getting knocked down again and again. Even the final time before she was knocked out, and even if she overcomes everything and comes at me for revenge, I'll mangle her. She'll never escape from me alive. She'll die a slow, agonizing death, I promise. The next morning, Olvia woke up on the ground, her head surprisingly not hurting at all. However, all she saw was darkness. Galen was sitting next to her and opened his eyes, saying with a tone that would make even the most vile criminal shiver, "Get up." He glanced at the side and Olvia's wounds were cleaned up, clearly taken care of meticulously. Olvia got up and reached for her head, but her hands were smashed with the pipe as she heard, "There won't be light in your life until you see through the darkness." I heard Robin was spotted by the Marines on a pirate ship. Olvia froze and looked up, little tears escaping the blindfold as she muttered softly, "Please help her, Galen. I'm begging you." Galen looked at her and raised the pipe, saying coldly no, before smashing it down, knocking her to the ground. Olvia gripped the ground and clenched her fists, crying in despair. Galen leaned over and whispered, "Cry, Olvia. She's crying too. She cries every night. It's only a matter of time before she breaks and becomes like me." Olvia trembled and Galen continued, "You remember what I told you. I'm not your friend. I'm enjoying watching you suffer." Olvia swiped her hands, but Galen smashed her head with the pipe, dropping her to the ground as he went on, "You feel this pain, Olvia. You get used to that. You'll adapt to it as long as there's routine, right? Your mind, it craves routine. You can get used to everything as long as there's routine. But when you take that away, that's when you start breaking. He squatted down and whispered gently in her ear, "Take away day and night, take away food and water, take away patterns. I'm telling you what's happening, but you will still break, even though you know what's coming. When you slowly realize that your life's over, that's when you'll break, Alvia. Torture isn't pain, it's time. Robin will realize that soon enough, then all she'll have is the nightmare." He tucked her hair behind her ear, saying, "Every day and night will be a living nightmare. Sleep will be a struggle, the nightmares will come for her then too. What you're experiencing now is barely a fraction of what she'll adapt to. When she comes out, she won't even be human anymore. A living shell of what she once was. Imagine the look on her face when I tell her that you were alive for years." Alvia slowly got up and Galen added, "Just before I end her miserable life, I'll let her know everything that happened without her knowing. How you died right here, how I beat you daily, every agonizing moment until you were put down like a dog. The thing is, you can believe me or not, but that's the thing. You think you know me, but you don't know anything." He grabbed her short hair and jerked her head to him, whispering in her ear, "I will leave your corpse here and sleep just fine. I can feed you to dogs and go eat after. The things I'm capable of, you can't even begin fathom." Alvia headbutted him, and he didn't move as she said with gritted teeth, "Fuck you, asshole." Galen dropped her and stood back up, saying, "Get up and fight. I destroyed your family, I threw your daughter to the wolves, I killed your pathetic husband, and I'll kill you too. It's only a matter of time before you realize that you would have lived if you followed Dragon." Alvia slowly stood up and was smashed down to the ground again. Get up. Chapter 37, Treatment. A month and a half later. Galen smashed the pipe down and Alvia stepped out of the way. His expression stayed the same as the pipe stopped just before hitting the ground. The scattered sand flew away, clearing the entire training ground in an instant. He swung at her again and she stepped back as he said, "Faster." Before changing between fast swings and slow swings randomly, Alvia dodged the pipe suddenly, over and over again. Galen flipped the pipe in his hands and threw it like a javelin, the air cutting arriving at Alvia's head in an instant. She tilted her head, and the pipe caught the blindfold, tearing it off her eyes and shooting behind her, stabbing into a steel wall behind her. She was suddenly plunged in the light and stood there, stunned. Her eyes adapted back to the light in an instant as she saw Galen walking back into the house without a word. Alvia stood there and turned around, seeing only half the pipe sticking out of the extremely thick steel wall. The blindfold fluttered around the pipe as she let out a breath. Her body was much skinnier than before, her complexion was pale and sickly. She looked about ready to starve to death. But she teared up and smiled. Finally she learned. She walked to the house, but her vision blurred before turning black again. Alvia fell forward, but arms caught her. Galen looked at the woman in his arms silently before taking her into the house. He brought her to the bathroom and stripped her before washing her, cutting her hair back to short. When he was done, he dressed her in a shirt and shorts before laying her in the bed and hooking up an IV to her arm. After he finished taking care of her, he got up and left the room, closing the door behind him gently. Galen walked down the stairs and stood outside, looking at the training ground. He picked up a bucket and mop, cleaning up the blood stains. He pulled the bucket next to him and got on his knees, grabbing a sponge as slowly scrubbing the ground in silence. As the time passed, the training ground was slowly returning to normal. He sat on his calves, looking out at the beach, seeing the 2 chairs and table stuck in the sand before turning to the steel wall. He slowly got up and brought the bucket to the garden, sprinkling the diluted blood water on the ornamental flowers. Galen held the empty bucket, shaking it before bringing it back into the house and putting the cleaning tools away. Afterwards he walked out to the steel wall and looked at the pipe. He touched the bloodstained parts before grabbing it and coating it in haki as he pulled it out with a single grunt. The pipe came out and the blindfold fluttered to the ground, but Galen caught it. He held the 2 pieces of blindfold in his hand before tying them together again and fixing it to the pipe as he gently put it down. He ran his fingers over the steel wall before a snail started ringing from his pocket. He answered to hear a voice say, "Poor little bitch was sold out by an old woman." Galen asked, "Caught, the voice replied simply. Escaped again. Smart kid. Knows when to bail would be good for the old team. Galen looked at the pipe on the side and said, She has the books. The voice snorted. Reads 'em every night. Galen nodded slowly and ordered the old woman, Eliminate her. The voice chuckled, with pleasure, before hanging up. Galen put the snail in a separate garden with a few others as it creeped to the plants, eating the leaves happily. He rested his forehead on the steel wall before banging it with his fist. He closed his eyes, and his chest heaved before he let out a beast-like grunt, punching the steel wall hard. A loud buzzing sound rang from the wall, and Galen continued shout-grunting, unloading his bare fists into the steel wall, banging sounds ringing from the contact for hours. The shouting grunts drowned out the banging sounds as it continued through the night. Galen pounded the steel wall without end, letting everything out with his eyes closed as images flashed in his mind. Robin's scared and tearful face, Alvia's unconscious body on the ground, the evacuation ship going up in flames. All of these moments plaguing his mind like a disease as he took it all out on the steel wall by himself, with nobody around to see it. Alone, as he always was. However, he didn't notice the weak figure watching at him from the bedroom window, before turning around and dragging the IV stand back to bed. The sun rose, illuminating the training ground. Galen was standing in front of a destroyed wall, steel chunks and debris scattered around in front of him, his knuckles dripping blood, chiming gently as the drops fell onto the steel. He let out a heavy breath and returned to the house. He returned to the training ground with a bucket and mop as he started to clean up again. Chapter 38, Delivery from Vegapunk. Alvia woke up in the bed to see food next to her on an end table along with a cup of tea. She laid her head on the pillow and looked at the food in silence before slowly eating. A while later, Galen walked into the room and saw the empty dishware. He took them back and returned to the room, leaving a glass of water and a plate of fruits before leaving again. The next time he came back, he picked up the empty dishware and replaced the IV bag, leaving water and a book on armament haki. This continued for a few weeks, as Galen took care of Alvia in silence. One day, Galen was sitting on his chair in the sand when Kong waked over, dropping a bunch of crates along with a huge block of stone. Galen looked over and Kong snorted, I was the only one who could drag this damn thing over here. You got a delivery from Vegapunk. Apparently chosen to test sea stone weapons. Kong rolled his eyes and sneered, My ass, don't make such big moves next time. How's the girl? Galen turned back to the sea, replying, recovering. Kong crossed his arms and looked at the house, muttering, You're quite the tough fuck. Treating a woman like that, it's no wonder you're alone. Galen replied gently, I like the peace. Kong looked at him and sneered, laughing, Yaheha, sure, you keep telling yourself that, you cockless prick. I've exhausted all my means to drill into that thick fucking skull of yours that you're not alone, but hey, who's patting my fucking back and thanking me? No one. Kong grabbed Galen's head and said, You know where to find me if you need me, punk, before ruffling his hair and walking away. Galen smoothed out his hair and got up from the chair, looking at the crates. He opened them to find everything he ordered from Vegapunk. He pulled out the shotgun and looked at it. In the same crate, there was an ungodly amount of ammunition. All 3 different types of rounds, boxes and boxes of them all, as well as a little booklet. Galen opened the booklet, and it was essentially a manual on how to use the shotgun, clean it, fix it, etc. There were even a few pages on the types of bullets and what to use them for. There were only 3 types, buckshot, slugs, and nullifiers. The buckshots had metal beads in them that would spread out for a wider impact range. The slugs had a single round in them that was much more powerful than the buckshots. Finally, the nullifiers were the sea stone bullets, and they came in both types, seahorses and sea snails. The seahorse rounds were the buckshot variants, and the sea snails were the slug variants. However, they all achieved the same purpose, putting down devil fruit users. The shotgun itself was completely black, and Galen held it in his hand. He jerked his arm and the shotgun made a cha-cha sound. This was how you reloaded it. Instead of breaking it in half every time, you simply had to pump it. Galen was quite impressed with it. It was compact and had its own foldable shoulder support. Vegapunk named it Punk 12. Galen turned to the stone block and held out the punk 12 with one hand, pulling the trigger. His arm didn't shake at all as the punk 12 blasted around into the stone block, not even leaving a single mark. The shot sound was loud and Galen could feel the recoil, however he was strong enough to where it didn't matter. He quite liked it, plus his old shotgun was sitting in his office as a wall ornament, so it was just right to carry around. Vegapunk was even kind enough to add a leather strap with Marines on it, leaving it in the crate. Galen attached the strap and hung the punk 12 on his shoulder, looking at the rest of the goods. The bulletproof vests were tougher than the one he had before, which was good. The long-range rifles were equipped with sights and more accurate barrels. Galen was satisfied. He carried the crates with him, leaving them by the training ground, under an awning to shield them from rain before taking out 2 vests and a rifle. He kept one vest for himself and brought up the other one along with the rifle, leaving it next to Alvia, leaning on the end table. He replaced her water and food before leaving the room again. She opened her eyes after he left and looked at the door before turning to the fresh food, vest, and rifle in silence. Galen returned to the huge stone brick and knocked on it. It was completely gray and 5 meters all around. Length, width, and depth all 5 meters. He slowly bent down and lifted it off the ground, exhaling sharply through his nose as he carried it to the training ground, placing it in a location that wasn't in the way of everything. When he was finished, he dusted his hands and looked at it. According to the note Vegapunk left him, seastone was hard as diamonds, nearly unbreakable unless broken down by certain methods. Of course, he added a note that Haki could also destroy it if it were strong enough, but that he pulled some tricks to get this to Galen as a testing stone, so it would be smart if he didn't destroy it on purpose. Galen understood that he was probably not getting another one from Vegapunk's words. He was already surprised that he received this in the first place. He raised a fist and punched it, only to hear his gloved fist hitting a rock. He calculated quickly and nodded to himself. Most likely he wouldn't be able to break this stone without Haki at the moment. However, this was a good practice surface. He took off his leather gloves, revealing scabbed knuckles. He put the leather gloves in his pocket before punching the seastone block hard, the scabs on his hands tearing open and splattering blood on the stone block. He frowned as the seastone block moved back from the impact. Looking at the ground, he decided to fix it. A while later, Galen was punching the stone block and it wasn't moving anymore. However, it was buried 2 meters deep, so only 3 meters were above ground. A giant could easily lift it out of the ground again. Regardless, Galen continued punching the block, not having anything else to do but some paperwork occasionally. He was currently tending to Alvia, improving her diet, and waiting for his promotion. He also received daily reports from Dragon, Shakyaku, and his undercover agents. Hearing about various bits of information from Shakyaku, army-related updates from Dragon, and status reports on Robin's situation. There was nothing to do but wait. Chapter 39, New Year's Night by the Sea. Time passes quickly, and before Galen knew it, the new year rolled around. Alvia was up and walking around since a week ago, returning to perfect health. She has been reading the armament book for a few months now and demonstrated the ability to roughly use it. However, it was only the most basic form. Galen decided to start the next stage of training after the new year. Currently, Galen was sitting in his chair on the beach, drinking by his lonesome in the moonlight as fireworks went off in the more populated areas of Marineford. The rest of the Marines were celebrating the new year with drinks and festivities, but Galen stayed at his house. Garp was off somewhere, not at Marineford. Tsuru was celebrating with Doll, Sengoku was celebrating with his little adopted kid Rocinante, and Zephyr was dragged along by his trainees. Tsuru, Zephyr, and Sengoku all came by to invite Galen to celebrate with them, but he turned them down, saying that he had things to do. However, next year he would join them. Whatever they thought of his reply, it didn't matter. They simply smiled and wished him a happy new year before leaving, none of them seeing Alvia as she was out buying something in the market area. Galen and Tsuru had interacted less and less over the years to the point where they were almost strangers. Mostly through Galen avoiding all contact with her and Doll, not wanting to fuck up their lives any more than he already had. Tsuru didn't know how to feel. She simply gave up and focused on the only thing left between them, which was her daughter. Doll was 18 this year and would be turning 19 in the new year. Galen had been keeping tabs on her personally. He even found out her likes and dislikes, who her friends were, what unit she was assigned to, how her training was going, everything. Which was why on her 18th birthday, Doll received an excessive amount of gifts from an anonymous person. The courier simply dropped the gifts off and left. There were clothes, necklaces, spiked chokers, bracelets, guns, swords, daggers, etc. Everything she could ever want, she got. The strangest thing for her was that she didn't even know who it was from. Tsuru had an inkling, but she didn't know that Galen found out because Doll had never told her that they met before. And they would never know. Simply because Galen didn't want them to know. From the day he found out to the day he died, he would never let them know. No matter how desperately Doll wanted to know. She was doing fine on her own, and entering her life wouldn't be doing her any favors. He reaffirmed this when he met Robin. Look at her life, complete misery from the moment he appeared. Galen shook his head and forgot about it. Doll was having fun with her friends before going home before midnight tonight to celebrate with Tsuru. He looked up at the moon and drank from his whiskey bottle before, leaning back in his wooden chair, placing the bottle in between his legs and resting his hands on it as he turned to the waves. The only sound in his ears was the soothing crash of the waves and the occasional whistle and bang of a firework. It was peaceful. Suddenly, soft and gentle footsteps displacing the sand sounded, getting closer. Galen continued looking forward as Alvia sat in her chair, gently blowing on the small wooden table between them. The sand cleared the wooden table, and she placed 2 glasses on it, pouring special sake in them silently. Galen glanced at her, her short white hair, falling from behind her ear, hanging in front as she poured. A soft and calm look in her eyes as she finished pouring, tucking the hair behind her ear again, looking up at Galen and curling her lips into a gentle smile. He glanced at the glasses, and she said in a soft voice, "Happy New Year." Galen turned back and said, "You should be with the rest of the Marines." Alvia snorted gently, leaning back in her chair, not touching the glass as the bottle of sake was placed at the back of the table on her side. She was wearing a white floral button-up, tied under her breasts with the top buttons open and black short shorts, covering just under half of her thighs. She placed her hands on a book that was resting on her lap as she looked at the waves, replying gently, "I told you I wouldn't leave you out here alone." Galen stared at the crashing waves, simply wearing a standard white marine shirt and black board shorts. His hair long and wavy, hanging just below his ear with a semi-groomed beard on the lower half of his face. His blue eyes were bright as always, but the blank look and lack of expression made him seem very distant, cold, and serious. His physique was the same as always, like a well-trained soldier ready for his next orders. He replied slowly, "I don't need you here." Alvia ignored him, saying in a soft tone, "I'm not going to give up on you like everyone else did." Galen paused and glanced at her. She tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling at him. No one is born to be alone. He stared at her for a few moments before going back to the waves, saying after a few minutes, "We're not friends." Alvia turned back to her book, maintaining a smile. "I know." The fireworks went off in the distance as cheers erupted, carrying over to the isolated home by the beach. The 2 people sat there in silence, not celebrating, not cheering, not doing anything other than listening to the sound of the waves in each other's company. Whether they wanted it or not, nobody was alone that night. Chapter 40, Alvia's Determination and Talent. First day of the new year, 1503. Galen was standing in the training grounds as Alvia walked out with a firm face. He looked at her and said the best way to improve haki is direct combat, as well as strength training. Therefore you will be starting an intensive exercise regimen from today onwards. After training, we will fight until you collapse or achieve blackening. Alvia smiled as she looked at him, nodding wordlessly. Galen looked at her for a moment before saying, "Your mind was strengthened while unlocking observation haki. Now we must strengthen the body. Let's begin." Galen planned the perfect training regimen for Alvia, going through each of them before allowing her to train. A while later, when she was exhausted, Galen covered his fists in haki and punched Olvia in the stomach. She dodged and punched at him, but he caught her fist in an instant and pulled, kneeing her in the stomach, making her exhale sharply as her eyes widened. He elbowed her back and smashed her into the ground, saying, "Get up. This is a high-stress scenario. Work on both forms of haki available to you." She coughed on the ground and muttered weakly, "No threats." Galen looked at her and replied, "Robin has been sold out 27 times already, has been hunted across nearly every blue in the span of 7-8 months by bounty hunters, marines, and pirates alike. Even normal people blinded by greed are chomping at the bit to get their hands on her." He paused for a moment before adding, "And you're on the ground. Weak, fragile, helpless, trapped on an island with no escape of your own volition, preferring to provide comfort to a stranger you don't know, rather than going to aid your daughter. I don't need your pity. I don't need your company. I don't need anyone other than myself. Your daughter needs all these things and you just don't care. Maybe she would be better off if you were a memory." Olvia laid on the ground and smiled sadly, saying softly, "You think I don't know? You won't let me leave. She would have been in arguably more danger with the Revolutionary Army even if I went to take her in. I just want her to live a normal life. Why won't anyone let her? What crime did I commit to have this consequence?" Galen frowned and said slowly, "This is the real world. Not a fantasy where you can chase after dreams without a care in the world. Continuing someone else's legacy at the expense of your child may turn out fine in the fantasy world you thought you were living in. However, the world we live in is cruel. People everywhere are pressed under the thumb of the world government as they rule over everyone as a group of tyrants." Olvia looked up at him and he snorted from his nose, staring into her eyes as he added, "Welcome to the shit. We live knee-deep in mud, claw at shit, and stare out of the little hole we live in trying to get a better look at the blue sky above us. People step on other people for a better view, but nobody gets to the top. The hole just gets deeper and deeper. You'll get fucking used to it. Tomorrow, no more feeling sorry for yourself." Before kicking her in the jaw, knocking her out. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath before opening them towards the sky. He looked at the hazy red of the setting sun for a moment before picking Olvia up and bringing her in the house. When Olvia woke up, it was the middle of the night. She heard dull bangs and got off the bed, feeling her whole body aching. She rubbed her jaw and walked to the window, seeing Galen punching the seastone block over and over again. She sighed and muttered, "Do you ever take a break?" touching the glass with her fingertips, seeing the blood all over the block that was facing him. She turned around and frowned at herself, clenching her fist before getting dressed. She noticed 2 more books on the end table next to the bed and picked them up. 6 Powers. Life Return. She frowned at them before bringing them with her, wearing tight training attire. A tight white t-shirt and short red training shorts. She tucked the books in her waistband as she walked out of the house, pulling up her hair with a hair tie in her mouth. Galen paused and turned around to see Olvia tying up her hair before putting the books down, starting to train on her own. He watched for a few minutes as she did all the exercises with a determined face and bare feet, only having tape around her ankles. She finished working out around noon as opposed to dusk before attacking Galen directly without any words. He stood there and leaned back, dodging her kicks as she jumped at him, twisting in the air and kicking hard at his head. Galen caught her delicate foot with ease before slamming her into the ground and throwing her into the seastone block. She groaned painfully but got up and attacked him again, using her long legs to an advantage. Galen grabbed her ankle and pulled her to him abruptly. She froze as their faces were inches from each other, staring into his blank eyes for a split second, swearing that all she saw were cold and sad flames. As she was distracted, Galen said, "Never lose focus," before driving his fist into her gut, bending her like a shrimp as she lost her breath, crumpling to the ground as he grabbed her collar. She threw up and fell unconscious, an inconspicuous pink tinge to her cheeks fading instantly. Galen cleaned her up, wiping her mouth before sending her back to bed. A while later, Olvia sat up abruptly, looking around to realize that she was clean and back in bed. She turned to the end table and saw the books back in their place with that familiar dull banging. She snorted with pressed lips and the same determination on her face as she started reading while getting dressed before going out again. Doing the same thing all over again. Slowly as time passed, she got stronger and faster. The periods of fighting with Galen were getting longer and longer, slowly and by seconds at a time, but longer nonetheless. If anything, Galen had to admit, she was a fast learner. Alvia never made the same mistake twice. Not one time. Plus, the 6 powers were really something that required a person to train for a long time to master. However, Alvia seemed to have a talent for leg-based combat. Her long legs were perfect for a kicking fight style. In addition to this, she had a tough character even before her training. Her talent in combat after being taught professionally would even put some Marines to shame. Even among the CP agents Galen had seen, she was faster and better. Perhaps she never put her talent to use, focusing on someone else's dream and goals instead, but her skill in fighting improved leaps and bounds by the day. This was also one of the reasons Galen started with observation haki before anything else. It was much easier to pick up on things with observation haki. Correcting mistakes was even simpler. Maybe in the long run, she would never compare to monsters like Big Mom, but competing with Cypher Paul agents. Based on her performance at the moment, Galen was confident that she wouldn't lose. She was a quick thinker, flexible on her feet, and had an inkling of tactical thought. If she could hone these skills to their apex, she would be one of the most dangerous women on the sea. He just wondered if Robin shared these same traits or not. He didn't know, but he gave an order to his buzzards to see if they could stimulate this potential in the girl without her realizing it. It was a tall order for the brutes, but they promised to complete it. As far as they knew, the boss was very concerned with this particular kid. Their job wasn't to ask questions, but to follow orders, and with the attention the kid got, they took extra care to this particular order. Half a year passed before Galen was called to Mariewa. It seemed like all the work had been done, and Kong was ready to pass the torch. Chapter 41, Promoted. Galen was clad in pure white, standing next to Kong in front of the 5 elders. They nodded and said, "In lieu of your excellent service, we are promoting you to Commander-in-Chief of the world government. You will enjoy special privileges unobtainable to normal people as well as residency in Mariewa." Kong nodded, "Okay." They turned to Galen and announced, "As for Admiral Black Raven, you shall be promoted from Admiral to Fleet Admiral in charge of the Marines. You will take on Commander-in-Chief Kong's role and oversee all Marine operations answering only to us. We expect the same excellency and loyalty you've shown in the past." Galen smiled gently, an excited yet submissive look full of reverence and loyalty as he saluted quickly, nearly exclaiming, "Yes, sir, I will do my absolute best to accomplish the task of eliminating filth." The 5 elders smiled, slightly nodding in reply, "Of course, Fleet Admiral. Before adding Commander-in-Chief, you have a month to get your affairs in order and arrive back here." Kong nodded, replying simply, "Okay." The elders waved. "That'll be all. You may retire." Kong turned around and Galen bowed deeply before stepping out of the room with excited steps, awe and reverence on his face. They left the room and Galen said happily, "The 5 elders are so kind. I can't believe I became Fleet Admiral. Ha ha ha, I can brag to my friends for the rest of my life." Kong glanced at him and stayed silent as Galen nudged him, saying happily, "Aren't you excited, Kong? You're Commander-in-Chief now. How amazing. Do you think I'll ever get promoted that high?" Kong sneered at him, saying, "In your dreams, kid." Galen laughed happily, "I hope so, ha ha ha, I can't wait to get started, I'll end piracy for sure." As they walked further and further away, Galen continued chattering. He was congratulated by the guards at the bottom of the red line. He excitedly shook their hands and laughed, making promises of bringing drinks next time to celebrate. All the guards laughed happily, and the atmosphere was joyous and festive. Galen and Kong got on the small ship alone as he slowly sailed away, Galen waving at the guards, shouting, "See you all next time. Joseph, don't forget to say hello to your family for me." Before he turned around and tilted his head happily from side to side, walking to the other end of the ship, out of sight. His face changed instantly, going back to blank and dead as he stared at the waves while standing next to Kong, who looked at him and snorted, "That's not tiring? I didn't expect you to hide so deep. Thought you were just a good dog, but you even made me think I was the one being fooled from the beginning." Galen replied slowly, "Maybe in a different life I would be so excited." Kong rolled his eyes and said, "There he is. "The piece of shit I pulled out of the ash heap, nice to have you back." Galen blinked and said, "I had a dream last night, just before we got here." Kong raised a brow and asked, "A good dream?" Galen nodded and described it. "I was covered in blood, the entirety of Mariewa entrenched in blood and flames. In front of me there were 4 corpses and 1 final elder alive. This one I had a good time with as he begged for his worthless life." He held out his hands, imagining the scene again, adding, "When I was done with him, there weren't even teeth left. It was great." Kong looked at him for a moment before laughing, "Oh God, gehahaha, you are one fucked up kid. Ghhhhh. Broken since the moment I found you, how amazing. Gahahaha, did you cry when you woke up? Ghhhhh?" As he wiped his eyes, holding onto the ship's taffrails. Galen was expressionless, nodding, "Then I returned to the nightmare." Kong slapped his back and laughed as the ship slowly sailed back to Marineford. Around 10 days later. The ship arrived back at Marineford, and Galen got off as Kong said, "You start tomorrow, go home." The Marines looked at Galen in awe as he nodded and walked past them, going back to his home, getting congratulated and saluted by every Marine on his way. He ignored them and continued walking, taking off his coat as he started getting to the less populated area, all the Marines watching him. He walked alone on the road, getting further away from the Marines behind him until he disappeared down the street. Kong watched him go and sighed to himself, going to the headquarters building. Galen approached his house and heard dull bangs. He paused at the door and walked to the side of the house, loosening his tie as he stepped towards the training grounds. He looked inside to see Alvia in her little training outfit, kicking a steel pole, half of her slender legs coated in haki. She grit her teeth and grunted, hopping off the ground with her left foot, shooting out a kick at the steel pole. The pole bent briefly before snapping loudly, sending the upper half shooting across the training grounds, hitting the seastone block. She turned in the air and landed on the balls of her delicate feet, her back turned to the steel pole as he let out quick breaths, clenching her fists, staring wide-eyed at the ground. She opened her mouth slightly and uttered a shout-like grunt. However, unlike the pure rage-fueled ferocity of Galen, her shouting grunt was delicate and short. Galen looked at her, holding his coat folded over his arm. She was copying him? For what purpose? Her grunts were strange, making him feel weird. Alvia suddenly swept out her leg and did it again. This time, an invisible air slash flew off her leg, cutting the steel pole further, sending the cut portion into the air. She landed on her right foot and whipped her left leg covered in haki, smashing the portion, shooting it out of the training ground. She turned around to see Galen holding up his hand, the cut portion being caught by him quite easily. Alvia froze and asked, "You, how long have you been there?" Galen replied slowly, "Since the training pole was one piece." Alvia's face turned pink and she collected her books. "Sorry, I have to use the washroom," before rushing into the house out of embarrassment. He watched her run away in confusion until she slammed the door to the bedroom and jumped on the bed face first. He didn't understand what her embarrassment was. It was just a steel pole. He walked into the training grounds and pulled the steel pole out of the ground, collecting the pieces together. He had bought a furnace for a reason. He simply melted the steel down and rebuilt the steel pole again, wondering what was wrong with Alvia. Was she embarrassed because she copied his grunts? There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Screaming after or during tough exercises increases adrenaline and relieves pressure. It's good for the body, though his variant of shout grunting was a bit different. It was mostly to release everything from inside, all the rage that bubbled inside of him. He felt that it made him stronger as he just let go. Galen forgot about it. He wasn't sure why, and he felt he thought of everything, so he let it go. She was her own person. It was none of his business to begin with. He took off the white suit and walked up the stairs. He walked into the bedroom and ignored Alvia peeking from the covers. He took off the entire suit, putting it in the closet as he stood there in compression underwear. Alvia looked at his back and tilted her head. He was very muscular, yes, however she was confused. There was a black skull tattoo without a lower jaw in between his scapula in the middle of his back, just under his neck. Impossible to notice unless he was sitting here doing something. Actually, Alvia realized that she rarely saw Galen's tattoos, even living here for so long. She could imagine that many Marines probably have no idea that their fleet admiral has more tattoos than gangsters do. She came out of the covers and touched his back slowly, asking, "What's this one for?" Galen froze and turned around, grabbing her hand extremely quickly. Alvia winced from the pain, and he looked at her like a wild animal, saying, "Don't touch me." He let her go before frowning and turning back, grabbing a shirt and shorts, leaving the room. Alvia was caked with sweat and didn't know what she did wrong. This wasn't the first time she touched him. They made contact every day during their fights. She frowned. Was it because she touched the skull tattoo? She felt a strong curiosity to find out what it was all about, clearly not taking herself as an outsider. Why should she, though? Although Galen said all these things to her, she could tell he was purposely pushing her away. The thing was, she was quite literally not going anywhere anytime soon. He lied to her when she was blindfolded, stimulated her to continue getting back up and fighting with mental tactics. She was not an idiot. Quiet, somewhat reserved and observative, but nowhere near moronic. Quite the opposite, she was extremely intelligent, one of the many things that carried over to Robin. From her observations and experience with Galen, she was 100% certain he would never hurt her maliciously. Push her away with the brutal truth? Yes. Lie to her face? Yes. Demonstrate horrifying acts of violence and cruelty on criminals to scare her? Yes. Maliciously inflict pain out of personal pleasure? Never. She was willing to bet her life on that certainty. Chapter 42, A Mountain of Work. Galen was outside sitting on the beach when Alvia came out in fresh clothes, having just showered. She stood behind him, saying softly sorry. Galen didn't answer, and she added, "I was just curious. I didn't mean tea," he cut her off, saying, "I don't know how many times I have to tell you. We're not friends. Your apology means nothing to me." Alvia smiled slightly, replying, "I know. Just thought I should, that's all." Galen didn't answer her, and she walked over, sitting in her chair for a few moments before crossing her legs on it, holding a book in her lap with one hand as the other slowly moved a chess piece on the table. Alvia started reading as Galen sat there, staring at the sea for a long while. Around an hour passed until he moved a chess piece in response. Alvia turned to him and smiled happily, continuing to play. The next morning, Galen was sitting in the Fleet Admiral office, having just finished moving all his things from his office to this new one. He looked at all the paperwork inside before starting to work. Everything was out of sorts, files all over the place, budgets short, recruitment numbers lowering every year. It was a mess. The Marines weren't what they used to be. He spent hours just going through everything and sorting things out. He even called Sengoku in to help him. They both had to deal with the headache that was left behind by Kong. They didn't get anywhere near, halfway, even late in the night. Galen called it a night and told Sengoku to go home, asking about the kid at the same time and getting a surprising response. Apparently, Rocinante was the big-time shit-stain, Doflamingo's brother. Sengoku was currently organizing a sting operation for Rocinante, who asked if it would be all right. Galen thought it was a good idea and asked him to keep tabs. After Sengoku left, Galen started making some calls. He called the Amazonians first. "Viper team due for intensive training, report to Yeard Island at dawn." A female voice replied, "Understood." He nodded and added, "Before you go, load the cargo at the safe house on Marineford. My associate will secure the handoff." The same voice replied, before hanging up. Galen called another person, saying, "Chief Vulture, how are the buzzards?" A gruff voice laughed, "All good, boss, though bored as fuck. The faggots round these parts are too weak. Hiya. Galen snorted gently and replied, "Trade off your post to Buzzard 6. I need you to perform a State 5 regimen on a team." Vulture got excited, asking, "We're active again?" Galen shook his head, replying, "Not quite, however it won't be long. Team's all women, don't get too excited." Vulture froze up, saying in a daze, "Boss, shoot me. I think I'm dreamin'." Galen ignored him, saying, "Yeard's Island due for dawn sharp, get it done." Vulture cheered, "Yes, sir." Galen hung up on him and muttered, "Should only be a few more calls," before picking up the phone again. A while later, Galen returned home and let out a breath before changing into snorts, going to the Seastone block. Alvia was training on the steel pole before noticing Galen walking over to the block. She smiled slightly and continued as Galen started punching hard, the familiar dull bangs sounding in the training grounds. It didn't stop even for hours after she was done. When it did stop, she was sitting on the couch in the house, reading with him in view, from the window. Galen looked at her through the window and she looked up, smiling gently. He blinked slowly before ignoring her as he walked into the house, cracking his neck. He came to the couch and grabbed Olivia by her shirt, tossing her to the ground before laying on the couch and going to sleep. She got up and pouted before mumbling jerk as she walked up to the bedroom, going to bed as well. The paperwork and necessary fixes to all the problems the Marines were currently having couldn't be fixed in a single day. Hell, it wasn't even possible to read all the documents in one day. Slowly, Galen spent the entire rest of the year going through documents and implementing small fixes, changing a few things and implementing new training regimens for Marines. Luckily for him, he met his deadline. He was all caught up by the end of the year. He had gone over all the documents that were left over and implemented solutions to the problems. However, now was the unfortunate task of going through decades of documents and studying them thoroughly for anything he could use. Since Sengoku wasn't doing anything, he brought him to help. Galen even called in Suru to help him. He didn't feel awkward about it at all. This was her job as a Marine. Zephyr and Garp would have been called too, but Zephyr was busy training new and old recruits alike, while Garp wouldn't really be helping at all. Maybe helping Sengoku die early, as Sengoku would say. Nevertheless, Galen got used to the constant work of Fleet Admiral, having enough energy to fight with Olivia when he got home after work every night. And so, with all these things to do, the time flew by. A year and a half had passed since Galen became Fleet Admiral. Chapter 43, Olvia's Consensus. -1505. Galen had finally finished sifting through decades of information. He was currently reading a report and twirling a chess piece in his fingers. The entire office was extremely neat and well organized. There wasn't even a paper out of place. Galen jumped on top of everything he needed to do instantly and finished it with the utmost haste. He didn't waste any time with problems, sending the solution back in an instant. He was also highly dissatisfied with the current Marines. They didn't have to be like him, but they could have some chops. The Marines were like a joke, relying on propaganda to recruit soldiers. It was pathetic. He had been trying to fix this, but the deeper he dug, the more corruption he was finding. It was absurd. Hence why Galen started planning an operation called Axehead. This operation would begin when he successfully created a special ops team to dig into each and every Marine. Galen would mark the dirty Marines and ostracize them in some way. He wouldn't kill them outright, no. That would be too simple. The amount of dirty Marines was simply such a big number that he would be short on manpower if he lost them all at once. Without necessary preparation, of course. Galen pushed a chess piece on the table and tilted his head. He pressed his fingertips on the chessboard and spun it to the other color. He gently pushed a piece forward and took out one from the opposite side while thinking. Each and every dirty Marine was marked on their records. After that, there was no hope for them anymore. Dirty Marines had no place in the Marine force. When he had an opportunity to cleanse the Marines, he would do so. For now, the dirty Marines would be singled out and found by the special force, as the rest received better training. Galen was going to make the Marines something to be idolized and feared again, not some joke organization that pirates allow to live if they feel like it. But this would require an enormous amount of time, decades even. Therefore, it was imperative to improve the image of Marines around the Blues to start with, slowly bolster their forces there. Tough on crime and piracy with a no-tolerance policy. People needed safety. When they felt safe, they would think of the Marines. When they thought of the Marines, they should feel awe. When they felt awe, they would strive to have justice in their hearts. More than likely, as children age, that justice will transform into dreams of being a Marine. Galen picked up a chess piece and took the opposite end's king, twirling it in between his fingers as he tilted his head. Try it and test the waters. If the plan is too slow or unsuccessful, other measures will be taken. He wrote down in his book while twirling the king, plans can be adjusted on the fly. Propaganda will continue. However, there needs to be inspections in the blues at every Marine base. Dirty, change commanding officers. Galen didn't care if the dirty Marines didn't know Haki, he would send them to the New World and feed the wolves. His face was expressionless. He didn't have time for pirates in Marine clothing. He needed soldiers. He held a Marine file for Sakasuki and frowned, speaking of pirates in Marine clothing. This little rat climbed high enough. It was time to feed the sharks. Just as he was thinking, someone knocked on the door. Galen said, "Come in." A tall man with blonde hair opened the door and smiled. "Hello, Fleet Admiral." Galen looked at him and said slowly, "Rocinante, what do you want?" Rocinante scratched the back of his head and smiled. "I was wondering if it was possible to start now." Galen put down the king piece and flipped the pages of his book, saying, "The plan isn't complete at the moment. I like to think that you would rather live through the operation instead of die miserably like a dog." Rocinante froze and Galen went on, finding the page. "Your op will be secret infiltration of the enemy. That means not only will you be amongst the filth, but you'll be swimming in it." He looked up at Rocinante and shook his head, saying, "You don't know a single thing. They'll eat you alive." Rocinante stood there, unsure of what to say, asking, "Why do you say so, Fleet Admiral?" Galen pointed at the chair in front of him before standing up. Rocinante walked over and sat down as Galen took his white suit off, revealing all his tattoos and scars, explaining expressionlessly, "You see this? This is the extent of an op of this nature. You must become the filth you want to infiltrate. You're too clean, you look too good, you don't look like a pirate at all. You look like a well-trained good boy soldier." Galen slowly put the upper half of his suit on again as Rocinante sat there, stunned. He slowly said, "So I need to think more like a pirate?" Galen nodded and said, "You'll leave for your op in 2 years. During this period, I will send you to an intensive training program. Learn what you can and don't interact with the ladies." Rocinante was confused, and Galen sent him to Yeard Island with the Viper team. He hoped they would tougher the kid up. It was a bit unbelievable that Sengoku thought it was fine to send this boy to such a dangerous mission. He didn't even teach him like how they were taught. The boy was nicer than a whore begging for money. The girls on Yeard would tougher him up, he was sure of it. Those women were tough as nails. Galen considered sending Alvia with them, but given her strength at the moment, it would be useless. She would slaughter them. That was the result of intensive training for years by him personally. Alvia was probably the toughest woman he had ever seen. In his opinion, much better than Linlin. Mainly because Galen thought devil fruits were a burden and useless. He figured, if he could beat the shit out of someone with a devil fruit, then why did they eat the fruit? Most people with devil fruits rely on them too much, they forget to train their body. Excellent example is Tsuru. She got her devil fruit and had been semi-retired. Galen didn't like it. Her muscle definition was gone, and she had lost the charm that he liked in the first place. All her determination, drive, and abhorrence of evil that made her so beautiful was gone. That's why he moved Doll away from Tsuru to be trained by a special unit under Zephyr. First of all, Doll would not be taking any devil fruits. Secondly, she wouldn't be like her mother. Galen learned from a young age that strength is king. Without it, you're nothing. Sure, Tsuru was still a woman to be feared, but she could have been so much more. Her strength declined from what it was. Earlier in life, she could smack around the top dogs of the sea, now she was a trophy marine, a relic waiting for death. Galen was surprisingly excessively frustrated with what she was doing now. He didn't quite know why, probably because she was the mother of his only child. It had to be this because Galen had literally no romantic feelings for her. He never had any romantic feelings for anyone. The only love he had was for his mother. Which is why he keeps the sun pendant with him, despite not believing in God anymore. Galen didn't know how to feel about Doll, maybe it was love. But it wasn't as intense as the love he had for his mother, it was more like protective love. Galen didn't know how to explain it, this was a knowledge gray area for him. He knew a lot about the human psyche, but the only thing he could never wrap his head around was love. All he knew was that he cared what happened to Doll specifically. What he found out recently was that Doll, who was 21, had a child. Galen felt unspeakable rage when he found out. He was so busy with his work that he missed the rat bastard that touched his daughter. Apparently, they were dating for a while, but when he found out she was pregnant, he vanished. Doll was sad about this for a long time. She didn't have a father, and now her daughter wouldn't either. She wondered if this was why her mother had an all-women crew on her ships. The baby was 1 year old. Galen had seen her already. Not in person, but from afar. She was named Kujaku, and she was a very cute baby. Due to Galen's orders, however, Doll would only be able to see her every night instead of staying with her all day. Galen didn't care too much. Tsuru was doing nothing anyway, she could take care of the baby. Plus, Doll needed to be strong. This was non-negotiable. However, it seemed like her genes were very good. Doll had rear admiral strength as a commodore, and her training was just beginning. When Galen was done with her, she would blow Tsuru out of the water. And after her, Kujaku would receive the same treatment. He wouldn't allow his bloodline to be weak, although they all seemed to be women. Regardless, everything was progressing as per usual. Galen found the man responsible for leaving Doll as a single mother and looked up his files. Coincidentally, he was a dirty Marine. Galen made a visit to the man's house that night and stumbled across the man in bed with another woman. He was very happy with this. He'll have a lot of fun tonight. Alvia was training at home when Galen passed by her, dragging a man by the throat to the tree grove by the beach. She also noticed that he had a black bag with him. She was very curious. The next thing she knew, she heard sounds that she never thought possible for a human to make. She stopped training and stood there listening in silence. Was this what he was talking about? Alvia didn't know about it. It didn't seem so bad to her. Mostly because her preconceived notion was that Galen only killed criminals, so what was the difference between killing them and making them feel the same pain they inflicted on others beforehand? In actuality, this Marine, not to Alvia's knowledge, had actively participated in the slaughter of the evacuation ship, being one of the Marines that fired the cannon, therefore responsible for the murder of innocents. There was an array of violent reports and murders swept under the rug that Galen had found. It was usually like this in most cases: bribery, murder, drugs, prostitution, even sexual favors were exchanged constantly to keep things silent. Galen had seen too much homosexuality from dirty Marines to even dirtier Marines. He was putting an end to it. Kong was extremely disgusted with faggots, and so was Galen. He didn't like them. Granted, not all of them were dirty, only a handful, but even the clean ones were generally petty officers. Galen didn't care at all. They wouldn't be promoted at any rate. They were too weak, every single one of them. It wasn't a big loss, but this was the reason that Galen and Ivankov from the revolutionaries didn't get along. Galen was severely disgusted with him, and Dragon found out after their first meeting. Ivankov and Galen were never in the same place at the same time again. Anyway, the sun rose and Galen stepped out of the grove with a few buckets in his hand. Alvia looked over and saw him covered in blood from head to toe. She paused and looked at him very carefully, learning something that might horrify others. This was the first time she had seen anything resembling peace and happiness from Galen. The very first, he seemed so peaceful at the moment, as though everything that was wrong with the world disappeared in that moment. He was absolutely charming at this very instant. His soft and peaceful eyes gazing at the sun as his skin was coated with the blood of an evil man. Buckets carrying the mess of bones and flesh of the sinned filth. His completely relaxed body and muscles, embracing the warmth of the sun and bathing in it. Alvia was entranced for a brief moment before losing the feeling as Galen returned to normal. She looked at him and added something to her growing list of traits that he had. This man, he lived for war and blood. If he didn't have this grand goal, he would be hunting on the sea for the rest of his life until he died. Even if he lost his legs, he would find a way. Even if he lost his eyes, he would smell the way to his next target. Whatever he needed to do to hunt, he would do because that was who he is. In that moment, she came to understand, he may have been shaped by the trauma of his past, but from the very beginning, Galen was never normal. He was a man created for war. He sought war, indulged in it, bathed in it. He was the kind of person who was happiest when they were bathed in the blood of the enemy. Chapter 44, Fishing Trip. Galen turned to her and she stared at him, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Finished?" He frowned, "You're still here?" Olvia nodded and replied, "Why would I leave?" Galen fell silent. He didn't expect something like this. He looked at the buckets before saying, "I'm going fishing today." Olvia tilted her head and asked, "Do you?" She touched her chest gingerly. "Are you asking me to come with you?" Galen frowned and replied, "I want you to tell Sengoku to take over for today." Olvia touched a chain on her neck, looking at him as she asked softly, "And then?" Galen turned away, ignoring her. She smiled cutely before disappearing instantly. A while later, Olvia came back to the beach, showered and all, holding fishing equipment, a book, as well as snacks and food. She was also wearing the same wooden sandals that Galen usually wore with a white floral shirt and short shorts. She trotted to the small fishing ship happily, excited to go on this particular trip with Galen. Galen was wearing a white t-shirt with black board shorts and the same wooden sandals. He looked at Olvia up and down, then looked at himself and frowned. She smiled gently, "You have good taste." Galen ignored her and she got on the ship quickly, fearing that he would leave without her. Luckily for her, she just made it as Galen ripped the anchor out of the sand and pushed the ship out into the sea, sending it out fast. She just managed to jump on at the last second. Galen looked at her as she smiled happily, made it. He frowned. Why was she so annoying? As he turned around, picking up the buckets of flesh as the ship slowly sailed away from the shallow water around Marineford. Olvia set up the fishing equipment and put the food in the fridge, setting up for their trip before sitting on a beach chair near Galen, enjoying the sun as she read in peace. When they were far enough from Marineford, Galen picked up the buckets and walked to the spot he was going to fish in. He stuck his hand in the buckets, tossing out flesh and guts, chumming the water. Olvia looked over and shielded her eyes from the sun, watching him. When he finished, he picked up a fishing pole and let out a breath, sitting on the taffrails with his legs crossed as he cast his line into the chummed waters, sitting as still as a statue. She squinted and smiled to herself before bookmarking her page and walking over. Olvia picked up a fishing pole and sat next to Galen, casting her line as well. He ignored her and stared at the waves. She smiled calmly and sat next to him without a word. Not too close, not too far. But she was always there. Right next to him. No matter what happened. The rest of the day went just the same, catching fish, chumming the water again, catching more fish. There was a sea king that came for a bite to eat, but Galen tossed it a fish and scared it off after. No reason to kill the sea king, it was just an animal. Plus, if you didn't need food, why would you kill animals? Barring survival, killing animals for no reason is a useless act. Galen thought so. He figured, you're not eating the animal, it's not hurting anybody, why waste energy killing it? This kind of thing had literally no purpose. At any rate, Olvia had fun. She even caught a shark and showed Galen, who looked at her blankly as she smiled happily. Then he ignored her. It was a happy day for everyone. It also gave Galen peace to think about his future plans. Unfortunately, as much as he wanted to kill Sakazuki at this very moment, he couldn't. The main reason being nobody would believe that Sakazuki just disappeared, and Galen didn't have a good alibi to clear his name. The elders would be suspicious of him because Sakazuki was very strong. His devil fruit only made him stronger, and the only one who could kill him silently would probably be Galen. He tried to think of a way around this, but it was a bit difficult. He couldn't just release a bounty on Sakazuki's head, but he wouldn't do anything less either. Galen decided to have him stationed in the New World, roaming officer. Galen was going to place Sakazuki right in the middle of Linlin and Kaido before telling Shakyaku to spread the word that Sakazuki was spotted in these areas. Galen made this decision for two reasons. First of all, even if Sakazuki was successful, he would bring down two major pirates. Secondly, if he failed, Galen would not only achieve his goal of killing him, but the damage Sakazuki would do to the pirates before he died was good for him. Essentially, there were no cons to this plan. He was killing a flock of birds with one stone. Well, unless you count Sakazuki living for a little longer as a con. The aftermath of his death would be simple. He would send his buzzards to look for the magma fruit, and that would be the end of it. He could even groom a powerful admiral with the fruit all on his own. He didn't even think of Alvia, she wasn't getting a devil fruit. He didn't want her to. Just like that, the Sakazuki problem was handled excellently. Galen made a few calls, and now every asshole in the New World knew where to look to find Sakazuki. He had no problems with this, because it was completely win-win. There were very few spots around those territories with people on them that weren't affiliated with either crews. Galen specifically told Sakazuki that if he went buck-willed and killed innocent people, he would go down a rank for every life he took. Hopefully the threat was sufficient. Galen didn't want him hurting any more innocent people. Life was hard enough, they didn't need a mental marine constantly making them scared as to when he'll show up and annihilate them in the name of justice. That wasn't justice, and it would be contradictory to Galen's plans of improving the image of the Marines in the mind of the populace. Not to mention, Galen wasn't going to change stories to make the Marines seem better. He knew that the people liked hearing the truth. The World Economic newspaper had been mostly propaganda and nonsense about how amazing the Marines were. Galen was a Marine, and he knew it was the dirtiest job in the world. However, it was the most noble job as well. Diving into the dirt to wrestle with the filth, putting your life on the line is very admirable. As the time passed, Galen would slowly incorporate more and more truth into the news. He told Morgans this himself, getting an audience with him via transponder snail by Shakyaku. But that was for the future. Right now, he was busy taking care of the Marines that were a constant mess. Slowly but surely, years passed by. 1507, Rocinante went undercover to Doflamingo's crew. Tsuru was put in charge of the chasing, doing a favor for Sengoku. 1508, nothing unusual happened. Sakazuki was still alive, and a young man named Virgo joined the Marines. Then the incident happened in 1509. Chapter 45, The Mariewa Incident. Galen was sitting in his office when a loud alarm went off. He frowned and looked at the snail, glaring at it. The snail froze and shivered in fear, making low alarm noises. Galen snorted and received a call, saying Mariewa was raided, hundreds of slaves freed. Fisher Tiger, responsible, status still at large. Galen was dumbfounded. This guy went to Mariewa, freed a bunch of slaves, and survived. It must have happened in about 5 minutes. Otherwise, Kong or the elders or even Cypher Paul would have reacted. This Fisher Tiger was quick, attacking and retreating after freeing some slaves. Very smart thinking. Unfortunately, there were so many more slaves in Mariewa. Forget about hundreds, there were thousands upon thousands with hundreds dying every day. Galen let out a breath and gave the order, Fisher Tiger, 230 million, before getting up and leaving the office. A little bit later, Galen was sailing to Mariewa, holding his Punk 12 and smoking on a ship all to himself. Hopefully, he ran into this Fisher Tiger guy. Unfortunately, he never did. He did run into a trio of little girls, sailing away from the hellscape on a small boat. His ship stopped the small boat, and the girls looked up to see Galen staring down at them. They froze and trembled in fear, not wanting to go back. They would honestly rather die. Galen didn't blame them. He looked at the girls. They looked no older than 16. They were each covered in bruises and blood. A girl with a large head and green hair hid behind the smaller girl with black hair and astonishingly good looks. The other girl with orangish-brown hair did the same, as it seemed the beautiful girl with long black hair was the leader of the group. Galen looked down at them, saying, "Slaves?" They trembled, but the beautiful girl said bravely, "We'll never go back, you'll have to kill us." Galen looked at them expressionlessly. "I don't blame you. Those animals have probably scarred you all for life. Where are you from?" The girls stayed silent, and Galen looked at them before saying, "Go to Sabyati. Grove 13, Shaki's ripoff bar, she'll help you." After which, he ignored them, continuing to sail to Mariewa, stunning the trio of runaways. One of them asked the leader, "What do we do now, One-chan?" The leader of the girls frowned and muttered, "Maybe we should go to where he said." The other one was shocked and said, "But what if he's lying to us?" She frowned deeper and replied, "If he was lying, wouldn't he have just brought us back? Forget it, we'll go to Sabyati. I don't believe it's a trap." One of her sisters asked, "How do you know?" The big sister snorted, "Because I couldn't turn him to stone at all." The other two were stunned and muttered with shock, "How is that possible?" A few days later, Galen arrived at Mariewa to see the damage. He took the elevator up the mountain and stayed silent. This was incredible. This guy scaled the entire mountain on his own. He must have, otherwise he would have been caught for sure. To make matters worse, he had to scale back down with hundreds of slaves. Either that or jumping off. Either way, this person was very strong and brave or absolutely insane. One of those two. When he reached the top, Galen saw the destruction firsthand. He had to emote now, since he was in the vicinity of the 5 elders and celestials. The act must continue. But he really was shocked. There were ruins all over the place, ashes and flames everywhere. Corpses of slaves and celestial dragons alike, however many more slaves than celestials. Galen walked past them and admired the work Fisher Tiger did, displaying a face of intense anger and shock. However, he really wanted to meet this guy, a man with a sense of justice in his heart. However, Fisher Tiger seemed to disappear into thin air since the night he set fire to Mariewa. A smart move, as the world government would probably skin him alive if they found out where he was. Galen came to the 5 elders and saluted, "Sir, I came to assess the damage." The 5 elders nodded and described Fisher Tiger. Galen took down notes and nodded, before leaving after receiving praise from the elders for his hard work and going out of his way to come here. Galen replied with a sincere smile, "It's my duty, sir. I'm very concerned with what happens to the noble saints." Just before he left. Now he knew what Fisher Tiger looked like. He ordered the Marines to start looking for him in full view of the world nobles and slaves before he left this god-forsaken place. Everywhere he looked up, there was even sadder than what he just saw. He couldn't wait to burn everything up there to ashes. But for now, he had to keep up appearances. Galen returned back to Marineford and received a report from Shakyaku about the 3 girls. She thanked him because they were all from Amazon Lily. Galen didn't even know, and replied that it was not intentional before forgetting about it. The time passed, and Galen came to find a fishman crew called the Sun Pirates. Their captain was Fisher Tiger himself. Galen rubbed his chin and decided to go see him sometime in the future when he got a chance. 2 years passed after that. Chapter 46, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Minus 1511. Galen frowned at the call he just received. He was told that the world government was applying a new organization, branching from the Marines, in a subordinate relationship. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Galen was highly against this garbage. The main purpose was to have government-sanctioned piracy that the Marines had to turn a blind eye to. In exchange, the pirates would basically be an extension of the Marines. But Galen was very much against this. The problem was the pirates that were announced as the 7 warlords would have free rein to do whatever they wanted without Marine interference. So, essentially, Galen would have to watch as they committed crimes. He wouldn't be able to do anything other than that. However, he didn't have a choice. He must follow the orders of the 5 elders for the time being. They were nowhere near ready to retaliate against the government. He let out a breath and stood up, walking out of the office. He was told to go recruit the first one as a gesture of goodwill, as well as show support for the new division of the government. This was one of his many responsibilities as the fleet admiral. And so he went by himself on a ship, leaving Sengoku in charge until he came back. 13 days later. Galen was standing on the ship as it approached the target island. Surprisingly, it was Amazon Lily. As he approached the island, he met with a journalist and photographer by the name of Attach. This was the guy who usually takes bounty pictures. He was good, but he had a problem with leaving the lens cap on many times. The WEJ sent a ship of reporters as well. Galen brought them with him, as he approached the island with his own ship and a blank face. A ship sailed out with Kuja warriors on it, saying, "Halt!" Galen looked at them before ignoring them, continuing to sail towards the island. He didn't care about these guards at all. He was thinking of how he could spin this in his favor without alerting the government. The Kujas on the ship grew angry as they were blatantly ignored. The leader of the crew said, "Sink the ship." The ship started firing the cannons at Galen's marine ship, scaring the reporters and journalists silly. Galen didn't care too much, pressing his hand out in the air. An invisible shockwave was emitted from his palm and destroyed the cannonballs coming towards the ship. He walked to the front and said slowly, "Back off, or you'll be swimming back to Amazon Lily." The Kuja warriors were stunned, and Galen sighed, closing his eyes as he covered his hand in haki, slapping the air. The Kuja ship fired its cannons, but the cannon fire exploded before it left the ship. The entire ship was blown to smithereens, and the girls landed in the water. The marine ship sailed past them, and Galen tossed out a rope to the group. The warriors grabbed the rope and were dragged back to Amazon Lily as the marine vessel docked. The journalists snapped pictures of Galen as he grabbed the anchor with one hand, tossing it onto the island before getting off the ship as the Kuja swam onto shore. The journalists ran after him as he walked past the docks, striding into town with an expressionless face. The surrounding women wore loincloths and barely anything to cover their breasts, all being different shapes and sizes, beautiful and ugly. Galen didn't look at any of them, walking forward towards the Empress Castle as the journalists followed him, snapping pictures of the Amazonians, who looked at them curiously. The Kuja ran after them as Galen reached the castle, looking up at the closed doors, saying softly, "Open the doors or I will open them for you." This time, however, they listened to him, opening the doors. Galen was unperturbed as he walked into the castle. The only reason he wasn't killing any of these women was because they never actually did anything evil. The worst was taking out other pirate groups and sinking some marine ships. They didn't murder and pillage, or anything that Galen would consider an evil act. He turned and said, "Hurry up." As the journalists were getting distracted, they quickly followed him, staying close as the castle was basically unguarded, only a few people living in it. Galen came to a throne room and looked at the three women before raising his brows. It was the three little girls from a few years ago. What a coincidence. The three froze and stared at Galen in shock, clearly recognizing him. The journalists behind Galen snapped pictures as Galen said, "Attach." The lens. Attach looked at his camera and jumped in shock. The lens cap was on. He quickly took it off and continued taking pictures. Galen walked to the beautiful black-haired girl as the journalists froze, hearts appearing in their eyes. He stopped in front of the throne and looked down at her, saying, "The world government has decided to make you one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Congratulations, Boa Hancock." Hancock looked up at him, unsure of what to say. Galen grabbed her and turned to the side, shaking her hand as he said, "Smile," while smiling himself. She smiled at the cameras and they snapped pictures excessively, drooling. Galen stopped and said, "Enough." The journalists froze and he added, "Get out and wait for me outside. Do not move from there." They nodded and left the room, closing the door. Galen let out a breath and turned to Hancock expressionlessly, looking her up and down, before snorting, "Shakyaku and Rayleigh brought you here." She nodded and looked hesitant. "About that." He looked at her and she frowned. "Why did you let us go?" The other 2 girls looked at Galen in confusion, adding, "If you were the fleet admiral, why didn't you send us back?" Galen blinked slowly, replying, "I don't approve of slavery." He looked around at the 3, and his conqueror's haki pressed on them, saying, "I also don't approve of piracy or this policy and division, but you play with the hand you were given." The 3 girls were breathless and looked at him in terror as he went on, "If you commit evil, I promise you I will come after you myself. Am I clear?" The 3 nodded with difficulty. Galen snorted and took back his haki, adding, "Let's all agree that you won't run to the world government telling them my connection with Shakyaku and Rayleigh." Hancock let out a breath and nodded seriously. "We won't." Galen nodded and turned around, saying, "Amazon Lily will be protected now that you're a warlord. You will be expected to show up to meetings when I call on you. Your piracy will be sanctioned by the government, however I have ways to make you disappear, remember that. That is all." As he walked to the door and left the throne room. Marigold and Sandersonia fell to the ground, caked in sweat while Hancock wiped her face, muttering, "So strong and terrifying." Galen brought the journalists away from the island and returned to Marineford. Chapter 47, Cold Plate. He arrived at the end of the day and let out a breath, walking back to his home. If he was being honest, he didn't really like being fleet admiral. It was an immense burden, but a burden that was necessary for his plans. If there came a time where he didn't need it anymore, he would give it up in a second. He sighed to himself, another factor of the living nightmare he was in. He pushed the door to his house open and saw Olvia sleeping at the table with a plate full of food on it. He hung up his coat and looked at the food while loosening his tie. He touched it with the back of his hand and frowned. It was cold. He sat down and started eating anyway, thinking about the press. He had made a statement about the Seven Warlords initiative, saying that he was glad that there were good pirates willing to aid Marines and a bunch of other bullshit. However, he managed to insert a little bit of truth in as well. It was very subtle and looked more like a general assertion of strength and propaganda. He basically hinted at the Marines needing to be stronger than the warlords and not relying on them. He couldn't say what he wanted to say about the warlords being a bunch of nonsense that he didn't like. Otherwise, he would find himself on the wrong side of some bars. There was no escape if he was caught. He couldn't become a pirate, he couldn't become a bounty hunter or anything. Galen was 100% sure if he was found out, he would be dead or imprisoned until they could brainwash him. The simple fact was, he was too strong. For people like him, the world government would unleash the biggest raid and operation that had ever been seen. He wouldn't make it out of Marineford's area of influence. Galen was sure not only would they send the entirety of Cypherpol after him, but all the Marines, Kong, and most likely the 5 elders would move out as well. This is why Galen had to calculate every step he took with absolute caution every time. This wasn't a joke. He wasn't going up against some pirate asshole who drowned himself in women and alcohol. This was a government that had been standing at the top of the world for 800 years. Revolutions sounded fun and easy until you started it. If he could roll into Mariewa and start a massacre, he would. But the fact was that he couldn't. The sheer amount of enemies was too much for one person to handle. Even if Galen was the strongest person in the world, he wouldn't be able to do it. Not to mention, he wasn't. Galen was very strong, however. There were a handful of people that were stronger than him. And these people were the ones he was aware of. How many people were in the shadows, being hidden by the government as trump cards? Galen didn't know, so therefore he couldn't and wouldn't act out of character around the government. As he was thinking, he unknowingly finished the plate. He only woke up when his fork hit the empty porcelain, making a soft ringing sound. Galen looked down and cleaned up the table before turning to Olvia, who was asleep at the table. Was she waiting for him? Galen figured she was. For some reason, this woman was getting more and more on his nerves as the time passed. In the beginning, he didn't care about her. She didn't even bother him no matter how annoying she was, but as the time passed, he started getting agitated. He didn't know when it started, but it was puzzling him to no end. He was 47 this year, and he didn't have a single gray hair, looking as young as he did in his late 20s and early 30s. Unlike Tsuru, who was starting to look much older as the days passed, Olvia didn't seem to age at all. She was 42 and didn't look a day over 21. It was really something to behold. Galen theorized that there was a correlation to exercise and youthfulness, but he wasn't sure. Garp looked old as hell, and he was more or less retired, just goofing off these days. Tsuru was the same, but Sengoku didn't look that old, and he was the same as the other two. As for Zephyr, that guy was just a monster. He never stopped working out, even though he was basically retired. He would join his students and train them while demonstrating, so he was pretty much exercising every day. He looked like a tank and young too. However, he was 14 years older than Galen at 61 years old. He didn't look any older than 40, so forget about him. Galen exhaled through his nose, looking at the beautiful woman on his kitchen table. He slowly picked her up after a few seconds, holding her back and behind her knees as she leaned on his chest. She shifted positions and rested her hand on his chest, her frown turning into a smile as she continued sleeping, breathing gently. Galen ignored it and brought her to her room, laying her in her bed before leaving to go to the sea stone block, taking off his suit, changing into shorts only. He touched the blood-stained surface and snorted gently, closing his eyes as he felt his heart beating louder and louder. From the beginning of his life to him being forced to sanction piracy, he clenched his fists and let out a roaring grunt, punching the sea stone block wildly. Once again, over and over, smashing his fists into the sea stone over and over, endlessly. Alvia heard the familiar banging and smacked her lips, turning over in bed, seemingly calmer than before. Chapter 48, The Rocinante Problem. 6 months passed. Galen was sitting in his office and writing in a notebook as he read a report from Sakazuki. Unfortunately, he hadn't caught any pirates of value, and he also hadn't died. Galen was reading the report with an expressionless face. He sent this guy there to go wild, and now he's suddenly calm. He frowned to himself. Did Sakazuki know? He narrowed his eyes a bit. Maybe he should make a few calls to nail this coffin shut. Just as he was thinking, Sengoku ran in, kicking the door open in a panic. Galen looked at the door calmly, saying slowly, "You're paying for the door." Sengoku ignored him, slapping the desk with worry. "I need help." Galen held out his hand, blocking Sengoku from smashing his desk in half. He remembered that Kong used to smash his desk a lot. It was a shame that the old man was gone. Galen pointed to the chair in front of him while writing in the notebook. "What happened?" Sengoku sat down and said quickly, "You know Rosie went after Doflamingo, right? Well, Galen held out his hand and said, "Let me stop you right there." Sengoku fell silent and Galen continued slowly, "You, not we. You headed this operation with Rocinante, asking Tsuru for help. Is he dead?" Sengoku jumped in shock. "No, but we think his cover is blown." Galen let out a breath from his nose, looking at Sengoku, saying, "Explain." As he put down the pen in his hand, closed the book, and turned to the chessboard, putting the pieces to their starting positions. He started playing against himself as Sengoku explained. "The plan was, he infiltrates Doflamingo's crew and reports back to me and Tsuru. Afterwards, Tsuru would corner their next move. But Rosie disappeared for 6 months and Tsuru couldn't find them at all." Galen moved the pieces with his fingertips before pausing and looking at Sengoku, rubbing his eyes with one hand. He sighed and said, "I thought you were smarter than this." Sengoku shouted, "How was I supposed to know he would disappear?" Galen finished the chess game and said, "Because you're not supposed to think it would succeed. You should have backup plans. You shouldn't trust Tsuru to pick up the slack. You shouldn't have 100% blind confidence in Rocinante. You shouldn't believe everything he tells you. You shouldn't expect everything to go the way it was planned to go, and you shouldn't have trusted anyone other than yourself for this operation." Sengoku clenched his fists and retorted, "Sorry, I have faith in my comrades." Galen shorted, "And where did that bring you? Back to me." Sengoku snorted and said, "You should have faith in your men as the fleet admiral, but you don't trust anyone but yourself. How are you meant to bring peace to the world like this?" Galen looked up at him asking, "And you can do better? Bring peace. Stop fantasizing like a child. Maybe one day there will be peace in this world, but we'll be long dead before that happens. I will bring change to this world with my own hands. That's what you seem to keep forgetting." He got up and left the room, his coat fluttering behind him. "If you want something done correctly, you will do it yourself." Sengoku clenched his fists as Galen left the office. He didn't want Galen's help because it always went too far. Galen returned home and took the snails out of the garden, setting them up on the kitchen table as Alvia walked downstairs from the shower, patting down her hair with a towel. She looked at him and he ignored her, lighting a cigarette as he heard an array of voices, "Raven." Before he could speak, he heard many voices speaking. "Hey, hey, hey, it's a reunion, ha ha ha, Ryuga, how's the new world? H-A-H-H-H-H-A. Shut the fuck up, Balin, don't make me come there and fuck the whore you're seeing. Ryuga, say some more shit and I'll scalp you. I swear to God you'll go back to your backwater village and beg for a job from your slut ex-wife. H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. You still laughing, Euro? Last time you gagged on that brothel job. That wasn't my fault. It's a brothel, not a fucking tranny barn. I'm still traumatized. Who's the pretty lady? Wanna introduce yourself? Hee Tilda. Talk to me again, and you'll be tasting your own cock. There were several whistles and then, "Good one, Nikolai, ha ha ha, yeah you sure showed her. Gahahaha, I thought you were a Casanova. I used your lines, bastard." Alvia was stunned and covered her mouth, laughing. The snails fell silent and there was a whisper. The boss is with a woman. Oh God, she sounds so cute. Boss, how could you? I knew men were trash. Galen didn't flinch at all, exhaling smoke as he asked, "Are you done?" The snails all swallowed and fell silent, saying in unison, "Your orders, Raven." Alvia looked at Galen curiously. he managed to calm them all down in an instant. If she wasn't mistaken, the woman on the line was the leader of the Kuja force. Galen crossed his arms and said, an undercover op on Doflamingo went belly up. News is government's got a deal for a devil fruit on Minion Island. Goes by the name of Op fruit, 5 billion on this deal, but the most likely situation is our officer is swimming in the dark. Latest intel is his position is compromised, Doflamingo knows. However, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of betrayal. Galen exhaled smoke from his nose, continuing target was his brother, both CDs fallen from grace. Need a team for observation and rescue. If he turns out to be a double agent, eliminate him. Only Rocinante is the target of extraction this time. Everything else is irrelevant. He paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes. You're going blackout on this one. The snails looked excited and the Kuja leader said, I will perform this mission perfectly. The other snails snickered and Galen replied, you're grabbing 3 men each and acting as a pirate crew. There is no I in this mission. When I need a one-man job, you're at the back of the line, Lilica. Understood. The woman was silent for a few seconds, and there was slightly heavy breathing before a frenzied voice replied, I understand, boss. I love when you treat me like shit. Galen ignored the rest of that comment, as the other snails looked like they were holding in their laughter. Alvia furrowed her brows at the snails. What the hell was wrong with this Amazonian? Galen looked at the snails, saying 4 separate teams, 12 people. If you come into contact with Doflamingo and his crew, you are not to engage. The snails groaned and Galen explained, sensitive identity and very strong. His cadres are all tricky, I don't want any of you dead. A snail teared up, boss, before Galen continued, waste of resources. The snail froze and cried, damn it, I was touched. Galen ignored him, going on, of course, if you want to act alone, you're more than welcome to. However, don't ever contact me again. Clear. 4 voices replied in unison, clear. Galen nodded and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Minion Island, 3 weeks. Arrive early and set up around the island. Ryuga, you're in charge for this particular mission. Ryuga smiled smugly and Balin growled, I'm vice captain. Nikolai gasped, what about me? Lilica said coldly, you can be the clown. Ryuga and Balin burst into laughter, while Galen said, that'll be all. Balin said, boss, I have a report for you. Galen asked with a frown, about the caged bird? Balin replied, yeah. Galen said slowly, call me back in a bit. Balin nodded, no problem, not a big deal. Galen nodded and closed the channel, sending the snails back to the garden. Alvia sat at the table when he came back, propping her head up with her palm, smiling gently, quite the cabaret of characters. Galen ignored her, going through the fridge. She was used to it by now, continuing to speak regardless. Are all your subordinates like this? So animated? I expected Marines to be like you, tough and silent. Galen still didn't answer her and she sighed, but I guess not everyone can be like you, especially not that Amazonian. She smacked her lips. Really vulgar, that woman. Anyway, Tilda isn't Rocinante Sengoku's adopted kid. Galen sat at the table with a glass bottle of juice. He put his notebook down and started writing as he replied, you know him. Alvia snorted with pursed lips, thinking about it. I remember meeting him a while ago. He's a really nice boy, he even helped me with my shopping. I was wearing the blindfold and walking around Marineford to get a better feel for the place a few years ago. You know, I like to go out and pretend to be blind. It's fun. Galen continued writing as Alvia sighed. Such a sweet boy, he helped me shop and even offered to walk me home as a guide. She turned to Galen and added, so, I don't understand what you said. How could he betray the Marines for a pirate? Galen replied simply, brothers. Alvia was surprised and replied, Rocinante and Doflamingo are brothers? Celestials? Galen nodded and tapped on the table, thinking as he went over his writing. Alvia looked away, sighing, that poor boy, maybe not all celestial dragons are bad people after all. Galen ignored her, such a ridiculous statement. He didn't care, he was going to eliminate them all. He had half a mind to blow the entire city to hell in one fell swoop. As for the slaves, it would be liberating them. He always gave the broken his own form of mercy, and in Galen's mind, they would feel much better dead. At least they wouldn't have to go through this inhumane torture and humiliation. If he was a slave, he shook his head, not being able to imagine such a fate. He would rather die. Those poor people suffered so much more than he did. His face was firm, that's why he would exterminate all the Celestials. Alvia looked at his face and smiled at him, asking, "What are you thinking?" Galen replied absent-mindedly, "Killing them all." Alvia giggled and rolled her eyes, saying, "So violent. Is that all that goes through your mind? Killing people?" Galen frowned and said slowly, "No." Alvia was interested, asking, "No, what else?" He snorted and ignored her again, going back to his notebook. Alvia sighed and shook her head. "One day, maybe you'll tell me." Highly unlikely. Chapter 49, Blackout's Return. Galen held his hands up and blocked all of Alvia's kicks. Her feet were coated in haki and kicking at him wildly. She even kicked out wind blades. Not only this, but she would flash around him, dropping her long and slender legs on him. Galen bounced her off and deflected every attack, saying, "You're not trying to kill me, what are you training for?" Alvia landed on the ground and smiled, "I never even thought of that." Galen frowned and replied, "You should. You're training to kill, not show off." Alvia chuckled to herself, muttering, "That's not what I was talking about." She flashed from the ground and appeared in the air behind his head, twisting her body and whipping her leg in a kick, full of power. The air whistled loudly, and Galen raised his hand, catching her delicate and small bare foot. The wind from her kick blew away the sand on the training ground, and she froze there, turning red. Galen held her foot and said, "You pulled back at the last second again. Keep going," as he shoved her foot back, sending her to the ground. She calmed down and got up again. Galen sighed, "Remember the steel pole? Do that again." Alvia looked embarrassed and said, "You still remember," as she appeared under him, shooting off the ground and firing her knee at his chin. Galen leaned his head back and her knee grazed his beard. A few strands of hair flew into the air and he said slowly, "Only angry, not deadly." Alvia spun in the air and hooked her knee around his neck, swinging him to the ground. However, Galen stood on the spot, looking at Alvia hanging from his neck by her legs. She sighed and said frustratingly, "You're an asshole." Galen grabbed her waist and ignored her comment as she seemed to give up. With good reason. Galen lifted her up and smashed her into the ground hard, making the ground shake. Alvia was knocked out instantly, and Galen picked her up, bringing her to her room before returning outside and cleaning up. 4 weeks passed since he ordered the Blackout mission on Minion Island. They should be on their way back now. He had confidence in the team. He basically raised them from nothing. The whole lot of them. But he didn't have 100% faith, so he sent a recon group to watch over them. The recon team told him that his team had a huge guy and they were on their way back to Marineford in a hurry. That was a week ago. It would still be a bit before they got back from Minion Island. However, the recon team told him that Suru showed up at the last second, almost derailing the entire operation. Galen wasn't thrilled at the news, but nevertheless, his team was successful. All there was left to do is wait. A few days later, Galen was sparring with Alvia before saying slowly, "Blindfold." She stopped and went into the house, coming back with a white blindfold on before she attacked him again. He blocked her feet and pushed them back as a big gruff man that looked like a bear scratched his head, chuckling, "A bad time, boss." Galen tapped Alvia's shoulder and said no. Turning to Balin as Ryuga, Nikolai and Lilica walked out from behind Balin, complaining, "You stupid asshole. Why are you always in the way?" Balin looked down at Ryuga and grinned, "Call me an asshole again." Ryuga was a thin man who looked like a scholar, who would know that this person had killed thousands from thousands of miles away. Ryuga grinned and pulled out a pistol. "Asshole." Balin grinned madly and his hairy arms flexed, turning a dark gray, but it wasn't haki. It was Iron Body. The apex of Iron Body was like this: your entire body turns to iron and doesn't restrict your movement. This on top of armament haki was truly devastating. Lilica ignored Alvia and skipped to Galen. Her greenish hair was in a bob and she had a snake around her neck like a scarf. She was incredibly cute as she giggled, "Big boss, are you happy, Tilda?" Nikolai dragged Rocinante's body to Galen, complaining, "You stupid bitch, I have to carry this beast myself. He's heavy as fuck." Lilica glared at him, and he giggled, "Hee hee, Tilda, you're so cute when you're angry, Tilda." Galen shoved Lilica out of his way and she flew across the training ground, smashing into the seastone block, hearts in her eyes, "I love you, boss." before turning around and sniffing the seastone block. Her eyes grew hot and frenzied as she touched the dry blood, giggling strangely, "Boss, blood. Oh God, it's like a river." Galen ignored all of them as Alvia was stunned. This was a special ops team? This didn't fit Galen's aesthetic. Originally, she was expecting a team of serious killers, then she heard the snail call and expected some quirky but serious people. Turns out they're all insane. Galen squatted in front of Rocinante, pressing on a vein in his neck. Rocinante sat up abruptly, gasping for air. He looked around and shouted, "Law," before seeing a bunch of people, saying, "Fleet Admiral." Galen looked at him and said flatly, "Mission failed." Rocinante sighed and frowned. "I was so close, but I have some good intel." Galen rested his elbows on his thighs, looking at him. Chapter 50, Grim Intel. Rocinante crossed his arms and legs, reporting seriously, "The Marine Virgo that recently joined the Marines is a spy placed there by Doflamingo. His group has been pirates and normal civilians alike. Plus the worst of it is still to come. Doflamingo has plans to take over the kingdom of Dressrosa." Galen frowned and said, "How?" Rocinante grit his teeth and said, "He'll use his devil fruit to force the king to attack his own people before saving them and proclaiming himself king." Galen narrowed his eyes, and Rocinante continued, "Not only that, but he has the hobby fruit." Galen closed his eyes, muttering, "That's really a problem then." Ryuga walked over and leaned in, asking curiously, "What's the hobby fruit, boss?" Galen opened his eyes and stood up, explaining, "The user of the hobby fruit can turn people into toys. The memories of the people are erased from the minds of everyone in the world." Everyone was horrified, and Galen furrowed his brows. "Did he use the hobby fruit?" Rocinante shook his head, replying, "Not yet. I can give you a report on everyone in his crew as of right now, but there may be more to come." Galen blinked, saying slowly, "Not necessary. The fact of the matter is we're on a timer right now. First, the hobby fruit must land in our hands, or the user must be in custody. Secondly, we need to form a perimeter guard around Dressrosa. He shouldn't be out of the blues yet. I'll have Tsuru and Sengoku head to Dressrosa under the pretense of inviting King Riku to the Lively next year." He frowned and said, "I want you all to infiltrate Dressrosa's waters and search for Doflamingo. If you can find the hobby fruit, take it and bring it back to me. If you can't, grab the person who may have it and bring her back to me as well. All of you bring seastone cuffs and weapons with you. I want you to form your team and write down the number of squad members on your hands or somewhere conspicuous." He looked at the 4 clowns and continued seriously, "When you look at the numbers, remember my words. The hobby fruit will make you forget someone when they're touched. If the number on your hand doesn't match up with your amount of team members, it means your team is compromised. One of them has been turned into a toy. Whatever that toy tells you, you believe it." Ryuga stroked his chin and hummed, "Sounds like fun." Galen raised a finger, "You cannot kill the eater of the hobby fruit. It will only become a bigger issue in the future. Bring whoever it is to me." Rocinante looked up and asked, "What are you going to do?" Galen snorted and said, "I'm going to solve the problem. Now go, Rocinante, stay." The other 4 nodded and realized how serious this was. They were usually unreliable and idiotic off-duty, but make no mistake. These people were trained by Galen since young. They were cold-blooded killers and took their operations extremely seriously. This was the justice in their hearts. On the mission, there was no infighting, no petty jealousy. There was only the completion of the mission and the most efficient way to do it. Balin walked over and whispered in his ear, "Caged bird is safe. Seems to have awakened observation hacky since stimulated. Every organization that betrayed her has been erased, and the ones who have blackmailed for sexual favors were eliminated. She's been unharmed during the entire surveillance." Nobody heard what he said except Galen himself. Even Alvia couldn't hear it. Galen made sure of it. He turned and said slowly, "Sexual favors?" Balin grinned grimly, "A couple assholes who don't know their place in the world. I took care of it personally." Galen nodded and turned back. "If that happens again, eliminate every pirate in the area. A radius of 3 islands and every underground connection they have." Balin shuddered and nodded, "Yes, boss," before leaving with the others, seemingly shocked. Rocinante was stunned and sat there not knowing what he was supposed to do. Alvia looked at Galen suspiciously. She didn't hear what he said, but she could read his lips. Although Galen barely moved them when he was speaking to avoid that, she could. She spent years with him, she liked to think she knew him best. She was confused as to who was being eliminated, and why it was so serious as to eliminate every pirate and underground organization within a 3-island radius. You have to know, that's easily thousands of people. Galen moved on, looking at Rocinante, saying, Sengoku thinks you're dead. You have 2 options now. Rocinante was stunned and Galen went on, you can return to Sengoku and the Marines, risk all of our information on Doflamingo's plans leaking back to him and being changed, putting many more at risk. Rocinante's lips twitched, saying not really much of a choice, is it? Galen gave him the second option, you stay behind the curtain and pretend you're dead, becoming the head of a secret Marine task force. Your records will be wiped, your existence erased, and everyone will cease to remember who Don Quixote Rocinante is. However, he looked down at Rocinante, saying, you will be my sword, the hidden blade against evil, the blade that doesn't care about the rules and executes justice on criminals no matter what. Rocinante was stunned and felt a fervor in Galen's words. Alvia covered her mouth. Unexpectedly, Galen can express this kind of passion. It was special in his own special type of way. She liked it quite a bit. Rocinante muttered, sword? Galen nodded and explained, you will be trained by me and I will supply you with the weapons and team. All of you will be members of Sword, not even known to any other Marines. Only myself. Do you agree or not? Rocinante thought about it and asked, my brother. Before he could finish, Galen cut him off, saying, I will take care of it, make a choice. Rocinante frowned and calculated before saying, I don't want to be like the rest, chasing slaves and returning them to hell. So if that's what this sword is, then forget it. Galen looked at him for a few moments before walking away. Rocinante blinked in confusion and Alvia smiled, congratulations, Rosi-chan. There isn't much room in the house, but we usually start training at dawn. Before walking away, following Galen. Rocinante let out a breath and smiled, thank you, Robinson, he's very scary. Alvia smiled happily, I suppose, before walking into the house. Rocinante got up inside, scratching his head and muttering, well, looks like I'm homeless. Chapter 51, Making Use of Sakazuki. Galen sat in the house, wondering what to do with his new information. Was there a way to kill these birds together? He tapped on the table and closed his eyes before taking out a red snail. Alvia watched him as he connected up a black box to the snail, making a call. Sakazuki's voice growled through the snail, who is this? Galen cracked his neck and said through the black box, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I seem to have come under some information that may or may not be important to your Marines. K-hey-hey-hey tilde. Alvia leaned her cheek on her palm, watching Galen pretend to be someone else. Sakazuki barked out angrily, you bastard. Who the fuck are you? Galen laughed eerily, however the rest of his face was expressionless. Consider me a distant admirer tilde k-hey-hey-hey tilde your promotion to Admiral is very important to me, so I want to make a deal tilde. Sakazuki frowned at the snail as it spoke again, the snail seemingly sleeping in front of him. Before you hang up tilde I'm not a pirate tilde k-hey-hey-hey tilde however, you're G5 base Marine Virgo. I can't say the same k-h-i-h-i-h-i-h-i-h-i. Sakazuki sneered, and I should believe you? State your name, coward. Galen snorted silently, before licking his lips and laughing. Silly Vice Admiral tilde won't you come and burn me to ashes too? Here's the deal, sweetie tilde kahihihihi tilde you take care of Virgo, and I keep our conversation between us. I have a lot of information that may or may not make you look more like a pirate tilde kahihihihi tilde. Sakazuki smashed his desk and shouted at the snail, I will find you, you dirty rat. Galen cackled strangely, O'Hara evacuation ship. Deliberry Island, South Blue 1489. Vesuvia Country, North Blue 1497. Sakazuki froze and his body slowly bubbled with magma as he roared, I will find you and I will kill you. Just before he destroyed the snail, Galen cackled, pleasure doing business with you, Sakuzukai-chan tilde, before hanging up with a blank face. Sakazuki smashed the snail and trembled angrily as the room started catching fire. He clenched his fists and grit his teeth before shouting, change course. GO to G5. Galen looked at the listless snail before taking off the black box and putting him down in the garden outside. He came back inside, and Alvia was looking at him with a soft smile. He frowned and felt himself getting aggravated at her look. She smiled and closed her eyes, saying, "Oh my, our fleet admiral is an insidious man." Galen ignored her nonsense and went to get himself a drink as she leaned back on the chair, sighing, "How many birds is it this time? 2, 3, 100. Provoke the mass murderer to kill Doflamingo's inside man and cause friction between the two sides. You're buying time for Dressrosa and pushing Sakazuki off the cliff at the same time." Then she sighed again. "Maybe next time it'll be me, Tilda, what a life." Galen frowned at her and said, "You're getting comfortable here." Alvia smiled widely at him. "Not at all, I hate it here." Galen snorted and turned back, adding, "Then leave." Alvia chuckled and retorted gently, "No, Tilda." The next day, Rocinante was welcome to hell itself. It didn't take long for Galen to hear about Sakazuki murdering Virgo at the G5 base. However, he was surprised to hear that Sakazuki tortured a confession from Virgo. He frowned to himself. He was going to label Sakazuki as a traitor after this incident, but it seemed that was a bust. However, the goal was achieved. Doflamingo was angry. Very angry. Galen immediately contacted Garp and told him to make his way to the G5 base to protect the Marines stationed there. Garp was confused, and Galen told him, "Doflamingo's cadre, Virgo, the Marine spy, was killed by Sakazuki. I don't want this guy to slaughter the G5 base out of rage. You stay there for a while until Doflamingo goes after Sakazuki, then you can go back to your grandson." Garp complained, "All right, Mr. Celestial. Will that be all, Mr. Celestial?" Galen ignored him and said, "While you're there, you might as well see if the Sun Pirates are hanging around over there." Garp asked in confusion, "Sun Pirates? The fishmen? What do you want with them?" Galen replied, "The fishmen aren't bad people because they're fishmen. They're criminals, but most of them are non-lethal. I have dozens of reports of injuries with no casualties, and the ones with casualties are not done by Fisher Tiger, but one fishman. I don't have eyes on Fishman Island, and I want some. Just let me know if you see anything." Garp rolled his eyes and said, "I want a raise." Galen retorted, "We have no money," with an expressionless face as he hung up. He rolled a coin through his leather-gloved fingers while looking at his notebook. It was filled to the brim. He frowned and continued writing. Months passed just like this. Garp made it to G5, just in time to save the Marines at the base and fight off Doflamingo's crew. Doflamingo's face was ugly as he glared at Garp and said, "Retreat, I'll find that fucking bastard myself." Garp stood on the island and watched them go, laughing while complaining on the inside. He got here and threw 2 punches. Suddenly it was over. He only liked dogs, he wasn't one himself. Chapter 52. The Puppet Master Becomes a Puppet. Doflamingo's ship sailed away and he sat down, veins on his head throbbing angrily. Just as he was thinking, a woman ran in shouting, "Doffy-sama, sugar's gone." Doflamingo froze and shouted, "What?" before following her to a room with a burnt hole in the wall. There were toys scattered around, but they weren't moving, nor had any light in their eyes. Doflamingo trembled, and a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki exploded from his body, shattering the room and sending the woman to the ground. After a few seconds, he took it back, and his veins throbbed more violently. Just as he left the room, a small pirate on his ship, dressed in the Don Quixote family attire, pointed out to the horizon, saying, "Captain Sama, we heard news of Vice Admiral Sakazuki's whereabouts." It seemed like he had only left recently, and there was a small boat heading in the direction he was in. Doflamingo's eyes condensed, and he cackled in anger, "Chase him. I want to tear this bastard apart with my own hands." The pirate nodded and ran away to spread the word, telling everyone where to go. When the ship started moving, the pirate grinned and secretly jumped off the ship, diving into the water. His body expanded and revealed himself to be Ryuga. Ryuga chuckled and swam away extremely fast. He came to a little oasis island and took off the pirate uniform, pulling out a snail as he got dressed, flamingos returning to the nest. Meet at the rendezvous point, mission complete. Before pushing out a rowboat from the brush and rowing away. The boat that Doflamingo was chasing suddenly moved quickly, leading them to Sakazuki's ship before submerging out of Doflamingo's view. Balin under the water crushed the boat before swimming away as Doflamingo locked his eyes on Sakazuki's ship, losing his mind. This guy killed Virgo and then kidnapped Sugar. Today he was going to kill him. He shouted, "Sakazuki, give me back Sugar." Sakazuki looked over at him and frowned. "What the hell are you talking about, scum?" Doflamingo wasn't an idiot. Many coincidental things happened today. He felt like he was being targeted by someone, but he thought that person was Sakazuki. Coming to see him now, he cooled down in an instant and frowned. Sakazuki had to die, he killed Virgo, but someone was working them both like puppets. And he was the one who was the puppet master usually. Lilica watched the commotion from far away, holding a rifle with a scope, saying targets engaged, taking the shot. Her snake looked through the scope and moved the rifle slightly. Lilica looked through the scope and took a knee before pulling the trigger. The bullet shot through the air from a ways away. Just as Doflamingo opened his mouth to ask some questions, the bullet passed through a window on the marine ship's hull. The bullet hit the cannon in the window and sparked the fuse. Lilica already punched a hole in the boat and jumped into the water, disappearing. The cannon blasted at Doflamingo's ship, causing an explosion. The pirates were frenzied and returned fire, starting the battle as Sakazuki shouted angrily, "Bastard, I'll kill you today," as he punched out, shooting magma fists. Doflamingo cursed and realized he was set up. But he was sweating a bit. This wasn't a normal operation. It was too professional. He knew he was a puppet, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was ironic for him to experience something like this. Not only was he blocked at Dressrosa by Sengoku and Tsuru, but Garp appeared at G5 after Virgo was killed by Sakazuki. Then he realized. It had to be Sakazuki. Everything made sense in an instant. Sakazuki wasn't stupid, but he was extremely bullish. He didn't care what conspiracies were going on, he was just going to eliminate the target. Doflamingo had a throat full of flames, a beautiful move. He couldn't even counterplay. Even if he told Sakazuki he was being played by someone in the Marines, Sakazuki would kill him first, then think about what he said, and probably not choose to believe him. Every road was blocked for him. He only had a few choices to make at the moment. First one was kill Sakazuki quickly and flee. Second one was make a full retreat and cut your losses. Third one was to go to war with Sakazuki, right here and now. Doflamingo frowned. The third option was what whoever did this wanted to see, most likely. Unfortunately, he was Doflamingo. He always had more options and counterplay, but he still chose to flee, telling the crew to retreat quickly. He turned around, but strangely, his ship was moving forward. He turned back to see a giant anchor, sticking into his ship from the Marine's side, locking them both into place. Doflamingo was stunned and looked over to see a Marine taking off his cap at the back and grinning at him before jumping into the sea and disappearing with a bow. Doflamingo had veins throbbing on his neck, and he shouted, "Cut the chains, it's a trap." The Don Quixote pirates were stunned and said, "Doffy?" Doflamingo was getting tired of the surprises and said, "Hurry," before frowning and running to the back of the ship. He saw a slightly handsome man saying, "Well, we have a lot of great things." Baby 5 was in his arms and said, "Well, mister, if you need me then I guess I'll come with you." The guy still wasn't used to it, laughing, "All right, kid." As he jumped off the ship, Doflamingo shouted, "Die." As he swiped his hand upwards, a spike of string shooting into the man's back from Doflamingo's sleeve. The man screamed and fell down, Baby 5 bouncing out of his arms. Doflamingo let out a breath of relief, looking at Baby 5 before freezing from head to toe. The Baby 5 in front of him was a doll. Doflamingo turned over the Marine, and it was a mannequin with words carved in the chest, "Gotcha Tilda." There was a click, and the Baby 5 doll behind him suddenly exploded. Doflamingo roared in anger as he escaped the explosion, smashing through the cabins and returning to the front of the ship. But the back of the ship was destroyed, meaning no rudder. On a boat a ways away, Nikolai wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Close." Baby 5 in his arms looked at him, asking what happened. Nikolai grinned at her and started rowing the boat, saying, "I ate the swap fruit. I can swap things with other things and move around places." Baby 5's eyes sparkled and she turned her hand into a gun, saying, "I can do this." Nikolai rubbed her head, smiling, "Good girl, I need you to stop being bad, okay? Boss isn't gonna like me saving you." Baby 5 pouted, "Huh? Why, I'll be good, I promise," as she clutched his coat. Nikolai sighed and said because this wasn't part of the plan. "Anyway, let's go." Doflamingo got up and he was very, very angry. He turned around and started attacking the Marines. There was virtually no escape. They could only count on Lao Ji to push the ship away from the Marines and make them retreat. The rest of them were hammers. He vowed to find out who did this to him. He was going to kill them at any cost. Meanwhile, Galen closed his notebook on Marineford with an expressionless face before taking it with him as he left the office, going back home. Chapter 53, Punishment. A few weeks later, Galen was sitting in front of Nikolai, who was on the ground saying, "Boss, I will take after her." Baby 5 was chained up next to him as he lowered his head with one knee on the ground. Galen had his arms crossed as he looked up at the rest, saying, "Nothing from you all." Lilika, Ryuga, and Balin were silent. Galen looked at Ryuga, who hesitated before saying, "Boss, this girl is really just innocent. She'll do whatever you want if you say you need her to do it. They were forcing her to clean everything. We were on that ship for a week and 4 days, not a moment where she wasn't cleaning." Galen closed his eyes and said, "She wasn't a target. She wasn't part of the mission." Ryuga was silent and Nikolai stayed silent. Alvia noticed there wasn't any of the previous strangeness. Now every single one of them were scared to move an inch. Rocinante looked at Baby 5 and said, "Fleet Admiral." Galen held up his hand and said, "This is why we have missions. This is why we have plans. You don't go out of the plan's scope because of variables." The plan was to frame an underground organization, and now that's in jeopardy because of your actions. He snorted and opened his eyes. First part of the plan, have the Marines cut off his paths after finding out about Virgo's status. Make him think that we know more than he does. Second part, give him an inkling of someone else targeting him. If he suspects Marines to be behind both, do you know what happens? He pointed at Baby 5 and looked at Nikolai, explaining, "Because you went and saved the girl, potentially Dressrosa, and all its people are in danger. We lose time to extract Dressrosa civilians and royal family. We lose time because of one girl who was a pirate in the first place." He frowned and pulled up Sugar, chained up next to him. "You're lucky you accomplished the mission, or I would permanently retire you." Nikolai looked up and Galen snorted, "You're delegated to the dirt trench. Get out of my sight. Yura will replace you." Nikolai asked the girl. Galen frowned and said, "The girl will stay here. Enough, are you happy now? I lose a competent soldier for nothing. Get out." Before turning to the rest, saying, "Return to your original posts." As he threw Baby 5 at Rocinante before dragging Sugar with him into the house. The four looked at each other in dismay. Alvia smiled slightly and said, "He's not angry, just disappointed. You did well, all of you," before walking into the house by herself. Rocinante nodded at them and walked into the house too as they left. Balin smacked Nikolai and cursed, "Why did you go and do that for?" Nikolai rubbed his head and muttered it was the right thing to do. Ryuga sighed and shook his head, saying, "I told you. If you would have just asked, Boss would have come up with another plan to take her away. Why didn't you listen? You also showed them your devil fruit. What if they make connections?" Nikolai sighed and replied, "I didn't think of that. She was like me when I was young." Everyone fell silent at that. They all had problems. You couldn't blame him for feeling that way. He did a good thing, but he disobeyed orders to do so. He wasn't punished too harshly, just moved to another unit. The 3 others didn't even know if they would be used for the next mission anymore. This was a big hit to their track record. The boss could accept failure. He could accept retreat, but he never accepted disobedience, no matter the reason. The other 3 didn't find it to be so absurd either. However, if Galen told them to go and massacre an island, then they would have a problem. But the disobedience in this case could potentially harm many people, not just themselves, because they didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. They worked with the boss for a long time. Balin for the longest. He had seen Galen rush into a den of pirates and underground figures. There were at least a few hundred of them, and when he came out, there was no one left inside. Galen was covered in blood and wounds of all kinds, but he was still alive. So Balin knew best what kind of person Galen was. He always told the new guys about these stories, mainly because worrying about your life during the moment would cause unwanted variables. Therefore, every member of Galen's teams knew that their life didn't matter. Only justice mattered. Chapter 54, Another Two Girls. Galen laid Sugar down on the table and looked at her, asking, "Seen her before?" Rocinante held Baby 5 in his arm and shook his head, saying, "Never, must be new to the crew." Baby 5 pointed at Sugar, saying, "I can tell you about her." Galen looked at her and Baby 5 hesitated before saying, "But you have to let the guy who brought me here live." Olvia smiled gently and held Baby 5, smiling, "He's not going to die, honey. What's your name?" Baby 5 said, "My name is Baby." Rocinante sighed and explained to Galen, "Her parents didn't want her, so she has an excessive need for people to need her. She does have a name, but my brother gave her this one." Galen looked at Baby 5 before turning to Sugar, saying, "It doesn't matter if she talks or not, or what her name is. I don't care." He pinched Sugar's jaw and continued, "What we need to do is keep the word of the hobby fruit from spreading." He frowned and touched Sugar's tongue in hesitation. Sugar teared up and everyone was silent before he let go, snorting, "I'll see what Vegapunk can do, if he can't extract the devil fruit." Rocinante asked with a heavy face, "What are you going to do? Why are you so obsessed with this fruit?" Galen frowned and said, "This kind of evil thing shouldn't exist. There's no benefit to the fruit itself. It can only be used for evil." He looked at Sugar and said, "Even if she isn't evil, her power can only be used for evil." Rocinante was confused, asking, "But if she became a marine?" Galen cut him off and explained, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. The fruit will keep her this way. Forever. She is essentially immortal since she ate the fruit, according to my source. The fruit grants extremely strong power, however you can never get stronger. This is the drawback." He shook his head and added, "This kind of disgusting thing? Take a step back and say an admiral received the fruit. They erase criminals from everyone's mind, turning them into toys. How can we learn from the past? You make mistakes and finally catch a criminal only for everything about them to disappear in a puff of smoke. Forget about accolades. Not even the experience and growth you went through to accomplish the task will be remembered." He sighed and looked at Sugar. "You poor thing. Just like this girl over here, you willingly became a tool. She lost her name and became an object for Doflamingo while you lost everything." He stroked her hair before shaking his head, walking away. "This piece of shit really deserves to die." Galen pulled out a few snails and a white box, saying, "Bathe them, give them clothes. I'll figure out what to do with them when I'm done. Don't take off Sugar's." He paused and turned around, muttering, "Never mind, I'll do it." He grabbed the chains around Sugar and ripped them off her body, coating his arms in a goopy, hacky aura. The aura converged, and he grabbed the sea stone cuffs on her hands, grunting with an expressionless face. Sugar cried out in pain, "Ah," and Galen let go, saying, "Take her." Olvia and Rocinante stared at the cuffs on Sugar's wrists in shock. The midsection was shattered and the cuffs themselves were deformed, wrapped around her wrists like a vice. Rocinante felt goosebumps. This was probably the most absurd thing he had ever seen. Olvia, however, wasn't happy, saying, "She's just going to wear them forever." Galen replied slowly, "I will figure something out, just go." Olvia picked up Sugar and cooed softly, "Come on, darling, I'm not gonna hurt you." Sugar cried and sniffled, holding onto Olvia's shirt, burying her face into her shoulder. Olvia glared at Galen. She was only a 10-year-old girl. She hadn't eaten the fruit for more than a few weeks. It was absurd for Galen to be so rough. Galen didn't pay her any mind, saying, "Rocinante, you should be training, right?" Rocinante laughed once and left the house in a daze. Olvia brought the two girls upstairs to give them a bath, showing her anger by stomping up the stairs. Unfortunately, Galen didn't care about it. He didn't even realize. He was trying to figure out what to do with the two. Hide Sugar on an island and leave her there, but she would die. He sighed to himself. There was no easy solution. Unless he killed her and went to find the fruit afterwards, which was not going to happen. He couldn't put her in Impel Down. The 5 elders would take her out in an instant, and she would live a life worse than death. He frowned to himself, tapping the table. It was really a pain, this bastard Doflamingo. Vegapunk was his only hope now, as well as the only hope for Sugar to live a semi-normal life. As for Baby 5, another headache. She was too volatile. Galen could put her in sword, but what if she ran back to Doflamingo and spilled the beans? He didn't know enough about her. He decided to have Rocinante send him the files and reports on every single member of Doflamingo's crew. He got careless, and this was the consequence. No more. Vegapunk answered, "Hello," almost whispering. Galen said directly, "I have an issue. I came through this special channel because it's about that other thing." Vegapunk let out a breath, saying, "You don't have to use code words. They're not monitoring me." Galen closed his eyes and rubbed his temples with one hand, replying, "And if they are, they know everything now." Vegapunk snorted, "They can't. I bug all my snails and breed them myself. Some of the snails aren't even living. They are created by me. What's the problem?" Galen frowned and said, "I have the hobby fruit eater with me, a 10-year-old girl." Vegapunk's eyes bulged out, shouting, "That fruit? Oh God, hopefully she didn't touch anyone you know." Galen replied calmly, "No. I kept a list of the team, we did a head count afterwards, no one missing. All of them fine. I need you to come up with a way to extract it from her body. And I need child-sized pure seastone bracelets, anklets, and ear piercings." Vegapunk retorted, Hey, I'm not your warehouse. Plus, even if you give me 1,000,000,000 years, I can't do such a thing as extract a devil fruit. It's impossible, Quasar. Galen said slowly, "I believe you can do it. Plus, there's a little girl's entire life at stake." Vegapunk shouted angrily, "Stop morally kidnapping me. I'll try my best. Don't expect anything, I'm not God. I can make the bracelets and piercings in the meantime. Extracting devil fruits. I want your blood, though." Galen stared at the microphone with a confused look on his face, and Vegapunk explained, "I'm working on something." It could be big." Galen frowned and replied, "I don't want to be cloned like Buckingham." Vegapunk retorted, "No, I already did that. Boring, I want to do something else, something better." Galen was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Come get it yourself." Vegapunk was jumping up and down, shouting, "I will, you bastard. You think I won't? A simple weapons demonstration is enough to get me over there. Ha ha ha, Quasar, I'll bring your things, you wait for me." Before he hung up, seemingly excited. Galen shook his head, another mental case. Chapter 55, Finding Fisher Tiger Finally. Alvia came down the stairs, looking at him before sitting at the table, asking, "What are you going to do with them?" Galen frowned and said, "Haven't thought of it yet. Baby 5 is a liability and Sugar is too dangerous to be left alone." Alvia sighed and asked, "Can you pretend to be a father? What would you do then?" Galen frowned and looked out the window, falling silent for a while. Alvia raised her brows and said, "I didn't." He shook his head and replied, "It's fine." She looked at him and smiled gently, reaching out her hand. Galen took his hands back and changed the topic, saying, "They can stay here. Try and find a way to break baby 5's mental burden of needing people to affirm her. Just treat Sugar as a normal little girl." As he got up and walked out of the house, his trigger finger twitching. Alvia watched him go and sighed with a sad look in her eyes. Not sad for herself, of course. As she expected, that same night, the roaring grunts and dull bangs came again. She calmed Sugar and baby 5 down as Rocinante came over in confusion, having set up a small sleeping area by the beach. He saw Galen's state and shivered from head to toe before going into the house, using his fruit abilities to let the two girls sleep peacefully. He looked at Alvia, asking, "Robinson, does he usually do this?" Alvia sighed, "Not so much recently, he used to do it almost every night." "The screaming, I mean?" She turned to him and smiled, "Quite intimidating, don't you find?" Rocinante looked through the window and swallowed, "You can say that." Alvia winked and pressed a finger against her lips, saying, "I've heard stories about our dear fleet admiral. Would you like to hear some? Your adoptive father is also in these." Rocinante's eyes lit up and he nodded, saying happily, "Sure, tea." Alvia smiled gently and nodded, "Okay." The duo walked to the kitchen and sat at the table as Rocinante made tea, having learned to during becoming a spy. He was basically good at everything. Plus, he got rid of the clown makeup, although he did have many tattoos and scars all over his body. He liked to wear heart-pattern things, a strange man. Alvia watched Galen softly through the window and Rocinante noticed, smiling slightly as he served her tea, saying, "I think MS Robinson will be successful." Alvia was confused and he pointed at Galen. She blushed and waved her hands, replying, No, you're mistaken." Rocinante rolled his eyes and pointed at the heart patterns on his clothes. "Miss Robinson, I am never wrong about this. I wasn't Corazon for no reason." Alvia was flustered and changed the topic to war stories instead, attracting Rocinante's attention elsewhere. She really didn't want to talk about this with anyone. Such a hopeless endeavor, maybe she would succeed when she died. They chatted as Galen punched the sea stone with his bare hands, not shedding blood anymore, grunting like a wild animal. 4 months later. -1512, Foolshout Island, Paradise. Galen had just arrived to see the Sun Pirates escape with Fisher Tiger in tow. He was like a bleeding blood bag. Garp told him that he saw the Sun Pirates sailing around somewhere near here, and then Galen caught word of fishmen heading to Foolshout. So here he was. But it seemed like he was late. He hopped off the small boat and disappeared. A little bit later, Galen appeared on a marine ship with fishmen all over it, running around in a frenzy. They didn't even notice Galen. He walked right past them and came to a cabin, pushing the door and entering, hearing, "Your blood type is extremely rare. There's nobody on our crew who is a suitable match." Galen looked over to see Fisher Tiger bleeding out on the table, saying weakly, "But the blood samples." Galen ignored the fishmen staring at him in horror, moving to the front and asking what blood type. A fishman didn't even think, replying SRH. Suddenly, a white arm covered in tattoos was shoved in front of him. Everyone froze and looked up to see Galen standing there expressionlessly. Several fishmen were in a frenzy shouting "human," and attacking instantly. The doctor shouted in rage, "Stop! Boss T is in critical condition." They froze and quieted down, but their hatred-filled eyes stared at Galen, who remarked, "I'm also the fleet admiral." The fishmen froze and looked at Galen in shock, horrified at the proclamation. Chapter 56, Sending Fisher Tiger Off. Galen looked around and nodded before turning to the doctor, saying, "I have SRH type blood." The doctor stared at him in confusion as another fishman with blue skin and big sharp teeth, asking in wonder, "You'll donate blood? For a fishman?" Galen said slowly, "Sure, why not?" He didn't know why, but he felt he was animating a bit more. It irritated him a bit, however it was barely noticeable. Perhaps only Alvia saw these changes. He still looked expressionless and cold to everyone else. The fishmen looked at him, frozen stiff with shock. They couldn't comprehend such a thing. Galen ignored them and said slowly, "He's bleeding out." The doctor snapped out of it, grabbing the things quickly, but he was grabbed by Fisher Tiger himself. The doctor was stunned as Fisher Tiger said, "Aladdin, I refuse." The fishman turned to him and shouted, "Captain, you can't, you'll die." Fisher Tiger started crying and said, "I won't, I refuse to accept their tainted blood. This hatred in my heart will never die. I saw it with my own eyes what those monsters did to people." Galen looked at him and said, "Because of 3 years ago?" Fisher Tiger grit his teeth with hatred, glaring at Galen, muttering, "You people. Humans, I'll never be in your debt, I'll never accept your pity. For 3 years I was a slave. I saw the evil darkness in those white walls. The madness that is humanity, I hate it, I hate them all. I only managed to escape barely." Galen snorted and the big blue fishman said, "Boss T, you can still live though. Maybe one day," Fisher Tiger roared, "I cannot. I will not have their blood in my veins. I know there are countless kind-hearted humans in the world. I know, but I still can't accept it. The hatred in my heart, let me." He started crying again. "I've lived selfishly to my own desires, ruining Queen Otoheim's designs, but she's right, peace is what everyone should strive for, which is why I want you to never tell anyone any of this. The tragedy of our fishmen or the rage against humans, it's too late for me to love humans, but one day I know there'll be peace. I can feel it." Galen walked to Fisher Tiger and held out his fist. The sun pendant dropped from his wrist as he said, "May you rest in peace, Fisher Tiger." His tone and face were expressionless, but the meaning was carried on regardless. The fishmen started crying and Fisher Tiger looked at Galen before saying softly, "Don't hurt them, please." Galen looked at him and replied slowly, "If they are evil, I will kill anyone. I can promise you that. You can go in peace knowing that evil will never go unpunished." Fisher Tiger's eyes lit up slightly and he smiled, "That's good," before closing his eyes. Several fishmen left the room. crying loudly as the rest held Fisher Tiger's corpse, crying over it. Galen took back his sun pendant, rolling down his sleeve as he looked at Fisher Tiger in silence. A few minutes later, Galen was standing outside on the deck, fishmen crying all around him. However, none of them said anything to him. One fishman walked over and looked down at Galen, saying, "Human, I am Jimb." Galen looked up and nodded. Galen. Jimb was the one who asked him why a few minutes ago, he remembered. Jimb was about to kneel on the ground and thank Galen for his kindness, but Galen held out his foot, blocking Jimb from bending his knees. He looked at Jimb and said, "Sit," as he kicked to the side, forcing Jimb to sit down. Jimb was almost 10 feet tall, and Galen said, "I don't like looking up when talking to someone." Jimb was stunned and said, Galen gave him a look, now at roughly eye level, though Galen still had to look up slightly. Jimb understood and didn't know what to say. What kind of human was this? He didn't want himself kneeling to him. Galen said slowly, "Doesn't feel right to look up, especially not in front of all these people, being the only human and all." Jimb fell silent and clenched his fists, not knowing what to say. Galen turned to the ocean, saying, "I don't need thanks, I didn't do anything. I do, however, need your help, which is why I haven't left yet." Jimb asked in confusion, "My help?" Galen nodded and turned back with a blank face. "Who sold you out to the Marines, and which Marine cornered Fisher Tiger?" Jimb was stunned and stared at Galen, asking what? Galen looked at him and held his hands behind his back. "I came to the ship before confirming which unit it was. I don't know the Marines in charge of this operation, as rear admirals and above are able to organize operations themselves. Not to mention many Marines can do and go wherever they like, it seems. So, as Fleet Admiral, I cannot actually control every unit and soldier." Jimb frowned and said, "What's the point of you telling me this? What are you going to do? Boss T is still dead." Galen nodded and replied, "He is, however, he will not be alone. A man who can rush to Mariewa and free slaves after being a slave himself is extremely brave. Not to mention, he did a very good job. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill more." Jimb froze and shuddered, staring at Galen, who went on, "You realize that you can't go to the government with this information. Did that just sink in for you? Nobody else can hear us right now either. They can't even use observation haki to see what I'm saying. It is quite literally only us right now. So tell me, Jimb, who were the Marines responsible for this, and we sold you out?" Jimb couldn't understand, saying, "But you're the Fleet Admiral. How can you hold this position with these beliefs? And kill your own men, what are you?" Galen tilted his head and said, "Not a fishman, not a human, just a monster who punishes evil. The killing of a man who didn't kill a single innocent, even brought a slave back home, is an evil act. The Marine and everyone with him shall be killed. The capture of slaves is an evil act, and all the Marines caught will be killed." His eyes reflected the brightest of flames as he uttered the ownership of slaves, and turning a blind eye to such a thing is an evil act. Jimb's eyes widened as Galen said each and every word slowly, each and every single one of them. "Now tell me." Galen's conqueror's haki exploded on the fishman ship, knocking out almost all of them, leaving Jimb breathless. "Who?" Jimb was having trouble breathing as he said, "Strawberry." Galen let out a breath, and everything returned to normal as he said, "Good." Before turning around adding, "Continue being a pirate, warlords have their homes protected." He turned his head to Jimb, adding, "This would also free the fishman's slaves on Mariewa." Jimb's eyes lit up and he said, then Galen snorted and said flatly, "I haven't done anything yet. If you betray me, Jimb, I will make sure you never become a warlord. Are we clear?" Jimb nodded and Galen added, "We're not friends. If you commit evil, I will come and kill you, even if you hide at the bottom of the ocean." As he jumped off the ship and left. An octopus man shouted, "Enemy pirates." Jimb got up and turned to look before freezing as Galen punched out above the pirate ship, obliterating everything in sight, ship and all. He looked back and Jimb shivered as Galen disappeared. Aladdin turned to Jimb and said, "What did you two talk about?" Jimb held up his hand and said, "Nothing. The less you know about this, the better. He's a strange man." Aladdin didn't think too much of it, laughing, "Yeha, I've never seen a human offer to save a fishman before, a nice man." Jimb smiled slightly, "A very nice man," before sighing. Chapter 57, Perfect Opportunity. Galen returned to Marineford and went to his office, pulling records before finding strawberries. He looked at it for a moment before going through his troops, collecting them from G2 enlistment files. Turns out it was under Borsellino's watch. He frowned. In his mind, Borsellino's was more of a neutral party. Didn't kill pirates, rarely took initiative, very lazy, relied too much on his devil fruit powers. Galen frowned at Borsellino's file. He was too lazy. The power of his fruit was astonishing, but he basically didn't get stronger, just mulling about and cashing paychecks. He wished he could take back the fruit and give it to someone who was willing to put in the effort. Galen didn't have a high opinion on devil fruits, but he couldn't deny the power that they granted. The problem was people usually relied too much on them, as shown with Borsellino. However, Kyuzin also had this problem. The only difference was that he trained his fruit, while Borsellino did nothing and Sakazuki trained both like a maniac. Galen put Kyuzin's file on the table and labeled it as Admiral Potential. Perhaps if Kyuzin worked a little harder, he could become an admiral. Borsellino was on the chopping block and Sakazuki was barred. Of course, that could change. If Sakazuki made huge merits, then Galen didn't have a choice but to promote him. Otherwise, it would seem like he was targeting him. He was, but nobody else needed to know. Speaking of Sakazuki, Galen received the report of what happened. Turns out Sakazuki received massive casualties and lost an arm before Doflamingo escaped. However, out of the 9 cadres, 3 were killed: Buffalo, Lauji, and Diamante. However, Sakazuki's forces lost too many troops, so the overall mission was a failure, therefore not receiving any merits. He basically got away with a handful of troops. But Galen was the big winner. All of Sakazuki's troops were blacklisted Marines. Not a single one of them were good people. Greedy and dirty Marines. Coincidentally, this was a perfect opportunity. Galen made the order after a bit of thought: Rear Admiral Strawberry, and the heroes, who took down Fisher Tiger, were to be transferred to Sakazuki's fleet. He added that the Marines wouldn't take Doflamingo's actions lying down and ordered Sakazuki to eradicate the Don Quixote pirates without mercy. This was after much deliberation. As much as it pained Galen, he needed to give Doflamingo a bit of time to breathe. So he only made the order when Strawberry and his troops returned to Marineford, purposely sending them out immediately. All of the Marines that left were on the blacklist, and Galen didn't care what happened to them. Obviously, this move made the Marines' blood boil. Their fleet admiral was taking revenge for their fallen comrades. Alvia was shopping and overheard these conversations before shaking her head. She found it amazing how one man could have the entire Marine force wrapped around his finger like this. The only person who wasn't happy was Borsellino, who complained that he had too much work to do now. Galen fixed his problem by sending him to train with Zephyr every day until he collapsed. Borsellino started singing a different tune and said how it was so great that he could work like this, but the order was given. He was now a training puppy. But he wasn't alone. Galen sent Kyuzin with him as company, telling Zephyr behind their backs that if the 2 of them started working a bit harder, they would be admirals. However, he focused more on Kyuzin. If Borsellino changed, then that would be good, but he didn't expect much from him. Zephyr chuckled and put the 2 through intensive training. Galen also came to find out that Doll was at the top of her class in the special training unit, possessing strength above Vice Admiral, but not quite Admiral. He decided to leave her there for a while longer before sending her out to a Marine base in the New World. His daughter was strong enough to hold her own, and she was drilled into continuing to train. Unless Kaido and Big Mom specifically went after her, she would be fine. This was real life. He couldn't have a strong Marine sitting in Marineford doing nothing. Plus, did his daughter need protection? Not with the training she had. Not to mention, she wouldn't have second-rate trash in her base. Probably in a few years, he would send her to the G14 base near Wano. Of course, monitoring her was a certainty. All of the people in her base would be his people, not these weak Marines. Galen was extremely disgusted with the Marines he had now. Every day he would feel this. They were meant to protect the people, now cower at the sight of these so-called emperors. It was a big joke. They shouldn't be scared of pirates. It should be the other way around. He sighed to himself and forgot about this, Until he cleansed the Marines, this would always be a problem. Not something that could be changed in one day. He was making strides to work on this, and it had been 10 years, but that was just how deep the corruption was. The corrupt Marines pulled in more and then grew out of proportions like this. The worst part was Galen couldn't kill them. He couldn't kill them even if he had proof of their crimes, because it would lower the morale of his troops and make them lose faith in him. If you kill someone, you have to do it secretly and silently. It doesn't matter if they become martyrs afterwards. They have a family. They should have thought about them before they decided to commit evil. Killing innocent people is never excusable. What did an innocent person do to deserve it? You killed innocent people for your family? Please. Family was an excuse for these disgusting pigs to justify their actions. And Galen had a no-tolerance policy, hence the constant feeding of Marines to extremely dangerous areas. This world was extremely big. There were always places that Marines could never go. Galen simply pushed them into a fire and watched them burn. He had no psychological burden. People die every day, why not make it bad people? And if a member of the special training unit committed evil after getting power, they were executed on the spot. The special training units weren't for the evil, it was for those who had justice in their hearts. Galen didn't even blink. Who knows how many Marines have died since he became Fleet Admiral? But there was more than enough funneling in every day to balance them out. He finished writing in his notebook and closed it before going home. Vegapunk was doing his demonstration tomorrow. After that, he needed Galen's blood and to check on Sugar. Galen had already figured out what to do with Baby 5. He would simply add her to Sword, keep her with Rocinante. This was the best choice and the only option she had, mostly because Alvia was working with her to heal her neediness while also teaching both her and Sugar. There's been progress already. Baby 5 told Alvia her real name. It was Maria. Alvia treated the girls as though they were her own daughters, praising them, scolding them, teaching them, etc. Galen didn't interact with them much. He only trained Maria along with Rocinante and Alvia while Sugar watched and ate grapes. The days weren't too hectic. Sugar was very quiet and shy while Maria was outgoing and flirtatious. It added a bit of color to Galen's, otherwise gray, house. Much to the indifference of Galen, who didn't actually care at all. The only thing that could make him agitated was Alvia. He arrived at him to see Alvia reading a book on the couch with Sugar on her lap and Maria on the side. Galen turned his head to see Rocinante outside, continuing to train, before turning back to Alvia as he walked over. Sugar and Maria trembled as they looked up at him. Alvia smiled, "Welcome home." Galen frowned and said, "Go read in the bedroom." She rolled her eyes and retorted, "I'm reading here." To which Galen picked her up by the back of her shirt and tossed her onto the couch chair by the side. He looked down at Maria, who shivered and quickly left the couch, scrambling to the side as Galen took off his suit shirt, laying down on the couch topless, facing the backrest. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, going to sleep. Alvia shifted and Sugar hid in her embrace, tearing up. Alvia stroked her hair, cooing gently, "It's okay, sweetheart. He won't hurt you, you don't have to be scared." Maria wiped her sweat, muttering, "He's so scary. Much scarier than Doflamingo." Alvia rolled her eyes and pulled her over, smiling, "He's a very kind person, don't be fooled by him. Trust me, I've been living here for 10 years. Sugar and Maria looked at Galen, muttering, "Is that true?" Alvia laughed softly, smiling gently as she replied, "Of course, why would I lie to you?" As she stroked their cheeks with one hand each, adding, "He's very gentle in secret, don't let anyone know, Kay," as she held a finger over her lips and winked with a smirk. Sugar and Maria nodded, getting closer to Alvia and smiling, "Can we finish?" Alvia nodded gently, "Of course," as she started reading again. Galen stared at the backrest with an annoyed face before closing his eyes again. This irritating woman needs to get out of his house. Chapter 58, Night on the Beach. The next day, Galen was standing outside of his office, watching Vegapunk demonstrate his weapons with his arms crossed. Vegapunk was explaining to the Marines how the weapons worked, but said that only a few would be given to the Marines as it was still relatively new and needed to be tested. And so Galen got 5 rocket launchers. The Marines were awed as they watched an explosion go off on a makeshift house, reducing it to ruins in an instant. Afterwards, Vegapunk was with Galen, taking his blood in his office, grinning like my presentation. Galen ignored him and continued writing with one hand as Vegapunk drew blood from his chest. The old man jumped in rage, shouting, "Be impressed." Galen replied slowly, "Amazing." Vegapunk felt an intense rage in his chest, and he grumbled, "Stupid, brainless, idiotic, moronic, quasarless nincompoop. Last time I make anything for you." Galen glanced at him, and he snorted, theoretically speaking. Galen turned back as Vegapunk basically opened his chest up and took from Galen's lineage factor in his blood. But he needed it from a specific spot, and there was no lab here, so Galen just sat down and let Vegapunk do his thing. He didn't feel anything at all. Vegapunk was inwardly shivering in shock. He currently had his hands inside of Galen's chest. You have to know, he was wide open at the moment. This guy didn't even make a sound. Vegapunk quickly finished his work and had a canister of blood to work with. He fixed Galen up and said, "All done." Galen touched his chest, feeling the stitches before saying, "Let's go." As he got up and walked away, taking his book with him. Vegapunk's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he shouted, "You can walk. Do you not feel pain?" Galen replied slowly, "Does a corpse feel pain? Hurry up," as he left the room. Vegapunk grabbed his things and ran after him, in awe at Galen's mental fortitude. Maybe his special project would be a resounding success. Only time would tell, but the blood from Galen would be a major improvement. He wanted to scream Quasar at the top of his lungs, but held back forcefully. They slowly arrived at Galen's house, and Vegapunk got a good look at everyone training. He didn't know a single thing about it, so he couldn't comment, but he turned and saw the seastone block and froze stiff, stuttering, "T," before running over and touching the fist prints in the block, all kinds of bloodstains all over it. He turned his head back to Galen stiffly, pointing a trembling finger at the marks, asking, "Did you use Haki for these?" Galen looked at the marks and replied, "No." Before going to find sugar, Vegapunk's soul nearly left his body and he shivered before shouting Quasar. And laughing strangely, caressing the canister of blood in his hand like a treasure, a look of madness in his eyes. Galen dragged Sugar out by her arm, walking to Vegapunk, who turned to look at her as Galen said, "Here," shoving her forward. Sugar stumbled a few steps and teared up looking at Vegapunk with intense fear before she burst into tears. Vegapunk blinked in confusion, looking at Galen saying, "You made her cry?" Galen looked at him, then looked up at his gigantic head, before replying firmly, "It's you." Vegapunk touched his forehead and frowned, "Impossible, my big brain is so beautiful." Galen ignored him and said, "Give me the bracelets." Vegapunk handed him the seastone jewelry, saying, "I don't know how you're gonna," before shutting up as Galen tore the seastone off of Sugar's wrists like paper, his hands covered in a goopy aura. Sugar felt much better in an instant and wanted to cheer, but Galen slapped the bracelets and anklets on her, making her wilt instantly. He pulled her to him and pierced her ears, pinching the backs as she cried out in pain. He didn't even flinch before leaving her to Vegapunk as he went inside, saying, "Take whatever you need." Vegapunk looked at Sugar, who took a step back, her lips quivering. He said quickly, Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you, I promise." Alvia frowned and said, "You're too rough." As Galen passed by her, he replied indifferently, "Oh," before entering the house, frustrating Alvia. Vegapunk did his business before having a conversation with Galen, after which he left Marineford in high spirits. Galen told him that he could experiment with the hobby fruit if he wanted to get hunted by the world government, to which Vegapunk told him that he wasn't an idiot and he knew what to do. He didn't take any of Sugar's blood, just ran a few basic tests on her, confirming something with himself. That same night, Galen was sitting outside on the beach when Alvia walked out, coming to her seat and sitting down. She crossed her long legs and snorted gently, opening a book on her lap as she said, "You're far too rough on the children." Galen drank from the whiskey bottle, not saying anything. Alvia continued on gently, "I understand your experience and upbringing, Kong and all, but you can't treat them like that. They're terrified of you." Galen replied slowly, "Then leave." Alvia turned her head to him, smiling, "That's what this is about, is it?" Galen frowned and didn't answer as she continued, "You want me to leave so you can be alone again, right? You feel yourself changing slightly and you're afraid, right?" Suddenly, she was covered in Conqueror's haki and Galen glanced at her, saying, "You don't know what you're talking about." Olvia was caked with sweat, but she didn't back down, replying, "I'm right. I can tell. You rarely lose it anymore. When I first arrived, it was every night you were punching that damn block and screaming out your emotions, but you don't have to anymore." Galen retorted, "And what? Confide in you? Take you as my most important person? Hold you when I sleep? Stop thinking you know me, I'm telling you that you don't. Over and over, I keep telling you that I'm not your friend. Why does your thick skull not comprehend that? I don't need you and I never will. We're not lovers, we're not friends, I'm not your dead husband or the father of your offspring." He glared at her and raised his voice from expressionless to slightly angry, pressing on with his haki, "I keep telling you to stay away and you get closer. Why do you think I don't want you in my life? I'm not a person who can be loved. Everything I touch turns to ashes. One day I will turn to ash in a war I created for myself, and by that time I'll go just the same I came. Alone, not hurting anyone else with my pathetic excuse for a life." Alvia's face was pale as can be, but she still smiled. Galen closed his eyes, his jaws flexed from clenching his teeth as he turned back to the sea, returning to calm and blank, "Get away from me, for your own sake." Alvia felt the pressure lift from her body and she smiled, "I won't abandon you. You don't have to be scared of me because I'm not scared of you." Galen clenched his fists, the whiskey bottle creaking and cracking before exploding in his hand, splashing whiskey all over him. A piece flew out, and Galen's fingers pinched it right in front of Alvia's right eye. His movements like lightning while she didn't even flinch, smiling gently at him. "See?" She stood up and wiped the whiskey off him, continuing, "You can keep pretending all you like, Galen. I will be right here. Even if the whole world abandons you, I will stay by your side." She paused before leaning over and gently kissing his cheek, whispering, "I'll wait for as long as I have to right here, because I fell in love with you." She pulled back and held her book with both hands behind her back, turning around and walking away, adding, "You might not need me, but I need you. So no, I won't leave. Not now, not ever. Good night, Galen." Galen stared at the waves under the moonlight, not moving an inch for a long time. The only warmth on his body was his cheek. He stayed silent and motionless until the sun rose. This confession didn't change his mind. It didn't matter what she said. He existed only for justice, nothing else. Galen got dressed and went to work, his thoughts all jumbled up. Chapter 59, No Justice to be Seen. -1514, Marineford, Paradise. Galen was resting his chin on his interlocked gloved fingers, looking at Doll, who was saluting in his office in front of him. Galen looked at her and said, "Vice Admiral Doll, you will be stationed in G14 as its commanding officer. I will provide you with a troop of my own choosing, and you will depart tomorrow morning." Doll said, "Yes, sir." Galen looked at her, extremely beautiful, curves in all the right places, a gorgeous face. He sighed inwardly, as expected of his daughter. He was very proud on the inside, but his face was cold and sharp. "I expect nothing less than excellence from you." He looked at her file, an extremely ruthless and unempathetic person. She cuts down every scumbag she sees. He let out a breath. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. She looked a bit like Tsuru, but her insides were all like him. This wasn't what he wanted for her, but that's life. He put the file down and nodded. "If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." Doll opened her mouth for a moment before closing it and saying, "Nothing, sir. It's just..." Galen asked, "Your daughter?" Doll nodded with a slightly worried look on her face. Galen snorted gently and said, "She will be well taken care of. If you would like her to be a civilian, I will arrange a safe place for her." Doll shook her head and replied, "I want her to be a Marine, sir. Learn how to protect herself. Not end up like me, alone." Galen froze and closed his eyes, nodding, "I see. I will train her myself, Vice Admiral. She's a great talent." Doll's eyes lit up and she smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Fleet Admiral." Galen nodded and said, "Prepare for your departure. Most likely it will be long periods of time before you return to visit." Doll nodded and left the office, not wearing a Vice Admiral coat. Galen watched her go and let out a breath from his nose before the snail started ringing. He picked it up and answered, "Don Quixote da Flamingo will be given warlord status." Galen frowned and asked, "Okay, the same as Jinb?" The 5 elders replied, "Yes. However, he is reclaiming Dressrosa as his inherited property. Remove your barricade." Galen paused for a moment before saying, "He's been attacking my blockade for months now. The people on the island haven't been evacuated." The 5 elders said a little coldly, "Is there a problem, Fleet Admiral?" Galen closed his eyes and replied in an instant, "Not a problem. However, I just thought it would be a hindrance for Mr. Donquixote if the civilians were resisting on the island. Therefore, I would like to evacuate the royal family and civilian population before he arrives." The 5 elders were silent for a few moments before their tone returned to approval. "Not necessary, Galen. He means to return as a king. Without a population, he cannot rule. Separate your barricade within the hour. That is all." Galen listened to the dead air as the elders hung up. He took in a deep breath before letting it go as he stayed expressionless, making a call of his own. "Invade Dressrosa, kidnap the royal family, all of them. Even the princess who faked her death along with her family. Then I want you to leave a criminal in the alleys, cover him in amber lead paint." His eyes were ruthless. "Cover a few more rats and get out of the country with the marine barricade. You have precisely 3 hours to get it done." The only thing heard on the other end of the line was a gruff, "Yes." Before Galen hung up and called Tsuru, "Release the barricade. Doflamingo is a warlord. Dressrosa will fend for itself." Tsuru was stunned and said, "But the people?" Galen said, "Will not be harmed for no reason. Not my call. Talk to the 5 elders. Tell Sengoku," before hanging up. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Did he leave any openings? As far as Doflamingo was aware, the royal family never left. He's most likely keeping tabs on the Marines unless they do something fishy. Even if he complains to the 5 elders, what can Galen do about it? He'll just say that they were the first evacuated. He had been evacuating people for a few months now, ever since Doflamingo first attacked. It was a reasonable thing. A pirate was attacking an island, evacuate the people. It just so happens that, in this instant, the royal family was evacuated first, and nobody knew about it. Where to put them? Galen touched his forehead with his leather-gloved fingertips, thinking to himself. Somewhere they would be safe, but where was safe exactly? He sifted through information in his mind. King Rico Doldo III was sitting near Nefertari Cobra and Elizabelo II, conversing with them and exchanging pleasantries with other nobles during the leave. Galen frowned. The Prodence Kingdom is not far from Dressrosa, considered its direct neighbor, although the journey is a couple weeks. He had been sending regular civilians to islands around Dressrosa, and quite a few went to Prodence. However, some went even farther to Alabasta. Galen did this to confuse Doflamingo as well as discourage him from chasing after these people. He didn't know what Doflamingo was thinking, so he proceeded with caution. After much deliberation, he decided to send them to Prodence. Originally, he was going to split them up, sending King Riku and Princess Viola to Prodence while sending Princess Scarlet, her husband Kairos, and their daughter Rebecca to Alabasta. But in the end, he decided not to. The main reason being the world government had been watching Alabasta for a bit now. Crocodile became a warlord and was currently residing over the country as his own territory, but Galen never trusted a piece of shit, so he was wary of what Crocodile would do. You can never trust these evil pirates, they're capable of anything. Which was why Galen was taking this matter very seriously. 3 of the 5 royal family members were women and pirates. The outcome isn't a happy one. Galen learned this lesson a long time ago. He didn't want any of them going through this fate, even if he had to make some slightly aggressive movements. If he could, he would sneak into Dressrosa and kill Doflamingo himself. Unfortunately, the political status of Doflamingo was not a joke. He was a celestial dragon, and killing a celestial dragon was not a smart move. Galen theorized that even if a celestial dragon became a pirate, the Marines would be unable to arrest or pursue them. Any pirate who wanted to be hunted down for the rest of his life could be able to kill them, of course, but they would have to get through the crew consisting of CP agents. Galen frowned and let out a breath as he waited for a call back. Fortunately, an hour passed and Galen received a call, mission accomplished. Doflamingo hasn't appeared on the island yet, and according to Doldo, he hasn't seen Doflamingo before. Galen nodded and said good. Take them to Prodence and leave them with Elizabelo. Make it look like the Revolutionary Army did it, and tell him to not speak of Doldo being with him. He paused for a moment before continuing, disregard what I just said. Make sure you aren't seen by Doldo or his family, and drop them off in Elizabelo's palace on Prudence. Leave a message that Doflamingo has taken over the kingdom of Dressrosa and that he owes you a favor. The voice replied, yes, boss. Galen nodded and said, call me when you're done. The voice replied, of course, before hanging up. Galen closed his notebook and left the office, returning home. He passed through the door and ignored Alvia, Maria, Rocinante, and Sugar, walking straight upstairs. Alvia watched him go and tilted her head before sighing as she turned back, saying, it's okay, keep going. Galen changed his clothes and put on shorts only. He took off his leather gloves and left them on the table in the bedroom before walking back downstairs, leaving out the back door. Alvia said lightly, put up a barrier blocking the outside, please, Rosie. Rocinante was startled and put one up as Alvia smiled slightly, could you take over? Rocinante nodded and Alvia got up, walking outside. Galen walked right to the seastone block and clenched his fists. Roaring grunts escaped his throat as he started punching the seastone. Over and over again. Without end. Hours and hours. Chapter 60, Whispers on the Sea Breeze. In the middle of the night, Galen was breathing heavily as he stared at the seastone block, cracks coming from the fist indentations. His fists hanging by his sides, blood dripping from them. He raised his fist and roared, punching in the middle of the block. A sharp cracking sound was heard, and the entire face filled with cracks. The block maintained its structure as a squishing sound rang, while Galen pulled his fist back. Torn flesh and blood mixed in between the cracks at the impact point. He raised his fist again when small, delicate hands wrapped around his fist. He paused and turned his head to see Alvia looking at him with a gentle smile, her eyes glassy as she said softly, enough. Galen swung his arm and backhanded her in the mouth, saying, get off me. Her head shot to the side, but she held onto his hand, smiling, does it hurt? Galen clenched his fists and replied, why won't you leave me alone? Alvia smiled at him and tore her shirt to strips, cleaning the blood from his hands in silence. The right side of her face covered in Galen's blood and a bit of her own dribbling from her lips. She pulled his hand to her and meticulously cleaned it, saying softly, something happened today, didn't it? Galen took his hand back and said coldly, none of your business. She snorted gently and grabbed his hand again, continuing, must have been bad. Galen trembled and HSI hand shot up, grabbing her neck and lifting her up. She gasped and looked at him as he turned around shouting, are you fucking deaf? Get out of my life, do you understand? I don't want you here, I don't need your pity. Alvia coughed, struggling to breathe as she touched his hand gently, still smiling, do you want to talk about it? Galen shivered and glared at her with a savage expression, I will really kill you. Alvia choked out a ha-ha before dropping her hands by her side and looking at him gently. Galen stared at her for a few moments before dropping her to the ground. She fell to her knees and rubbed her neck, coughing and gasping for air as Galen turned back to the block, clenching his fists as he said softly, just get out of here. I should have never brought you here. You should have stayed with Dragon. You're a burden to my life and my goals. Run away from me, take everyone with you. Go back to your daughter. I don't care, just stay away from me. Alvia looked up at his lonely figure, new tattoos on his back, seemingly carved into his sculpted muscles. His arms covered in all sorts of tattoos from decades of infiltration and blackout operations. The conspicuous black skull tattoo at the base of his neck, which seemed to be the only one that meant anything. She smiled warmly, so you can watch us both from your buzzards, so you can protect us in the dark without being confronted on your feelings, so you don't have to feel anything. You want me to leave because you're scared of what you're feeling. It was the same 2 years ago. It hasn't changed. No matter how long you don't talk to me, no matter how hard you hit me during training, no matter how harshly you treat me. She shook her head and pressed up on the ground. I know it's all an act. I know you don't mean it. I know everything you've done for Robin without her knowing. I know everything about you. I've been silently watching for 12 years, observing your every action, all your outbursts, the tears you hide away when you think you're alone. Tears dripped from her eyes as she went on, drowning yourself in liquor to put yourself to sleep, letting out your emotions on this block so you don't have to deal with them, pushing me away by treating me like shit. She turned to him and smiled beautifully, tears rolling down her cheeks. I don't need you to love me, just please. Hit me, beat me, kill me. Just don't hurt yourself anymore. It makes me so sad. To see you devolve like this, dehumanize yourself like the people who did this to you. I can't stand it anymore. Please. Galen clenched his fists tighter, the cloth strips hanging from his fist like bandaged wraps. Blood started dripping again as he looked up at the moon, saying softly, "Every day I hope. I hope they find out what I've done. Everything I've done behind the scenes, all the schemes I've made. Sometimes I wish that someone would walk into my office and put a bullet in my head. Every day it never happens." Alvia covered her mouth and closed her eyes, tears escaping her eyelids as he continued. "When I found the man responsible for the nightmare, I killed him. He had a family who didn't know. They still don't. An excuse was made. He died a martyr, killed by the evil Revolutionary Army. They don't even know what he was, how many lives were ruined. After I killed him, I wanted to sink into the ocean and disappear forever, sink to the bottom with the nightmare." He closed his eyes and went on, "Dragon gave me a new target. I've died many times in my life. Sometimes I think I went to heaven, but the angels refused me, sending me back to this hell as punishment. But nobody knows. Every piece of shit I put down makes me happy. Hell is my paradise. I live to punish evil. I am a walking contradiction. I want to live and destroy evil, but at the same time, I want to die and end this nightmare." He looked down at his hands, opening his palms as he continued, "What am I to do? What's my purpose? Why do I feel like this? Everything I see is ashes and flames. I can't even see people anymore. I look at the ocean and I see my mother. I look in the mirror and I see a dead man. I look at you and..." He stopped and clenched his fists, changing the topic. "I shouldn't have put you in a position to fall in love. This was my mistake. I should have left you with Dragon. I should have left you on O'Hara." Arms wrapped around his chest, and Alvia hugged him from behind, resting her cheek on his back, listening to the powerful pounding in her ear from his heart. The rhythmic pounding of his heart made her feel calmer, settling her restless mood. She whispered, "Then I would have lost you." Galen closed his eyes and replied slowly, "You'll never have me. I am incapable of being loved, Alvia. I exist only for war. When my war is over is when I die. Are you capable of losing the person you love again?" Alvia tightened her arms around him and he sighed, "Exactly. Just move on. Find someone else. My warpath will lead me to death, whether it's a firework-like spectacle or the cold snuffing out of a flickering flame." Alvia listened to his heartbeat and asked in a soft whisper, "Is that why you never told your daughter?" Galen paused before looking up and sighing, "Yes." Alvia teared up and said, "You're a very tough man, Galen. That was my first impression of you. But now I realize it's so much more than that. I can't stop myself from loving you anymore. Maybe it was when I stepped on that boat, or when you dragged me away from sacrificing myself on O'Hara." She gripped his chest with her hands, muttering, "It's impossible to stop now. You've suffered so much and endured even more, yet everyone abandons you. I don't want to be one of those people. Pushing people away but wanting them to stay with you so desperately. I know how you feel. The warm and hopeful world in your heart is what captivated me. It doesn't matter how you see me, I don't care. All I need to know is that you see me, that's enough." He touched her soft and delicate hands, so small compared to his, her long fingers would turn to dust if he held them too tight. What made her so strong to face her emotions like this? He whispered softly, his voice barely louder than the gentle sea breeze, "Why?" But she heard him as she always did, answering with a soothing warmth, "Because I love you." Galen fell silent, as did Alvia. Only the whistling sea breeze echoing in their ears, but it was enough. Chapter 61, Sword Grows. Time started passing slowly. 1515 Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and Dracul Mihawk became warlords. 1516 Galen attended the Lively, and watched as a young girl endured a smack from a king to avoid war. 1517 Robin entered the Grand Line. 1518 Robin joined Crocodile's organization. 1520 Vegapunk left Punk Hazard and went to Egghead after Caesar blew up the island with a bomb by accident. During all these events, Galen did nothing but train soldiers. He was currently training Kyujaku along with Maria and Rocinante, but they were just about ready to leave. Rocinante and Maria, that is. Maria had been freed from her needy quirk and was a normal person now, although she was now a member of Sword. Galen trained Kyujaku extremely intensely. There was almost no moment where she was given a break. Continuing the train of amazing genes, Kyujaku showed a superb talent for fighting, however. She was a bit sadistic. Galen noticed that all his blood-related offspring had this broken quirk to them. Kyujaku was sadistic, and Doll had no empathy. The 16-year-old licked her lips like a freak and picked up her whip, excitement in her eyes as she whipped at Galen, saying, "Come on." "Heh heh," Galen sighed to himself, this kid was nuts. Right up his alley. And so the beating continued, day after day, night after night. This was also the year Alvia started acting as Galen's assistant. Nothing more, he still believed his words. He wouldn't let her in. He was stubborn on this point, but Alvia was fine with that, as long as she could be with him. Therefore, the assistant. She was with him 24/7 now, like a shadow. Galen gathered a few more Marines for the sword team and started training them too. Sword would soon be operational. Namely, Prince Gruss, Dees Drake, and Kyujaku. He was eyeing another potential candidate, but she was too young at the moment, although it was never too early to train. So the next year, he included her in as well. Her name was Hibari. Galen trained them all himself. He had to shackle them with sea-stone cuffs during training because all of them had devil fruits. Obviously, Galen knew exactly how to train them. Plus, the cuff would make them weaker while they were on, which was better for training. He had done the same for Rocinante and Maria. At the same time, Galen heard about the Spade pirates encountering Whitebeard before being assimilated. For Galen, it wasn't difficult to find out who Ace was. He had heard from Garp that his grandson was on an island, which drew Galen's attention. Dragon had a child, so Galen checked it out. When he was investigating, he found Ace. The boy had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, and with Galen being partners with Dragon, he kept tabs on Luffy. So it was simple to watch Ace as well. It was too obvious. The boy got angry whenever someone spoke of Roger. At any rate, for Ace to be with Whitebeard, perhaps that was the safest place for him. It was unfortunate that Ace couldn't be pulled into the Marines, however Galen wasn't that bothered by it. If he could, great. If he couldn't, it would make sense. No matter how much the boy hated Roger, he was still Roger's son, unsuitable to be a Marine. Well's no matter. Galen continued training the sword members along with Alvia, as Sugar watched happily on the side, wearing cute little aquamarine glasses and reading a book. She was a bit less scared of Galen now, and she got used to the weakness from the sea stone, so it didn't really affect her too much. Other than restricting the use of her devil fruit, unfortunately, she still appeared to be 10 years old. Although she was actually 18. Galen found out that the hobby fruit was even worse than he thought. Not only were you effectively immortal and had these evil powers, but your mind aged. Therefore, the user would be trapped in the body at the moment of eating the fruit, but your psychological age progressed all the same. For Sugar, this was most likely a living hell. Although the poor girl didn't have a strong personality to begin with, however, this was slowly being nurtured by Alvia when possible. It might have been better for Galen to do this sort of thing, but Alvia refused this. She didn't want Sugar to be exposed to extreme situations, which was what Galen would do. He had done it to all the members of Sword, bringing them out on the sea and hunting evil people while educating them in all the ways of being a special agent, which included torture and execution. The Sword members swore that they had never seen such a disgusting thing in their entire lives. Galen didn't care and tore a man apart bone by bone, peeling the flesh off his skin and forcing him to watch until he broke. In the end, he gave the information Galen requested, and they went to the next person. Over and over again, until it was normal. When they came back, Alvia was shocked at their pale faces, indifference swimming in their eyes. The Sword members were then shocked themselves as Alvia shouted at Galen angrily before bringing them into the house and comforting them gently. They all cried bitterly, and Alvia soothed them with care. Galen didn't care for it. They were soldiers, not children, especially Kyujaku. Not only was she not exempted from the process, but she was forced to torture the most prisoners they captured. They all participated in the interrogation rounds, but Kyujaku went over and over more than the rest by a lot. Galen naturally did this on purpose. The first step to strength is a tough and firm mind. This is what Jonathan and Kong taught him, not to mention what he learned from his own life experience. Was this cruel? Maybe, but Galen didn't think so. He firmly believed that he was making them tougher, and they would be tougher than anyone else. the toughest Marines to ever live. From Galen's perspective, the people Sword would be going after were all scum. They weren't good people, only evil should be purged. Lesser pirates and criminals could be caught and sent to prison. However, the true evil figures must be killed. The other Marines defeat the evil and lock it up, but it always comes back. Galen puts them down and they never get back up. The Marine force Galen envisioned wasn't a tyrant that ruled the seas, but the most just and righteous police force in the world. The type of force that investigates before choosing lethal or non-lethal means. To think before, during, and after acting. Galen sharpened their minds to be able to embody his vision of the perfect Marine, not afraid of anything for justice. If God was evil, they wouldn't even hesitate to kill him. He would embrace the world with this philosophy, because as far as he was concerned, there were no pirates and Marines, no order and chaos, only good and evil. Entrenching yourself in the hell that is life with a smile on your face and a gun in your hands to do the right thing was something to be proud of, not something to fear. And as long as Galen was alive, he would continue this effort. He stood on the beach in the moonlight, looking out at the endless sea. One man against the entire world of evil. Determined to incite fear into the hearts of every piece of filth on the sea and eliminate them all. Man, woman, and child, no matter who commits evil, they will be brought to justice. And slowly, 2 more years passed. Minus 1522. Chapter 62, Romance Dawn. During these 2 years, Galen felt like the members of Sword were tough enough, so he sent them out. This was a secret team, so all their information was scrapped from the Marine records. Drake rebelled and formed his own pirate crew, sailing away from Marineford, the rest disappearing from the house and sailing away. They turned back to Galen, who watched them go from the shoreline. They were silent for a moment before tearing up, all the punishment and excruciating pain he had put them through. All the training he had given them, everything he taught them to survive on these seas. They had heard from Alvia that Galen didn't want to see any of them die, he was just too proud to admit it. Whether that was true or not, they didn't know. But what they did know was that the Fleet Admiral, their boss, gave them everything he had for 10 years and more. Dedicating his time to training them wholeheartedly, every day. Each and every single one of them fell to their knees and smashed their foreheads on the deck, roaring, "Thank you, boss. We won't let you down." Galen looked at them expressionlessly before turning around and walking away without a word or gesture of farewell. The group got up and sniffled, crying tears while smiling as they turned to the front. Their eyes blazing with determination, they were going to prove that his efforts weren't in vain. Marine or pirate, it didn't matter anymore. Whoever does evil will be met with the sharp edge of sword. Ex-Drake, as he was called now, wiped his tears as he sailed off with his own pirate crew consisting of special ops. They smiled and said, "Don't cry, kid. The boss is like that." One woman from Amazon, Lily, was a part of ex-Drake's crew. She held her hands in front of her heart, saying, "Boss is tough on the outside and soft on the inside. No wonder Big Sis Lilica is obsessed." Another woman was sharpening a sword with a cigarette in her mouth, snorting, "That nympho. What's with you Amazons anyway? Why you all obsessed with the boss?" The Amazonian snorted and replied, "What do you know? Amazonian culture is like this. Once every generation, all Amazonians will leave the island and find the strongest mate before giving birth back on Amazon Lily." Everyone was stunned and the woman asked in shock, "That's kinda heartless, no?" The Amazonian shrugged with a snake wrapped around her arm, "That's just the way it is. However, if it was boss," she blushed sweetly, "I would stay with him forever, Tilda." The rest twitched their lips and Drake shook his head saying, "Too bad that wouldn't happen." The crew looked at him and Drake snorted gently, "Let's focus on the mission. Don't let your training fall behind just because we're away from Fleet Admiral Sensei. However, we will act like a new pirate crew. As far as the world is concerned, I have Rear Admiral strength. No haki is allowed to be used unless in life-threatening situations." They all nodded. After all, Drake wasn't only their captain, but their direct commanding officer. Drake nodded and turned back, crossing his arms. What he didn't tell them is that he knew the Fleet Admiral very well. He was 100% certain that the Fleet Admiral was the type of man that made sure everything went according to plan. He was sure that everyone in Sword was being monitored closely by other special units. If they stepped out of line, their head would roll. Drake didn't feel disgust at this. Instead, he was relieved. It was reassuring to have a commanding officer like this. If he was in a desperate situation, they would pass the message before he took his marine secrets to the grave. At least he wouldn't die in vain. Drake's eyes were firm. He would accomplish his mission whether he died or not. That's what being a Marine was all about. And Galen really did so. He never left anything to chance. All the teams that went out were monitored by a special unit, who was secretly monitored by another unit. The two-fold safety blanket made sure there were no mistakes. He practiced this habit for all his buzzards. The secret eyes in the dark watching the buzzards were the vultures. The vultures weren't watched, but they were Galen's most trusted officers. He couldn't continue to monitor them. He wouldn't have enough staff. However, just him at the top watching down on all of them was enough. One day, Galen was sitting in his office as Alvia poured him some coffee warmly, wearing a blindfold with her hair cut short. She was an extremely beautiful woman, mostly because of her gentle and caring actions. Time seemed to have no affect on her, as she barely looked to be in her mid-20s despite being 53. It was remarkable, actually, and she had checked with the Marine doctor who told her she was in perfect health. She could even have a child if she wanted. The doctor thought she was 26. Galen looked the same as he always did, only his muscles were much firmer and more powerful looking than before. He couldn't help it. There was only so much life return could do. He even shrank down a few inches from 69 to 64 and condensed his body into a more compact form. He didn't look very intimidating compared to the giants out there, but he was very scary when he decided to let go. The Sword members could attest to this. Alvia also condensed her body from 61 to 59. With great joy her breasts shrank too from J cups to DS. Of course, strength was necessary, but she spent a great deal of time in the mirror planning out her body to perfection. Galen told her to just make them as small as possible. In his mind, it was in the way of her speed. However, how could Alvia listen to him? She wanted to look attractive for him. Gigantic breasts were a burden, but no breasts were not good either. Not only for Galen, but also for other people. After all, she felt that if Galen's personal assistant was ugly and unattractive, it would hurt his prestige. She would never allow that, as such the resulting transformation. This happened almost 10 years ago, and she was more than used to being in a constant state of life return. In truth, Alvia didn't like the Marines oogling her when she walked by. It kind of disgusted her really. The only person who could see her for all she was would be Galen. Although, ironically, he never looked at her that way. To Galen, it didn't matter what people looked like. They were all flesh and bones in the end. Old, young, who really cared? At any rate, just as Galen was reading reports from all sorts of sources and writing in his notebook, he received a piece of troubling news. The Marine captain at Shellstown in the East Blue abused his power and was dealt with by Luffy. He was very angry at this revelation. What sort of repercussions did this have for the Marines stationed at this island? He sighed to himself and said, "We're going to the East Blue." Alvia didn't ask why, only saying, "Garpsan is around there, should I contact him as well?" Galen thought for a moment and nodded. Alvia smiled and contacted Garp, telling him to go to Shellstown and apprehend a silly Marine. Coincidentally, this Marine was so silly, he had no idea his life was over. Galen arranged for the reports to be sent to him via snail, while Sengoku took over operations for the moment. After he was done, he grabbed his things and left the house. Alvia told Sugar they were leaving for a bit and that she was going to be alone. Sugar nodded and smiled, "Bye, Mom." Alvia smiled sweetly and kissed her head. "Be a good girl, okay? If you need anything, just call me." Sugar smiled warmly and nodded, looking at Galen before waving, "Bye, Dad." Galen ignored her and carried his Punk 12, wearing his vest, holding a black bag along with a crate as he walked out the door. Sugar smiled slightly and said with excitement, "He didn't glare at me today." Alvia smiled in amusement, rubbing her head before leaving with him. They boarded the same small ship they used for fishing as they sailed away. Galen put down the crate and took out the snail array. Although it was more like a troop of snails, There were 4 rows and various black boxes and wires everywhere. He connected them all and sat in front of them with his arms crossed, waiting for news. Alvia sat next to him, reading a book as she said softly, "No fishing this time?" Galen replied slowly, "No, chum." Alvia giggled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Maybe we can find some." He snorted in response as the ship sailed off. Chapter 63. Having a meal at a seafaring restaurant. As they sailed, Alvia was laying on a beach chair wearing nothing and soaking in the sun. She touched her stomach and smiled. "I'm hungry." Galen was sitting in front of the snail group, writing in his notebook while listening to endless reports. He looked at her by his side before looking up at the sun and saying, "We can stop." Alvia smiled sweetly and got up, walking in the cabin to get changed, saying happily, "You should change." Galen was only wearing shorts and he closed his notebook, bookmarking with a pen. He followed Alvia and walked into the same room. She pulled panties up her legs and said, "It's a bit hot to wear black, no?" Galen replied slowly, "It's fine." As he pulled out a black suit, slowly taking off his shorts and getting dressed, Alvia got up and walked in front of him, smiling, "Let me help you." Galen looked at her and frowned. She was still half naked, but seemed to not care at all. She took the shirt and slowly helped him get dressed affectionately before fixing his tie and smoothing down his shirt. She touched his beard and muttered, "You need to fix this too." Galen frowned and muttered, "You're annoying." She smiled sweetly, "I know." Before fixing his beard, pressing against him, her firm breasts deforming on his chest as he put on the suit jacket and leather gloves. When she finished, she looked him up and down before nodding, satisfied. He ignored her and said, "Get dressed. The closest restaurant is only an hour away." Alvia paused and touched her chin, frowning, "Is it a fancy place?" Galen walked out of the room, not responding. Did it matter? Just put some clothes on. Who cares if it's fancy or not? Alvia rubbed her chin and decided to dress fancily. If it was a fancy place and she was dressed casually, it would damage Galen's reputation. At any rate, they had to match. She turned to the closet and looked at a dress, smiling, perfect. An hour later, the small boat docked at a restaurant on the sea. Galen picked up his Punk 12, but Alvia held his hand, saying helplessly, "We're going to eat, you don't need to bring that thing." Galen frowned and muttered, but Alvia put the Punk 12 down in the room, pulling his arm out and locking the door behind them. Galen snorted from his nose with a bad face as Alvia held his arm, saying, "I wonder if the food is good." He ignored her and walked out to the deck. If there was a problem, he could use his fists. He just liked keeping the Punk 12 with him most of the time. They walked into the restaurant, and everyone looked over before freezing. Galen was expressionless, but he was wearing his Fleet Admiral coat, so he was easily recognized. The main reason was everyone's eyes were on Alvia, who was dressed in a black dress, holding Galen's arm elegantly, full of beauty. She had a gentle smile on her face and stunned the onlookers. However, Galen was unfazed, walking to a table and sitting down, hanging his justice coat on the chair behind him. Alvia sat down and smiled at Galen, who was sitting at the table expressionlessly, his hands on the table in front of him. She giggled, and many people swooned in an instant. A boy with a straw hat walked over and said, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates, but for now, I'm the chore boy here." The people went pale and Alvia smiled at him. What a cute boy. Galen looked at Luffy and looked down at the table before looking up. There's no menu. Luffy was stunned and knocked on his head, saying, "I forgot." Galen blinked at him and Alvia laughed, covering her mouth. Suddenly, Luffy was kicked across the restaurant as a blonde-haired boy took his place, smiling gentlemanly. The special of the day is salmon with a nice risotto and a glass of 1457 Mont Blanc from the South Blue. "I recommend this dish for our lovely lady here, Tilda." Alvia smiled sweetly, giggling in amusement. The boy swayed on the spot with hearts in his eyes. Alvia looked at Galen, who was sitting there with a blank expression, not saying anything about the boy's behavior. However, he was looking at Luffy behind him, muttering, "Where is my menu?" Alvia turned to the boy, resting her chin on her delicate hand, crossing her long legs, saying, "I'll have the special and he'll have the filet mignon rare with whiskey." The boy twirled and said amorously, "As you wish, Madam Tilda," before skipping away happily. Alvia scrunched her nose and laughed softly. The people watching melted from the cuteness. Luffy ran back and said, "Ah, here are some towels." Galen looked at the towel and frowned, looking back at Luffy, who was picking his nose, adding, "It's for your after-eating swim." Alvia laughed and Galen was not amused, muttering, "Why would I swim after I eat?" Luffy shrugged and replied, "I don't know, I can't swim anyways." Before walking away, whistling another satisfied customer tilde la 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 tilde, his voice was truly special. Alvia smiled affectionately. "He's so cute." Galen moved the towel from his plate and wiped the water that was left behind, replying slowly, "He's like his grandfather, unfortunately." Alvia turned to him and tilted her head with a tender look in her white eyes. "That's why he's so cute." Galen ignored her, saying, "You're supposed to be blind." Alvia blinked her eyes one at a time, replying amusedly, "I am tilde hee hee tilde." Galen didn't reply and sat there, waiting for his food in silence. However, Alvia spoke with him even if he didn't reply. This was how they usually interacted. She would speak and ask questions that could be answered with one-word answers. Galen would answer them, and she would be happy. Anything to make him not feel alone. The boy returned with their orders and poured the wine, saying, "Bon appetit, I am Sanji. Thank you for your patronage, Tilda." Alvia smiled at him, scrunching her nose in a friendly expression, saying, "Thank you, Sanji-kun." Sanji swooned. "Anything for you, ma'am?" Completely ignoring Galen on the other side, but he didn't seem to care at all. Sanji left the two to eat, and they started. Alvia covered her mouth and said with surprise, "This is really good." Galen ate his food and didn't comment. He picked up his napkin, but Alvia leaned over and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips for him before he could do it. Her movements were affectionate and warm, resulting in every man biting their shirts in envy. Sanji nearly exploded with jealousy and smashed his forehead on the wall, saying, "Why not me?" Luffy stood there with his mouth open. "What happened?" Sanji kicked him and shouted back to work, "Chore boy." Alvia licked her finger gingerly and smiled sweetly at Galen, who looked at her for a moment before putting his napkin down and continuing to eat. This made every man enraged, wishing to run up and beat him to death for ignoring such a woman. They would die this instant if that happened to them, without regrets. Alvia didn't seem to mind at all, going back to eating and talking, sipping on the wine. Everything had an air of elegance. Just as they were eating, a chef with a long mustache and an even longer chef's hat walked over with a peg leg, standing at the table with his arms crossed. He ignored Alvia and stared directly at Galen before saying, "What's the Fleet Admiral doing in my humble restaurant?" The people eating froze directly, turning their necks stiffly. "That man is..." The people widened their eyes in shock and fear. They thought he was just a normal marine. Normally, they don't pay much attention to the Fleet Admiral, and he wasn't in the papers for a long time, not to mention who would believe the Fleet Admiral appearing in the East Blue for dinner. Sanji turned white and Luffy's eyes shone with an excited light, feeling his blood starting to boil. Galen put down his cutlery and turned to the chef, saying slowly, "Red leg Zeph, just a coincidence. Furthermore, you've long since retired." He looked down at his peg leg before turning back, adding, "No longer a threat." Zeph frowned and Sanji lost his mind, walking over and shouting angrily, "You take that back." Galen ignored him and Zeph kicked Sanji back saying, "You undercooked eggplant. Shut up for me." Before turning to Galen, continuing, "I don't care who you are, when you walk into my restaurant, you behave or I'll kick you out." Alvia raised her delicate brows looking at Zeph in surprise before turning to Galen, who was silent for a moment before replying slowly, "I'm not an animal, Zeph." Zeph snorted and retorted, "Had a marine make a ruckus just 2 days ago. I don't need more headaches." Galen frowned and asked, "Ruckus?" Zeph frowned and crossed his arms explaining, "Put a bug in his own soup, trying to damage my reputation, then wasted food. Threatened me before leaving, didn't hurt anyone though." Galen turned back, his frown smoothing out, "I see. He'll be demoted, sorry for the trouble," as he continued to eat. Zeph raised a brow as Alvia smiled tenderly at Galen, saying, "Mr. Zeph, rest assured. Fleet Admiral keeps his promises. May I have the details of this marine?" Zeph rubbed his chin and said something bawdy. He had metal on his knuckles and purple hair. "I think he was a lieutenant." Alvia took out a small notebook and wrote it down, smiling, "Lieutenant Fullbody, perhaps?" Zeph nodded. "That's the one." Alvia smiled gently and wrote the name down before saying softly, "Sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Zeph. It will not happen again." Zeph nodded and smiled slightly, sorry for being so aggressive. Alvia smiled calmly. The fleet admiral is not such a short-tempered person. There's no need to apologize. Furthermore, you are within reason to be upset. The actions of Marines in the East Blue are completely unacceptable. I will make sure this changes. Before stretching out her hand gently, Vice Admiral Robin, Fleet Admiral's personal assistant. Zeph shook her hand and smiled. "Thank you, Vice Admiral. It's refreshing to see such Marines." Alvia sighed and replied, "Unfortunately." Zeph chuckled and walked away. The restaurant was dead silent. Even the woman was a Vice Admiral. What was going on in the East Blue? They were horrified. Suddenly, Alvia, Galen, and Zeph turned to the window. Galen looked once before turning back to his food as Zeph frowned, and Alvia crossed her legs, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the door with interest. Who knew being a Marine could be so fun? She wondered what fun things she could see if Galen brought her to travel the world together. Chapter 64. Shocking People Left and Right. Just as Alvia was fantasizing in her own special way, a giant ship stopped in front of the Barady, wrecked beyond comprehension. The people in the restaurant shouted in terror, "It's Don Krieg, the infamous pirate. Oh God, we're all gonna die." The doors were suddenly kicked open and a man was holding up Don Krieg, shouting, "Please, food and water, we have lots of money. He's starving to death. I'm beggin' you." Don Krieg swayed and fell to the ground. Galen looked up and Alvia turned to him, asking gently, "Are you gonna do it?" They were the only people still in their seats, as the rest of the customers had jumped out and trembled against the walls in fear. Galen frowned and muttered, "This guy is a piece of shit. Many Marines have been slaughtered by him. Bases raided, weapons stolen. Pirates, Marines, he doesn't care, deserves to die." But he turned back to his food, adding, "Not in the restaurant, nor in front of all these people. Stop him if he gets violent, but he will not live past today." Alvia looked at him and snorted tenderly, saying, "Yes, sir." As her eyes were trained on him, a warmth only for him swimming in her covered-up pupils, she reached over and cleaned the corner of his mouth with a gentle and loving smile, however he just ignored her. The chefs and people started complaining and vehemently denying to give him anything, not even a cup of water. They started clamoring for him to starve to death, not caring about his life and death at all. Don Krieg shakily propped himself up on his knees, saying weakly, "I won't hurt anyone. Feed me and I'll leave quietly. Please, I'm beggin' yas." As he slowly groveled on the ground, much to the dismay of his subordinate, who shouted, "Don, don't kneel, this is beneath you." However, Don Krieg begged on the ground, leftover rice, anything, anything. Alvia looked at him with interest, saying in surprise, he actually kneeled down and begged. The man looked over and shouted angrily, "Shut up, woman, don't disrespect my Don." Alvia covered her mouth and laughed, not even bothering to answer. Galen looked up and put some of the steak in his mouth, not saying anything. Suddenly, Sanji walked over and said, "Out of the way, Patty," before kicking another chef flying. He laid down food and water for Don Krieg, much to the surprise of everyone. Don Krieg shouted, "Thank you." As the man who shouted, smiling through tears, "Thank you, Sanji, I owe you." Sanji smiled slightly, "No problem, Jin." The chefs pointed at Sanji, shouting, "Sanji, don't you know who he is? Take the food away from him quickly. He's foul play, Krieg, tyrant of the eastern seas. He started in prison and lied his way onto a navy ship. He killed the officers and took over. That's how he got his start as a pirate." Everyone looked at Galen, who continued eating in silence. Someone shouted, "Do something." Galen ignored them as Alvia smiled, announcing, "Please calm down, everyone. To prevent unnecessary casualties, please exit the restaurant in an orderly manner." The chef continued with rage, flying a navy flag. "He'll attack towns and ships. He'll even fly a white flag and open fire. He'll stoop to any level to win." The chef pointed at Krieg, shouting, "He deserves to die." Just as he said this, Krieg threw out a punch at Sanji in an instant. However, Alvia appeared in between them, her long legs blocking Krieg's fist. She appeared instantly, smiling gently as she said, "This is no good. Please don't destroy the restaurant." Her black dress had a slit on the side and her right leg was blocking Krieg's fist with no effort, revealing her long, slender, and white legs. If it wasn't such a shocking display, perhaps everyone would be captivated. Krieg frowned and said angrily, "A mere woman? Who are you?" Alvia took her leg back, smiling, "Vice Admiral." Krieg froze and Jin was horrified. Galen continued eating, saying, "Don't make a mess." Alvia curled her lips sweetly and looked at Krieg leave. The people started running away as Krieg frowned deeply, however he didn't leave. After all the people evacuated and started sailing away, only a few people were left in the restaurant. Alvia frowned and looked at Krieg, not understanding why this guy wasn't gone yet. Krieg suddenly laughed, perfect hostage, as he revealed shining armor under his cloak. "Hand over the ship or I'll kill this woman." Alvia was stunned and asked incredulously, "Are you an idiot?" Krieg ignored her and laughed, "With this ship, nobody will even see me coming. I'll have a perfect cover all the way to the king of the pirates." Alvia was shocked by this guy's nonsense and raised her foot, about to smash him to pieces when Luffy grabbed her ankle. She looked at him and Luffy said seriously, "Hold on, lady, let me take care of this guy." Alvia blinked and Luffy pointed at Don Krieg shouting, "I will be king of the pirates. Not you." She was speechless and smiled in amusement. Didn't this boy know she was a vice admiral, or did he not care? She gauged the situation and walked to the table, sitting down saying, "He hurt my leg, can you rub it, Galen?" Galen looked at her before turning back to his food, eating slowly as he ignored her. She sighed and pouted, "So cold, Tilda." Krieg looked at Luffy and frowned, "You're not funny, kid. Watch your mouth or I'll kill you." Luffy grinned and Krieg clenched his fist when Zeph dropped a bag of food in front of him, saying, "Get the fuck off my ship, you rotten eggplant." Krieg snorted and picked up the food, saying, "I'll be back with my men, prepare my ship or I'll kill you all," as he left through the front door. Jin was on the ground and punched the ground, saying, "I'm sorry, Sanji. He promised he wouldn't hurt anyone." Sanji exhaled smoke and said calmly, "Doesn't matter. I'll be facing 100 men soon, so don't get mad if I kill some of your friends." Luffy ran over to a green-haired guy and a long-nosed boy saying excitedly, "See that? I found our cook." The long-nosed boy said worriedly, "We need to get out of here." The green-haired guy leaned back, replying, "Relax. It's only 100 starving pirates. No big deal." Before eyeing Galen at the table next to him, the hairs on his body had been standing on end for a while now. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Luffy laughed and sat on the table, turning to Alvia and stretching his head over, smiling, "Hey, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, you're really strong, lady." Alvia smiled sweetly and pinched his cheek, "You're very brave, Monkey-chan." Luffy chuckled happily, grinning infectiously as he asked, "Hey, you want to join my crew?" The green-haired man spat out the drink in his mouth and slapped Luffy, shouting, "She's a marine, you idiot." Luffy's head snapped back as he scratched his head in confusion, So?" Alvia was stunned and laughed happily. Galen didn't change expressions as he drank from his whiskey. The long-nosed boy bowed and forced Luffy's head down repeatedly, saying, "Sorry, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, sorry, ma'am." Alvia held her chin and smiled at them, replying, "Maybe if I was younger I would say yes." The three were stunned and Sanji swooned. "Such kindness, Tilda, as expected from Robin Chwan Tilda." Luffy asked in confusion, "But lady, you don't look so old. Ah, your white hair, I'm so confused. Grandpa has gray hair. Are you a super grandma?" Alvia covered her mouth and giggled, tilting her head saying, "I'm 53. Everyone in the restaurant froze and stared at Alvia in shock, their jaws dropping to the ground as a resounding "WHAT" rang out. Chapter 65, Watching a Swordsman's Duel. Galen frowned and muttered, "Noisy." The green-haired boy laughed haha, and smashed Luffy's face through the table, saying, "Sorry, sir." Luffy bounced back up and looked at Galen, asking, "Anyway, you're strong, mister. Wanna fight?" The long-nosed boy's soul flew out of his body and the green-haired boy froze. Alvia covered her mouth and squinted in amusement, her eyes curving into crescents. She really liked Luffy. He seemed to make everything happy by just being there. She looked at Galen and sighed to herself sadly. Maybe if Luffy was there when Galen was younger, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Her eyes became sad as she looked at Galen caringly. Galen turned to Luffy, who was smiling at him like an idiot. He was reminded of Garp and remembered that Garp hadn't been answering his calls recently. He raised a hand and chopped on Luffy's head, smashing him into the ground. Luffy crumpled like a cupcake, his eyes X's with his tongue out. Galen turned back to his empty plate and sipped on his whiskey as Luffy sprang back up and said in shock, "Oh wow, almost as strong as Grandpa." Galen's eyes twitched and Alvia widened her eyes, looking at Luffy like he was a treasure. She grabbed him and said, "Monkey-chan, would you like to become a marine?" Luffy was stunned and frowned, shouting, "No, I'm a pirate. I'm the man who will become the king of the pirates." Alvia sighed and let him go, turning to her food, poking at it sadly. Sanji flew out, kicking Luffy in the head, sending him flying as he shouted angrily, "How can you make Robin Chuan sad?" Before turning to Alvia smiling calmly, "I will become a marine with you, Miss Robin Chuan Tilda." Alvia sighed and ignored him. Sanji ran over and started stepping on Luffy, cursing, "You idiot, baka, loser, bastard, asshole." The chefs started talking about what happened to Krieg's ship, and Jin shed some light, saying it was a single man with eyes like a hawk. Zeph said, "Ah, you probably met Hawkeye, or ruined his nap." Jin shouted angrily, "How could you say that? My comrades died." Zeph nodded, "I'm serious. Things like these happen all the time on the Grand Line." Luffy sighed, "What a magical place. I can't wait to go." The green-haired boy smirked and leaned back, "So that's where I have to go, to the Grand Line and find that man." Sanji smoked and looked at them saying, "You're fools. You'll be killed as soon as you get there." The green-haired boy snorted, retorting, "True enough, but don't insult us." Sanji glanced at him as he continued, "The day I decided to become the world's greatest swordsman, I gave myself up for dead. Nobody calls me a fool but me. I have my reasons." Galen glanced at him before turning to see Alvia staring at him tenderly. He frowned and continued drinking. Why was she always looking at him like that? So annoying. Alvia giggled at his annoyed look and continued looking at him on purpose. Before anyone could do anything, there were shouts outside along with loud sounds. Galen looked at the green-haired kid, saying, "Hey, kid." The green-haired kid looked at him, and Galen pointed outside, saying, "Mihawk is here." The green-haired guy froze and ran out quickly, shooting off the ground, holding his swords. Alvia looked at Galen teasingly, saying, "Took a liking?" Galen replied slowly, "I don't know what you're talking about." As he finished his glass and took out his wallet, Alvia looked at him and suddenly worried, "Oh no, we never got the prices." Galen frowned, "An issue," as everyone ran out of the restaurant quickly to see the commotion. Galen frowned deeply, "How are we supposed to pay?" Alvia's beautiful face frowned with a troubled look, making people worry about her, as she replied, "Just leave some money, I guess." Galen looked at her and asked, "How much?" Alvia looked worried, "I don't know, 10,000. Galen furrowed his brows, 10,000 bali for a single meal? That's a bit outrageous. Alvia replied worriedly, "But the waiter was so nice, we should leave a tip, just leave 15,000 just in case." Galen counted on his hand, muttering, "Unbelievable, 15,000 for a single meal. So expensive." Alvia raised a finger, saying, "Seriously, it's better to overpay, the chefs work very hard." Galen muttered in reply, "I guess so." As he left 15,000 bali on the table, Alvia hesitated before adding another 5,000 bali, frowning, "Just in case." Galen nodded and said, "Good," before standing up and walking to the door. Alvia finished her wine and followed him, both plates empty with 20,000 bali on the table. She ran over and hugged Galen's arm, seeing debris from Krieg's ship everywhere. Galen looked at Mihawk stopping the green-haired boy's three-sword play with a tiny knife. Alvia whispered, "This is Mihawk. Is that boy going to die here?" Galen watched as Luffy said in shock, "Zoro." Two more people said in shock, he stopped Brother Zoro's onigiri with just that small knife. Galen replied slowly, outclassed and outmuscled. Mihawk's title isn't something the Navy gave him. He challenged thousands of swordsmen to duels and trained his entire life before taking that title. He wasn't named, he earned the title. Everyone heard Galen's words and were stunned, staring at Mihawk as though he was a monster. Luffy turned and asked, "Mister, isn't he a pirate?" Galen frowned slightly and replied, "Not exactly. If you were to label him, he would be more so a wandering swordsman than a pirate. He's killed many people, however all these people were either in duels or evil pirates who murder innocent people. However, the government doesn't have a classification for these types of people, thus labels them as pirates." A chef muttered, "Every pirate is an evil pirate." Galen frowned and glanced at the man, making him fall down in fear before turning back to the fight. Zeph raised a brow and rubbed his chin, muttering, if I remember correctly. Your epithet should be Black Raven, right? Galen ignored him and Zeph nodded. I thought so. Then it makes sense. Luffy looked over in confusion, asking, huh? Zeph looked at him and said with a chuckle, that man. He's probably killed more people than you've ever seen, kid. Everyone froze and turned to Zeph, who looked at Mihawk, reminiscing, there used to be a saying when I was in the Grand Line, I heard it while sailing. It's better to surrender to the Marines than to get caught by the Black Raven. The Black Raven brings death whether it flies, and anyone caught in its beak won't even have bones to bury. I thought it was just a legend since nobody had seen the Black Raven for a long time. But the rumors I heard was a tall man with dead eyes that could determine life and death. Everyone looked at Galen, who stood there expressionlessly as though Zeph was talking about someone else. The chef started shivering in fear, and Luffy was stunned, frowning, so you're a bad guy. Galen ignored him, and the long-nosed boy covered Luffy's mouth, trembling in intense fear. Zeph chuckled and continued, not really. Luffy looked at him, and Zeph snorted, this was just hearsay, but I witnessed it firsthand. People all over the Blues and Grand Line telling their little eggplants bedtime stories of the Black Raven. Telling them if they did evil things the Black Raven would come for them, but if they were good kids they would be saved. The people I met all loved him. Alvia hugged Galen's arm, smiling happily as he frowned in annoyance. Luffy was confused and didn't understand, so he's a good guy? The long-nosed boy said in shock, but he killed all those people. Zeph glanced at him and snorted. Which one of them wasn't a pure scum through and through? According to the people, the Black Raven saved many people and only killed the evil ones. Long-nosed boy argued, who's to say? He judged them himself. Galen glanced at him and the boy shivered, raising his hands up in surrender, saying stiffly, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mr. Black Raven, sir. Galen turned back, not bothering to explain. It never mattered how people saw him. Chapter 66, Chatting with Mihawk. Mihawk easily deflected all of Zoro's attacks, not even changing his expression, as though he was asleep. Mihawk commented, what drives you? Why do you fight so hard when you cannot win? You're a weakling. The two men next to Luffy jumped up shouting, Brother Zoro is no weakling, you bastard. Luffy smashed them down and his body was tensed as he said, stop, don't interfere. Zoro positioned for a big move and attacked Mihawk, who simply stabbed forward, piercing Zoro in the chest. Galen suddenly lost interest, saying dead. Luffy shouted at him, shut you pee. Galen glanced at him, and Luffy was gritting his teeth, glaring at him. Galen narrowed his eyes, and there was a touch of surprise in his pupils. This boy, very interesting. The battle continued as Mihawk asked, you want your guts cut out, why don't you retreat? Zoro looked at Mihawk and replied, I can't, if I retreat even one step. My vow, my ambition, everything I care about, will be shattered, all my dreams will be lost forever. Mihawk looked at him, replying slowly, yes, that's defeat. Zoro scoffed, hey, so I can't retreat. Mihawk asked, even if it means death, Zoro grinned, I prefer death to defeat. Galen turned back and squinted, frowning. What was going on today? So many interesting kids in one place. Alvia looked up and whispered, what's wrong, honey? Galen ignored the last word and replied in a voice only she could hear, these two boys have Conqueror's haki. Alvia was stunned and covered her mouth in shock, saying, oh my. Galen frowned and looked at Mihawk. It was a pity to kill the boy. However, it was a swordsman duel. He couldn't interfere. If he dies, he dies. Mihawk took out the knife and said, boy, speak your name. Zoro held up his swords and replied, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk nodded and grabbed the sword on his back, saying, I'll remember it. It's been a while since I met one so brave. I will honor the swordsman's code and send you to your death with this black blade, the finest in the world. Zoro started spinning his swords as Mihawk charged at him with his sword. Mihawk and Galen's eyes widened slightly in surprise as Zoro and Mihawk clashed, appearing behind each other. Two of Zoro's swords exploded into pieces, and Galen muttered, what a talent. Zoro just used armament haki just now, however, it was clearly a fluke. Mihawk shattered the haki like it was paper and turned around to see Zoro sheathe one sword, turning around, stretching out his arms. Mihawk was startled and asked, What are you? Before he could finish, Zoro grinned like a maniac. Wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame. Mihawk grinned with the same madness in his eyes, saying, magnificent, before cutting Zoro down, slashing him across the chest. Luffy roared Zoro before stretching his arm, but Galen grabbed him. Luffy glared at Galen, whose lips started getting infected with hints of madness. This boy made him very excited. Luffy felt the world melt away to ashes and flames as Galen looked at him, nearly entirely blank but his lips almost resembling a curl. However, Luffy wasn't scared, glaring at him, his eyes getting more and more frantic. Alvia poked her head out and smiled. Monkey-chan, your friend is still alive. Everything disappeared, and Galen let go as Luffy forgot about it, turning to see Zoro getting pulled onto a small boat. He let out a huge breath of relief, and Galen returned to expressionless, glancing at Alvia. She looked up at him and stared into his eyes, smiling slightly. Galen turned away. Annoying woman. Mihawk turned to Zoro and shouted, my name is Dracul Mihawk. It's too soon for you to die. Discover yourself, see the world, and grow strong, Zoro. However long it may take, I shall await you at the top. Strive with your whole heart and mind to best this blade, fierce one. Strive to surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Zoro raised his sword suddenly, everyone turning to him from Mihawk. He shouted, Luffy, can you hear me? Were you worried? If I fail to become the world's greatest swordsman, you'll be disappointed, right? He coughed up blood and tears spilled from his eyes as he roared, never again, I will never lose again. From now to the day I become the world's strongest swordsman, I will never lose again. Luffy grinned while Galen looked at Zoro. There it was again, the king's haki. This kid next to him had it too. Zoro's wounds spurted blood as he added, you got a problem with that. King of the pirates? Luffy chuckled with a big grin, hee tilde not at all. Galen snorted and Alvia smiled happily. How touching. Galen said slowly, stop being annoying. Alvia spat out her tongue at him. No tilde, Galen frowned, muttering, stupid woman. Alvia giggled and leaned her head on his shoulder. However, Galen didn't push her off or move. She smiled warmly at that. Mihawk turned to Galen and narrowed his eyes, grabbing his sword, saying, I wonder. Galen stood there and said slowly, take your shot. Mihawk lifted his sword, and a goopy aura covered it. Black electrical arcs surrounded the sword as his eyes sharpened. Galen stared at him as the people around started suffocating. Suddenly, Mihawk put his sword down and touched his neck, frowning unbelievable. Before looking at Galen, saying, if I hadn't met this boy, I would've. However, I am required to live on now. I cannot die today. Galen frowned and turned around, walking back into the restaurant. Mihawk slowly walked forward, and the people moved out of the way as he passed them, going into the restaurant as well, closing the door behind him. Luffy shouted, Usopp, set sail. Usopp waved and nodded. No problem, I'll go after Nami with Zoro. You get that cook and meet us there. Then we'll set sail for the Grand Line. Luffy grinned and nodded as he turned to Don Krieg saying, hey old man chef, I got a deal for you. Galen was sitting at a table as Alvia served wine by the side. Mihawk sat across from Galen, saying, Fleet Admiral. Galen looked at him and said, and? Mihawk frowned and replied, not exactly my place to pull people into camps. Galen looked at him flatly and Mihawk took out a few snails saying, however, I accomplished the task. Galen looked at the snails and passed them to Alvia, replying, good. The other thing? Mihawk looked annoyed, replying, very difficult. The man you spoke of, I've heard of him as well, however, he is difficult to find. I'm interested in him, but the problem is I don't know where he is. He seems to know when I'm around. Galen nodded and crossed his arms, saying, not an issue, it was only a piece of information. The blind swordsman? We'll find him soon enough. As for your monthly quota, I think you should know best who to find. Mihawk nodded and asked, the hidden swordsman. Galen held out his hand, and Alvia handed him her small notebook with both hands. He took it and licked his fingers, flipping the pages before copying the information on a separate sheet. He folded the paper and added, there is another, however you may never have the chance to cross swords. Mihawk raised a brow as he took the paper full of hidden swordsmen, asking who? Galen replied flatly, one of the 5 elders. Mihawk's eyes widened and Galen went on, he wields the Shadai Kaitsu, it never leaves his side. At least of all the times I've seen him, he was always carrying it with him. Bald, glasses, wears a white kimono. Most likely stronger than you by how much? I don't know. Mihawk frowned deeply, and Galen explained, the world government rules the world. It would be a bit outrageous if they were weak. This is speculation on my part, however all evidence points to them being extremely strong powerhouses. I may be wrong, however, by my calculations, 90% sure of this. Mihawk took in a breath and shook a little, saying in a firm tone, seems like I've been slacking. Galen let out a breath from his nose. He may not be, he may have a devil fruit, he may be an impure swordsman. The fact is, speculations will always be just that. Speculation. Although I encourage you to train harder, I may be wrong about him. Mihawk nodded and replied, I see. Perhaps it is time to accept challenges once again. Galen was silent and Mihawk crossed his legs, intertwining his fingers around his raised knee, changing the topic to Zoro and Luffy. I assume you've noticed. Galen nodded, naturally, not suitable for Marines. Mihawk snorted, clearly not. Have you prepared for the storm? Galen looked at him with a blank expression, his eyes half open, cold flames flicking deep in his pupils. The evil in this world will receive their reckoning. A storm of this scale is nothing to what will come. Mihawk let out a breath like a sword, replying, hopefully you can live to tell the tale. As he got up, walking away, Galen closed his eyes and replied, I've been dead a long time, only the evil in this world allows my corpse to carry on. Mihawk paused for a moment before walking out the door, then I can only pray for the poor souls in your way. Galen sat there and Alvia put the wine bottle down. She walked to his back and leaned on him, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her chin on her head, whispering, Are you mad at me for stopping you? Galen stayed silent for a few moments before replying softly, No. She turned her head and rested her cheek on his head, smiling, That makes me happy, Galen. He replied, I don't care. Chapter 67, Delivering Justice. A while later, the two were sitting on the small boat, sailing towards a certain island. Alvia sat on the deck with casual clothes, having changed as she smiled. This is the real reason for the trip, right? She was wearing her white floral shirt. The sleeves were rolled halfway up her arms and the bottom of the button up and tied in a knot under her breasts, exposing her belly. The top buttons were undone, exposing her cleavage, and the rest of the buttons were buttoned. Black short shorts wrapped around her hips, her long legs soaking in the sun along with her delicate feet as her one-strap sandals were on the side of the beach chair. Galen didn't answer, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a marine logo on the left chest. The sleeves were rolled up slightly, and he wore his leather gloves with shorts and the same sandals. She turned to him and smiled slightly as he ignored her again. She giggled, turning back, so cute. Galen was suddenly annoyed and sat there with his arms crossed. The snails Mihawk gave him belonged to Shanks and Whitebeard. Galen tasked Mihawk with getting them in case he needed to talk to either of them in the future. As for the Dawn Krieg pirates, he killed them all, which was why he had to change. When he left the restaurant, Luffy and Sanji were gone already. Not that Galen wanted to see them again. Currently, he was going to see an old friend. This was the main purpose of this trip. The ship docked at an island and Galen picked up his Punk 12, getting off. Alvia hopped off and her coat fluttered behind her as she smiled, whoopsie tilde. He looked at her and she smiled happily, walking next to him, putting her hair behind her ears. Galen turned away as they walked onto the island, seeing a huge crowd at a stone wall. Galen frowned seeing that long-nosed boy again. Alvia was stunned and said, Huh, they're here too, Galen said softly. Let's go see what happened. Alvia nodded with a frown and followed him. They walked to the crowd, and Galen shoved people out of the way, coming to the front. The villagers frowned but started pointing at Alvia's coat, whispering amongst each other. Galen came to the front to see a girl with Luffy's hat holding a staff. He looked at her and frowned, then saw Zoro on the ground. He saw Sanji in the same condition with fishmen all over the place. His frown deepened, and there was a bang. Galen and Alvia saw a desk flying out of the building along with a bookcase and papers. All sorts of things flew out, and the girls stared at the things in shock. Zoro turned to see Galen standing there with a frown. He was stunned and shouted, What are you doing here? Galen picked up a paper and said, A sea chart. Alvia took it from him and said in surprise, Amazing, these are so accurate. I wonder who drew these. The orange-haired girl started crying, and the fishmen on the ground started recovering, turning to see Galen staring at them. They froze and said, "You." Galen gripped his punk 12 and said very slowly, "What happened here?" The fishmen froze, and a woman stepped out from the crowd, shouting with teary eyes, "You happened. Your Marines didn't do anything here. We've been slaves to Arlong and the fishmen for 8 years." She had blue hair and a tan complexion with tattoos on her body as she shivered with rage. Galen frowned and Alvia asked, "What do you mean?" The woman shouted angrily, pointing at the orange-haired girl saying, "We lost our mother because of Arlong. He's been ruling these islands for 8 years. And nobody has done a thing about it. We've been waiting for help from the Marines in vain. Even when Nami was so close to freeing the village, your bastard Marines stole all her hope. Look what happened." Alvia frowned and clenched her fists. "Which branch was this?" The woman retorted angrily, "I don't know." Alvia turned to Galen before freezing and sighing, "Oh boy, please stand back everyone, If you could please take the children and yourselves home quickly, leave the area." Galen tightened his grip on the punk 12 and the villagers were stunned, not listening at all. Alvia sighed and said, "Then please, cover the eyes and ears of the children." Galen walked out, grabbing the pump and jerking his arm as a leg smashed down from the top of the tower, destroying everything. Luffy was revealed in the rubble, along with Arlong. Galen walked to the fishmen and said slowly, "It seems like I wasn't clear enough with Jinbe." The fishmen backed off and said quickly, "No, you don't understand." Galen held out the shotgun and blew that fishman's head off. Blood splattered on Galen's face as he continued, "I gave him a chance because of Fisher Tiger. It was my mistake." He stomped on another fishman's head, and an inhuman screech erupted before cutting out instantly as the head exploded. He cocked the shotgun again, turning to the fishmen with a blank expression, saying, "Very well. No more fishmen." He raised a fist, and a tremendous haki concentrated on his fist. The screeching black lightning gathered, and Galen punched out at the docking bay to the sea. The bodies of the fishmen in the water, as well as the fishmen who tried to escape, froze for a moment. Everyone widened their eyes in fear, as a terrible sound clapped in their ears. The entire docking bay, along with all the fishmen in the water, disappeared, leaving a massive empty bowl-shaped area. The sea froze before rushing in as Galen turned around to the rest of the fishmen on the ground, putting the shotgun on his back. His fists turned black and they shivered in horror, all their companions gone. Galen didn't waste time, grunting before swinging his fist, blowing up a fishman who started running. His body exploded like a balloon, splattering blood all over the place. The villagers came to their senses and screamed in terror, running away quickly, leaving only a handful behind as Galen started killing every single fishman there. He punched through a fishman and another stood up, punching at his head. Galen tilted his head, the punch appearing in his vision. He turned around and grabbed the arm, stomping on the fishman's knee, making him kneel before stepping on his chest and tearing his arm off. The fishman screamed in pain and horror as Galen grabbed his head and tore his spine out of his body along with his head. He flicked his arm, and a fishman trying to sneak away was pinned to the wall by the head with the spine of his comrade. One was crawling away, pleading, "Nami, help me, please." Nami watched in horror as the fishman who pleaded to her was grabbed by the ankle by Galen. He screamed, "Help, God." Galen said, "God can't save you," before stepping on the other leg and tearing the fishman in half, tossing the half to the side. He walked to another one slowly. The fishman turned around and stared at Galen in fear, whimpering, "Please, mercy." Galen stared at him blankly before tearing his arms off his body and stabbing them through his head. He turned around and looked at the few fishmen left. He recognized these ones, Arlong, Kurubai, and Hachai, however he didn't see Chu. As though graced by God, Chu arrived before being horrified. Galen turned to him and picked up a sword. Chu started running and Galen whipped his arm forward. The sword pierced through the air and nailed Chu head first to a tree, letting his body hang from it. He turned to Kurubai and grabbed the ponytail at the back of his head, stepping on his neck before haki-coated Kurubai's scalp. Galen tore his scalp off and kicked his skull in, aerating his brain. Hachai backed up and cried, "Big bro Galen, why, you were so nice to us before." Galen walked towards him and said slowly, "I told you all. I told you all if you committed evil I would be there. Jinb didn't listen. I told Fisher Tiger the same. Hache was stunned and replied, but Jinb doesn't know. Galen looked at him and replied, I will find out from him myself. Hache cried and said, Big bro Galen, please don't hurt big bro Jinb. This was all our fault. We followed big bro Arlong. Galen looked at him and took out his shotgun, pressing it against the sun brand on his forehead, saying, Those who commit evil will die, regardless of who they are. The Straw Hat crew were numb, staring at the carnage unfolding. Usopp started throwing up violently, and Nami wasn't too far from him. The others stomached it with frowns, watching silently with dread washing over them. The blue-haired woman had already thrown up a few times, but Alvia sighed sadly, her eyes never leaving Galen. Nami held back and ran over, shouting, Wait, stop. Galen turned to her and Hache said in shock, Nami? Nami grit her teeth and said, Hache didn't hurt anyone. Galen retorted, he was a silent bystander. He is guilty. Nami shouted, but he was nice to me. He never hurt me or the others and he was always kind. He helped everyone after Arlong attacked them. So if you're going to kill him, then you should kill me too. I'm a member of the Arlong Pirates. As she revealed her cut-up tattoo. Chapter 68, Who are you to judge him? Galen frowned and Luffy said, Me too. Zoro struggled to stand up, saying, Same here. Sanji exhaled smoke. I will die before Nami Chwan. Usopp walked over with shaky legs. I have 8,000 men behind him and me. Galen looked at the group and frowned, You're all innocents. Zoro pointed a thumb at his chest, saying, I've killed over 1,000 people. Sanji added, I've sexually harassed many more. Usopp shivered, I conquered 17 islands. Luffy said firmly, and I'm the king of the pirates. They stood in front of Nami as Luffy said firmly with a grim expression, So if you want to kill my navigator, you'll have to kill us. The other three nodded and Galen frowned, pulling a shell from his pocket, saying, This is a nullifier. It has a seastone slug in it. Seastone will make your devil fruit powers disappear, meaning if this hits you, you're dead. He changed to the nullifier and pressed the gun on Luffy's head, saying, Say it again. The crew paled and Zoro pushed Luffy out of the way, pressing his head on the barrel, grinning, Come on, asshole, make my day. Sanji kicked him and pressed the barrel against him, saying, I can take it. Usopp shivered and jumped in the way, saying, Usopp block, before falling to the ground. Nami covered her mouth and teared up, extremely moved. Alvia was stunned, staring at the kids in a daze, unable to believe what she was seeing. Luffy punched the three in the stomach, sending them to the ground before standing in front of the barrel. He crossed his arms and grinned, chuckling, We'll trade. 1 pirate king for my crew and the octopus. Shishishishishi tilde, Galen looked at him expressionlessly for a moment as the three groaned on the ground before saying, Farewell, Pirate King. He pressed against Luffy's forehead and pulled the trigger as Nami shouted, NOO. The shotgun moved to the side in an instant and Luffy didn't even flinch, staring at Galen, exhaling smoke from his nose with a grin, heh heh. A loud bang was heard and the crew felt like everything was going in slow motion. However, the barrel fired next to Luffy's head as Galen looked at him expressionlessly. Luffy looked around and grinned, I'm alive. Galen said gently, It was a blank, before walking to Arlong. The crew recovered from their cold sweat and hugged Luffy quickly. Hachi wiped the tears from his eyes and clapped. Alvia looked at Galen with a sweet smile. She turned her head and looked at the tree in the distance, seeing a hole in it. Yeah, a blank. The tree fell down and covered the evidence, burying his lie. Galen picked up Arlong and walked to Alvia saying flatly, I found Chum. She smiled at him and replied, Are you surprised I'm not terrified? Galen's lips twitched into an annoyed frown as he ignored her. She giggled and hugged his arm. The blue-haired girl stopped vomiting and smiled. That was the most touching thing I've ever seen. My sister found good friends? Galen turned to her and looked down, saying, Girl, you're Najiko? Najiko looked up and swallowed fearfully. Yes, sir. Sorry for yelling, sir. Please don't kill me, sir. Galen frowned and looked her up and down, saying, Belmir's daughters. Najiko was stunned and said, You know Belmir. Galen didn't answer, saying instead, You have a tougher mind than her. Just as everyone was celebrating, or not. A man walked over with a marine troop, chuckling, I saw the whole thing. Fortunately for me, I picked up a treasure today. Maybe he was blind, or just so incredibly idiotic that he didn't recognize Galen nor see the vice admiral coat on Alvia's shoulders. Maybe he had never seen one before. Galen turned to him and said, "Who are you?" Nijiko said hatefully. "That's him. That's the Marine." Nami and the rest turned around to see the Marine chuckling. "What are you talking about? She's delusional, give her a bounty too." Galen frowned and said, "I was talking to you, soldier." The Marine waved him off. "Hello, who cares about you? I bet you'll get an incredible bounty. I don't talk with scum." Galen fell silent and Alvia burst out laughing. Nijiko was confused and Sanji said, "Goodbye, idiot." Nami, Zoro, and Usopp looked at him asking, "Huh, you know who he is, Sanji?" Sanji lit a cigarette and nodded while Luffy said plainly, "He's the fleet admiral." Nami and Usopp were horrified and punched him in the head, shouting, "Why didn't you say THAT before?" Luffy was confused and replied, "You never asked." The Marine didn't believe them at all, sneering, impersonating the fleet admiral. A heavy crime. Alvia sighed and said, "Oh boy, what base are you from, soldier?" as she flashed the vice admiral epaulets. The Marines behind the man froze and started shaking as they turned to Galen, swallowing. The man didn't seem to notice and snorted, "Stole from a Marine? A heavy crime?" Galen frowned and said, "I'm done talking. I'll find out which base you're from when I'm finished with you. The punishment for corruption is death," as he cocked his shotgun, blasting a Marine away. The man froze and stared at Galen in fear, shouting, "We're Marines." Galen didn't waste words with him, charging into the group of Marines, punching through them. He punched through 3 in a line and tore them in half, shooting his knee out and blowing a hole in another, erasing a circle in his body. Galen whipped his hand out and smashed several to meet paste before grabbing one that was running by the leg. He lifted him up and smashed him into the ground, blowing up the upper half of his body. Another one was grabbed by the neck and smashed head first into another, both heads popping like balloons. Another one was thrown into the stone wall and splattered like an insect before another had a shotgun in his mouth. Galen looked at him and blew out the back of his head without blinking, cocking his shotgun again, aiming at the runners. A few shots and they all fell to the ground with holes in their heads. The only one left was the idiot, who was so terrified at this point, he fell down and pissed himself. Galen grabbed his hair and jerked him to his face. The man saw the bloodied face and screeched in fear, shouting, "Don't kill me. Don't, please, my brother is a rear admiral, he'll take revenge." Galen pinched his lower jaw and said, "Which base are you from?" pressing the shotgun on his crotch. The man started panicking, saying, "You can't do this, you can't." Galen lifted him by his face and said, "Look at all the damage in this town. Marines are supported to protect and serve the people. You and all the disgusting faggots in Marineford make me sick. Don't worry, because very soon there won't be a single one of you. If I could publicly execute every piece of shit rat fuck that gets fat in the Marine Corps, I would do it every day." Galen blew off the man's knee, locking the screams in his throat as the man's eyes bulged in pain. "Make an example out of you disgusting degenerates. Before blowing out the other knee, all of your kind, those inhuman freaks who feed off of evil like hungry whores, I'll kill them all." He pulled the man's face close and looked in his eyes. "Your brother will die as soon as I get to Marineford. I can promise you this. Your bullshit killed who knows how many Marines who came to help, and countless innocents, including a woman whom I happen to have once called a comrade." He tossed the man to the ground and blew away his crotch before cocking the gun and blasting away his hands, working his way up, making it as painful as possible. The man's neck was vibrating, but no noise was coming out, only voiceless screams. Galen looked down at him without a single ripple in his eye before spattering his brains across the dirt. He snorted, and Alvia rubbed his back gently. The crew looked at the scene and remembered Galen's words before getting sad. Nami asked hesitantly, "You knew my mother?" Galen grabbed the punk 12 by the middle of the barrel and didn't answer, dragging Arlong with him into the town silently. Alvia stayed there and sighed. Nijiko asked with lingering fear, "Is he always like that?" Alvia forced a smile, replying, "You won't believe me if I tell you that he's actually very kind." Everyone was speechless. Were they 3-year-olds? Who would believe you? Alvia sighed again and shook her head. "He's had a rough life, and he deals with things his own way. He saved a lot of people by his own means. He also has his own troubles. Not everything is sunshine and rainbows in the real world. Things like this happen every day and he knows. It burns him inside, but he only knows how to react like this. She snorted and continued, "So yeah, you won't believe me and he'll never say it. He's not perfect, but he's my hero. The only man to selflessly take all the evil in this world and put it on his back, carrying the burden of making it a better place for everyone else. So before you judge him, you should think about whether you're even qualified to do so in the first place." Before turning around and walking towards the man's marine ship, her coat fluttering behind her. All of them fell silent at Alvia's words, not knowing what to say. Chapter 69, The Terrifying Wait. Galen was standing in front of an unmarked wooden grave as the sun set behind it. He put Arlong down in front of the grave and pinched his neck, saying, "You know whose grave this is." Arlong barked out a laugh that purple-haired whore of a mother Nami has. "I remember tearing her flesh after shooting her dead." "Ha ha 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 ha." Galen nodded and replied, "I bet you do. So now I'm going to tear your flesh before shooting you dead right here, in front of her grave." Arlong sneered, "Do your worst, human." Galen took out a knife and replied, "Trust me, I will, until you beg me to stop and then I'll continue. Remember, this is what you deserve, Arlong. Fisher Tiger probably hates you. Unfortunately, you won't see him in hell." As he pinned Arlong down and started slowly peeling the flesh off his skin as though he was preparing a fish. Blood-curdling screams sounded from the grave after a few minutes, as the birds on the trees were startled, flying away in a hurry. A while later, Galen lifted Arlong's head, whispering, "Look, this is what you did. A stupid girl full of life died because of your idiotic racism. Let me tell you a secret. When Jin became a warlord, I went to Fishman Island and killed Odoheim." Arlong's eyes widened and Galen continued, "Then I started a war in the Fishman district, countless fishmen slaughtering each other to find out who killed the queen." Arlong's voice cracked and he said in a frenzy, "Why?" Galen showed him a bloodthirsty grin, one of pure malice and cruelty. "Because I hate your disgusting race. You filthy half-breeds want to live on land. It's revolting. I would rather die than see a dirty inbred seeking spawn walking in the sunlight." Arlong shook and Galen whispered in his ear, "Now I have a perfect opportunity to wipe out all of you amalgamations in one fell swoop. Fishman Island will be ash when I'm done with it. They won't even remember what a fishman was. And it's all because of you. I had enough with your kind committing evil. I'm ready to wipe you all out, and I can't wait." Arlong cried and stared forward in disbelief, unable to believe he doomed the entire fishman race. Galen finally said, "It really pained me to see so many good slaves go free when Jinb took that deal. Well, fish are meant to be slaughtered, right?" Before he sliced Arlong's neck, spilling his blood all over the dirt in front of Belmir's grave. His bloodthirsty look disappeared instantly as he looked at the cross with a sad look. Alvia watched from the trees, holding her hands behind her back as she looked at his lonely back, pounds of flesh and blood next to him in buckets. Of course, she was here. She would always be with him. She closed her eyes, her nose feeling sour. His words all lies once again. Why did he do this to himself? She didn't understand. All she wanted to do is hug him and tell him everything was going to be all right. She wanted to share some of the burden, but he wouldn't let her. She could only feel sadness from him. Observation Haki was her strong suit, and she could hear what he was feeling all the time. It was never anything happy. Screams of pain and sadness came from deep within him most times. And yet his face was completely detached. She even thought she was hearing things a long time ago. But it was him, it was always him. However, this time she wasn't alone. Nami, Najiko, and the village mayor were watching as well, tears in their eyes as they looked up at the sky and cried. Galen cut the flesh off of Arlong's skull and left it bare, hanging it on Belmir's grave before holding out his sun pendant, saying softly, "May you rest in peace." "I'm sorry, Belmir." He picked up the rest of Arlong and the buckets before walking away, not saying a word. What was he supposed to say? Everything that happened to these people was his fault. He shouldn't have let Arlong out. No, he should have killed him before then. Galen clenched his fists and walked away in shame, finding it harder and harder to live out each day as the time passed. How many tragedies has he condoned for those warlords? How many innocent people are terrorized by Marines under his nose? Today it was Belmir, maybe tomorrow it would be Dal, and the day after Kyujaku. He closed his eyes painfully. All these sins were carried on his head, let him pay for it in hell. For now he had to be strong and finish his job. When he cleansed this world, the afterlife could have him, he didn't care anymore. Alvia caught up to him and choked up at his hunched back. She ran after him and hugged him from behind as he stopped. She didn't speak, but her tears flowed. "How tired are you? Is it heavy? Don't worry, I'll be here. By your side. Forever." Chapter 70, Just Let Me In. Galen slipped a few books into Usopp's bag when he wasn't looking before leaving the island with Alvia. They sailed to the 16th Marine Base. Alvia had found out where they came from with the marine ship they left behind. She left everything on the ship for the villagers and even left the ship itself, telling them that they could do whatever they wanted with it. She didn't care. She just wanted to leave here with Galen. They passed by a prisoner who was sleeping on a boat. Galen blew the guy away, recognizing him as the rogue Marine Morgan from Shellstown. Turns out he escaped. Well, he wasn't a problem anymore. Even his boat was sunk. The duo went to the 16th Marine Base and slaughtered every Marine there. Every single one of them was dirty. It wasn't a happy end to the trip. Alvia felt Galen was extremely sad ever since they left. She could only comfort him by being with him. She didn't know what else to do. It made her very distressed. After cleaning out the Marine Base, Galen went back to Marineford. He had enough for today. When they got back, it wasn't any different. Galen took off his clothes and got in the bed, not sleeping on the couch. He laid on his side and stayed silent as Alvia held the door watching him sadly. She turned around and sent Sugar to sleep, telling her to sleep on the couch for tonight. Normally she slept with Alvia, but obviously, that wasn't going to work. Sugar did as she was told and brought a blanket to the couch. Alvia walked into the bedroom and closed the door gently. She took off the contacts and stripped down, turning her head to Galen. His back was facing her as he stared at the wall, thinking God knows what. She clenched her fists and got into the bed, feeling him tensing up. Alvia said softly, "Please don't leave." He didn't answer and she hugged him from behind, continuing, "I can't even begin to imagine how you feel, Galen. All these things, everything you can't control. It's not your fault." She hugged him tight and whispered in a pleading tone, "Can you turn to me? Please." Galen stared at the wall for a long while in silence before slowly turning to face her. Alvia stroked his cheek and smiled sadly, looking into his eyes. "It's okay to cry. Nobody will know." He ignored her and she slid into his embrace, pressing against his bare chest with her own, continuing, "I'll be here for you, no matter what. No matter how heavy the weight, I'll share it with you. No matter how painful it is, I'll suffer with you. No matter how tough it gets, I'll never abandon you. You silently carry all these burdens, never showing weakness to anyone, crying in silence alone. Even if you don't want me to be there, I will be." She rubbed his chest gently and looked up, smiling slightly. "It really hurts to see you so sad. None of this is your fault." She looked into his eyes and held his cheek before slowly stretching out her neck and kissing his lips. Galen closed his eyes and broke off of her, making her tear up, but he wrapped his strong arms around her delicate and soft body, pulling her close. Surprise bloomed in her eyes before a tender smile graced her lips and her watery eyes closed as she rested her head on his chest, deep in his embrace. She could feel his rough hands grabbing her flesh, almost as if she was going to disappear somehow. Droplets of wetness dripping on her head. No sound, no noise, nothing. Only the slow and soft breathing of a strong man. She didn't know if this was permanent or just a period of vulnerability, but she hoped it could last forever. Her hero, the strongest man in the world, was so fragile at the moment. She listened to his heartbeat in her ears, holding him with her small and delicate hands, never being able to provide him with the securing feeling that she felt in his arms. But maybe she could give him a comforting feeling. A place to come home every day. A special place where he didn't have to be tough anymore, somewhere he didn't have to pretend. A place that accepted him for who he was instead of shunning him for being broken. She thought about the pain he must feel, and tears escaped her eyes, wetting his chest. He held her tight, and his rough hands could feel the smooth softness of her skin. Something so delicate and fragile in his hands. He didn't want to ruin it. He didn't believe he could be weak even for a moment. He didn't want to have anything that could make him hurt anymore. 20 years he had been pushing this woman away, and every single time she would come running back with that same smile and a promise. She never abandoned him. She never left him. She never looked at him with disgust and fear like the rest. This was precisely why he was so scared to hold her in his arms like this. He resisted every day, but she wouldn't stop. Relentlessly pressing forward into his life, no matter the difficulty, enduring the abuse and insults, feeling that he was in much more pain than her. He held her like this and thought that just maybe, for a single moment, right now, he didn't have to pretend anymore. But the thought made him very, very scared. Another important thing in his life that he could taint with his blood-stained hands. He didn't want her to stay, he didn't want her to go. He wished his life would have been different. Because if his sins devoured her too, he didn't know if he could continue moving. Chapter 71, Operation Clean Up the Blues begins. The following day, Galen heard about Blackbeard attacking the Drum Kingdom. He frowned and decided to call Whitebeard later, ask him what's going on. For now, he had his hands full with this East Blue fiasco. He tapped on his table and Alvia was standing behind him, rubbing his shoulders. He waved her hands off and said slowly, "I don't need a servant." She tilted her head and smiled, "A partner?" Galen froze for a moment, replying stiffly, "Okay." Alvia's beautiful eyes widened and she hugged him tenderly, saying, "I'm so happy." Galen snorted, "Enough." She let go of him and sat next to the table, asking, "What are we doing now?" Galen spread out the reports, saying the East Blue will be the first of the blues to be revised. All the marine bases will be thoroughly searched and evaluated. If they are dirty, I don't care, kill them all. He was expressionless, as though he didn't just sentence thousands to death. Alvia crossed her legs and held her chin, replying, "Won't this be a big move? You're not afraid of being found out." Galen frowned and explained, "I'm publishing what Nezumi did. Morgans is writing the paper as we speak. Afterwards I will make a statement. His source will be a ghost in the East Blue, identity protected by WEJ to prevent retaliation from pirates." He tapped on the table and went on slowly, "You have to understand, the world government doesn't care about the people. I have to show that I do, but at the same time that I'm more worried about the prestige of the Marines rather than the tragedies. If I'm too sincere, they will start asking questions. They want a dog, not an emotional and passionate leader." He shook his head. "This isn't the tricky part. I can manipulate the world government and the people of the world. The problem is that the Marines' prestige will definitely take a hit from this incident. It may affect the influx of recruits." Alvia flipped her palm out, saying, "You can just prove your words with actions. That sincerity will move people. Not to mention, you can place marine bases with our people on islands that don't have them. The problem, then, is that you'll take a hit in your personal forces." Galen frowned and Alvia continued, "But that doesn't mean that the station troops are useless. You train them, they know how to train more. They can train recruits from all these islands, steadily balancing the losses with fresh blood. I'm sure there's more hot-blooded youths who crave justice in this world than ones who give up on Marines." Galen tapped the table with his finger rhythmically, "And the excess who no longer believe can be pushed to the revolutionaries instead. It's a good plan, however it won't work." Alvia tilted her head as Galen explained, "The training my troops went through is not something that can be endured by mere impulse. Each and every single one of them is the toughest of the tough. How many people quit during this process? The gap between ordinary and exceptional is not small." Alvia shrugged, not caring at all, "So, who cares? They wouldn't amount to anything if they can't suffer. You think someone else can do what you do? Enduring the suffering of the world? I don't think so. These people were wastes and will always be wastes. We don't need them." Galen sighed to himself, "Your vision is too small. The blues makes up most of the world. We want as many people from these places, but that doesn't mean that they are weak." He shook his head and continued, "There's many hidden people in the blues, criminals, retirees, people who are strong but don't want the headache of life. My goal is to drag these people out and force them to do something with their lives. I need a spark to blow up the world. I have the powder keg and the fuse, but no fire to light it. Let's take this one step at a time. Your plan is good. I was considering this too." Alvia smiled happily, and Galen made the order, sending his special units out into the East Blue. First, they took over the 16th base and restructured it before spreading all over the place. In the East Blue, Marine ships were constantly coming and going. sailing across the entire section of the world. This was the power of Galen's troops. All of them were elites. Galen measured the force and left the rookies with one retiree at every base. All these men and women were righteous people, not people who kill and slaughter everyone with the pirate label. Galen trained them to be people, not machines. They could investigate and make judgments after weighing their crimes. The judicial system was broken. Galen would fix it. A no-tolerance policy for evil, not pirates. It didn't matter who. Alvia was stunned as she understood that Galen wanted the Marines to become the world police. This was a huge task. He worked quickly, and the paper came out revealing Nezumi's actions. The people of Kakasi read the paper and were shocked, tears flowing from their eyes. Were they about to get redemption? Marines docked on Kakasi and came to the village mayor, talking about putting a Marine base on this island. Genzo was overwhelmed as every single Marine gave him a deep bow and apologized. Not just him, all the residents were shocked silly. The old man in charge smiled kindly, telling Genzo that they could be good friends. He was sent by Galen to build a Marine base here specifically, covering most of the islands in the area. Genzo understood and felt a heavy feeling, agreeing. Nijiko watched and covered her mouth, crying tears of joy. Belmir, do you see it? Life's starting to turn around for us. Galen's plan was a bit crazy. He shrank the range of influence of every Marine base in the Blues and put more all around. Since these idiots couldn't do anything, he would put more. He was determined to see this through. What Alvia said made sense. The Marines could recruit on the island. A few days later, Galen was in the newspaper making a statement. The world read this and were stunned. Basically, Galen said about how he was severely disgusted with Nezumi's actions and that it would never happen again. The Marines protect the people and blah blah. But at the end, it said, the East Blue will be the first to be reformed. I hope that many young men and women will find the justice in their hearts to protect the world from evil. The world has a sickness, and it must be cleansed. Not many people focused on this part, skipping over it as Marine propaganda. But a few people knew what this meant. The 5 elders weren't one of them. They commended Galen because he shifted the blame to the pirates, saying that they were the problem. He had been acting for a long time. This was nothing new. However, one person in Mariewa had some doubts, although they were very slight, feeling that Galen was talking too much. That person held the newspaper in a garden and frowned slightly before forgetting about it, just another dog. Whitebeard read the newspaper and laughed. What a terrifying guy, Gurararara. The crew was confused, but Whitebeard didn't say anything, grinning at them. The key was seen by him. Shanks looked at the newspaper and rubbed his chin, wondering something. Mihawk came to ask him for a snail, saying that he had orders. Could it have come from Galen? Shanks didn't know Galen very well. After all, he was a baby in God Valley. He didn't know the machinations, but he had an inkling. Maybe he should make a visit to Marineford. Kaido glared at Galen with intense rage and hatred, roaring in Onigashima as he smashed his kanabo on the newspaper, shouting, "Damn Raven!" His body covered in scars all over the place from Galen himself. Linlin sneered and rubbed her head, saying venomously, "Isn't that Vice Admiral hanging around here?" Shaki read the paper and exhaled smoke. Recently, the Amazons had a better reputation on the sea, many of them being Marines. Shaki was grateful, but there was a part of her that was horrified. This guy was truly a terrible man. Rayleigh laughed and shook his head as Shaki glared at him warmly, smiling, "Shut up, Ray." Dragon looked at the paper and gave the order, "Move into the East Blue. Those who don't believe in the Marines will join us. I want a full sweep." He was answered with a loud roar, "Yes, boss." Behind him, countless revolutionaries with hot blood and iron wills. Dragon turned back to the paper and snorted, "Finally had enough, Galen. You didn't even use pirates at the end. Hopefully they don't notice." Vegapunk was too busy with his experiments to read the paper. Slowly, the East Blue became the safest place in the world. It was only natural. Everywhere you went there were Marines. Although pirates still flew their flags and the Marines didn't chase them, it was considerably less. Only the evil pirates were killed, but how could anyone know this? They only felt the Marines were terrifying, suffocating them in the cradle. Galen reviewed the other blues. The next best target was the West Blue. The reason was that the North Blue was ruled by gangster families, and the South Blue had the Germa kingdom all over it. Galen's plan was to invade the West and North Blues before slowly surrounding Germa. However, this was something that could only happen in a while, because he needed to clean up the West and North Blues first. He didn't wait, sending out his special units to deal with the North Blue gangsters and practically the entire clean Marine force to clean the entire West Blue. All the dirty Marines were kept at Marineford. Sengoku was doing God knows what, Aokiji was wandering aimlessly, and Kizaru was sleeping on some island. Only the officers that never left Marineford were here, while the rest of the dirty ones lazed about at Marineford. Galen had half a mind to move all the clean Marines out and stage a pirate invasion at this very moment, but he held back as that would be insane. He was a broken man, but he wasn't insane. As the time passed, Galen got some surprising news. Chapter 72, Crocodile Done. Galen was reading the report before passing it to Alvia. She read it slowly as Galen started thinking, this is most likely going to be covered up. Actually, Galen was sure it was going to be covered up. Smoker chased after the Straw Hats from Logtown after witnessing Luffy nearly being beheaded on the execution stand. The only thing now was if the 5 elders were going to skip over him and notify Smoker directly. Depending on what happens, Galen could be in trouble. If they jumped over him, it meant that they were starting to lose faith in him and his position was in jeopardy. However, the bigger issue was that he could step on 2 paths after that, either assassinated or given another chance being promoted. The other situation is that they tell him to notify Smoker about the situation and see what he does. Galen flipped a chess piece in between his fingers. That boy is something else. Galen was in a delicate spot at the moment because of Luffy. He was glad that Luffy was a good boy, because if he wasn't, Garp would be heartbroken at the sight of his dead grandson. Galen and Garp were the closest thing Galen had to a close friend. He didn't want that scenario to happen no matter what. But that didn't mean he would let little affections get in the way of his justice. Even if Alvia turned out to be evil, he would be hurt, but not because of being betrayed, but because she would die in his hands. Galen was also thankful that Luffy cleansed this bastard crocodile. He had a reason to strip him of his warlord status. The only problem was that he couldn't get to Crocodile before he went to Impel Down. Galen had a headache thinking about it. Criminals should be killed, not put in Impel Down. Everyone in that prison was a retard in Galen's opinion. Shiki escaped from there and was still at large. You run a prison and the prisoners come and go as they please. What was the point of the prison? However, he heard of one jailer that Galen liked quite a bit. The only problem was this guy was an evil person. Shiryu of the Rain was his name. Galen considered recruiting him many times, but every time he would change his mind. The reason was simple. This guy was just a plain psychopath. He didn't kill criminals because of justice. He killed them because he liked killing. This wasn't someone that Galen wanted to associate with. You can't shout justice and enjoy killing people. Galen felt alive when killing criminals, but not because of the act of killing. He enjoyed the feeling of purging evil. Everything was to rid the world of evil. Submerge yourself in evil to defeat evil. It was a simple calculus. However, this Shiryu guy was a freak. He loved killing people, and if he got the chance, Galen was around 85% sure he would slaughter an entire island of innocent people for fun. But Shiryu had only killed criminals that most likely deserved it, so Galen couldn't walk into Impel Down and blow his head off. That didn't stop him from labeling Shiryu as dangerous, though. Galen had many notebooks stacked on shelves for future review and recording purposes. In his house, a bookshelf of notebooks, the spines worn out. All the pages filled from top to bottom. As for the contents, maybe only Galen knew. All his thoughts were in those books. Maybe some of them were mad ramblings, while others could be studied as treasure for the future generations. They were a wide range of information, some making sense and some not. If you ask someone in the far future about Galen, their response would be genius insanity. A broken man who filled his missing parts with pure justice, but also a psychopathic maniac who could kill and eat at the same time. There was a method to the madness. Maybe nobody would understand. Alvia gasped. Monkey-chan took down Crocodile? Amazing, but... She looked up at Galen, who nodded. Exactly. The world government cannot support the narrative that maybe all pirates aren't evil. Smoker will have to suffer a bit. As he thought about this, Alvia laughed and teased him. Smoker will definitely be angry. Galen rubbed his eyes and sighed to himself. As expected, the snail started ringing. Galen picked it up and said enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." Alvia watched his enthusiastic performance and sighed silently. The 5 elders explained, "Fleet Admiral, you are to promote Smoker." Galen nodded like a good dog and replied, "Of course, sir. I suspect that Smoker's report was bullshit. How could pirates save a country? I was just about to promote him myself." The 5 elders were startled and smiled. "Good work, Galen. As expected, you are still reliable." Galen chuckled, smiling, "Of course, sir. I would never let you down. A threat to the world government is a threat to peace. Is there anything else, sir?" The 5 elders thought about it before saying, "Nico Robin, have you located her?" Galen suddenly became angry, saying with gritted teeth, "No, sir. That slippery little bitch escaped my sight again. Every time we came close, she ran off and disappeared again. I heard she was with Crocodile. Perhaps she's dead? That would be the best outcome." Alvia covered her mouth and looked at Galen with a strange face. "You know, I'm sitting right here." Galen ignored her, and the 5 elders discussed this possibility before saying, "It's possible, however. It's always better to make sure, Galen." Galen was suddenly enlightened. "I see. All right, I'll send Aokiji on the case. I doubt she can run from an admiral." The 5 elders were very satisfied. Putting an admiral on a single woman showed that Galen knew the importance of this. They couldn't allow Robin to live because she knew how to read poneglyphs. This could be a threat to their rule. They were assured when Galen took this so seriously, they didn't think Robin could outrun an admiral either. As for fooling them, it didn't make sense. He was really sending Aokiji. Would he lie to their faces? Impossible. Utilizing such a powerful marine force to fool them, only mentally ill people would do such a thing, so they weren't worried. However, they still decided to check and see, sending a Cypherpol agent to check on Aokiji. They encouraged Galen again, before hanging up. Galen closed the phone and Alvia looked at him strangely. He frowned. "What?" Alvia was stunned and replied, "Talking about Robin like this right in front of my face?" Galen rolled his eyes and ignored her. She was so annoying. He called Aokiji and said simply, "Nico Robin, you go find her." Kyuzin was stunned and complained, "Why me?" Galen retorted, "Because you let her go at Ohara." Kyuzin froze and Galen continued, "Just shut up and follow my orders. I won't make you do anything against the justice in your heart. I'm not that stupid fuck Sakazuki. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Kyuzin frowned suspiciously and asked, "You mean?" Galen was starting to get annoyed by Alvia's looks and said badly, "Kyuzin, you find Robin, you scare her a bit. Then you can fuck off and go on vacation. I really don't care." Kyuzin's eyes lit up. "Vacation? No problem, boss." Before he hung up, biking on the water as though he was in a race. Galen's eyes twitched and he hung up. He turned around and said, "Stop looking at me like that." Alvia leaned over and giggled, "Do you like Robin? You can be her father in the future." Galen pushed her face away, muttering, "Mentally ill woman," as he looked away from her. Alvia's eyes sparkled and she giggled happily. She knew in her heart that Galen said one thing and meant another. It made her happy. He obviously cared about Robin a lot, but he was too tough to admit it. Otherwise, why would he put her under constant surveillance? Just that thought alone made Alvia's heart very warm. She looked at Galen with a gentle and loving look, staying silent. He turned away and didn't look at her, continuing his work as he called Smoker, notifying him of his promotion. Smoker said, "But it was the Straw Hats, I didn't do anything." Galen replied, "Too bad, you're promoted." Smoker exploded, "No, I don't give a fuck, I'm not doing it." Galen's lips twitched and he retorted, "It's an order." Smoker shouted at the snail, "You can take your fucking orders and shove them up your fucking ass. You stupid fucking." Hina clamped Smoker's mouth shut and held him back, saying, "Fleet Admiral-san, Smoker-kun is very happy. Hina will accept this for him." Galen held the microphone and Alvia laughed on the side. He started trembling and he said, "Good. Report back to Marineford," before slamming the line shut. Alvia held her sides and buckled over, laughing happily as Galen sat there expressionlessly, clenching his fists. He flipped open his notebook and wrote Smoker's name in the Good Marines category, adding an extremely detailed description, but finally labeling him, "Talent can be trusted." He closed the notebook and finished up his work before going home. Chapter 73, Robin's Big Day. A few days later. On the Going Merry. Luffy was sitting down and scratching his head. "I can't read this." Everyone else looked at him and rolled their eyes. A little reindeer read a book labeled Life Return with fervor, saying, "Oh my, yes, amazing, HHHHH." The rest were reading copies Nami had written, feeling that their strength needed to be increased. After experiencing Galen's oppression and seeing Ace's strength, they needed to get better, but they were walking in the dark. The books were detailed, but it wasn't enough. They needed a teacher. Suddenly, Luffy noticed a new person on the deck. He looked over and said, "Oh, it's you." Everyone glanced over before turning back, then they froze and pointed at the intruder. "You, what are you doing here?" The woman revealed herself to be Robin. She smiled and snorted. "So we finally left, huh?" The crew prepared for action and Robin sighed. "Tell them what you did to me, Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy was confused and Sanji strangled him, shouting, "What did you do to the beautiful lady?" Luffy retorted innocently, "Nothing." Robin leaned back on a beach chair and sighed. "Oh no, you've committed an unbearable act upon me, for which you must take responsibility." She was the epitome of calmness, as though everything was in her hands and not a problem at all. How could she know that her every move was monitored? Usopp shivered and said, "Leave at once, or we'll call the Marines." The reindeer was stunned and said, "But we're pirates." Usopp swallowed and said, "I know the fleet admiral." Robin froze and glared at Usopp, a look of extreme hatred on her face, saying, "What did you say?" Usopp was terrified and fainted directly. Sanji let go of Luffy as the rest stopped fooling around, staring at her flatly. Luffy held out his hand and said, "If you want to stay, you can. You can join our crew if you want, but you better apologize for scaring Usopp." Robin frowned at him and said, "I had this intention before." Luffy nodded and said, "Sure, but apologize first." Robin raised a brow and asked, "If I don't?" Luffy frowned and replied, "Then I don't want you on my ship. We're all friends here. If you don't want to be friends, then get out of here." Robin looked at him in silence for a few moments before smiling, "Okay." She squatted in front of Usopp and hugged her knees, saying gently, "I'm sorry, long-nose kun tilde." Usopp whispered, "Yeah, please don't kill me." Robin rolled her eyes before catching a glimpse of a book. She picked it up and said, "Hey, you have this too," as she waved the book that said Haki on it. The rest of the crew showed her the books in their hands and Robin was stunned. Luffy frowned, "But it's so hard to learn." Robin smiled gently and clenched her fist. It turned black in an instant as she giggled, "Not that hard." The crew surrounded her in awe, saying, "No way, you can do it. Wow, Robin, you're so cool. Can you teach me?" Robin Chwan tilde. "Big sister Robin tilde hee tilde, can you teach me too?" Robin looked at the 6 pairs of eyes and was overwhelmed in an instant, waving her hands and sweating with a helpless smile, all right." The crew lifted her up and threw her in the air, cheering, "Yay! Woohoo!" Robin was stunned silly and suddenly felt these guys were really annoying. But she didn't leave. Galen listened to a buzzard speak through a snail, "She's on the Straw Hat ship." Galen raised his brows and Alvia was so glad, she nearly cried. She was so thankful that her daughter found people like them, she almost collapsed on the spot. Galen thought for a moment and said, "You can take off the rest of the buzzards around her. There's no need for further surveillance." The buzzard didn't complain at all, even he was infected by Luffy. That kid did more than the Marines could. Got him excited. He even cried manly tears. The buzzards pulled back from Nico Robin and were delegated to other tasks. However, he kept a close eye on Luffy with a vulture. This old man liked traveling and he didn't really do anything, so Galen put him in charge of watching Luffy's crew. He was ordered to never make a move, even if the kid was going to die. It didn't take long for the old man to report in, "Boss, Blackbeard is in Mocktown. The kid got into an argument with him over pie." Galen was stunned and replied, "You don't need to tell me every detail, Giovanni." Giovanni was walking along the street and humming to himself, "I like details, boss. They let you make plans easier." Galen sighed and Alvia smiled gently. Giovanni was still reliable. Galen nodded and said, "All right, let me know if anything else shows up." Before hanging up, He had almost forgotten about Blackbeard. It reminded him to call Whitebeard. That night, Galen was sitting in the bedroom saying, "Newgate, what's this rat doing in paradise?" Newgate laughed and retorted, "You questioning me, asshole? Don't forget who saved your life." Galen frowned and said, "This is serious. He attacked a government-affiliated kingdom, and now he's causing a ruckus in paradise. He's not a rookie, he shouldn't be there. What are you planning?" Newgate snorted, "Nothing, he's a traitor." Galen furrowed his brows and said, "What?" Newgate explained he killed a fellow son before escaping, over a devil fruit no less. Galen was shocked, truly, saying, "On your ship." Newgate sighed, I can't believe it myself." Galen shook his head and said, "I should have told you to be careful. There's a lot of people like rocks out there. Not everyone is like Roger." Newgate shouted angrily, "You think I don't know that? What do you take me for?" Galen retorted, "Listen, you saved my life and I owe you, but if your crew is evil, I will hunt them. I'm telling you to be careful because I don't want another person like Roger dying for no reason." Newgate fell silent and Galen snorted, "Not to mention, you have his son with you. All the more reason to be cautious if he gets captured. I think you know better than me what they'll do." Newgate retorted, "You are the fleet admiral." Galen rebuffed him, "Yes, but I'm not the world government. I can't disobey orders and let a pirate run free. I just can't. Not yet. You know best how I see the world, it's not time." Newgate laughed, "It's a dangerous way of thinking, Galen. Maybe one day you won't even know who killed you." Galen snorted, "Maybe. But until that day, I will continue. So do me a favor, keep your sons in check. Ace is running around the world for whatever reason, and the traitor is attacking innocents everywhere he goes. If I have to, I will kill him myself." Newgate said warningly, "The problems of my family will be handled by my family. Don't forget that." Galen retorted, "Can you stop me? How are your injuries?" Newgate was silent, and Galen continued, "Exactly. You can't do it anymore. You gave up just like Roger, so please, don't tell me how to do my job when you gave up doing yours, okay?" Galen hung up and didn't care how Newgate felt. He said what he said, and he meant every word. This guy just decided to die like a coward. Galen felt that everyone had a responsibility to put themselves towards a greater purpose. If he had to die for no reason, he couldn't do it. If he was really suicidal, he would rampage in Mariewa before blowing himself up just before he died. He would take as many filthy scum with him to hell as he could. Newgate looked at the silent snail and fell silent for a long time. Unexpectedly, he didn't get angry or lose his temper. He just thought about what Galen said. For this kind of person who dedicates their entire being to destroying truly evil people, Newgate could never understand. Didn't you have desires, wants, dreams, aspirations? How does someone choose this path in their life? Regarding Galen, Newgate was full of contradicting feelings. This guy clearly didn't see the world normally. There were no pirates and marines for him, only good and evil. Good pirates he would actually let go while he killed the evil ones. How insane was this? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Newgate had seen many men in his life, however someone like Galen, never before. This man threw away his sense of self and took it upon himself to be the judge, jury, and executioner of evil. How can he wake up every day? What is his motivation? Newgate thought about himself. He couldn't do something like this. He would lose his mind. He felt that he would most likely give up on the way and go crazy. All the shit that guy had seen, it was a wonder how he was still sane. He held the title of the strongest man in the world, but he deeply felt that in terms of mental fortitude, Galen was leagues ahead of him. To leave behind your sense of self and take on a name becoming the embodiment of justice. He wasn't a human anymore, but an ideal. Newgate sighed to himself, what a shitty way to live. Chapter 74, Arranging a Meeting at Mariewa. Some days passed. Galen got a report from Giovanni, saying that he watched the straw hats get blasted into the sky. However, they seemed to have gone up on purpose, not to mention the boy with the straw hat was laughing. Giovanni added, "A cute boy, he was laughing the entire. His crew was a bit scared, however the pretty girl who just joined seemed to be very calm. That swordsman is pretty good too, although his friend is a bit of a womanizer." The reindeer and long-nosed boy were terrified. He laughed and went on happily, "That orange-haired girl is amazing. If she wasn't a pirate, I would have brought her to you, boss." Just at the top of my observation range, she managed to ride the surging air currents of this geyser, and their ship flew up into the sky. It was quite the sight to behold. Alvia was in awe. Sky Island? Giovanni chuckled. The very same, miss. Galen was expressionless as he said, I understand. Hang around Jaya for the time being. If any abnormal events occur, report to me. Giovanni nodded on the other end. Not a problem, boss. Galen hung up and Alvia's eyes were sparkling. A real Sky Island? I've never been there. Oh wow, Galen said slowly. Many people don't even believe it exists. I'm surprised the kid went there. Alvia smiled happily. Must have been the log pose. Can we go? Galen frowned and thought about it. Sky Islands were an untapped source of manpower. He had never heard of a marine base on a Sky Island before. There must be evil in the sky as well, right? Just as he said, all right, let's go. The snail rang. Galen, you are to arrange a meeting with the warlords and replace Crocodile. The balance of power in the sea needs to be brought under control. Galen said enthusiastically, yes, sir. Of course, sir. Right this instant. Are there any more instructions? The 5 elders shook their heads and smiled. No. Good work, Galen. Galen chuckled in embarrassment. Thank you, sir. I will accomplish the mission. They were satisfied and hung up. Key point was that Galen did exactly what they told him to do every time. He really did send out Aokiji. He must have attached a lot of importance to the task, since Kyuzan was speeding along the ocean on his bicycle like a madman. Galen returned to normal and Alvia looked heartbroken, but, Sky Island? Galen frowned. Next time. She perked up again and looked at him sweetly. He probably only gave in for her, right? She was keenly aware that he only conceded slightly to her. For everyone else it was the same as usual. Galen's word was iron law. He never compromised at all. Even Hachai from Arlong's crew was still being watched by a buzzard. When Galen found out about the situation from Jinb, depending on what the truth was, he would slaughter Hachai and revoke Jinb's warlord status. No matter what waves were made by doing such an act. This was a personal thing, mostly because Galen had let these fishmen leave last time when he should have killed them. He made a mistake, and it led to the death and enslavement of hundreds of people. Every action Galen took determined the fate of the innocents, and he vowed to never slip up again. Criminals would be killed no matter what. That was his creed. Whether they were killed before they could commit evil again or not was entirely something Galen had to analyze for himself. While he wanted to kill them, perhaps there was a way to use them in a win-win scenario. However, this was something that Galen disliked doing because he felt that you couldn't trust other people. Especially not criminals. These heathens will do anything. Galen picked up the snail and said, put me through to the warlord line. A voice sounded, yes, Fleet Admiral. There were a few buzzes and beeps before the line connected. 6 people's breathing were heard, and Galen said coldly, you are to report to Mariewa immediately for a meeting. All of you. Should you choose not to attend? You can imagine what the aftermath would be. There was a fufu laugh and a voice. So scary, Fleet Admiral Kun. Another one, respectable and curt. Yes, Fleet Admiral Boss. A slight hum as sharp as a sword's edge. A lovable snort, this Empress will entertain you. A shrill, cackling laughter. Kishishishi tilde, I wonder if your shadow is strong. Finally, a calm and gentle voice. As you wish, Fleet Admiral, sir. Alvia pursed her lips and Galen continued expressionlessly, immediately, that is all. Before hanging up, snorting in disgust, Alvia rubbed his back and giggled so scary. He ignored her and said softly, let's go. She nodded and they left the office. Galen left Sengoku in charge and went to his home. They decided to leave tomorrow and Galen got into bed, thinking about the meeting. Who was he going to replace Crocodile with? He frowned, thinking about it. He stared at the wooden ceiling, rolling a golden coin in between his fingers as he frowned slightly. Alvia finished brushing her hair at the vanity, sitting there in her panties and nothing else. She smiled at Galen in the mirror before turning around and climbing into bed, crawling to him. He turned to look at her as she came to him on her knees, her perky chest standing upright in perfection as she said, how about Monkey-chan? While saying this, her bare skin touched Galen's as she snuggled up to him, crushing her breasts on his chest, shivering in warmth with a happy smile, tangling her long legs with his and laying her head on his shoulder. Her small, delicate hands held him as she kissed his cheek, closing her eyes to rest. Galen wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her close to him, making her feel safe. As he replied, he could be a good candidate. The problem is I don't know if he'll agree. I'll send him a letter. I would rather someone who was a good person get the title. He paused and muttered, maybe Drake is acceptable as well. Alvia snorted tenderly, breathing hot breath on his neck as she replied gently, a marine trader? It would make the Marines very happy. Galen snorted, just thinking out loud. It's impossible to make Drake a warlord. Not only would it ruin my prestige in the Marines' heart, but it would shatter the image I made for the public. However, I think this is a good last resort option. Alvia looked up at him as he explained, this would show that I don't actually care for the Marines, only power and balance. The 5 elders would be very happy with this decision, as someone who's obsessed with power and status is more easily manipulated. He frowned to himself. There were other candidates, but he felt that Luffy was the most suitable. He put the coin on the nightstand and closed his eyes, saying, bring the chessboard tomorrow. There's no rush to get to Mariewa. Alvia snuggled in his arm, replying warmly, of course, love. There was a snort in the darkness. Annoying. Chapter 75, Celestials and Dragons. The next day, the duo left Marineford, leaving Sengoku in charge again. Sengoku didn't know what to say. He was basically the fleet admiral at this point. Sugar was left at home as usual and didn't mind. She liked the peace, and she knew that Galen was trying to help her. Her thoughts changed from fear of Galen to intense rage and hatred of Doflamingo. It had been 10 years since she was stuck in this 10-year-old body, and she hated every second of it. She didn't ask to be immortal. She wanted to fall in love and have a happy life, maybe start a family, but all that was taken away by that bastard. She wanted nothing more than to rip that piece of shit apart with her bare hands. And her sister, too. Sugar blamed all of them for what happened to her. She wasn't 10 years old anymore. She knew how the world worked now. She couldn't believe that dumb whore of a sister she had let them do this to her. Sugar cut Monet off in her heart. She had a new family now. She didn't need someone who associated themselves with scum. If possible, Sugar wanted to become a Marine. After watching Galen for so long, her passion for justice had been ignited. She was inspired by him. Not only that, but Alvia would tell her bits and pieces of Galen's past when she asked why Galen would scream in the middle of the night. Sugar was floored by what she heard. Wasn't this exactly what happened to her? Ever since then, Sugar wasn't scared anymore, but passionate. Whenever she was fixed, she would uphold justice like her new dad. Doesn't matter if it was in this era or the next, or the 100 eras after that. Secretly, when nobody was looking, Sugar would go out and practice the movements. Although she was permanently as weak as a chicken, it didn't stop her from practicing the movements every day. The more she did it, the easier it became because of the experience she had before. Sugar discovered a hack. If she practiced like this for a long time, couldn't she theoretically have combat experience compared to an old person? Suppose she wasn't cured for 1,000 years and trained for all that time before finally being released from this hell. As soon as she became a little stronger, wouldn't she be invincible? Sugar's imagination exploded. She giggled cutely, those scum will never escape. Evil will know fear, and it will be named Sugar. Don't look at her features, she was actually quite smart. Alvia made sure to educate her thoroughly. In reality, unless you really had a mental deficiency, even the dumbest person could become extremely smart. The process was constant learning with an open mind. If you question everything, you will receive more and more opinions to base your own ideologies on. The sum of human intelligence is built on top of countless questions. No matter how stupid or smart the questions are, it's the variety of responses that allow you to learn and grow. A person could study books for 1,000 years, but they will never be as smart as someone who asked questions for 100 years. Reading was good, but mental stimulation to your problem-solving process helps the brain grow and advance. Vegapunk was also like this. The only difference was he ate the brain fruit and would remember every piece of knowledge he ever read. However, that didn't mean he didn't ask questions. He formed a research team a long time ago for this exact reason. The saying 2 heads are better than 1 is true because your questions are answered by someone who thinks differently from you. So, in this regard, Sugar was a very smart person. Although it would be normal if she was 20, but she looked 10, therefore she would seem to be a genius. At any rate, as Sugar practiced in secret, Galen and Alvia were playing chess on the boat over and over as Galen tried to think about his predicament. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy seemed to be the right choice. However, he had many other plans to fall back on. He was prepared for refusal. The fact of the matter was, he wasn't fully aware of Luffy's personality, only feeling that he was a good seedling with his own type of justice. Galen labeled these types of people pseudo-marines belonging to the righteous party. Others who had this same type of character, but chose to stand by and do nothing, were useless in Galen's eyes, part of a neutral party. Whereas people like Doflamingo were part of the Celestial Pirate Party. Galen came to this judgment, not because Doflamingo was a Celestial, but because Celestials were the epitome of evil in Galen's eyes, although in the end, these were only labels for good and evil. Galen had his own system for this. No matter who it was, there was always a degree of suspicion, because evil could strike at any moment. He was sincerely ready to put even his daughter down if she became evil. Not to mention evil pirates. As he was thinking these things, the ship slowly sailed on before finally arriving at Mariewa 11 days later. During these days, Alvia and Galen would play chess, read, take in reports, and fish. Everything was together. Alvia was in paradise every time they went sailing. A silly girl. She had never been to Mariewa before, and Galen brought her up the elevator with a submissive smile on his face. Alvia was wearing her favorite outfit of white florals along with her white blindfold, pretending to be blind as she held Galen's arm. She was even wearing contacts under the blindfold just in case. Although Galen was sure it was safe for her to be here. There was no risk of exposure to her identity, this he was sure of. The only complication might be. Sure enough, as they were walking to the castle at the back, a Celestial drooled at Alvia's long legs, shouting, "Stop, slave, hand over that woman." Alvia giggled and held Galen's arm tightly, hiding her inner fear. Galen smiled submissively, saying, "Saint Rosthorn, this is impossible. You see, this woman is a vice admiral. Marines are prohibited from becoming slaves at the captain rank and above. However, if you truly would like this woman, I will talk to the 5 elders for you." Alvia was nervous and hugged Galen's arm, feeling it tense up and tremble unnoticeably. She was suddenly filled with warmth. This crazy guy wanted to blast this pig into meat sauce at the moment, right? All because of her. She rubbed her face on his arm lovingly at the thought. Rosthorn froze and turned pale thinking of the 5 elders. He remembered his father said, "My beautiful, perfect baby son, you can do whatever you want in this world, anything. The world belongs to you, the only thing is never anger the 5 big brothers in the castle. You're destined for greatness, as long as you don't do this." Rosthorn knew his place instantly and backed off in fear, not mentioning it again. They were mentally deficient on top of the red line, but all of them knew that the 5 elders were the leaders of all celestial dragons. If put into simpler terms, the people on the sea are slaves, the celestial dragons are peasants, and the 5 elders are nobles. Although it was more like the 5 elders were the kings of the celestial dragons, that didn't mean that the celestial dragons were useless. Not true at all. Many celestial dragons were less intelligent than rocks, however a few were extremely cunning and smart. Some dragons are even political advisors for the 5 elders. Although the politics were of celestial nature. Meaning, if the 5 elders were the kings of Mariewa, the dragon advisors were like court advisors and handled affairs of Mariewa instead of the whole world. It was a bit complicated, but the essentials were in the hierarchy of celestial dragons. Not all of them were equal, funnily enough. The closer they lived to the palace, the higher their position. The irony here is that the dragons closest to the palace probably see the Celestials at the gate as slaves. Galen wasn't only the fleet admiral, he was deeply entrenched in celestial politics. The higher tier ones called themselves dragons and referred to the lower class as celestials. If you were a smart person, you would see how insidious this really was. For the moronic celestials, they achieve the vanity of being celestial, while the ones who care for power choose the less grand, dragon title. This makes them seem weaker, as the less intelligent nobles have their egos boosted. As for whether their complaints or words even get passed to the 5 elders. Hee. There was a reason the dragons situated themselves as close to the palace as possible. The 5 elders didn't care about this at all. This was a normal occurrence for them, not even noble was retarded. There would always be struggles for power, that's how they climbed the top themselves. However, the difference was they snuffed out any rebellions instantly. The horrors of the capital of Mariewa wasn't as simple as slave trade. Galen realized this a long time ago. That was a dark day. He was shown all the political schemes as a dragon tried to pull him into his group. However, Galen remained a neutral party, being the fleet admiral and all. He didn't tell the 5 elders, though. As a result, the dragon amassed a larger group of celestials and a few more dragons before they were all slaughtered. Galen was happy. He didn't tell the 5 elders because he wanted that dragon to drag as many people down with him as possible. Result was a success. Through the years, Galen instigated many political rebellions and killed countless celestials indirectly. He would fan the flames or directly entice them to action before tipping off Cypher Paul, who investigated before telling the 5 elders. After a single night, these people wouldn't exist anymore. Contrary to popular belief, Mariewa was much larger than a single city. It was more akin to a country or a continent. There were more celestial dragons than everyone thought. They lived in their own bubble figuratively and literally, an entire society of these people. They were never as arrogant up here to other celestial dragons. Galen found it very interesting. As did Alvia, she watched all this only hearing it from Galen's mouth before. However, seeing it was something to behold. The classic bubbleheads she had seen before couldn't compare to this. She felt a strange sense of their people too. However, Galen shook her out of her thoughts. She looked up at him as he looked at her expressionlessly, as though saying, never feel sympathy for evil. She came to her senses, indeed. She was wrong in this case. Galen turned back as they approached the castle, dragons looking at him before turning away, doing their own thing. They were in the loop as well, not ignorant like their lower-class brethren. Warlords would be coming soon. This was an opportunity to possibly recruit some generals to their war camps. Galen smiled enthusiastically, and a submissive look appeared as he glanced at the dragons while walking into the palace with Alvia. In fact, what Alvia thought wasn't wrong. They were people as well. This fact was undeniable. Although they would have you believe differently, they were truly human. The only difference was they indulged in evil without hesitation or thought. This is what led Galen to not view them as people, more like animals. Animals scramble for power and food in their environment, threatening other animals and claiming territory. Animals don't have a moral compass and are incapable of higher-level thought processes. This is what separates humans from animals. Although they share the same origin point, they are not actually the same. To Galen, these animals are subhuman, better off nourishing the dirt than wasting the oxygen. The world didn't need this refuse. He would clean everything up. Chapter 76, A New Player Sits at the Chessboard. As Galen waited in a large conference room, warlords started arriving. One after the other, none of them missed a beat and showed up. Doflamingo sat on the windowsill and chuckled, releasing strings. Galen was smiling widely with closed eyes, saying happily, "Excellent, you're all here. Now we can begin our meeting." Alvia turned her head to Doflamingo and smiled gently, tapping on the air as the strings coming to her were obliterated. "Doflamingo-chan, please act with measure." Doflamingo's lips twitched and he had a vein on his forehead throbbing. "Damn wench?" Galen didn't pay attention to it, looking at them all. "Now, if you'd please give a report of your recent actions and events, that would be much appreciated. Perhaps we can end early." Mihawk said lightly, "I've been challenging hidden swordsmen." Hancock looked at Galen and said after some hesitation, "Just ruling Amazon Lily." Kuma held a book and said gently, "Sending criminals to impel down." Moria cackled, "Expanding my forces to help the Marines." Kishishishishishi. Jinb said heroically, "Protecting Fishman Island." Doflamingo snorted and refused to answer, believing himself to be above these people. However, was that the truth? Who knew? Galen nodded and smiled happily. Excellent. You are an important asset to the Marines and justice. The world government has been very satisfied with your actions thus far. With the exception of Crocodile, who had designs on the Kingdom of Alabasta, fortunately, he was stopped by our Marine force with a stroke of righteous justice. I would like to take this time to reiterate your goals. He raised a finger and smiled happily. The world government hopes that you can maintain peace in your territories, as well as aid the Marines and government in any way you can. Naturally, this entails capturing pirates, but also submitting important information. This way we can have a friendly exchange, and you can also receive benefits. He chuckled and went on. For example, Sir Doflamingo has received aid in his country of Dressrosa. There was an outbreak of white lead disease, I've heard. Doflamingo was immediately enraged thinking about this. His plans for Dressrosa were nearly scrapped because of this. He explained without a choice, being put on the spot. The bastard walked around the country, and the civilians were terrified, leaving the island. However, it was dealt with by Cypher Paul. Most of the residents refused to return. Galen smiled and nodded. He was fishing for information as to what happened on Dressrosa. He couldn't get near the place anymore since his plans. He hoped that the people were safe. Hearing what Doflamingo said, it seemed that all was not well in Dressrosa. There were still people trapped there. Perhaps he needed to force Doflamingo to leave. An attack from an emperor should do, right? With this thought in mind, Galen continued, I see. Most unfortunate, please ask for help should you need it. This is what the warlords were established for. Continuing from Doflamingo's experiences, the status you hold is not unshakable. Crocodile was dethroned, and Doflamingo was the victim of such an event. He shook his head and said, the white lead disease is extremely contagious and dangerous. Hopefully the citizens are all right. Doflamingo sneered at this. This fleet admiral was an idiot. Naturally, Galen knew the ins and outs. Moving on from this, we have the unfortunate discussion of introducing a new warlord. I wonder if you all have any requests or suggestions? He could feel 5 different sensations watching him, however he miscalculated one thing this time. Due to insufficient intelligence on Mariewa. There was a 6th person watching him in the dark, and their frown was getting deeper and deeper as he spoke. The warlord submitted their opinions and Galen nodded, taking them all in before putting forth his own idea. Perhaps this rookie, Straw Hat, Luffy could replace him. Mihawk stayed silent, but he was frowning inwardly. What are you doing, Galen? Galen naturally understood the processes of his personal suggestion, stating his reasons. He has shown extreme aggression to pirates, defeating several noteworthy pirates. Currently, he was last seen destroying many pirates on Jaya. Doflamingo raised a brow and Kuma said, I don't see why not. Hancock was on the fence since Galen terrified her, agreeing on Galen's decision. Mihawk was silent, and Jin gave his own opinion. I don't know if he's worth enough. Galen smiled. He is worth 100 million. Hancock was worth less before she became a warlord. Not including the territory she has, Straw Hat has terrorized many places, with the most recent being Alabasta. The 5 elders discussed amongst each other and didn't see the problem with Galen's words. These things were true. They knew the truth about the situation. They expected Galen to know as well, which was why he suggested this in the first place. It was only normal for them that the person who defeated the warlord to be eligible for warlord status. Galen also posed many more candidates, Trafalgar Law, X-Drake, and a few more crews in the New World. The 6th person furrowed their brows, not understanding where these people came from. First of all, the 2 supernova as they were called were just rookies. Although, one of them had the op-hop fruit and was agreeable to become a warlord just for this reason. He had value, but the other was a defected Marine. Why would he push this person out? Galen brought to the table his reasoning, believing that X-Drake had the strength, being a rear admiral as well as a defectant. He was terrifying enough to scare other pirates because he was unpredictable. He could kill them simply because they were pirates and he was once a Marine. But the person behind the scenes didn't agree. They said, bring me the fleet admiral's records. And a person disappeared with a nod. Galen wasn't playing with the warlords, he was manipulating the 5 elders to his knowledge. How was he supposed to know there was another person at the back? Otherwise, he wouldn't do this. However, he was extremely cautious to begin with. His record was completely clean according to the world government standards. A soldier who followed orders to the letter. Sometimes made some plans, but usually used violence to solve his problems. The shadow person read the file and frowned to themselves. A gut feeling was telling them that there was something wrong here, and a suspicion sprouted. They would pay very close attention to Galen from now on, questioning and analyzing his every move. They ordered the 5 elders to start monitoring the Marines, but told them to be cautious and act like everything was normal. They didn't want to scare away the snake, and if it turned out to be a rabbit, they could just find another one. Galen was speaking and suddenly felt an extra pair of eyes on him. He stayed the same as though he hadn't realized anything and moved the meeting along when an unexpected visitor appeared. Chapter 77. Think as insane people do, and you'll have the answer. A pale man with a top hat and tap dancing shoes said with a strange smile as he appeared in the room from the balcony. Everyone turned to him and Galen became angry. This is a top-level warlord meeting. Who are you? Alvia smiled. He seems to be an intruder, Fleet Admiral, while tugging on his sleeve. Things were getting out of control. She was starting to get a bad feeling. Galen stood up, pressing against the table, saying icily, intruders in the Holy Land must die. Naturally, he knew who this was, Lafitte the Demon Sheriff, last seen in the company of Blackbeard during the invasion of the Drum Kingdom. Lafitte tilted his head and raised his hands, smiling. Forgive me, Fleet Admiral-san. However, I would just like to propose my own captain for the Warlord Division. The 5 elders frowned at the newcomer, however the shadow figure appeared behind them, saying slowly, stop. I'll allow this intrusion. The 5 elders kneeled on the spot, not saying anything, but showing extreme loyalty. The shadow person was watching the events unfold with bright red eyes. Galen could feel someone watching him. His bright blue eyes were full of rage as he said, a no-name like yourself wants to suggest your captain? What a joke! As his fist turned black. The warlord sneered at Lafitte, who sighed, I was just suggesting. Shouldn't you take my opinion? Isn't this what this room is for? It holds the Leavely every 4 years, everyone listens to each other, why can't we do this now? Strangely, he wasn't scared at all. Galen frowned at him, saying badly, who are you? Lafitte smiled eerily, Lafitte. My captain is Blackbeard, former Whitebeard pirate, current captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Galen clenched his fist and sneered, after all that talk, you come to suggest a rat hunted by the Whitebeard pirates. Where does your confidence come from? It won't be long before Blackbeard is eradicated by Whitebeard. In truth, everyone watching had to agree. Even the shadow person couldn't comprehend this confidence. Lafitte was too strange, not afraid at all. Maybe he was just insane, or did he have a backup plan? The person didn't understand. Galen couldn't comprehend it either, but he was ahead on information. Blackbeard and all his crew were truly insane. You couldn't judge their actions with a rational mind because you would be wrong. You had to put yourself in the mind of a mental case who wanted to see the world burn for no reason. Looking at the world like this, everything becomes clear. However, it's very dangerous. The popular saying, stare into the abyss and the abyss stares back, doesn't exist for no reason. Losing your mind to get into the mind space and anticipate plans of insane people would drive most people insane, just like the person they were studying. Keyword is most people. Galen looked at Lafitte, who did a strange dance, saying, I understand this. However, we are working on a plan at the moment. I can only ask that you hold back on your decision until our plan comes to fruition as it inevitably will. I promise you will not be disappointed, Fleet Admiral. As he bowed. Galen looked at him and Doflamingo laughed. I agree. This clown is making sense. You idiots can't understand it at all. However, if we rashly make a decision on a warlord and it turns out they're trash, it would reflect badly on the entire Marine force and world government, not to mention making us all look like a joke. I say wait for the clown's plans. Moria cackled and clapped, who said I don't understand? I agree. That failure crocodile made us look bad already. If I get slighted again, I'm gonna lose it. Kishishishishi tilde. Alvia looked at them and frowned slightly. Galen thought about it and imagined himself to be insane. I come to Mariewa to display my power. Doesn't matter if I die, I did something amazing. I'll recommend my captain by the way, excellent. I'm so smart. There's no way my plans fail. This world belongs to me. I can sneak into Mariewa, I can sneak into anywhere. He closed his eyes and returned to smiling as he said, very well. We'll listen to Sir Doflamingo. However, we will also send a warlord invitation at the same time. Everyone will agree on a candidate. Whether you provide sufficient reason for warlord status fast enough will determine everything. The shadow person tilted their head, thinking about this. They didn't know if this was the right decision. The problem was they couldn't understand Lafitte's thought process, nor did they know that Galen was a snake. They only had suspicions, but for them suspicions were enough. It's better to kill 100 innocents than let one guilty person escape. However, they were in a tough position. They couldn't kill the fleet admiral like this, not to mention the 5 elders had such a dog, the people wouldn't agree. No matter how much propaganda was funneled out. It was too unreasonable. For now, this dog needed a leash. And a short one. Chapter 78, Fanatical Zealotry. Lafitte bowed and kept a strange smile on his face as he said, "Not a problem, Tilda. You will not be disappointed, I can assure you." He seemed to be a doll, his expression wooden and unchanging, different from Galen, his almost seemed drawn on. Hancock was sufficiently creeped out. Lafitte skipped and jumped, disappearing out the window in a flash, just like the way he came in. He was a ghost in a moment. Galen watched him go and sat back down, smiling. Now then, have we agreed? The meeting lasted a bit longer before they were done. The shadow person watched Galen leave with the warlords before turning around and leaving themselves, saying, "Keep an eye on him, I don't like that puppy." The 5 elders were compliant. "Yes, Lord, I am." Galen was far enough away from Mariewa, and he started frowning, looking back at the red line. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Strange." Alvia was confused and he shook his head, saying, "Must have been my imagination." Alvia smiled at him and continued reading. Galen turned around and his face went expressionless, so there was someone new? This is a big issue. He hadn't planned for a leader behind the scenes. He needed to revise some plans. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Most likely the cleansing blues plan will be forced back. If this happens, he was in trouble. The person watching him didn't trust him, and that was an issue. There was no need for Alvia to be wrapped up in this. This chessboard only accommodated 2 people. But for now, he had a bigger issue. Jinb was sitting in the cabin and Galen walked in, saying flatly, "Arlong, start speaking." As he covered every inch of the cabin and ship with his observation hacky, not finding a bug. He was a bit relieved. It seemed his acting was enough. He didn't have such a suspicion on his head at the moment, however he didn't know who this person was or what they were like. He was waving his hands in the dark like a child. He could only hope that his act had mustered enough merit in the 5 elders' eyes that they weren't so convinced of the suspicion. However, Galen was sure of one thing, whoever this person was, they were above the 5 elders. From 5 sensations watching him to 6, then only 1 as the other 5 disappeared. Galen theorized that when Lafitte showed up the 5 elders were going to do something. After all, this guy just infiltrated Mariewa, he was a threat. However, at this moment, all the sensations disappeared from them and the person was with them. Clearly, they knew who this was. And if it was just a normal subordinate, why would they take away their observation hacky? It was unreasonable. Therefore, the only option must be that they were subordinates to this person. It was unbelievable. The people Galen had been acting like a dog for were just the subordinates of this new person. However, it was a good foundation for him to work with. He could start there, not letting them know he knows. Whatever they tell him to do, he will do. The person behind them is already suspicious. If they're a radical, then he was in danger. He could fight many people, but he couldn't fight the world himself. Hence, treading water right now, one mistake and he'll drown. However, what he couldn't figure out was why would they let Lafitte live? Galen was more than happy to kill the mime, but he didn't because he could feel that the 5 elders didn't seem to care. It was simply impossible for this to happen if they wanted him dead. Was this a test? Did he pass or fail? Galen wasn't sure. Sounded like he was lost in thought. However, all of this happened in a second as Jinb started talking, sighing, I didn't know this would happen. At the time, I was more concerned with the status of Fishman Island. I even returned to my post as Kingdom Guard. Galen forgot about his problems and looked at Jinb frowning. Arlong enslaved an entire series of islands, killing who knows how many in 8 years. Countless Marines and innocents, even a woman whom I had the joy of sailing with. Jinb couldn't say anything, he just bowed deeply, saying, "I'm sorry, big bro Galen. I didn't think this would happen. However, it is still my fault. I should have been responsible for all fishmen." Galen looked at Jinb and thought about it. In truth, he should have killed the evil fishmen. The problem was, at the time, Arlong had left the ship and got captured by Borsalino while Galen was talking with Jinb and Fisher Tiger. Not only this, but he couldn't even kill the dirty Marines because he didn't want the fishmen getting blamed for it. It was too tricky. Fishmen escaped, but the Marines were dead. Even a rock would think it was them. Galen didn't care about race, but he wasn't an evil person. Dooming the fishmen like this, he couldn't do it. He couldn't really even kill the fishmen either, because they would go on to hate humans even more, which would lead to more attacks and friction in the future. This was a problem. The fishmen were unreasonable, and the humans hated them out of fear. Both parties were at fault in Galen's opinion. There were giants and devil fruits. People could turn into animals and do all sorts of things, but you're scared of fish people. It didn't make sense. And the fishmen? Is it hard to have a backbone? Just fight back. You don't have to kill everyone, train and become a strong man, then you can make the rules and people won't mess with you. But all of them have this irrational fear of humans. In some aspects, Arlong is right. Fishmen are much stronger than humans. Why should they be scared? However, this thinking was very dangerous because it can lead to what he did later. The key is to find a balance. What Jinb was doing was basically useless. Galen had seen more fishmen and mermaids being captured as slaves and sold to nobles. He wasn't doing anything, but he seemed to think it was fine. Galen didn't want to act like his father because it wasn't his place, but he was still not happy with the unfolding events regarding fishman crimes. Your way doesn't work, Jinb. You can't control all fishmen. I should have killed Arlong and his racist group when I was on your ship. Jinb was silent and Galen went on, "You should be working to help the people. Not only fishmen and humans, but other races too. You're not the only group that is discriminated against. There are trafficking rings for every race. Your crimes are sanctioned, use that to your advantage. Kill slave traders and kidnappers, kill the criminals. I can only do so much." He snorted and added, "Not to mention, I've been buying fishman slaves myself." Jinb was stunned and looked at Galen in shock, saying with a hint of rage, "Why?" Galen looked at him expressionlessly. "How else will I get fishmen in the Marines? It's the easiest way. I go and buy the slaves before killing everyone involved. I have several special units of fishmen. Your thinking is too small. Look at the bigger picture. What's the problem with fishmen?" Jinb frowned. "Humans hate us." Galen nodded and explained Arlong was out of your hands, but his actions led to several islands of humans hating him. What do you think happens now? Their children grow up hating fishmen, and they pass it down to their children. Over and over again, racism is like an infectious disease. Eventually, it doesn't become a disease anymore, but something normal. Galen waved his hand and said indifferently, "Born and bred in racism for generations, they will start to believe that fishmen are just evil. No reason why, never been hurt by them, they just know that they're evil. A fishman can be the savior of the world, but they won't care. Fishmen are evil, so whatever they do must be evil." Jinb was stunned and started sweating as he replied, "Boob at this. This is impossible to fix." Galen nodded and retorted, "So?" Jinb was stunned, repeating, "So?" Galen said flatly, "Being racist isn't a crime. Thinking fishmen are evil isn't either. The thing you don't understand is your moral mission is impossible." He shook his head and continued, "Adoheim was an extremely kind woman, too kind. She wants to live in the sunlight. This isn't unreasonable. Who would want to live in the dark sea? But the problem is she wants to love humans and have them love fishmen back. This is impossible. It's a problem that can't be solved. There is no solution, but there is a cure." Jinb looked at Galen and seemed to understand. "Justice?" Galen nodded and replied, "Yes, being an asshole isn't a crime. Acting on your asshole beliefs with malicious intentions on innocent people is. Everyone in the world can hate fishmen to the core, but if nobody hurts you, where's the difficulty in living on the surface? Unfortunately, this task is a long and arduous one, nearly impossible as well. Jin sighed sadly and Galen shook his head, adding, which is precisely why you shouldn't give up. As long as there's evil in this world, justice will accompany it. There will always be people willing to jump into the abyss and kill the monster that lurks at the bottom. He spread out his hands and said expressionlessly, the world without evil is a beautiful one. A world where you can let children play outside without worrying if they'll be kidnapped. A world where you don't have to worry about being enslaved. A world where nobody has to suffer from ash and fire. Maybe your fishmen can't be loved by everyone, but so what? Isn't living in such a world, under the light of the sun, a good thing? There was an inexplicable excitement in his tone, extremely subtle but barely noticeable. A fierce, almost fanatical tone of excitement. Jin couldn't hear it, but he was interested in the world Galen described. He smiled to himself and said, I would like to live in such a world. Galen nodded and put his hands down, replying, then actively work to make the world a better place. This disgusting thing called evil, it has no place in the world. It's a scourge. It brings only pain and suffering with it, there's nothing it can do for good. It creates monsters and demons, spreading like a plague. He clenched his fist, adding this so-called necessary evil, it's all bullshit. Good doesn't need evil to exist. Helping a neighbor is good. Carrying bags for old people is good. The evil that needs to exist for us to understand what good is bullshit. And I'll burn it all to the ground, every piece of the abyss. I'll burn it all. He looked down at Jinb and finished, think about what you wish for the future to be, Jinb. When you figure it out, act on it. Before walking out of the cabin, adding, get off my ship. Jinb frowned. He knew that Galen was a bit nuts, but that was an understatement. This man was fanatical about justice, and Jinb didn't know if it was such a good thing to be so passionate about these types of things. He was just a humble fishman who knew a bit of this and that, not a philosopher. He wasn't smart like Vegapunk, nor tactful like Galen, nor insidious like the world government. He just wanted his people to have a happier life. Jinbi seemed to come to a conclusion and walked out of the cabin, saying, Big bro Galen, thank you, before bowing with a firm face and jumping off the ship into the water, leaving. Galen watched him go and sat back down on the deck. Alvia unbuttoned her shirt and let out a breath as she revealed herself, saying, finally, why is it so hot here? Galen started writing in a notebook, ignoring her. Although she was very beautiful and he liked her quite a bit, things were getting more serious and he didn't want her to have an accident. He frowned. Again, this annoying woman was giving him problems. Chapter 79, The Nightmare. Time started flying by. Galen thought about it and sent Alvia to live on an island in secret before continuing his plans. As expected, the world government barred him from his blues cleansing plans. The time went on, and Luffy accepted the warlord offer, sailing around before arriving at Sabyati, where he met a celestial dragon. They started fighting before the Straw Hats were wiped out by Borsalino and died. Galen couldn't do anything about this and continued on his mission. His sword division finally took down Linlin, while a pirate alliance took down Kaido before being destroyed by Shanks. Newgate and Shanks allied themselves with Dragon, and Galen finally started his plan of raiding Mariewa, sending the entire marine fleet to the city, meeting the revolution on the way. They fought for 3 days and nights before Galen was the only one left, standing over 5 corpses, bleeding all over the place, missing an arm and losing his left eye. Just as he thought it was over, a man walked out from the palace and laughed victoriously, beating Galen to the ground before revealing that Alvia was in his hands. Galen was shocked and the man threw to the ground, cackling as he tore her clothes from her body. Galen's eyes were bloodshot as he couldn't move, staring in shock and horror, feeling weak and small. Alvia reached out to him and whimpered, "Help! Me!" as her body flashed from Alvia to his mother over and over again. Galen tried to move, but the man ended her in much the same way before turning to Galen and cackling, "A shame. A delicious woman like this was killed. But you'll help me rebuild everything, Galen. I can use a good dog like you. Kahahahah." The man grabbed Galen's neck and squeezed tight, laughing as the entire top of the red line was covered in corpses and flames. Galen sat up abruptly covered in a cold sweat, his body shivering, his eyes wide and unfocused. He propped himself up with his hands, pressing against the bed as he breathed short and quick breaths, hyperventilating. Every part of his body was wrought with fear. Just because he did the things that he did, it didn't mean he wasn't scared. However, this fear wasn't for himself. He swallowed and looked to the side, seeing Alvia's beautiful figure sleeping on her side with a sweet smile on her face. Maybe she was having a beautiful dream. Galen turned back and held his hands in front of him, looking at them shake. He slowly clenched them and silently got out of bed. He gently walked out of the room, not making a single sound. Walking down the stairs and opening the cupboard, looking at the whiskey bottles. He reached out a shaky hand and grabbed a few with his fingers before walking out of the house, onto the beach. He passed the chairs and fell to his knees on the shore, just far enough for the water to not reach him. He sat on his calves and drank from the whiskey bottle, staring out into the sea in a daze, the nightmare not coming out of his head at all. As though it was stuck there. He couldn't get rid of it, no matter what. Tears dripped for his eyes and he cried loudly, smashing his fist on the sand, blowing out a hole. The crashing waves drowned out his loud crying and disparate roars as he threw the whiskey bottle at the sea in anger and grief, making it disappear over the horizon in an instant. His hands propped him up on the sand in front of him as he collapsed while crying, the other bottles he brought, scattered all around him. Why did everything he cared for always collapse? Everything he touched always turned to ash in front of him. Galen pressed his forehead to the sand and screamed out his sadness, tears exploding from his eyes, wetting the sand under him. Everything was his fault, it's always his fault. It would be better if he didn't exist. All these thoughts swarmed Galen's mind and echoed around. Just jump into the sea and disappear. Nobody will miss you. Their lives are ruined because of you. You're cursed. Suddenly, soft white arms wrapped around his neck and pulled him up. Galen froze as Alvia rested her head on his, whispering softly, "It's okay now, I'm here." His face twitched and his lips quivered as tears rolled down his cheeks, reaching up with shaking hands, gently touching her fingers. Her fingers intertwined with his as her soft and gentle voice rang once more, "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere," while kissing his head and getting on her knees. She hummed softly and held his hands, her soft humming calming him down with a wordless song. Galen slowly returned to normal, staring at the sea as the nightmares disappeared like smoke, only the soft sounds of her humming ringing in his ears. Most of the night was spent like this, even as the sun started rising, coloring the sky in a dark blue hue. Alvia slowly fell asleep again, still humming in a daze. Galen held her hands and felt her drifting off. He turned around and hugged her body, picking her up like a princess as she leaned on him with her eyes closed, humming coming from her mouth. He looked up at the sky that was slowly brightening, before walking into the house with an expressionless face. He walked up the stairs and laid Alvia in the bed, dusting off the sand on her beforehand. He pulled the sheet over her body, and her lips formed a smile, hugging the sheets and curling up. Galen's hands halted, and he looked at her for a moment before gently moving her hair out of her face. He hesitated for a second before leaning over and kissing her forehead. Her smile warmed tenderly, and she mumbled something incomprehensible, turning over. Galen straightened back out and left the room. She didn't need to know his feelings. He stood outside the house and looked up at the sky, his fists clenched. He was going to let her out of his sight. She didn't have to know how he really felt about her, because he was going to slaughter every single piece of shit on Mariewa. To Galen, this was a suicide mission. His dreams only confirmed it. He had considered making her leave, but this wasn't safe. She needed to stay with him and close, never leave his side, not once. He closed his eyes and felt very selfish. He was using her feelings for him to keep her around even though he was determined to die. But he unclenched his fists and looked at the sky, feeling a sense of liberation. She would be safe with her daughter after he was dead because he would be taking all the evil in this world with him to hell. He knew that they wouldn't go to the same place after death. But he was glad to do it. He couldn't forgive himself for everything he's done. Whether intentional or not, innocent people have been hurt by his decisions. He was just a hypocrite who wore a mask of justice to kill what he viewed as evil. He will embrace his own suffering with open arms in hell, this he was sure of. But right now, he was unable to die no matter what. Not only to save every child who was like him, but for her. She might hate him after, curse him, stomp on his corpse, turn his bones to ashes and scatter them, but at least she would be safe. And that was all Galen could hope for. Chapter 80, G8. Galen went to the office alone and started making plans. Many things were happening in his life, but this was by far the most important thing. Someone was behind the scenes in Mariewa. Galen had seen the empty throne before and had a suspicion it was bullshit. However, what he didn't expect was that it wasn't the 5 elders, but someone above them. This was beyond his expectations. He needed to revise his plans. He got reports from around the Blues detailing their progress. It was slow, but definitely not effortless. Galen was glad that his plan was going smoothly, but he had a feeling that it wasn't going to be that way for long. The problem was the world government had shady dealings with the underworld scene. This was normal. They used the channels to get things that they couldn't get otherwise. Galen had used the underworld before too, but mostly for information on underworld big shots. He wasn't like the world government. They supported such a thing and allowed slaves. Galen wouldn't be surprised if they purchased slaves too. The only thing he wanted from the underworld was information on his next target, but that was in the past. These things shouldn't exist, but to dismantle the entire underworld operation was impossible. They were deeply rooted in the world, more than the world government. This was how frightening the underworld truly was. The thing that Galen was most upset about was the drugs, assassins, and human trafficking that would take place. He couldn't tolerate this. As for weapon brokering, it was a mild inconvenience. Everyone needed weapons, it was a necessity. Also one of the reasons that Galen left these people alone. As tough as it was to say, these people needed to make money to survive. You shouldn't vilify the person who makes the weapons, but the one who uses them for evil. It was a simple calculus really. If everyone had a weapon to protect themselves, then people would be much safer. It's a deterrent, but the problem with this is the escalation that it could cause. As for banning weapons, this was a joke. Not to mention impossible, what was he supposed to do? Sail around to every house and confiscate weapons? Probably when he was done, he would be over 1,000 years old, right? It was a stupid dream. What Galen wanted for the underworld was more of a channel for information and underground markets. These people needed to make money. If you took away their only way to live, many people would be angry. Their anger wasn't a problem individually, but as more and more people came together, the issue would escalate exponentially. Mainly, the issue was these people were more than likely innocent. Now, the people who sold slaves and drugs, forget it. Galen didn't care how many came at him, he would kill them all. You can make money in the underworld, within reason. Making weapons wasn't malicious, as they could be used to protect just as well as they could to destroy. But selling slaves is an inhuman act. Selling drugs is a malicious act in itself. It doesn't matter how much money you make or whatever bullshit reason you give. Galen didn't care if these people were trying to feed an entire continent of hungry people by selling drugs. He would kill them all the same. In his view, there were so many better ways to make money without hurting innocent people. Whatever excuse they came up with to justify themselves didn't matter. Whether that made Galen a bad person or not, he really didn't care. For the sake of greed, countless innocents are implicated. The drugs they sold were highly addictive and dangerous. Galen had seen too many addicts in his life, sweet girls who became cocksucking whores for a fix. He didn't like it one bit. As he was revising his plans and calling out orders to his troops in the Blues, he received a call. Galen frowned and answered, "Hello?" To his surprise, it wasn't the 5 elders but Jonathan. Jonathan smiled, "Hey, kid, how's it going?" As he looked across his desk at a woman dressed in an inspector costume, smiling at him. Galen was confused and replied, "Not too bad." Due to the nature of snails, his voice was heard by the woman. Jonathan looked at her, and she froze for a split second before returning to normal and closing her eyes. She was afraid that she would be exposed if Jonathan saw the intense hatred in her eyes. Jonathan let out a breath and said, "Commander Shepard is here to check on the G8 base. She just arrived." Galen was stunned. Shepard was a man. Although he was a bit of an idiot, he wasn't a bad person. Just an asshole, really. But someone took his place. Galen frowned and asked, I see, and where is Commander Shepard right now? Jonathan smiled, right in front of me. Robin clenched her fists, secretly saying leisurely, Fleet Admiral. Galen listened to the voice and didn't recognize it at all. He frowned and said, Shepard, I remember telling you to stop by G8 before heading to G19. Why are you still there? Robin replied slowly, Fleet Admiral, I figured that a more in-depth review of Vice Admiral Jonathan's base would be more appropriate. Seeing as how this marine base rarely comes into contact with pirates, perhaps they are having some problems. Galen confirmed that this wasn't Shepard, as he had never even spoken to him. The Marines in charge of inspecting bases like this fell under one of Galen's subordinates, a division of the Marines that he had not been paying attention to at the moment. Mostly because it was useless. He sent his own men to check on the bases, and he would never send anyone to Jonathan's base. Not because of a favor, but because he knew Jonathan's character, not to mention, Jonathan was basically retired with his wife at the base. He heard that they had a son at some point, though Galen mostly left them to their own devices. Jonathan didn't need his help, nor would G8 need an inspection, but this was a problem for another time. He nodded and replied, I see. Then please do your job, Shepard. Wasting time at G8 isn't wise, nor is it following orders. You're not on vacation. Robin replied, Yes, Fleet Admiral, sir, before walking away. Jonathan waited till she left before laughing. She almost fooled me too. Galen frowned and asked, Who is she, old man? Jonathan scratched his beard and snorted, Nico Robin. Galen froze for a moment before replying slowly, I see. Jonathan raised a brow and looked at the snail, asking, Hey, was that emotion I heard, kid? Galen replied immediately, No, you heard wrong. Jonathan thought about it for a moment. It wasn't like he hadn't been to Marineford for a long time. He returned just a few years ago. He rubbed his chin and his brain exploded with an idea as he said in shock, Kid, you? Oh boy, what a mess. Galen frowned and Jonathan asked, Does she even know? Galen didn't reply and Jonathan sighed, She really doesn't like you, kid. Even I got cold feeling the look in her eye. Reminds me of you. Galen asked, Did she kill anyone? Jonathan shook his head, replying, No, just knocked out that idiot Shepard. Though my men told me he was a member of the Straw Hats called Condoriano, or Condoriano for short. Galen ignored that last bit. Shepard was an idiot, he didn't expect much from him. Do me a favor, test her and the crew, all of them. These are good pirates. Jonathan chuckled and asked, Is she all like you or just hateful? Galen replied softly, I hope neither. Jonathan fell silent and sighed, You can't keep living like this, kid. One day it's going to catch up with you. I'd rather not attend your funeral before mine. Galen ignored him, saying, Please, Jonathan. Jonathan sighed and said helplessly, All right, no need to beg me like this. But is this girl really so important to you? Galen didn't answer and Jonathan sighed, I never asked. Galen said, Thank you. Jonathan rolled his eyes, saying, Yeah, nice hearing from you, kid, see you now. Galen closed his eyes, saying, Bye, old man. Before hanging up and holding his temples, rubbing them with his fingers as he let out a breath, going back to planning. Chapter 81, Hopeless Resistance. As he was writing, he picked up the snail and made a call. Cusin answered, Fleet Admiral. I haven't found her yet, but I have a clue. Don't worry, I'll earn that vacati, I will complete this task. Galen hadn't even been able to speak before he heard this. If Alvia was here, she would probably laugh. Galen paused and sighed to himself. Why was this the first thing he thought of? He shook his head and said, Cusin, when you find her, I want you to tell her that I sent you to kill her. Cusin was stunned and asked in utter confusion, Why? Galen frowned to himself and said, Don't ask why. All you need to do is secretly let it slip that you were sent to kill her. Let me be the villain. You can let her leave after scaring her a bit and showing her how dangerous the sea really is. You are not to harm her, is that understood? Cusin nearly fell off his bike and looked at the snail before getting emotional, saying to himself, Fleet Admiral is such an emotional man. I understand. Galen was speechless. Cusin continued, Don't worry, Fleet Admiral. I understand your justice, you're truly my idol. Galen didn't know what to say. Cusin was blowing this out of proportions, right? Kyuzin hung up and biked away, sighing soft on innocence and hard on evil, no matter if they're pirates or marines. I knew he was a good person. He even wiped his eyes. What a nut. Kyuzin remembered when he first enlisted in the Marines, Galan had brought a boat full of women who were cut open to be drug mules. He didn't kill them, but helped them get new lives through the Marines. Afterwards, Kyuzin found out that he slaughtered every one of the drug dealers involved. That's when Kyuzin found his idol. Galan looked at the snail and sighed, muttering, "Forget it." After a grueling day of optimizing plans, Galan left the office, walking back home. There wasn't anyone in Marineford that wasn't dirty anymore. Galan mobilized the entire lot of good Marines. The rest were scum, so he didn't talk with anyone. Even the shop owners were given a vacation, and the people around were basically collecting paychecks while laying down. Nobody complained, they were all happy. Galan walked down the street and passed by Zephyr's training compound. He looked at the empty training square and sighed before continuing down the road, drawing a long shadow behind him. As he came to his house, he noticed someone waiting for him. Alvia stood up in casual clothes, smiling at him. Galan let out a breath and she waved at him, saying happily as he walked towards her, "You're home." Galan looked at her, dazed for a moment. "Home." He looked into her eyes, seeing his reflection in them before seeing the scene from his nightmare. He closed his eyes before passing her by, but she grabbed his hand and smiled, looking up at him. He paused and looked at her, the nightmare wisping away like smoke as he let out a breath, saying softly, "Yeah, home." Alvia grinned with closed eyes before dragging him inside, saying, "I missed you today, you didn't even wake me up. What kind of boss are you? So irresponsible, Tilda." Galan was dragged inside and Sugar pounced on him, clinging to his body cutely like a koala. "You're back. I want to play chess, Dad." Galan was surrounded by all this warmth, but his heart resisted. Everything he loved turned to ashes. Every time. Maybe he accepted Alvia in his heart, but he resisted bitterly. Last night she came to him, blowing the nightmare away. He would keep her next to him, but why did they insist on worming their way into his heart? Weren't they scared of getting hurt? He was. He was deathly afraid of it. Alvia noticed that he wasn't right and leaned on him, saying, "You know, Sugar even beat me. I think she's really good. You should play with her. Not to mention I even started cooking and I have to clean, so you might as well play with her. When you're done, dinner will be ready." Then she started talking about nonsense. "I went fishing off the coast and pulled up a shark. It was huge." Sugar spread her arms out, shouting, "Huge." On and on, the two played out this routine as Galan watched them silently, saying, "I just want to rest." Alvia and Sugar paused before yawning, "Ah, so tired." Sugar climbed up on Galan and fell asleep on his shoulders. Alvia jumped on Galan, who caught her instinctively, as she said, "So sleepy," before pretending to sleep as well. Galan stood there and sighed, bringing them to the bedroom. He put Alvia down and grabbed Sugar, putting her in the bed before he turned around. Alvia pulled him suddenly, bringing him to the bed while yawning, "Oh no, sleepwalking." Galan fell on the bed and Alvia rolled over on him, making snoring sounds. Sugar laid on top of her and did the same, mumbling, "Grapes." Galan was expressionlessly staring at the ceiling as the two slept on top of him, mumbling, "Ah, I hope I don't move and wake up. I'll die if I wake up right now." He exhaled from his nose and laid there, not moving. Obviously, he wasn't stupid enough to believe their nonsense. He didn't know what to do. Why were they so insistent? The more he pushed them away, the closer they came back. He wondered if this was what a family was. Maybe a family was just a group of people who kept coming closer together, pushing through all difficulties in the way. If someone pushed them away, they would come back over and over again until that person stopped. But why? What did he do to deserve this? Galan couldn't understand. He kept denying himself over and over again, every day. Every time Alvia inched closer to his heart, he would push her away, no matter how much he wanted her to stay with him. But she would always come back. Every single time. He knew that he had relaxed over time, warmed up to her. He knew that he was constantly taking one step forward, 2 steps back. He knew because he was doing it on purpose. He didn't want her to break down his walls. He didn't want to have something to live for. He instinctively resisted it. No matter how much he craved for this deep in his heart, he knew it would only bring pain and suffering. He didn't want to love. Galen was gritting his teeth and crying without realizing it. He didn't deserve love. But is that what he really felt? He didn't want this warm feeling in his heart. Why won't it go away? He stared at the ceiling and cried bitterly. Why was he so happy in this moment? Alvia and Sugar looked at Galen before moving, hugging him gently. Chapter 82, First Confrontation. A few days later. Galen was reading reports with Alvia next to him. She gently handed him papers and going over lesser reports, generally managing affairs. She was an excellent assistant. She made everything easier. Galen glanced at her and saw her serious face going over each report meticulously. She felt something and looked up, meeting his gaze before smiling cutely. He turned back and continued with his work as she giggled, going back to her own work with a sweet smile. Suddenly, the snail rang and Galen picked it up. Hello. The 5 elders said, Galen, you've been spreading marine power to the blues. Galen blinked and frowned. Here it comes. He smiled and nodded. Yes, sir. The 5 elders looked at each other before asking, why? Galen explained, sir, this is a crucial factor in expanding the marine force and eliminating threats. The more marine bases we have, the more manpower we can recruit into the Marines, not to mention stopping more pirates from starting up. I was just going to call. They asked, for? Galen cleared his throat and asked respectfully, I was wondering if it would be possible to apply for a grant. Our marine force is expanding every day, however we are running out of ships. I wanted to head to Water 7 and request more marine ships to be built for this reason. The 5 elders discussed, not finding anything wrong with his words. He was really just doing his job. Why was Lord I Am so worried? They couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop them from doing the task they were given. They were meant to come up with an excuse to stop this marine operation. However, I Am walked into the room again, waving their hand, cloaked in shadow, unable to determine if they were a man or a woman. The 5 elders kneeled on the spot before I Am waved them up, pointing at the snail and giving them instructions secretly. Galen heard, more ships would dip into the financial reserves of the Marines. Not to mention, the excess of manpower recruited will apply stress to the Marines' budget in the short term. Galen was frowning hard, but the snail continued smiling as Alvia looked confused. What was this all of a sudden? Galen replied, I've had my financial advisors do the math. We would only produce a short-term loss of 30% before accumulating back the losses within 2 years. Would you like me to submit my financial plans, sir? The 5 elders looked at I Am, who thought for a moment before nodding. They replied, yes, we shall review it before passing judgment. However, for the moment perhaps this expansion should be halted. They looked back at I Am, who nodded again, their red eyes narrowing on the snail. Galen also narrowed his eyes and asked, halted, sir? I Am told them what to say. Expanding the marine force like this will give opportunities for undesirables to sneak in, not to mention stretching the Marines far more than they can handle. We've heard that you were building marine bases on islands that didn't have them and shrinking areas of influence. Galen scratched his chin, replying immediately, yes, sir, I believe this is a good option. We can train Marines and weed out the weak at the same time, therefore making our marine force stronger. There are many potential threats in the blues. If we can nip these threats in the bud, there should be less pirates in the world. His defense was airtight. The elders truly couldn't argue this fact, but I Am didn't like it. There was something Galen was hiding. They could feel it. They didn't know what it was, but it was a sinking feeling pressing on their chest. The 5 elders argued, your thoughts are well-intentioned, Galen. However, this expansion presents a problem. Marineford isn't well guarded at the moment. There are too many Marines outside. We fear that pirates may take this opportunity to attack. Galen furrowed his brows. Alvia wrote on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He glanced at it, saying, I see. I could send you my plan for expansion, sir. Perhaps you could review it. Maybe I made a rash mistake. Alvia's paper read, suspicious. Galen gave her a thumbs up and she frowned, writing more Marines equals stronger government. She couldn't understand the problem. Where did the elders come up with this suspicion? Galen hadn't told her about the feeling, so she didn't know. IM tilted their head before nodding as the elders said, "That is a wise choice, Galen. Your plans are well-intentioned. Once we review and improve them, perhaps they could be implemented perfectly. You shall also be given aid by Cypherpaul in this endeavor." Galen and Alvia looked at each other as Galen smiled excitedly. "That would be perfect. Thank you so much, sir." The elders looked at IM, who waved their hand, making a 9 and then pointing at their eye, then at the snail. The 5 elders understood instantly, saying, "After consideration, Galen, we approve of your shipbuilding request. The mayor of Water 7 is in charge of the ships made for the world government. We will notify him of your arrival." IM held out their hand and made a throat-cutting motion. They shut their mouths as IM gestured again, making a ship gesture, then an explosion before pointing at their eyes and back at the snail. The 5 elders were confused. Why would IM want Galen to help look for Pluton's blueprints? They were already going to have CP9 watch over him. IM gestured again, making a collar with their hands, then pulling back violently. The 5 elders nodded, and Galen rolled his eyes, thinking quickly, "Understood, sir. I'm honored to have your support in this. The Marine force will only get stronger in my hands. I promise you this." IM frowned grimly. This is what they didn't want. The Marines would become a problem if they were too strong. That's why they needed to put a leash on this dog. IM made a chopping gesture, and the 5 elders were stunned. This wasn't good. Right. Galen did everything they told him to do without question. His actions to strengthen the Marines is only to strengthen the government. Why was IM so cautious? They didn't think Galen was a snake. If he was such a person, why didn't he stop the Buster call on O'Hara? Why would he send Cusin after Nico Robin without them even asking? Why would he actively withdraw his troops from Dressrosa? It was unimaginable. Either IM was too cautious or Galen was just too insidious, and they didn't know what the truth was. They were a bit overwhelmed for the first time in their lives, feeling like they were just in the way at the moment. In reality, it was Galen and IM competing. They were just the middlemen, puppets to fight over. Their opinions didn't matter in the slightest, but whoever got a hold on them had a slight advantage. Their undying loyalty to IM was a hurdle Galen had to cross, but his unquestionable loyalty for decades made them hesitate. Do you really want to put such a good dog down, just like that? IM frowned at them and they looked at IM, gesturing that they didn't understand. IM was frustrated. Was there a need to understand? Just follow orders. It seemed like they were going to need some rehabilitation training. The 5 elders said, as expected, Galen, "Thank you for your excellence. We are very satisfied. That is all." They were so confused, they even forgot to order the termination of the expansion plan before hanging up, making IM tremble in rage. Chapter 83, Galen and IM. Galen put the phone back with a grim expression. Alvia frowned. "What are you not telling me, Galen? We're in this together. I don't want you to keep secrets from me like this. How am I supposed to help if I don't know what's going on?" Galen frowned before explaining the 5 elders aren't a problem. It's the person behind them. He's suspicious of me. Alvia was shocked, saying in horror, "There's someone behind them." "Oh God, Galen, what are we going to do? What if they know something we aren't aware of? Maybe there's something you didn't account for. When did you discover this? Do they know anything?" Galen looked at her panicked and worried expression. However, the only worry and panic she felt was for him, not herself. He sighed to himself, patting her hand, saying gently, "It's okay. Calm down." Alvia stopped chattering and looked at him worriedly, grabbing his hand tightly. Galen spoke slowly. "For now, we're fine. The 5 elders don't believe that I'm a snake. The one behind them, I don't know if they're a man or woman, but their intuition is extremely strong. This is to be expected of a ruler. Their suspicion is baseless, only a gut feeling. However, I haven't been idle these decades. All the loyalty I've shown, everything I've done for them, they've noted down." He frowned and continued. "The person behind them's suspicion is most likely a gut feeling. This person is terrifying if that's the case, however, not something to worry about at the moment. The 5 elders will do my work for me. I've been a good dog for a long time. It's a shame to put me down for no reason. Most likely, they'll look for someone who will not actively look to strengthen the Marine force because they're scared." Alvia asked in shock, "You mean, they don't want you to get stronger in case you decide to rebel? But how did they know?" Galen shook his head and frowned. Like I said, this person is terrifying. Just a gut feeling can let them know the whole story. How many innocent people have been killed for these gut feelings? Alvia stroked his hand and calmed him down, saying gently, "Don't think about this right now. We have a bigger problem. The elders are sending you to Water 7. There is no doubt going to be people monitoring us 24/7. Why did you suddenly mention Water 7? The expansion would happen so fast." Galen frowned, "But it will happen eventually. When you're expanding forces, it's best to have room for them. If I don't gather boats soon, by the time I have a need to, it will take too long, therefore slowing down operations. Even if we walk into a trap, we need to go to Water 7. The problem is I need money desperately. Only the world government can help me get these ships. The Marine Reserve isn't enough for this operation. Let the world government foot the bill. This is the only way." He held his forehead and closed his eyes, sighing, "Not to mention, recruiting Marines will cost a tremendous amount of salary pay. Even killing the dirty Marines is costly. Their families must be paid for the deaths. This is in the Marine contract and benefits when you sign up. Even these bastards bite off a piece of flesh before leaving this world. It's really fucking annoying." Alvia moved closer and held his arm, calming him as he calmed her. Her fingers caressed his palm gently as she said in a soft voice, "It's okay. If we face obstacles together, there's nothing that can stop us, right?" He looked at her for a few moments before turning away, replying with a snort, "Yeah." Alvia was filled with a warm sweetness as she blushed in excitement, continuing, "Let's gather what we've learned so far. That way we can formulate plans around this. Good news is, the elders are working for you without realizing. They haven't ordered the stop of the expansion plan, but they suggested it. We can either stop or continue until told otherwise." Galen nodded and replied slowly, "I'm not stopping until they order me to. We'll continue operations, however I'll let them slow down a bit. I have to acknowledge their wishes even if slightly. However, unless directly ordered to, we can't stop. We must cleanse the blues and increase our manpower." Alvia asked gently, "And if this makes them angry?" Galen frowned, "It doesn't matter because I already reported it. They didn't explicitly stop me, they tacitly accepted the plan, but the person behind them doesn't like it. If anything, it will only make them slightly displeased, but not suspicious. My reasons are justified. They can't make an excuse as to why I should stop. This was the basis for the operation in the first place. The only thing they are worried about is whether these troops will be used against them, and as of right now, they have no concrete evidence to say whether this is true or not." Alvia asked again, "And if they decide it's not worth the trouble and eliminate you?" Galen snorted, "Then I will go to war with them. But they won't break this balance on a hunch. There's too many moving parts. Too many parties will be affected. Unless they have concrete evidence, they will only try to replace me with someone else. I think I know who." Alvia frowned. "Sengoku?" Galen shook his head and replied, "No, he's too old. On the brink of retiring? They'll choose someone more radical and easily controlled. Someone who won't try to expand Marine forces. I highly doubt they will even try to kill me when they can promote me and keep a close eye on me in Mariewa. If anything, I would be delegated to Assistant Commander-in-Chief in Mariewa with Kong." Alvia said in understanding, "Sakazuki?" Galen nodded and sighed. "This bastard is perfect. He doesn't care about casualties. They'll manipulate him like a puppet, and he won't even blink at destroying Marine operations because he doesn't care at all. In this regard, I think me and the person behind the scenes have the same opinion on him. I just don't know if they noticed my moves to get rid of him." He clenched his fists. "This bastard is like a cockroach. He just won't die. No matter how much I push him down, he keeps getting back up. If he wasn't scum, I would even make him a close subordinate." Alvia nodded and frowned. "He's trouble. Unfortunately, he's not a good person. Surviving fight after fight with warlords and emperors left and right. One day we'll bury him. I just don't know when." Galen shook his head and said, "I have to force him. But again, I need an opportunity. I need a big wave to cover up my movements. These rats in Marineford have been pissing me off for a long time. I just need one opportunity to cleanse the force, just one." He was frustrated, so many things were just on hiatus waiting for a single opportunity. Alvia smiled warmly, tracing the creases in his palm, saying slowly, "It'll come. I know it will." Galen looked at her and nodded with a flatly face. She smiled sweetly and stayed silent, comforting him. "On Mariewa." IM said with a frown, "You didn't even order the termination of this expansion operation. What are you all doing?" The elders didn't understand and expressed their doubts. "Lord IM, the fleet admiral has done everything we've ordered him to do. Isn't expanding the marine force normal? Perhaps you're being too cowed." An explosive conqueror's haki pressed down on all 5 of them as IM glared at them, making them tremble and sweat. "I gave you orders and you are questioning me? If you dogs hadn't shown your worth for so long, I would have killed you for your insolence. The world government has been standing for 800 years. Do you think it's a coincidence? You will not defy my orders again. Is that understood?" The 5 lowered their heads and said, "Yes, Lord IM." IM took back their haki and snorted, explaining many threats have been purged due to intuition and hunches. While it may be unreasonable and a pity to put down a good dog like this, we still don't know if this dog is a snake or not. At the moment, your doubts are valid. However, I know what I'm doing. I understand your sentiments and accept your loyalty. However, I have been operating like this for a very long time. IM frowned. Joybe was also defeated on a hunch and gut intuition. I never mistrust my own intuition. Caution is necessary at all times. They waved their hand, allowing the elders to stand as they continued. "You 5 are my generals. I apologize for my outburst previously, however I will not tolerate insubordination again, are we clear?" The 5 elders had a look of revenge in their eyes as they knelt again. "Thank you for your grace, Lord IM." IM nodded and replied, "You are all well-intentioned. I appreciate that. Please continue providing your excellent work as you always have. Always remember, just because a dog is loyal, this does not mean it will not bite you." Back on Marineford, Alvia asked, "Why don't we just press a little bit?" Galen shook his head, saying, "I can't. You never know when a dog will bite you. Even keeping operations as is dangerous. Slowing them down considerably will let them breathe a bit. After all, I haven't disobeyed them exactly, just haven't taken their words to heart entirely." He turned to her and said, "Always remember Alvia." IM and Galan said at the same time to different people, "A cornered beast is the most dangerous thing in this world." Chapter 84, Sweet Ship Days. A few days after the incident, Galan and Alvia were sailing to Water 7. Alvia suggested bringing more Marines as a cover-up, but Galan refused because they had always been traveling like this. If they changed suddenly, it would be suspicious. Alvia was secretly happy and laid on the beach chair, exposing herself in relaxation. Galan looked at her and stared at her bare breasts for a moment, not understanding why she was always nearly naked near him. He wasn't complaining exactly, just confused. She lowered her sunglasses and pursed her lips at him, giggling, "You like what you see, Tilda?" Galan furrowed his brows, replying, "Don't hate it. I'm indifferent." Alvia pouted and pressed them together. He sighed and rolled his eyes, amazing. She snorted and turned away. "I leave them out for you and you react like this. Maybe I should find someone else." Galan frowned and turned to his snails, saying no. She looked over and raised her sunglasses, looking at him, asking, "Huh?" Galan crossed his arms and snorted, "You're not going anywhere." Alvia's eyes sparkled and she jumped on him, laughing, "Yes, honey Tilda," while pressing her breasts around his arm, giggling happily. Galan ignored her and she kissed him before resting her head on his shoulder. He sighed and let her do what she wanted, even catching her when she leaned backwards. Alvia was happy. He was finally starting to open up a bit. This was the first step towards acceptance. She got off him and walked to the beach chair, her long legs sparkling in the sunlight. She held her chin and thought about it. When did she fall in love with him exactly? She couldn't remember anymore. The longest she can remember was when she saw his actions alone, she felt pity, but as she interacted with him and dug up information, the pity turned into shock and disbelief. She couldn't understand how one man could take so much and still be so kind in his heart. Contrary to popular belief, she wasn't a trophy assistant. Most of the times, her ideas spark plans, plus she was nearly admiral-level strength. Had to have been, she'd been training for 22 years. Not normal training, extremely intense and grueling training from hell. However, now that she looks back at the time she spent with him, she recalls those memories fondly. She rubbed her head gently, maybe not all of those times. She was lucky she didn't get brain damage. Actually, Galan controlled his strength extremely well and knew where to hit her. Even if she wanted brain damage, she wouldn't get it. But she didn't know that. Alvia thought she was lucky. For a time she really hated him. Really a lot, putting her daughter through such things, She was already grieving her dead husband at that time. Alvia sighed sadly to herself as she walked to the taffrails of the ship, finding it truly harder and harder to remember him. She felt bad. That man was Robin's father, and her own mother couldn't even remember what he looked like. Her delicate hands gripped the taffrails tightly, but how could she be blamed? He died over 30 years ago. Robin didn't know what he looked like either. She sighed to herself, feeling like a bad mother suddenly. Maybe it was selfish of her to fall in love again. But the opposite was true. Why did she have to keep his memories alive? As difficult as it was to say, he quite literally had no impact on their lives. She turned her head and looked at Galen, who was staring at the snail array with a shotgun next to him. She smiled slightly. This man had more of an impact on them than anyone in the world. It was probably when she found out that he was secretly protecting Robin. She smiled sweetly to herself, turning back around. That was definitely it. The sea breeze blew her hair and she smiled gently, putting her hair behind her ear. If she was a bad mother, so be it. Galen did more for them than Rourke ever did. She had been selfless after Rourke died, leaving Robin alone for his dream. Let her be selfish this one time. She sat on the taffrails and crossed her legs, the wind in her hair as she smiled gently. Her entire being in an extremely beautiful state at the moment. Galen looked over and found it hard to say he wasn't entranced. He closed his eyes and turned back, his mind filled with her figure. He shook his head and opened his eyes, tapping on a snail. The snail took a picture of Alvia before Galen stopped looking at her. She was beautiful, but he had more important things to do. After convincing himself, he went back to receiving reports from the snails. Chapter 85, Unforeseen Circumstances. A few days away from Water 7. Galen received a call from Cusin. Alvia looked over and heard Cusin's enthusiastic voice, "Boss, I did it. Scared her witless, just as you asked." Alvia's lips twitched and she almost laughed. Galen was speechless as Cusin chuckled. "You should have seen it." He sighed and explained, "So I was just biking on the sea and stumbled across Long Ring Longland Island. Turns out the Straw Hats were in a davy back fight with some foxy pirates. It was an inspirational game to watch, honestly. The Straw Hat Kid got up over and over again. Anyway, after eating and watching, the Straw Hats won and I waited for them at some lost nomad's house." Alvia covered her mouth and laughed as Galen's eyes continued twitching. Cusin went on regardless. "So then Straw Hat said, 'Who are you, man?' And I was like, 'Just sleeping, man. Leave me alone.' Right? So then," Galen cut him off. Cusin cleared his throat and said, "Right. Robin was scared of me and I sent the nomad back to his camp with an ice age to threaten the crew, show them some power just like you said. Robin got excited and tried to attack me, but I snapped in half and said, 'Fleet Admiral sent me to kill you. I don't want to, but maybe I should.' Fufufu Tilda, acting evil, you know." Alvia froze before coughing and holding her sides, trying desperately to not laugh out loud. Galen decided to not give Cusin another order like this again. He continued anyway, "Then I iced her, get it? Anyway, after I iced her, Straw Hat attacked me. Because I had to act evil right and I was about to smash her into pieces, but the entire crew came at me like wild animals. It was pretty cool, but how could they beat me? Unreal they would even try. So I wiped the floor with them in an instant, freezing limbs left and right, acting like the final boss, right?" Galen was tired, and Alvia fell off the beach chair, laughing so hard, she started crying. Cusin grinned and went on, "Then, oh man, boss, this gave me goosebumps. So then after I froze a bunch of them, Straw Hat goes, 'Hey, Snowman, I challenge you one-on-one?' I was stunned. Really, I still don't know if he thought he could win, but he got a good lick in. Punched me right in the face with Hacky, but I don't think he realized it. Anyway, I iced him. But then I realized, the true fool was me all along. A man never backs down from a duel, but then I won, and how could I go after his crew after that, right? So I let them all go and biked away." Galen felt like he just ran a marathon. Why was this guy an admiral again? Maybe he should do some more thorough screenings next time. To be perfectly honest, Galen was a bit overwhelmed. He never met anyone who was this enthusiastic and silly. This guy's motto was lazy justice, but he never stopped talking. Never. Cusin was still going. I think they're pretty good, boss. You know, it's a shame they're not Marines. 'Cause then we'd have a strong group. Ah, I can imagine it now, admirals and vice-admirals. A troop of 7 people who can fight an emperor in the future, wow. But anyway, Garp's grandson is really a good kid. Sacrificed himself to save his friend and realized armament in a life-or-death fight. Sheesh, what a little monster. If I wasn't an admiral, maybe I would even join their crew. Looks like fun. Galen honestly couldn't take it anymore, saying flatly, Cusin. Enough. Cusin shut up and cleared his throat as Galen added slowly, and now? Cusin reported without the silliness from before. Heading to Water 7, boss, so am I. And Garp. There's even CP9 on the island. Alvia and Galen were stunned. What the hell was this? A party. Galen frowned and said, I see. Good work, Cusin. Cusin said, boss, she was super scared and full of hate when I mentioned you. Is this all right? He hesitated a bit at the end. Galen snorted and replied, I don't care how much she hates me. Just focus on your job, or rather vacation. That is all. Cusin sighed and hung up, muttering, what a tough guy. Ice cold on the outside, warm on the inside. He closed his eyes and clenched a fist, as expected of my idol, as he biked away. Galen's face was ugly and Alvia felt expectation and excitement, saying, I can see her again? Galen frowned slightly. This wasn't good. The whole operation was at risk. If Alvia was found by Robin, it would ruin everything he's been working for. This bastard in Mariewa, how unlucky was this? Galen closed his eyes and thought quickly. Seeing Robin was a big no. Maybe watch from afar, but meeting face to face was impossible. Seeing Luffy and his group was also a negative. Galen was in a tough spot. First of all, CP9 was on the island. No wonder the elders agreed to let him go there. They would be under constant surveillance by one of the most terrifying Cypher Paul divisions out there. Therefore, they needed to be extra cautious. Alvia had to completely act like a different person. She could not be recognized at any cost. And if she was, the threat needed to be eliminated immediately. The fate of the Marines was quite literally in jeopardy at this very moment. If he didn't need an excuse for his expansion plan, he wouldn't be here. The 5 elders inadvertently pushed him to the edge of a cliff. Galen let out a breath and opened his eyes. It didn't matter. He had done it before. This was nothing. Infiltration was his second most proficient skill. Finally, a few days later, the small ship docked at Water 7. Galen got off and looked at the city before sighing. There was very little room for error. Alvia held onto his arm with a blindfold on her face, smiling, gently wearing her vice admiral coat with her classic floral patterned shirt and short shorts with sandals. Galen wore basically the same thing but had his fleet admiral coat on. They already hid everything on the ship and Galen took a few snails with him, letting them sleep in his coat. Alvia let out a breath and said softly, Here we go, Galen. Galen frowned. Don't leave my side, Alvia. She nodded sweetly and held his arm tight, replying simply, Never. Chapter 86, Ordering over 100 Ships. They walked in the city and bought a Yagura bull. The seller chuckled and said on a date, Our Yagura rides are perfect. Alvia smiled happily while Galen said expressionlessly, Just get us to Galila. The seller smiled, no problem. He even prepared a heart-shaped boat. Galen frowned and Alvia gushed, dragging him into the boat as a Yagura started dragging them through the canals. Alvia pointed around at little shops and started talking to Galen, who sat there expressionlessly with his arms crossed. She held his arm and laughed at the funny faces other Yaguras made. Her laughter brought attention from the surrounding people and they smiled, while continuing on whatever they were doing. Many couples were like this. Yagura boats were mostly used for dates in Water 7. However, Galen was more concerned with his purpose here than a date with Alvia. He frowned slightly at the masked individuals walking and sailing around. He passed many people with masks and costumes, not liking it. There were too many people wearing these costumes. It was disorienting. Observation Hacky can't see through clothes, it wasn't invincible. He could only tell there were people in them, but who they were, he didn't know. He tapped the Yagura bull, saying the mask shop. The Yagura turned and swam to the mask shop. Alvia picked out a mask and wore it, giggling happily. Galen looked at her and exhaled from his nose, very cute. Before he paid the person and sailed away. They passed many people, and Galen watched them all closely. his observation haki covering a wide area all around him. Nobody was watching them at the moment, making Galen suspicious. He had interacted with Cypher Paul enough to know their protocols. This was too strange. It was impossible for them to be stronger than him in his own personal opinion. Alvia enjoyed the trip and said happily, "How nice would it be if we could do this every day?" before sighing. Galen stopped his thoughts and looked at her out of the corner of his eye, sighing to himself. He patted her hand and she looked at him. He looked into her eyes through the blindfold for a moment before turning away as she smiled. One day. Galen sighed again, one day, as the Agora bull continued onward. The duo passed a woman walking behind a masked man. She froze and turned her head, only catching the back of Galen's boat, his marine coat covered by the large seat. The woman doubted herself. It was impossible for him to be here. The masked man asked, "What's wrong, Nico Robin?" Robin shook her head and replied coldly, "Nothing." As she continued following him, being spotted by Sanji, who shouted, "Robin Chwan Tilda." Alvia froze and turned her head, looking at Robin turning the corner with the masked man. Her heart clenched up and Galen patted her hand. "Alvia?" Alvia turned back and reached under the mask, smiling nothing Tilda haha, while wiping her eyes. Galen looked at her and rubbed the back of her palm, showing a strange compassion and gentleness that she was unfamiliar with. She turned to him and leaned on his arm, saying nothing. The Yagura bull continued on, going to dock 1. They arrived to see Nami running off in a hurry. Galen and Alvia got off the Yagura, who neighed indicating it would stay here and wait. Alvia stroked its neck and smiled, "Thank you, Yagura-chan." The Yagura neighed happily, rubbing her head on Alvia affectionately. They walked into the dock and Alvia looked around, holding onto Galen's arm. Although she looked a bit strange, wearing a mask over a blindfold, what was the point? But Alvia didn't care, just saying she had observation haki was enough. What were they supposed to say? No, she didn't. Galen walked into the dockyard before being stopped by a man with a top hat and a bird on his shoulders. The bird spoke, "Who are you looking for?" Galen looked at him and said iceberg, showing him the Fleet Admiral epaulets. The man didn't even flinch, the bird shouting, "Oh my, the Fleet Admiral. Of course, iceberg is right this way. Follow me." Alvia pretended to really be blind, tugging on Galen as he led her away, following the man as the bird turned around saying, "I'm Hattori. Welcome to Galila, Fleet Admiral." The rest of the foremen looked over at the exclamation and Galen frowned, Hattori covering his mouth. "Ah, oops, sorry, sir." Alvia smiled happily, "What a cute bird." Hattori saluted, "It's my specialty, ma'am." Galen noticed several people staring at him and Alvia intently, however it was impossible to judge who they were. Galen was starting to get bad vibes. He didn't like this, there were too many variables. They entered a building and came to a bespectacled woman. She pushed up her glasses, saying, "Lucci, huo," before bowing, "Mr. Fleet Admiral, how can we help you today?" She was very professional. Galen looked at her for a moment before saying, "I came to talk to Iceberg. Where is he?" The woman pushed up her glasses, replying, "Just behind this door. However, he's in a meeting at the moment." Galen didn't care and pushed the door open, Alvia following along blindly. The woman looked at Lucci, who glanced at her quickly for a split second. She shut her mouth and pushed up her glasses. Galen saw government agents talking to Iceberg. They turned around shouting, "Who in the hell, Fleet Admiral?" Galen looked down at them with a blank face. "Get out." They got up and nodded before leaving quickly. Iceberg blinked, looking at them leave before turning to Galen as they closed the door. He smiled, "How can I help you, Fleet Admiral? Was there a problem with the ships?" Galen sat down, and Alvia sat down next to him as he said, "No. I'm here to order another batch of ships." Iceberg was confused, asking, "You made a trip in person?" Normally, we just call. Galen cut him off, saying, "Not 1 or 2. I came in person because I wanted to order over 100 standard cruisers along with a couple dozen battleships." Iceberg's jaw dropped and he stuttered, "FFF Fleet A Admiral, this a huge order. I don't think we can even accept it." Galen frowned and Iceberg swallowed, explaining, "Not that we want to refuse your service, but the time it would take to accommodate your order is astronomical. Even years aren't enough. You have to understand, these ships are made with care and a lot of effort. Blood, sweat, and tears go into every single ship." Galen waved his hand, stopping him as he said, I understand. I'm not pressing you for results, Iceberg. You will be paid for your work no matter how long it takes. However, I don't know how much time you estimate it to be. 2-3 years? Iceberg's scalp was numb and he said, around 200 ships in less than 3 years. Pardon me, Fleet Admiral, but that's insane. Galen sighed in disappointment. Alvia asked gently, Iceberg-san, perhaps you could give us a rough estimate of how many ships could be built including rests and other accommodations your foreman must have within a 2-year time span. Iceberg calculated roughly, saying, forget 200 ships. But 80-90 is possible with the number closer to the lower end. Alvia smiled gently, asking again, could you give us an estimate? Iceberg blinked and said after a few moments, at least 6-7 billion bali. Alvia was stunned and Galen said, that's it? Iceberg's eyeballs almost exploded, repeating, that's it. That is more money than I've ever seen. The cost for marine cruisers is less than personalized pirate ships in the first place, but due to the volume. He rubbed the sweat off his forehead, big business. Alvia looked at Galen, saying, we can't really afford that much, Fleet Admiral. Galen frowned and replied, the world government is footing the bill. He looked at the bounty poster of Robin when she was a little girl behind Iceberg's head before continuing, I can provide 100 marine shipwrights to aid you as well as a few devil fruits in storage. Iceberg was startled. Devil fruits? Galen nodded. We have an array of devil fruits for marines to purchase with merits. For example, there's a tree fruit that produces wood, a glass one, etc. I'll provide these fruits to you for free. However, I want at least 100 ships within 2 years. The price stays the same. I'm not paying it at any rate. Alvia giggled and Iceberg's eyes bulged. If you can really provide all these. Forget 100, I can add 20 more. Let me discuss with my secretary and foreman. It won't take long, maybe a few days. Is that possible? I can provide the best in water 7 free of charge, of course. Galen frowned. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, even today if time allowed. He replied, please hurry. I'm slightly busy at the moment. Iceberg nodded and replied, of course. Thank you for choosing Galila, Fleet Admiral. Even if we can't take this task, a couple dozen ships are not a problem. Oh. He seemed to have just remembered something. Aqua Laguna will be rolling in by tomorrow night. Hopefully we can settle this business by then. Otherwise, I'd have to recommend you secure your vessel in one of our garage ports in the upper levels of the city. Sorry for the inconvenience. Galen frowned and Alvia smiled gently. Thank you, Iceberg-san. Iceberg smiled happily. Not a problem at all. I'm happy we can be of service. Also, you did me a favor getting rid of those agents, so annoying. Alvia giggled and Galen said, I'll wait for your decision, Iceberg. Before leaving, Iceberg stood up and walked them out, saying, Califa, could you please escort these two to the Water River Inn? Califa pushed up her glasses and nodded, already taken care of, sir. Iceberg shouted in wonder, so efficient. Califa nodded, pushing up her glasses, of course, sir. Before leading Galen and Alvia away as Iceberg sighed, holding his hips, what a great day.